As the clock ticked toward the dawn of 2076, the world underwent a catastrophic shift. The fabric separating reality from fantasy was torn apart, plunging Earth into a game-like chaos. Dungeons brimming with monsters erupted across the globe. In a blink, humanity was fighting for survival. Cities fell, people vanished, and monstrous beings reduced nations to rubble. But just when hope was fading, something extraordinary happened. A handful of people were chosen, bestowed with divine abilities that transformed them into hunters. Armed with superhuman powers, these hunters stood up to the monsters, clawing humanity back from the edge of annihilation. In time, their efforts brought peace, but it came at a cost. With the world forever changed, a brutal new era emerged, one ruled by power, where the strong thrived and the weak were left behind. Hunters now lived in a constant grind, clearing dungeons, facing bosses, looting treasures, and climbing the ranks. This never-ending pursuit of strength defined the beginning of the global hunter era. At the heart of this world stood the Hunter Square, a colossal tower and a symbol of prestige. Its legendary trial, the 1,000 Steps, was the first challenge for anyone seeking to become a hunter. Those who reached the top would awaken their class and take their first step toward greatness. But not every victory was sweet. Enter Su Yang. He'd made it through the 1,000 Steps, but as he descended the grand staircase, his expression said it all. This wasn't the win he'd hoped for. He didn't land a rare or flashy class. Nope, he got stuck with warrior, plain, unremarkable, and the most generic class out there. His stats weren't any better. Strength at 12, speed and spirit at 10. Not exactly hero material. Warriors were always on the front lines, eating hits while others racked up kills from a safe distance. No matter how much they trained, they were usually just cannon fodder in someone else's story. And while Su Yang was still wrapping his head around the disappointment, in swaggered Wang Fei, a newly minted ice mage with a mouth as cold as his spells. Spotting Su Yang, he couldn't help but take a jab, mocking him as some orphan loser only fit for grunt work. But Su Yang wasn't about to take it lying down. With a slow clap, like brushing off a pesky gnat, he fired back. Sure, Wang Fei was an ice mage, but he reminded him, with a smirk, that mages might have flash, but they break just as easily. Su Yang wasn't backing down. He straight up told Wang Fei to throw hands if he was feeling bold. But of course, Wang Fei wasn't about that life. Instead of stepping up, he started throwing weak threats while conveniently sliding behind his group for cover. Right when it looked like fists might start flying, the whole atmosphere flipped. Someone from Wang Fei's group suddenly went pale. They'd spotted something serious. The Spirit Hunt Guild's raiding team had just arrived on the scene. And this wasn't just some average crew. These were the elites. Their name carried weight all across East Spirit City, and leading them was Zhao Ming, the guild's vice president, a living legend. Normally, you'd only see a guy like him in commercials or plastered on recruitment posters. But today, he was right there in person, exuding that quiet kind of authority that made the whole square go still. Wang Fei saw his chance and jumped at it. Still feeling himself after awakening as an ice mage, he stepped forward like he was born for this moment. He started throwing compliments left and right, talking up the Spear Hunt Guild and hyping up his own rare class. You could tell he was gunning for a spot on the team, hoping to ride his momentum straight into one of the city's top guilds. One of the team members shut him down instantly. No exceptions. If he wanted in, he'd have to go through the official channels like everybody else. No amount of flattery was going to get him in the back door. But then, plot twist, Zhao Ming stepped in. He'd been watching, and while he didn't seem overly impressed, he did recognize some value in Wang Fei's ice mage control skills. Enough to toss him a recruitment card. It wasn't a full invite, but it was a big deal. That card meant Wang Fei had potential, and Zhao Ming was willing to give him a shot, just not right now. The second that card came out, the whole area lit up. Suddenly, everyone around them started shouting their classes, hoping to get noticed too. It turned into a frenzy, players trying to sell themselves to the guild on the spot. But the raiding team shut it down just as fast. No patience for the chaos. They weren't here to host auditions. With cool, clipped professionalism, they reminded everyone that all applications had to go through the official channels. End of story. Then came Su Yang's voice, cutting through the noise. Calm, but curious, he asked if they were interested in warriors. The reply? Brutal. The team didn't even try to hide their disdain. It was like he cracked a bad joke at the wrong time. Nobody said a word. They just looked at him and moved on like he didn't even exist. Yeah, that's what it was like being a warrior in this world. For Su Yang, this moment hit like a punch to the gut. It was just another reminder of how stacked the deck was against him. In a world where your entire future depended on how rare or powerful your class was, being a plain warrior was basically a dead end. Even smaller guilds barely gave guys like him a second glance. But then, something caught his ear, something that snapped his focus back. He overheard members of the Spirit Hunt Guild talking about their next big move. They were headed straight for the Black Dragon's lair. And not next week, today. The raid team was preparing to enter the dungeon through the teleport gate inside Hunter Square. Now, if you're not familiar, the Black Dragon's lair isn't just any dungeon. It's the biggest, baddest S-tier dungeon in all of City CA. This place is crawling with monsters and elite beasts, and waiting at the end is none other than Black Flame Wings Athos, a level 99 nightmare that's wiped out some of the strongest raiding parties in the past. Still, the Spirit Hunt Guild wasn't exactly your average group. With several members rumored to be at the 4th Transcendence level or higher, they actually had a shot. And with their perfect raid track record, yeah, if anyone could take down Athos, it was them. But for Su Yang, watching this unfold just made everything worse. He stood on the sidelines, powerless, stuck in a class no one respected, watching others charge toward glory while he was barely scraping by. The idea that he'd always be at the bottom, outclassed, overlooked, left behind, it was starting to eat at him. Then, right when he was at his lowest, everything changed. A notification appeared out of nowhere, lighting up in front of his eyes. System message. Perfect soul host detected. Part-time system will soon be bound to you. Wait, what? Su Yang blinked, trying to make sense of it. Was this real? This wasn't the kind of pop-up you got for killing a goblin. This felt huge, and before he could even react, the world shifted. He opened his eyes again, and he was no longer himself. He had become Athos, the Black Flame Wing, the legendary level 99 dragon everyone feared. Suddenly, Su Yang wasn't weak. He wasn't struggling. He was the endgame. His HP? A mind-blowing 5 million. His stats? Off the charts in every category. Strength, speed, spirit. Nothing could touch him. And that dragon bloodline gave him a ridiculous 80% resistance to both physical and magical attacks. Basically, he was a walking fortress with wings. And then there were his skills, each one more terrifying than the last. Black Flames, a devastating magical attack he could spam endlessly, burning everything in his path. Dragon Suppression, a passive ability that crippled anything weaker than him by 20%, making lower-level enemies crumble before they could even react. Su Yang had gone from being ignored to becoming the most dangerous creature in the entire city. But hold on, it doesn't stop there. Su Yang's new form isn't just powerful, it's downright broken. He's packing a full set of skills that make him borderline untouchable. Dragon Blast hits with 300% of his already monstrous strength. That alone could flatten most enemies in a single strike. Then there's Dragon's Roar, a terrifying AoE skill that stuns everything within 300 meters for 5 full seconds, as long as their spirit stat is lower than his. And yeah, with Su Yang's current spirit level, that's just about everyone. But the real cheat code? Dragon's Eye. With it, he can see anything and everything in his domain. Line of sight doesn't even matter. If it's within range, he knows it's there. No sneaking, no hiding. Su Yang takes it all in, still in disbelief. His strength stat alone is sitting at a jaw-dropping 3,000, not to mention his insane resistances and passive boosts. The rush of power hits like a lightning bolt, and before he knows it, he's letting out a roar, deep, raw, and thunderous. The sound shakes the ground and echoes through the entire area. It's a roar of dominance, of freedom, of a warrior who's just been handed the keys to a kingdom. And yeah, he knows it's temporary. He won't be this dragon forever. But in this moment, he's not just tasting power, he's drowning in it. Then it hits him. What if he could use this form to grind, kill monsters, gain experience, and carry that progress back to his real body? That single thought flips a switch. Maybe his warrior class isn't doomed after all. Maybe this is his shot at catching up. No, at surpassing the ones that used to look down on him. As he's reeling from this new plan, Su Yang notices something strange. The monsters ahead of him? They're not attacking. They're frozen, shaking. His dragon's roar must have gone off automatically, and now they're stuck in its aftermath. One of them, a hooded figure near the front, actually drops to their knees. The trembling creature lifts its head, eyes filled with awe, and calls him their king. That's when Su Yang gets it. They don't just see him as a threat. They see him as the Black Flame Dragon. The real deal. Their ruler. So, naturally, he plays along. Looking down on them with the cold confidence of a god, he commands them to rise. Immediately, the hooded one starts praising him, gushing about his unmatched power. But what really catches Su Yang off guard is what the creature says next, something about the dragon's potential. That if the Black Dragon were to reach full maturity, it could easily wipe out the entire human world. Wait, maturity? That's when it clicks. This dragon form he's in, it's not even at its peak. Athos, the final boss of the dungeon, is just a juvenile version. That's insane. Dungeon bosses are usually capped at fixed levels. No growth, no evolution. But this one might keep getting stronger. And now Su Yang's curiosity is fully locked in. Because if this is just the beginning, what comes next? Just as Su Yang was reveling in the overwhelming force he now commanded, something unusual tugged at his focus. Caged nearby was a figure unlike the rest, a stunning elf with flowing silver hair and piercing crimson eyes. Even from a distance, her presence was mesmerizing. But right now, she was visibly straining beneath the weight of his dragon aura. When their eyes met, she didn't flinch. Instead, she snapped at him, demanding her release and warning him of the wrath that would come from the elven race if he dared harm her. Su Yang, completely unfazed. If anything, he was intrigued. Since the world had fused with game mechanics, creatures like elves weren't just myths anymore. They were real, but extremely rare. Especially one like this, who should have been tucked deep inside dungeon territory, far from human reach. This was his first time seeing an elf up close, and he was more curious than cautious. But before he could take the interaction any further, the air around them shifted. A spatial ripple cut through the atmosphere, subtle, but unmistakable. A sign that a player was about to enter the area. The elf felt it too. Her demeanor instantly changed, a confident gleam flashing in her eyes. She assumed her rescue party had arrived and wasted no time taunting Su Yang again. Sure, her freedom was just moments away. Only this time, the dragon turned. He looked directly at her. That froze her in place. Dragons, especially one as fearsome as Athos, weren't known to respond to taunts. They didn't acknowledge what they saw as beneath them. But here Su Yang was, staring her down. She didn't know it, but this wasn't the typical dragon she'd read about. This was someone thinking, planning, calculating. Still, Su Yang wasn't about to waste time arguing with a caged elf. He had bigger problems. The Spirit Hunt Guild was on the move, and their goal was crystal clear. Eliminate the Black Flame Dragon and boost their guild to the elusive 5th stage of transformation. They built a flawless record raiding dungeons so far, but Su Yang wasn't convinced they'd walk away from this one so easily. Not against him in this form. That said, arrogance was a dangerous trap, even for a dragon. So Su Yang activated Dragon's Eye, sweeping the territory for any signs of movement. The results came fast. He locked onto the main assault team, cutting through the outer rim of the dungeon. Leading the charge was Lei Shan, a level 99 Thunderstorm Master, and easily one of the most dangerous players in East Spirit City. By his side, Zhao Ming, the familiar level 95 Storm Archer. Qian Yuan, a level 96 Healing Paladin, likely the backbone of their sustain. And Li Dan, the level 98 Holy Shield Master, their defensive wall. Together, they formed the core of the Spirit Hunt Guild's elite team, marching with precision toward the heart of the lair. Su Yang had to admit, these weren't amateurs. He respected the strength, but he was more interested in seeing how far that confidence could carry them. Their first test came quickly. A horde of magic wyverns swept in, shrieking and clawing, aiming to slow the guild's advance. To most players, it would have been chaos. But not for this squad. Lei Shan barely reacted. With practice calm, he ordered the tanks forward while the damage dealers followed up with a synchronized barrage of fire-based spells, exactly the kind of elemental weakness the wyverns couldn't handle. In a matter of seconds, the swarm was gone. Their formation never broke. Their pace never slowed. From deep within his lair, Su Yang watched the Spirit Hunt Guild advance. And he had to admit they were living up to the hype. Their coordination, timing, and response to pressure were solid. The wyverns hadn't even slowed them down. But Su Yang knew those were just warm-up acts. If he wanted to truly test them, it was time to raise the difficulty. With a flick of his will, he summoned one of his heavy hitters, a dragon warrior. The ground trembled as the towering beast emerged, radiating menace with every step. The sheer size of it made even seasoned hunters pause. For a moment, even Lei Shan's calm demeanor cracked at the sudden appearance of this juggernaut. But panic didn't last long. Lei Shan snapped into command mode, rallying his team with crisp orders. The dragon warrior wasn't just huge, it was fast, able to teleport short distances, which threw off the DPS units and threatened to punch through their formation. The beast lunged forward, almost landing a devastating blow, until Lei Shan activated Divine Light Shield, a radiant barrier that absorbed the incoming attack and saved his squad from disaster. Amid the chaos, Zhao Ming stepped up. He coordinated a swift fallback for the ranged fighters while the front line held the line. Timing it perfectly, he unleashed his Storm Arrow, a high-powered strike that pierced the Dragon Warrior's defenses and helped bring the creature down. It wasn't an easy fight, but the guild pulled through. Su Yang watched silently, nodding to himself. They were good. The Dragon Warrior had done its job, slowed them, tested them, but hadn't stopped them. Still, the elf wasn't impressed. From her cage, she threw more shade, mocking Su Yang for relying on creatures that were so easily crushed. But Su Yang didn't even glance her way this time. He was done playing nice. With another command, he summoned 6 elite dragons, each one fierce, armored, and ready for war. The effect was immediate. The Spirit Hunt Guild, caught mid-recovery, was thrown into temporary disarray. No one expected a black dragon to send reinforcements before the final battle. This wasn't in any strategy guides or past raid logs. It was a wild card move, and it had the guild second-guessing everything. Everyone except Lei Shan. He held steady, keeping the team from spiraling. These were elite monsters, sure, but elites were his specialty. He reorganized the ranks, had his tanks take aggro, ordered the healers to stay on rotation, and led a focus counterattack. Despite being outnumbered and ambushed, the guild rallied. Their raw strength and tight coordination saw them through once again. Su Yang observed, impressed, but also puzzled. These guys were tough, no doubt, but not unstoppable. And yet, they were marching straight toward him with confidence like they had the fight already won. It didn't make sense. Unless they had a trump card, something hidden up their sleeve that even a dragon hadn't seen coming. As Su Yang observed the guild's movements, something strange caught his eye. Just when they were on the verge of reaching him, mere moments away from confrontation, they suddenly veered off course. This wasn't hesitation. It was intentional, calculated, and it sent warning bells blaring in his mind. This wasn't in any known raid pattern. Narrowing his gaze, Su Yang activated Dragon Vision, locking onto their new path, and that's when he saw it. The Dragon Slayer's tomb. Inside, glowing with ominous energy, was something that made his blood run cold. The Dragon Slayer's heart, a rare quest item with the terrifying ability to nullify dragon talents. His heart dropped. Then came the fury. If the guild managed to get their hands on that artifact, it wouldn't matter how high his stats were. His talents, his resistances, his suppression, his signature skills could be completely negated. Every advantage he had would vanish. His subordinates, startled by the violent energy pulsing from him, rushed to ask if something was wrong. But Su Yang wasn't listening. His thoughts were racing. He'd seen this kind of scenario before in games. Those hidden mechanics that allowed players to bring down seemingly invincible bosses. This was exactly that. And now, he wasn't going to let it happen. Without hesitation, Su Yang took flight. The moment his wings exploded open and launched him into the sky, a shockwave erupted behind him, so powerful it shattered the sound barrier and sent a roaring boom through the dungeon. The earth trembled under the force. Loose stone cracked, monsters scattered. His aura surged so violently, it warped the air around him. His army of monsters erupted in cheers, ecstatic that their king had finally taken to the skies. Even the elf, still locked in her cage, was stunned into silence. Dragons never left their lairs. That wasn't how the story went. But this one was different. This one wasn't waiting to be challenged. He was going to crush the threat before it took root. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hunt Guild was still on the move, unaware of the fury speeding toward them. Lei Shan frowned, clearly agitated. None of this was going according to the plan they'd been given. Their carefully plotted raid path was falling apart. Zhao Ming suggested the unthinkable. Maybe the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had given them a flawed strategy. Lei Shan didn't want to believe it, but the signs were there. Still, Zhao Ming stood by it. He had paid for that guide with everything he had, even his universe ring, a treasured item, and he wasn't about to accept that it had been a scam. The pavilion's reputation was too solid, too trustworthy. But none of them realized just how wrong things were about to get. Qian Yuan raised a concern that couldn't be ignored. What if they triggered another unexpected event? What if something tipped off the Black Dragon? But Lei Shan waved it off without hesitation. According to the guide, the dragon wouldn't move unless provoked. It was a lazy, overpowered beast that sat in its lair, waiting. As long as they didn't attack it directly, they'd be fine. In his mind, the Black Dragon was just another boss to cross off the list. Dangerous, sure, but ultimately beatable. After everything the beast had done, Lei Shan was more than ready to make it pay. But Qian Yuan had different priorities. He wasn't thinking about the dragon. He was focused on the Elf Maiden's Easter egg. Completing her hidden quest would give them access to the Elven Kingdom. And more importantly, the Elf Maiden herself would be theirs to command. That kind of reward couldn't be ignored. Lei Shan understood the appeal, and he promised that once the dragon was dealt with, Qian Yuan could handle the elf however he wanted. Then, all plans came to a screeching halt. Chen Yuan spotted something. A large silhouette cutting through the sky. At first, they figured it was just a flying dragon, annoying but manageable. But something felt off. These winged beasts were usually guard monsters, restricted to specific zones. They weren't supposed to show up here. As it flew closer, the truth hit them like a ton of bricks. This wasn't a guard monster. It was the Black Dragon, Athos. Panic rippled through the team. They weren't supposed to face him yet. Not without the Dragon Slayer's heart. That item was supposed to be their key to victory. The one thing that would let them bypass his overwhelming talents. And now, they didn't have it. They were exposed. For a moment, the mighty Spirit Hunt Guild, renowned for their flawless raids, considered retreat. Watching from above, Su Yang grinned. This was exactly what he wanted. Their fear, their hesitation, it was everything he'd hoped for. The guild that strutted into the dungeon, so full of pride, now stood frozen, stripped of their supposed advantage. To Su Yang, this was the perfect moment. Take them down now, level up, and send a message to every other guild watching. He moved in for the strike. But just as his attack gathered power, Lei Shan struck first. A burst of lightning tore through the air, catching Su Yang mid-charge. It wasn't strong enough to cause real damage, but it disrupted his flow, bought the guild just enough time to regroup. Lei Shan didn't flinch. Lightning crackled around him as he unleashed a surge of energy that lit up the battlefield. He wasn't running. Not now. Not ever. He turned to his guild, his voice cutting through the fear. We're not backing down. He reminded them who they were. The Spirit Hunt Guild had never lost a raid, and they weren't about to start now. The Black Dragon might be terrifying, but so were they. To fire up the troops, Lei Shan offered a promise. Defeat the dragon, and they'd be rewarded with everything. Gold, gear, glory, even women. Whatever they wanted. That did the trick. The fear in their eyes was replaced by something else, determination. Their enemy looked unstoppable, but for the first time, they believed they could take him. Up in the skies, Su Yang could feel his pulse quicken. This was what he had been waiting for. A real challenge. The Spirit Hunt Guild had shown grit, but now it was time to see what they could really do under pressure. On the ground, Lei Shan was already shifting gears. He barked out commands to Li Dan, instructing him to reinforce both defense and offense. Without hesitation, Li Dan activated his strongest holy light barrier, blanketing the team in layers of glowing protection. At the same time, the healers were summoned to keep the mana flowing, ensuring the team could keep up the pressure. Support classes moved fast, applying high-tier, single-target buffs onto Lei Shan and Zhao Ming, stacking their attack stats to the limit. Everything was lining up for a single goal: create enough of a gap to make a move toward the Dragon Slayer's heart. If they could just buy a few seconds, they might still have a chance to turn the tide. But Su Yang wasn't going to give them that time. With a violent crash of his tail, he slammed down toward the guild like a meteor. The impact was massive. Stone cracked, debris flew, and the entire dungeon floor trembled. Chaos erupted. He wasn't playing by boss rules anymore. No wind-up, no cooldown gimmicks, just raw power. Yet, through the settling dust, beams of light and bursts of magical energy came flying right back at him. The guild had survived. Turns out, Li Dan's triple-layered holy light barrier had activated just in time, shielding them from the worst of the attack. It was a clutch move, one that shouldn't have been necessary this early, but then again, bosses weren't supposed to strike first. This wasn't how raids usually played out, and they were scrambling to adjust. But they weren't about to waste the opportunity. They knew that bosses, no matter how strong, were usually limited to one major skill at a time. And since Su Yang had just burned his tail strike, this was their shot. Qian Yuan raised his staff and invoked a divine blessing, amplifying the healing and holy light magic across the field. Buffs cascaded across the team. Lei Shan and Zhao Ming, fully juiced up with power boosts, locked onto the dragon with precision. This was their moment. Su Yang knew he couldn't dodge, not with the wind-up already underway. So instead, he braced. Wings out, claws grounded, he prepared to eat whatever they threw at him. And then it came. A torrent of light and lightning tore through the battlefield. Lei Shan unleashed a devastating thunderclap, his strongest technique yet, while Zhao Ming's storm arrows split into dozens of bolts, each one homing in on Su Yang's vitals. The force of the combined blast cracked the air and sent a shockwave rippling for miles. Even Su Yang had to admit, it was impressive. Lei Shan raised his hand, rallying his team. Push forward. We've got him. But when the smoke cleared, silence fell. Su Yang was still standing, unshaken, barely a scratch on his scales. The total damage? 10,000 out of 5 million HP. Not even 1%. Their strongest assault had barely dented him. The guild stood frozen. The realization sank in hard. Athos damage reduction was on a completely different level. The lazy, overpowered lizard wasn't just strong. He was untouchable. Some guild members began to hesitate, wondering if retreat was the smarter move. But Lei Shan wasn't ready to back down. According to the guide, the dragon wouldn't unleash its most powerful abilities until its HP dropped below 75%. There was still time. They just had to hold out long enough to grab the artifact. Fueled by that glimmer of hope, they kept pressing forward. Meanwhile, Su Yang's patience was running thin. Their efforts were starting to feel like a bunch of gnats buzzing around, irritating but ultimately pointless. None of their attacks could touch him, yet they refused to give up. But Su Yang was done humoring them. It was time to put an end to this. With a thunderous dragon roar, he unleashed a shockwave so fierce it shattered the ground beneath him. The impact flattened the guild members, leaving them sprawled across the battlefield. When the dust finally settled, Only one figure remained standing, Athos. The Spirit Hunt Guild, despite all its top-tier strength, had been completely crushed. In that moment, it became painfully clear even an A-rank guild was no match for him. As the echo of the roar faded, Lei Shan struggled to stay conscious. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. The guide had failed them again, giving them nothing but false strategies and empty confidence. Still, Lei Shan refused to give in. He tried to rally his teammates, convinced Athos would be vulnerable after unleashing such a massive attack. But reality hit hard. Scanning the field, Lei Shan saw his guildmates, his best fighters, scattered and defeated. Not even the strongest among them had withstood the blast. What truly broke him, though, was seeing Athos still moving. Not weakened, not slowed down, he was gearing up for another attack. Without a moment's pause, Athos released a dragon's breath. The flames that followed tore through everything in their path, erasing what little remained of the guild's defense. Lei Shan could only curse the monster, swearing vengeance even as the flames consumed them. Then, a system prompt appeared before Su Yang. The intruders had been wiped out, and it was time to allocate the rewards. The XP gain was enormous, unsurprising considering he just wiped out a guild stacked with level 80 to 99 players. In an instant, Su Yang jumped from level 1 to level 20, maxing out his first transformation. But it didn't stop there. Even with the level cap in place, the overflow was massive. Though he lost 40% of the extra XP, he still had 430,000 stored, more than enough for what came next. If everything went smoothly, he could shoot straight up to level 40 of his second transformation once his job changed. The sheer potential was electrifying. This was way more than he'd anticipated. On top of everything else, Su Yang had banked 200 unallocated attribute points, ready to invest once he returned to his human form. But before he could even think about that, his attention shifted to the battlefield. All around him, shimmering lights flickered across the ground, a clear sign of loot dropped by the high-level players he had just crushed. Curious to see the spoils, Su Yang began sweeping up the items, expecting to find some decent gold-tier gear at most. But what he uncovered blew past all expectations. A diamond-tier longbow, cloud flow boots, a platinum-tier staff, and a flame greatsword. These weren't just rare, they were top-tier treasures. And that longbow? He immediately recognized it. It had belonged to Zhao Ming, vice president of the Spirit Hunt Guild. Su Yang laughed to himself, imagining the look on Zhao Ming's face when he realized what he'd lost. Su Yang couldn't use the longbow or the staff, his class didn't allow it, but he wasn't worried. On the black market, these items would sell for a fortune. And alongside the gear, there were rare potions and high-grade skill scrolls, each one capable of boosting his power even further. But then something truly special caught his eye, a broken boundless gem. This item was a total game-changer. It removed level restrictions from gear, meaning Su Yang could equip weapons and armament from much higher levels. Like the Flame Greatsword, for instance, it normally required level 79, but with the gem, that limit no longer mattered. Not only was the sword a perfect fit for his warrior class, it came loaded with powerful traits. A flame enchantment that boosted his attack damage and the ability to summon a flame giant, though it had a one-day cooldown. Su Yang couldn't wait to swing that sword in battle. Just as he was going through his hall, a system alert popped up. He could now return to his original form. Without delay, he activated the transformation. A burst of light engulfed his towering dragon body, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in human form. What surprised him most? The system had even returned him to his home. But none of that distracted him from the biggest win of all. He was now officially level 20. This wasn't some dream or glitch. It was real. He wasted no time opening his stats and started assigning his attribute points. 100 straight into strength, 50 into speed, and the remaining 50 into spirit. Most warriors wouldn't bother with spirit, but Su Yang wasn't just any warrior. With his system advantage, the usual rules didn't apply. Besides, the new scrolls in his inventory required a certain level of spirit to activate, and he planned on using every single one. Just as Su Yang confirmed his attribute distribution, a sudden surge of energy erupted from within him. His entire body radiated power, sending out a shockwave that tore through the room. Furniture toppled, objects flew, and the space was left in complete chaos. It was a jarring reminder. He was no longer ordinary. Su Yang made a mental note to stay in control next time. Losing it again might cause more than just a mess. With his stats now settled, his next goal was clear: head to the temple and complete his job change. But when he glanced at the time, reality hit. It was already too late to go today. Reluctantly, he decided to rest and save the quest for tomorrow. The anticipation was already building. He was eager to see what new heights his job transfer would unlock. Meanwhile, back at the Spirit Hunt Guild headquarters, a wave of unease spread the moment Lei Shan returned. It wasn't just the fact that he was back early, it was what that early return meant. They all knew it could only mean one of two things. Either they had crushed the Black Dragon in record time, or they had been utterly destroyed. The truth became clear instantly. Lei Shan, once standing tall at level 99, had dropped all the way to level 90. No one had ever seen such a steep fall. The sight of him, drained and defeated, sent shockwaves through the guild. Their pride, the belief that they were unbeatable, shattered in an instant. They had placed full confidence in their strategy, the one sold to them by the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. It was supposed to guarantee victory. Instead, it had led them straight into disaster. Lei Shan's fury was boiling over. He barked an order. No one was to ever mention that cursed pavilion in front of him again. He had paid a heavy price, his universe ring, for a strategy that left them in ruins. The loss stung across the board. Zhao Ming, the vice president, had dropped to level 86 and lost his prized diamond tier longbow. He was silent, but the weight of that blow was clear. Qian Yuan, the guild's priest, wasn't taking things quietly. He was in a full meltdown, devastated not just by the loss of his cloud flow boots, but also the missed opportunity to impress a certain elf girl he had his eyes on. And then there was Lei Shan. His eyes burned with lightning, rage pouring off him in waves. A storm was brewing inside him, and it was aimed squarely at the pavilion. He swore revenge, vowing to get to the bottom of their betrayal and make them pay for what they had done. The next morning, the Anshan orphanage was buzzing with energy. It wasn't just the usual play and chatter. Something was different. Kids were darting around, full of excitement, while the adults scrambled to manage the unexpected chaos. A mountain of boxes had arrived, stacked high at the front gates, each one drawing more confusion than the last. The elderly caretaker stood in the middle of it all, baffled. Delivery after delivery rolled in, far more than the orphanage had ever received. He couldn't believe they were meant for them. Thinking it must be a mistake, he approached the delivery workers, asking if they'd come to the wrong address. But they assured him everything was correct. The forms clearly listed Anshan Orphanage. And the sender? Su Yang. The old man froze. Su Yang? He knew him well. A kind-hearted kid, sure, but he'd never had much money. Where'd all this come from? It didn't add up. Still caught up in his thoughts, the caretaker's eyes suddenly locked onto a little girl playing near a dangerously high stack of crates. His heart skipped a beat as the pile began to wobble. He shouted out, panic rising, but his aging legs wouldn't move fast enough to reach her in time. Just when disaster seemed inevitable, a blur shot across the yard. In a flash, an arm extended and stopped the crates from falling. The boxes stabilized, the girl unharmed. The rescuer stood tall. It was Su Yang. He'd shown up just in time. The moment the children realized who it was, they swarmed him with cheers and laughter. It was obvious he was a favorite around here. Their joy, their affection, it all brought a rare calm to Su Yang's heart. The caretaker approached, equal parts relieved and amazed. He couldn't help but notice how effortlessly Su Yang handled the crates now, like they weighed nothing. It was clear he'd undergone his job change already. The strength he displayed spoke volumes, and the old man couldn't hide his pride. Su Yang wasn't just back. He had returned stronger than ever. Despite the cheerful reunion, the caretaker couldn't hide his lingering worry. For him, looking out for the children he'd raised had become second nature, and Su Yang was no exception. He gently urged Su Yang to stay safe and not take unnecessary risks. Su Yang gave him a sheepish smile in return, one that didn't quite reach his eyes. After all, he knew the truth. He wasn't the one who needed protection anymore. He was the threat others feared. But even so, the caretaker's concern touched him deeply. Growing up in the orphanage, Su Yang had always cherished the warmth and care that felt like family. Wanting to ease the old man's mind, Su Yang reassured him. There was nothing to worry about, not with the kind of power he now held. Monsters couldn't hurt him anymore. He even mentioned he was on his way to complete his job change at the temple, which seemed to give the caretaker a bit of comfort. But as Su Yang walked away, the caretaker was left with a strange feeling. Su Yang's casual mention of monsters, and how fast he had grown in just a day, didn't sit right. It was all happening too fast, and it raised more questions than it answered. Not long after leaving the orphanage, Su Yang arrived at the profession change hall. The moment he stepped in, he was swept up in a storm of rumors swirling through the area. Everyone was talking about one thing, the downfall of the Spirit Hunt Guild. And at the center of it all, a botched strategy from none other than the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Apparently, the guild had taken their anger straight to the pavilion's doorstep, demanding answers. The news had sent shockwaves through the community. The pavilion's reputation, built on near-perfect raid guides and precise planning, was now being questioned for the first time. People couldn't believe such a respected group had made such a critical error. As Su Yang listened in, picking up fragments of conversation, the bigger picture became clear. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion wasn't just some average organization. They were elite, staffed with 5th-tier experts. And if their strategy had failed so spectacularly, they wouldn't let it slide. Eventually, they'd come looking for the one who had turned their guide into a death sentence. But the idea didn't rattle Su Yang at all. In fact, it made him grin. The thought of facing off against top-tier players from a group like the Pavilion didn't scare him. It thrilled him. He could already picture the loot they'd drop, and he was more than ready to claim it. Just as Su Yang was lost in thought, enjoying the buzz of anticipation at the temple, his peace got shattered, of course, by none other than Wang Fei, the guy who just didn't know when to quit. And as always, he had his band of background extras tagging along. Wang Fei strutted over, full of smug confidence, wasting no time throwing jabs. He mocked Su Yang for showing up at the temple again, calling his profession garbage. Before Su Yang could even open his mouth, Wang Fei jumped back in. Didn't really care for a response. According to him, Su Yang came here day after day because no guild wanted to recruit him. That thought alone had Wang Fei cracking up. Then, he suddenly got serious. He said it was the perfect time to settle things once and for all. He hadn't finished the job last time, guild business got in the way. But now he was free, freshly upgraded, and ready to teach Su Yang a painful lesson. With his points allocated and new skills in place, Wang Fei was itching to show off. And Su Yang looked like the perfect punching bag. Except, Su Yang wasn't feeling patient today. Before Wang Fei could flex his new power, Su Yang moved. One clean punch, fast, brutal, and straight to the face. Wang's mouth might have been open, but it sure wasn't for long. The blow hit so hard, Wang Fei turned into a ragdoll, bouncing around like a live-action pinball. In seconds, his HP plummeted to 5%. One hit, that's all it took. Everyone watching, silent. This wasn't just a beatdown, it was a warning. Su Yang didn't need words. His fist said it all. Keep pushing, and you'll end up just like Wang Fei. And Wang's crew? Yeah, they got the message. They scrambled to pick him up and bolted without a second glance. As their footsteps faded, a slow clap echoed behind Su Yang. He turned around, and there she was. A woman dressed in black. The outfit looked almost like a nun's. If nuns wore dresses with thigh-high slits and heels. Definitely not your average temple staff. She introduced herself as a transition guide from the Hall of Change, clearly impressed by what she'd just witnessed. With a calm smile, she offered to assist him. Su Yang didn't hesitate. This was exactly who he needed. He told her he was ready for his profession transition. As they walked, she studied him a little closer. Su Yang gave off the vibe of someone new to the hunter world. Fresh, maybe even inexperienced. But what she'd seen earlier, that kind of raw speed and strength didn't come from a rookie. She started to wonder, was he one of those elite level 20s from powerful families? The type born into privilege and trained since childhood? But her thoughts had to wait. They'd arrived. Before them stood the transition god statue. Massive, carved from ancient marble, and pulsing with magical energy. This was the place where every hunter's path evolved. The statue would scan Su Yang's class, assess his level, and assign him a unique transition quest. Completing that quest was the only way to unlock the next stage of his power. Transition tasks? Yeah, they're no joke. For levels, each one designed to push you harder than the last. The guide recommends Su Yang start with a 3-star challenge. But of course, Su Yang being Su Yang, immediately sets his sights on a 4-star. She warns him, that level isn't just harder, it's dangerous. One failure, and that's it. No second chances, no transition ever again. Serious stuff. Still, Su Yang steps up to the statue, raises his hand, and boom, lightning crackles through the room. The statue begins its evaluation. Once he's cleared, a list of tasks appears, each more brutal than the last, each offering better rewards. First up, the 1-star task. Nothing fancy, just wipe out 10 level 20 sharp-tooth boars. Past that, and you get to choose between becoming a charge warrior or a defense warrior. Straightforward. Then comes the 2-star. Slightly tougher. But now you're playing for common grade, 1st-tier warrior skill book. Definitely worth considering. 3-star? Things start heating up. Complete it, and you're rewarded with a superior grade skill book. A big boost to Su Yang's power if he chooses this route. Then there's the 4-star task. This is where it gets serious. The challenge is fierce, but so is the payoff. Complete it, and Su Yang unlocks the bloodthirsty warlord path and earns a fine-grade 1st-tier warrior skill book. A huge step up, but the risk? Massive. Just as Su Yang's deciding, something strange catches his eye. One more task, hidden just past the others. A 5th-star. The background? Dark. It practically radiates danger. He clicks on it, and what he sees is wild. The task demands he go into the Cold Moon Forest, a deadly zone, and take down 100 regular level 20 gray wolves, 10 elite savage wolves, and 1 level 20 gray wolf boss. And the twist? He's banned from using any gifted or traded gear. It's raw survival, but the reward? Absolutely insane. A special transition to the Demon Warrior path, 100 bonus spirit points, an epic-grade first-tier demon warrior skill, and access to secret temple perks. No wonder Su Yang stunned. He was told 4-star was the limit. This 5-star task changes everything. Su Yang turns to the nun, clearly puzzled, and asks what's going on with that hidden 5-star task. She immediately apologizes, admitting they left it out on purpose. The reason? It's just that brutal. Nobody in the entire Hua kingdom has dared to attempt it in years. Both the temple and the government warn against it. They don't want people permanently stuck at level 20 because they went after something way out of their league. And honestly, Su Yang gets it. The 5-star challenge is no joke. You're basically going into a death match with a boss-level monster. No help, no special gear. It's not just a test of strength. It's a make-or-break choice. Still, that reward is tempting. 100 spirit points. The demon warrior path. Secret temple perks. Su Yang's already hooked. And with that, he makes his decision. He's going for it. The nun instantly panics. She begs him to reconsider, urging him to just take the 3-star task instead. But Su Yang's locked in. He thanks her for the advice, which softens her a bit, right until the system confirms his choice. 5-star task, officially accepted. She's stunned. Why would you do that? She blurts out. Su Yang just shrugs. It felt right. No hesitation, no second-guessing. Just instinct. The nun's still trying to process it, but Su Yang's already moving on. He tells her not to worry, promises he's going to finish the task, and even suggests she get the temple ready. He wants to see those perks for himself. Then, without another word, he turns and walks off. Gone, leaving the nun frozen in place. A moment later, she snaps out of it and frantically tells a fellow priest to alert the high priest. Someone's actually taking on the 5-star challenge. Cut to Su Yang arriving at the transmission center. The place is packed, but not because of a crowd. There's been a sudden energy disruption that's messed with the portal, so nobody's going anywhere for a while. Everyone looks annoyed, except Su Yang. He's cool with the delay. Gives him time to prep for what's ahead. Not everyone's taking the delay in stride. One person especially fed up is Su Yin, a city girl through and through, and yeah, she's definitely a baddie. She's used to fast lanes and instant results, so being stuck in a small town with slow-moving systems? Not her vibe at all. To top it off, the local guys can't stop staring, and she's over it. She warns her younger sister, Gu Xiaoqian, to stay close and not wander off. While they're waiting, something grabs Gu Xiaoqian's attention. She spots a familiar face in the crowd. It's Su Yang, just standing there in line, calm as ever. For some reason, seeing him makes her blush a little. Her heart flutters just a bit. Of course, Su Yin picks up on it right away. She side-eyes her sister and asks what's going on. Gu Xiaoqian tries to play it cool, brushing it off by saying Su Yang's just a classmate who switched professions recently. Totally casual. Totally not a big deal. But Su Yan's not buying it. What's a so-called newbie like Su Yang doing heading to the Cold Moon Jungle? That place is practically a beginner graveyard. She's suspicious, and Gu Xiaoqian's concern only grows. What if he's walking into something way over his head? Before they can say anything, though, the portal flickers back to life, and just like that, Su Yang's gone. Teleported straight into the jungle. Gu Xiaoqian's left standing there, wide-eyed and anxious, wondering if she'll ever see him again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yang materializes in the Cold Moon Jungle like it's just another stroll. But right away, something feels off. No hunters in sight. Total silence. The whole area is too quiet, and that alone tells him everything. Everyone else probably sensed how dangerous this place was and bailed. Now it's just him. Then it happens. A monster lunges from behind. Su Yang. Instinct kicks in. He ducks, dodges, smooth and effortless, like it's second nature. No panic, no wasted movement. When he turns to get a look, he spots exactly what he came for, one of the quest targets. He didn't expect to run into one this fast, but hey, no complaints. Taking down this monster would be a challenge for most. Normally, you'd need special gear or high-tier trade items to stand chance. But Su Yang? He's got something way better. He draws his long, flame-wreathed sword and cuts clean through the beast. No hesitation, no mercy. He doesn't just kill it, he overkills it, just to watch the sword in full force. The flames torch the creature instantly. This sword wasn't cheap. Su Yang had sunk a fortune into it. The real problem? It came without a gem slot. He had a powerful gem ready to bypass level restrictions, but with no slot, it was useless. So he had to fork over even more for a high-level drilling stone just to carve one in. Bad news? The drilling kept failing. Over and over. His funds dropped from 100 million down to 60 million. Brutal. Still, using the sword now felt worth it. Finally seeing it in action made it all sting a little less. And hey, he still had Xiao Ming's old longbow. If he played it right, he could flip that for some cash, maybe even sell it back to Xiao Ming himself, which honestly made him chuckle. But there was no time to dwell on lost funds. More monsters closed in. Luckily, Su Yang came prepared. He activated a silver tier scroll, summoning a powerful barrier around himself. one that could absorb up to 50,000 damage. The incoming beast didn't stand a chance. They kept slamming into it, mindlessly throwing themselves at the shield, not realizing how pointless it was. Suyang let them wear themselves out. Then, with one flaming arc of his sword, he triggered a blazing whirlwind, tearing through 15 wolves in a single strike. Impressive, yeah, but it was just the warm-up. He still had 100 to go, hunting them one by one. Way too slow. So, he pulled out a monster attraction stone. Rare drop, usually from low-tier bosses. It had one job: lure in ordinary and elite monsters from the surrounding area. Suyang didn't hesitate. He tossed it into the air. It shattered mid-flight, and the magic spread instantly. Wolves started pouring in from all directions, drawn by the stone's power. In seconds, Suyang was surrounded. But backing down? Not his style. He was here to finish the job, and he'd do it his way. Getting ready for the next wave, Suyang popped an intermediate spirit potion, instantly boosting his spirit stat. Then, without missing a beat, he activated a rare scroll, Baptism of Fire. Flames erupted all around him, shooting into the sky and forming a towering inferno that burned through everything within range. Any monster that got too close? Gone in seconds. It didn't take long. He hit the 100-kill mark in no time. But the monster attraction stone had done its job too well. It hadn't just pulled in nearby creatures. It pulled the entire forest. Yet Suyang didn't break a sweat. He still had plenty of scrolls left in his arsenal. And the more enemies that came, the more efficiently he could deal with them. No stress, just more targets. Elsewhere in the cold moon jungle, a squad of hunters moved cautiously through the unusually quiet terrain. Normally, they'd be fighting off beasts nonstop. Today, not a single fight in over 2 kilometers. Something was seriously wrong. One hunter swore he saw a monster run from them. That alone sent chills through the group. Monsters here never retreat. They're aggressive by nature. That's when the lead hunter figured it out. Someone had used a monster attraction stone and dragged every creature in the area to a single location. Greedy, shameless tactics. It was clear someone wanted all the experience, drops, and rewards for themselves, leaving nothing for the rest. Frustrated, the group picked up speed, determined to confront whoever pulled this stunt. But just as they got closer, a massive burst of energy exploded in the distance. A surge so intense it lit up the sky. The shockwave hit them like a wall. It was no ordinary attack. One look was all it took. This wasn't just a strong fighter. Whoever this was, they had to be a third-tier mage or something close. No beginner could unleash that kind of destructive power. The hunters stopped dead in their tracks. Confrontation? Off the table. They turned around fast, muttering curses. Better to live and hunt another day than mess with someone that dangerous. Back at the center of the chaos, Suyang stood alone, surrounded by scorched earth. The battlefield was silent. No monsters, no remains, just ash and charred land stretching in every direction. The wolves were gone. The second phase of his 5-star task? Complete. Now, only one challenge remained, the final boss. A grin crept across Suyang's face. Even after burning through several high-level scrolls, this whole mission had turned out to be way easier than he expected. Honestly, after the nun's dramatic reaction back at the temple, he thought he'd be clinging to life by now. Instead, he was crushing it. With just the final phase left, Suyang actually felt excited. Maybe, just maybe, this last boss would finally give him the fight he'd been craving. He made his way toward Cold Moon Cave, the den of the infamous fearsome Blue Wolf King. This wasn't just some oversized mutt. It was the kind of boss that normally took a team of 3 high-level hunters working in perfect sync to take down. Soloing it? Practically unheard of. But Suyang wasn't the only one making moves. Nearby, 3 hunters crouched in hiding, scoping out the cave entrance. Zhang the mage, Li San the tank, and Zhao Wu the archer. Each one seasoned and ready for action. They had their strategy down, and Zhang had just handed Li San a strength potion to boost his durability. It was clear they meant business. Zhao Wu, though, not feeling it. He'd just switched classes and hadn't even tested his new skills yet. He was shaky, unsure if he could even hold his own in a real fight. Zhang wasn't having it. He reminded Zhao Wu why they were here. The Wolf King's core. That guaranteed crystal drop? It could be turned into a silver-tier staff, powerful enough to carry Zhang straight to level 40. He didn't need doubt. He needed focus. So Zhang kept pushing, hyping everyone up, laying out the plan, building that team energy, until Zhao Wu suddenly raised a hand, signaling silence. He'd spotted someone. All 3 turned, eyes narrowing as a lone figure approached the cave entrance. It was Suyang. He wasn't sneaking. He wasn't cautious. He was just walking, calm, relaxed like he owned the place. Panic hit the trio immediately. Was this guy trying to snatch their boss kill? But then they got a closer look. Young. Too young. No visible armor. No party. No backup. just a sword at his side and that same ridiculous calm. To them, it screamed one thing: newbie with a death wish. Lee Sin muttered that maybe they should stop him, give him a heads up before he got himself killed. Zhang, not a chance. As soon as Lee San suggested warning the kid, Zhang smacked his arm and shot him a glare. Why waste the effort? He whispered. To him, this was perfect. Let the newbie run in and trigger the boss's aggro, get smashed, and they'd swoop in to grab all the loot. Easy cleanup, no risk. Lee Sin had to admit, it was a smart play. Ruthless but smart. So the three of them stayed hidden, silently watching Su Yang walk straight into what they assumed would be a bloodbath. Only, things didn't quite go as planned. Out of nowhere, the ground started shaking hard. A deep tremor rippled through the area, catching the trio off guard. What caused it? None of them could tell. But Su Yang knew. His earlier rampage through the wolves had triggered the Wolf King's rage. The beast's power suddenly spiked by 30%. The air grew heavy with pressure, and the aura rolling off the cave was suffocating. The boss was furious. Zhang didn't know the cause, but he didn't need the full story to know something was off. He scowled and immediately blamed Su Yang. He messed it up. Zhang growled. Stupid kid ruined everything. Frustrated, Zhang leapt from cover, barking orders at his teammates to charge in before the boss could run off. He expected Su Yang to get clobbered within seconds. But the moment he rushed forward, a violent gust of wind slammed into him, yanking back his hood and forcing him to a halt. And what he saw left him completely frozen. The Wolf King, a monster that usually took a full squad to beat, was down. Instantly. One clean, effortless strike. Su Yang had wiped it out like it was nothing. Zhang stood there, stunned. Same with Lee San and Zhao Wu. None of them could believe it. That kid they wrote off as some clueless amateur turned out to be an absolute beast. Su Yang, meanwhile, looked completely unfazed. He acted like this whole 5-star quest was a routine stroll through the park. After taking down the Wolf King, he casually sifted through the loot, only to be met with disappointment. Mediocre drops. Nothing even remotely valuable, except the Wolf King's crystal core, and even that was useless to him. Still, with the quest done, Su Yang figured it was time to head back. That's when Zhang, desperate to salvage something, overheard Su Yang's comment about the core being trash. Swallowing his pride, he stepped forward and asked, politely for once, if Su Yang would consider giving him the core. But Su Yang wasn't fooled. He'd heard everything. Every word Zhang said when they thought he was just bait. The disrespect, the plan to use him, the smug laughs. Now Zhang wanted to act nice. Su Yang turned and called him out, point blank. Told him exactly what kind of trash he was for trying to take advantage of someone he thought was weaker. And now that things didn't go his way, he had the nerve to beg? Yeah, not happening. Without even blinking, Su Yang crushed the crystal core right in front of Zhang, letting it shatter into useless fragments at his feet. No hesitation, no mercy. Message received loud and clear. He wasn't someone to mess with. If Zhang wanted to fight, Su Yang was more than ready to hand him an L on the spot. Zhang. He froze. As humiliated as he was, he didn't dare move. Just stood there, stunned and silent, watching Su Yang walk away like he owned the place. His teammates didn't know what to say either. They were still trying to process what they'd seen, this so-called rookie wiping out the Wolf King in a single hit. It didn't feel real. If they hadn't seen it themselves, they wouldn't have believed it. Back at Hunter Square, Su Yang reappeared without a scratch. Waiting there was the same nun who had tried to talk him out of the challenge. At first, she figured he'd come back with more questions, or maybe even to admit defeat. But Su Yang? He got straight to the point. 5-star task complete. He was ready to begin his job transfer. The nun stared at him, completely floored. No way. People didn't just complete 5-star tasks like it was some weekend quest. But when she checked the system records, there it was, everything confirmed. No tricks. No lies. He really did it. And just like that, her entire opinion of him flipped. He wasn't just bold. He was the real deal. So strong. It almost looked like he was cheating. But the system didn't lie. And neither did the proof standing in front of her. Still caught up in the shock, she couldn't stop staring. Su Yang finally broke the silence, asking if they could start the transfer now. Snapping out of her daze, she nodded and led him back toward the statue. Even as they walked, her thoughts were spiraling. A warrior this strong joining their temple? That could be a game changer. Good thing she'd already informed the high priest. It might help keep other factions from swooping in. But as much as she tried to stay focused, her thoughts started drifting. She caught herself admiring more than just Su Yang's strength. Handsome, powerful, mysterious, her imagination started running wild. She knew it was wrong, but her heart wasn't exactly listening. She even started wondering if she should ask for his contact info once everything was wrapped up. Su Yang had her down bad, but she pushed the thoughts aside for now. At the statue, Su Yang stepped forward without hesitation. In an instant, light exploded from the statue, and powerful streams of energy poured down, wrapping around him in waves. It was official. He passed. The transfer was happening. Su Yang was now ready to walk the path of a demon warrior. Then something incredible happened. Around Su Yang's wrist, a golden halo flared to life. This wasn't just for show. It was a job halo, a mark of distinction granted to players who completed job transfer tasks. The color of the halo determined how tough the challenge was, and the stat bonuses it granted. White gave a 2% boost, green was 4%, blue clocked in at 6%, purple granted a solid 10%, and orange. That was the top tier, with a massive 25% bonus to all base attributes. And guess what? Su Yang unlocked the orange halo. He hadn't even dared to hope for it, but there it was, glowing proof that he'd crushed a challenge few would even attempt. He could feel the power surge through him as the transformation took hold. He was no longer just a warrior. He had officially become a demon warrior, a hybrid class that blended brutal melee combat with potent magic attacks. It made him stronger, faster, and more dangerous in every way. His level cap jumped to 40, and with 400,000 experience points saved up, his level immediately soared to 34. That upgrade came with 210 attribute points to allocate, so Su Yang didn't waste a second. He boosted his strength and spirit to 90 each, then threw 30 into speed for extra mobility. The result? Over 500 strength, 300 spirit, and 100 speed. An absolute powerhouse. And just kept getting better. Next came the Demon Warrior's exclusive skill book, Magic Blade, an epic great ability. This skill allowed him to conjure a weapon out of pure mana, dealing full magic damage. And here's where it got wild. The blade's strength scaled with both strength and spirit, making it a perfect fit for Su Yang's build. He didn't wait. He tested the skill on the spot. A gleaming blade of condensed mana formed in his hand. When he swung it, the energy sliced clean through the air with unreal precision. But the real surprise? The blade responded to his thoughts. It could shift shape instantly, long-range spear, dual blades, curved saber, whatever he needed in the moment. It was fast, flexible, and insanely powerful. Even better, it could grow. Infinitely. As long as his mana held up, the blade could expand in size and reach, giving Su Yang a weapon that was virtually unbreakable and endlessly adaptable. It was like wielding a personal legendary artifact, without the upkeep cost. No question about it, this 5-star transition mission had paid off in full. Compared to the lower-tier tasks, the rewards were on a whole different level. And now that Su Yang had tasted this kind of power, he was already thinking about hunting down his next 5-star challenge. His thoughts were interrupted when the nun spoke up, congratulating him with genuine awe in her voice. She told him his name would be etched onto the temple's monument, immortalizing his achievement. From this point forward, he'd be recognized as a VIP of the Job Transfer Temple. That last part piqued his interest. VIP, huh? Su Yang asked, curious. What kind of perks are we talking about? The nun smiled but shrugged. She wasn't exactly sure herself. It wasn't every day someone earned that status. She told him to hold tight while she checked in with her superiors. Turns out, Su Yang didn't have to wait at all. Just as the nun was about to leave, a new figure stepped into the scene. A woman dressed in a stunning white gown that practically radiated authority. It was Bai Ling, the senior priest of the Transfer Temple in Dangling City. Her sudden appearance stunned everyone, including the nun. And for good reason. Senior priests were only one rank below the highest authority in the entire temple. For someone at that level to show up in person, that never happened. But Su Yang's 5-star achievement had changed the rules. He was officially a big deal now. With Bai Ling now taking charge, the nun respectfully stepped aside. She left with a smile on her face, but inside, she was devastated. She still hadn't gotten Su Yang's contact info. Now that the formalities were over, Bai Ling walked up to Su Yang and extended her hand. He hesitated at first, not sure what she was doing. But she quickly explained it was just the simplest way to teleport him to the VIP room for a more private conversation. Su Yang nodded and took her hand. The moment their hands met, a glowing magic circle appeared beneath them, and in a flash, they vanished. When they reappeared, Su Yang found himself in an entirely different section of the temple. It was sleek, quiet, and radiated magical energy. He couldn't help but be impressed. For a senior priest from a third-tier city to casually use this kind of teleportation spell, it was insane. The Transfer Temple really was on another level. Bai Ling noticed his awe and smiled, brushing it off. She explained that it wasn't her own strength. She was using magic borrowed from the temple's sacred statue. Modest, but still incredibly impressive. Then she dropped a bombshell. Dangling City had never had a 5-star job changer before. Even Tianling City, one of the largest and most powerful cities around, had only produced one 5-star achiever in the last 10 years. Hearing that hit Su Yang hard. His success wasn't just rare, it was practically unheard of. From there, Bai Ling began to lay out the full scope of his new VIP privileges, and they were nothing short of incredible. First, he'd receive a monthly allowance of 10 million in national currency. Not a one-time reward, monthly. That alone showed just how much the temple valued him. Next, black gold status with the EX Alliance. That meant a 20% discount on all purchases, trades, and transactions. Huge. It was the kind of perk that could shave millions off future gear upgrades and resource costs. Su Yang watched as all of this was automatically linked to his ID. No extra steps, no waiting. Everything integrated instantly, smooth and seamless. But Bai Ling wasn't finished. Because of his exceptional status, Su Yang now had open access to join any A-level guild in the city. No trials, no recruitment process. If he wanted in, the doors were open. Su Yang, ever the lone wolf, wasted no time asking the real question. Was joining a guild mandatory? Bai Ling shook her head. Not at all, she assured him. But she also made it clear, while optional, joining a guild came with serious perks. Resources, shared loot, experience buffs, or enhancements, and perhaps most importantly, team protection. Being part of a strong guild would turbocharge his progress and keep him from being an easy target in the wild. Su Yang understood the logic. He'd just made a massive splash with his 5-star transition. It was only a matter of time before someone tried to test him. Sure, he could handle most hunters at his level, but if higher-level players came after him out of jealousy or competition, it'd be a different story. Backing from a guild could be the difference between surviving and becoming someone's stepping stone. And with his eyes set far beyond Dangling City, Su Yang knew he'd need every edge he could get. He wasn't here to play small. His ambitions stretched across realms, and that thought alone brought a smirk to his face. Now, curious, Su Yang asked about the guilds available to him. Bai Ling explained that Dangling City only had 2 A-level guilds, Spirit Hunting Guild and Phantom Cloud Guild. She immediately recommended Spirit Hunting, saying it had better resources and a more dominant presence in the city. But Su Yang's expression changed the second she mentioned it. Nope, not happening. He'd already run into members from Spirit Hunting, and let's just say the experience left a bad taste in his mouth. Joining them was out of the question. Any info on the second one? He asked. That's when Bai Ling told him about Phantom Cloud Guild. Unlike Spirit Hunting, Phantom Cloud kept a low profile, avoided unnecessary drama, and focused on building strength behind the scenes. Competitive, but discreet. Su Yang didn't need to think twice. Compared to his previous run-ins, Phantom Cloud sounded like paradise. I'll go with them, he said casually. Bai Ling blinked, a bit surprised by how quickly he made the call, but she rolled with it and got the paperwork processed. Fast, clean, and hassle-free. Just as Su Yang was about to turn and leave, Bai Ling dropped a little nugget of information, like it was nothing. Oh, by the way, she said, the Phantom Cloud Guild is made up entirely of women. Su Yang stopped mid-step. Wait, what? Yeah, definitely didn't see that one coming. In the vibrant city of Tianling, the elite Phantom Cloud Guild stands tall, an A-rank powerhouse with a headquarters that looks more like a palace than a base. Makes sense, given their top-tier status. The twist. Every single member is a woman. Among them is Lin Yu, an 85-level hunter and the head of the Yu Guild. Though honestly, she spends more time hanging out at Phantom Cloud's luxurious mansion than running her own squad. She's constantly griping about how boring everything is. Quick heads up, there's Lin Yu and Lin Yun. Names that are way too similar, I know. To keep things clear, we'll call the black-haired one Lin and the brunette Yun from here on out. So Lin's doing her usual whining when Yun, the level 99 hunter and actual leader of Phantom Cloud, calls her out. She reminds Lin she's not even officially part of their guild and, as a freeloader, doesn't really have room to complain. Lin, knowing she's got no defense, stays quiet. But deep down, she has zero interest in returning to her own guild. Way too much hassle. Just as Yun's about to say more, the door bursts open. Enter Su Yan, clearly not holding back. She calls out Yun for dodging responsibilities, especially the important one, welcoming new members. Right on cue, she introduces their latest recruit, Gu Xiaoqian, an ice elementalist. Lin sizes up Gu Xiaoqian immediately. Her verdict? Approved. Not because of skills, though. Lin's more impressed with how cute she looks. Without waiting for anyone else's opinion, she greenlights Gu Xiaoqian's entry into the guild. Xiaoqian barely has time to react before Yun cuts in, fixated on something in her system interface. Curious, Lin leans in. What's so important? Yun drops a bombshell. A guy just joined their all-female guild. That gets everyone's attention. Shocked, Lin immediately suspects some admin error. Maybe someone on Yun's team slipped up. But Yun sets the record straight. No mistake. The guy completed a 5-star mission, earned VIP status from the Transcendence Temple, and as a reward, he got to choose any A-rank guild to join. Phantom Cloud included. There was no way to refuse. The moment the news drops, the entire guild is stunned. A man pulling off a 5-star mission? That's no small feat naturally. The big question buzzing through the room is, Why didn't he just join the Spirit Hunter Guild instead? Ian keeps a cool head. Rather than jumping to conclusions, she suggests they meet the guy, Su Yang, face to face. If he ends up being trouble, she promises they'll deal with it swiftly. No need to panic just yet. Out of nowhere, Gu Xiaoqian reacts. She recognizes the name. That immediately gets Yu Yun's attention. She asks if Xiaoqian actually knows Su Yang. And she does. Apparently, they're old friends from Dongling City. But here's the weird part. She says he had just awakened not long ago and was still level 1. Same as her. Yu Yun figures it must be a case of mistaken identity. Same name, different guy. Before they can dig deeper, though, the door swings open again. This time, it's Mu Rong Shui, one of their own, a level 95 hunter. And she's got bad news. She reports that the Spirit Hunter Guild has been wiped out in the Black Dragon Dungeon. Details are still unclear, but one thing's for sure. It was a total mess. The room falls into uneasy silence, with Phantom Cloud preparing to tackle the giant forest dungeon soon. This is a wake-up call. They need to be sharp, no slip-ups. But Mu Rong Shui didn't just bring disaster reports. She's also packing gossip. She'd been browsing the auction house and spotted something wild. Zhao Ming's weapon, Storm's Call, was up for sale. Only one bidder at first, probably someone from Spirit Hunter. So what does she do? She hijacks the bid, pushing the price up like a pro, until it skyrockets past 10 billion. Meanwhile, back at the Spirit Hunter Guild, Zhao Ming sneezes. The old superstition about someone talking behind his back. Yeah, he's not buying it. He's way too stressed about the nightmare that was the Black Dragon Dungeon and the ridiculous bidding war over his own weapon. And guess who's grilling him about the whole thing? Lei Shan, of course. Lei Shan had officially run out of patience with Zhao Ming's endless complaints, especially after that auction disaster cost the guild a jaw-dropping 14 billion. And to make things worse, the seller? Completely unreachable. No messages going through, no way to track them. Word of Zhao Ming's failed auction had already swept through Tianling City like wildfire, and now their guild was the butt of every joke. Lei Shan wasn't about to let that slide. Without hesitation, he gave Zhao Ming a savage kick, one that practically flattened him. Whatever dignity Zhao Ming had left went out the window as he collapsed, unable to get back on his feet. With that mess behind them, Lei Shan and Qian Yuan made their way to the next headache, a tense meeting with the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Across a long table, the pavilion's team sat in silence, none of them pleased. At the head sat a white-haired powerhouse, Zhou Tai, level 110, a 5-star bloodthirsty warrior, and the lead strategist of the pavilion. Zhou Tai didn't bother with small talk. He got straight to the point. Was he really hearing that the Spirit Hunter Guild was blaming his squad for the Black Dragon Fortress failure? He wasn't having it. His team had cleared that dungeon 5 times. They had every move recorded, reviewed, and polished into a solid strategy. If something went wrong, it wasn't the plan, it was the execution. As far as Zhou Tai was concerned, the failure was on Lei Shan's crew. But Lei Shan didn't flinch. He pushed back, saying Spirit Hunter had always been cautious with boss raids. They didn't just charge in blindly, they planned every move. He swore they stuck to the strategy word for word. The problem? The Black Dragon didn't behave the way the plan said it would. Something was off. Way off. And while he wasn't pointing fingers, he wasn't about to let his entire squad go down without asking questions. But before the conversation could cool off, Lu Ci, level 103, Shadow Assassin, chimed in with a smug laugh. He didn't hold back. He ridiculed Spirit Hunter for getting wiped out by a level 99 boss, even after being handed a step-by-step guide. To him, their excuse sounded pathetic, and blaming the pavilion's team? Just embarrassing. His tone made it clear. He thought Spirit Hunter was a joke. Lei Shan wasn't about to let that insult slide. He shot a sharp glare at Lu Ci and told him to watch his mouth. But Lu Ci? He was just getting started. He sneered, doubled down, and told him straight up, if you're weak, just admit it. Either get good or back out. The air in the room got heavy fast, tension crackling between both sides. But before it could explode into something more, Zhou Tai stepped in. With years of experience and zero patience for this kind of nonsense, he shut it down cold. He laid it out clearly. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion prided itself on accuracy and integrity. Selling flawed intel? Not their style. To prove it, Zhou Tai made an offer. They'd send their exploration team back into the Black Dragon Fortress to double-check everything. If they found an issue with the strategy, the pavilion would take full responsibility and even reimburse Spirit Hunter for their losses. But if the strategy held up, then the blame was on Lei Shan's team, and the pavilion would be officially off the hook. It was fair, and Spirit Hunter accepted. For members from the pavilion strategy team would join Lei Shan on the follow-up raid. No objections from the others. Deal locked in. Just as everyone was about to call it a day, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. A dark green mist crept into the room. Lei Shan and Qian Yuan immediately sprang to alert, bracing for an ambush. The pressure was intense, thick enough to set everyone on edge. But Jotai, completely unbothered. He walked right past them with a calm expression and told them to stand down. No need to make fools of themselves. The one stepping into the room was an enemy. It was Chunluan, level 115, 5-star necromancer, straight from the pavilion's main headquarters. Chunluan wasn't exactly thrilled. He just found out about the Black Dragon Fortress operation and wasn't happy that Jotai had left him out of the loop, even after being explicitly ordered to report it. Jotai quickly apologized, explaining that this was just a support mission, nothing urgent enough to trouble Master Chun. But Chunluan wasn't hearing it. He had one reason for showing up. He was obsessed with killing the Black Dragon. More than that, he wanted its soul, an essential ingredient to power up his own treasured item. He was dead set on being part of the raid. And, yeah, the guy was a little unhinged. He stuck out his tongue with a disturbing glee, making everyone shift uncomfortably. But he didn't care. With a grin that could rival a cartoon hero's, Chunluan radiated twisted excitement. Victory or wipeout didn't matter to him. If they failed, even with a strategy in hand, he figured they had it coming. That night, Chunluan finally found a moment to unwind, stretched out in bed and ready to call it a night. But peace didn't last long. His guild chat was blowing up. People were gossiping about him nonstop, and it grated on his nerves. With a sigh, he muted the notifications, enjoying the brief silence. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a single alert lit up his screen. It was from the auction house, an update on the Storm's Call weapon he'd put up for sale. And the numbers? Wild. Only 2 bidders had gone head-to-head, but their bidding war spanned dozens of pages, skyrocketing the final price to 14 billion, an insane 40% over the average high. Su Yang smirked quietly to himself. Looked like that ice which really got caught up in the moment. Her bidding frenzy ended up padding his pockets. And the perks didn't stop there. As a member of the EX Alliance's prestigious Black Gold tier, Su Yang didn't pay any auction fees. Instead, he earned a 5% bonus on the final sale. End result? A whopping 15 billion in total profits. No more day jobs. No more scraping by. With cash like this, Su Yang finally tasted freedom. And yeah, it was addictive. The next morning, he was up early. He knew better than to get lazy now. His part-time boss cooldown had reset, and news a new raid challenge was already in. This time, the opponents weren't just any team. They were from the famed Exploration Squad. Dungeon specialists. Strategy makers. 5-star pros, most of them over level 100. And judging by the fact they were only bringing 6 members, they were clearly confident this was just cleanup after the Black Dragon Fortress incident. Su Yang was ready for them. Once more, he transformed into the mighty Athos, the Black Dragon, surveying his fortress with a sharp gaze. The elite monsters from the last raid? Already revived. No surprise there. This was a diamond-tier secret realm, which meant resets were fair game. Only realms ranked with stars or higher had strict limits. As he scanned the battlefield, something caught his eye. A silver-haired elf stood nearby. From the memories embedded in Athos, Su Yang recalled this elf, someone the dragon considered a treasure companion. And honestly, the dragon had good taste. Still, one thing didn't add up. How had she been abducted when Su Yang wasn't connected? The Black Dragon followed strict rules, so what broke the cycle? But no time to dwell on that now. He focused up as the new challengers entered the dungeon. Activating Dragon Eye, Su Yang locked onto them immediately. 5 fifth-tier powerhouses, striding forward like they owned the place. And leading the charge? Lei Shan, back from the Spirit Hunter Guild, clearly out to reclaim his reputation. Su Yang had to admit, it was impressive. The exploration team's post-sale service wasn't just for show. Compared to Lei Shan's previous squad, these guys were on a whole different level. Their strength, coordination, and confidence, way more dangerous. Still, Su Yang wasn't concerned. Unless they managed to get their hands on the Dragon Slayer's heart, they couldn't really hurt him. But even with that reassurance, he wasn't planning to sit back and relax. 5th-level professionals were no joke. On paper, they were predictable, but in a real fight, their flexibility and skill could flip the script in an instant. So, Su Yang played it smart. He sent out his Dragon Warriors, launching a strategic assault to test their response. But he didn't send them all. One, in particular, was held back, reserved for something special. Down in the dungeon, the exploration team was making fast progress. Monster after monster went down with ease. No major resistance. At this rate, they were slicing through the fortress like it was nothing. Lu Ci couldn't resist rubbing it in. He mocked the Spirit Hunters, calling their earlier defeat a complete exaggeration. As far as he could tell, they just overreacted. But not everyone was so quick to dismiss the warning. The others reminded Lu Ci that they weren't even halfway through the dungeon. The real challenge was still ahead, and it would come when they reached the boss. Almost on cue, the air shifted. A thick cloud of dust surged forward, and the pressure was unmistakable. Something massive was coming fast. Then came the realization. This wasn't just one enemy. It was an army. Killing intent flooded the battlefield as a swarm of monsters charged straight for them. No hesitation. Every member of the team locked into battle mode. Lei Shan stepped forward and pointed at the incoming wave, telling them this was exactly what had blindsided his guild before. Only difference now? Even more monsters. Zhoutai didn't flinch. He acknowledged the threat, sure, but he made it clear they weren't backing down. With calm authority, he gave the command. What followed was pure precision. Each member moved with expert timing. Shadow Render drained health bars from the flanks. Mountain Barrier manipulated the terrain to control the horde, and Holy Light Blessing powered up Zhoutai for a devastating finisher. With one massive strike, violent strike, Zhoutai brought it home. Monsters dropped like dominoes. Clean, efficient, professional. Even Su Yang, watching from afar, had to admit, they weren't amateurs. Their movements were tight, their coordination flawless, like some mythic squad dropped straight from the heavens. And that mage, quietly standing among them, he hadn't even made a move yet. It was clear, this fight would be nothing like his clash with the Spirit Hunter Guild. If Su Yang wanted to come out on top, he'd have to handle it himself. Without hesitation, he spread his wings and slipped away, vanishing into the distance just like before. His followers erupted in cheers as he left. Zhoutai paused for a moment. Something about this felt familiar. Of course, none of them remembered. The dungeon reset had wiped their memories clean. But there was one who hadn't forgotten. The silver-haired elf, trapped in her prison, watched with growing confusion. She had seen the black dragon show himself plenty of times, but never like this. His behavior was different now, far more aggressive. What had changed? Back with the exploration team, Lei Shan tried to ease the tension. He praised Zhoutai's crew, calling them one of the top strategy squads under the Sky Pavilion banner. He also pointed out how the current dungeon seemed to differ from the guidebooks, making it clear he hadn't intended to mislead anyone. Zhoutai nodded, acknowledging the point, and promised to look into it once the run was over. But Master Chen wasn't buying it. He scoffed at Lei Shan's attempt to defend his guild. To him, the enemies so far were a joke. He mocked the idea that a guild boasting a flawless record could be rattled by such weaklings. His words hit hard, but Lei Shan didn't back down. He responded sharply in Japanese, reminding Master Chen to act like the leader he claimed to be. That's when it hit him. He crossed the line. Master Chen wasn't like the others. This wasn't someone who brushed off insults. If pushed further, the man might tear him apart right then and there. Luckily, Zhoutai stepped in before things got worse. With a casual smile, he brushed off Master Chen's comments as a joke. Everyone knew they weren't. But Zhoutai wasn't trying to be nice. He was thinking ahead. Letting Master Chen lose control would mess with their future deals and damage the team's reputation. He wasn't smoothing things over out of kindness. It was strategy. Lei Shan was frozen, paralyzed by the sheer force of Master Chen's killing intent. For a moment, he was convinced this was the end. But instead of breaking him, the experience only lit a fire inside. He wanted to see these arrogant elites get stomped by the Black Dragon. And almost like fate had hurt him, the Black Dragon suddenly descended, sending a shockwave through the battlefield and proving that Lei Shan's warnings hadn't been empty talk. But this was no ordinary team. They weren't about to fall apart. As seasoned professionals, they didn't have the luxury of panic. Zhoutai instantly took control, ordering synchronized skill chains to optimize their damage output. They had studied the Black Dragon's patterns. With the right timing, they believed they could outplay the beast. That confidence didn't last long. No matter how precise their attacks were, the damage wasn't landing like it should. The numbers weren't adding up. Confusion spread through the ranks. But for Su Yang, still in his dragon form, none of this was surprising. He had counted on his damage reduction talent. It was the reason their best efforts were barely scratching him. Even so, the team didn't let up. They kept up the pressure, trying to wear him down. That's when Su Yang struck back. His first move was straightforward, and the hunters dodged it with ease, exactly what he wanted. The attack was bait, setting up a surprise ambush on their rearguard. It caught the team completely off guard. But Zhoutai wasn't slow to react. He leapt in and blocked the assault, saving the vulnerable backline before it was too late. That gave Lei Shan his opening. He aimed his strongest execution skill, the same one that had finished off bosses in top-tier dungeons. He was sure this would make a dent. It didn't. Lucy I, watching the fight unfold, finally grasped the problem. The Black Dragon's defense was ridiculous. Their damage wasn't just low, it was borderline useless. Before Liu could call a retreat, the dragon's tail whipped through the air and smashed into him, nearly ending the fight then and there. He would have died if not for the Barrier Master's quick shield. The team scrambled to heal and regroup, buying Liu time to recover. But Su Yang wasn't giving them a break. He was already preparing his next move, Breath of Annihilation. The ultimate skill. Panic Hit. That move wasn't supposed to come out until the boss dropped below 70% HP. But clearly, this dragon wasn't sticking to the script. The team was engulfed in flames, but they held their ground. Their ace, Sanctuary, kicked in, cutting the damage by 90% and healing them for 10 full seconds. It saved their lives. But Su Yang didn't flinch. He saw it for what it was, a delay, not a defense. Sanctuary was their last lifeline, and now that it was gone, the next breath of annihilation would wipe them out. The exploration team, though still in formation, was starting to feel the pressure. Whispers spread. Some were convinced this boss wasn't just strong, it was thinking. The way the Black Dragon adapted, countered their moves, and targeted weak spots felt way too calculated. Zhoutai wasn't having it. He shut the theory down fast. This is a diamond-tier boss, he told them. It doesn't think. Stick to the plan. But Master Chun was done watching amateurs flail around. With zero patience left, he stepped in to end the nonsense. As a high-tier necromancer, he summoned his ace, the Bone Dragon Marses. Without warning, the massive undead dragon burst onto the scene, challenging Su Yang head-on. Even Su Yang was caught off guard. Necromancers were rare, and one that could call out a summon this strong, even rarer. This thing wasn't just decoration. It could fight like a dungeon boss. Su Yang didn't hesitate. He lunged at the Bone Dragon to test its might. The clash was intense. Realizing it would take too long to overpower it in close combat, he used his wings to shove Mars's back and create space. But the Bone Dragon came right back with a breath attack of its own. The two devastating blasts collided midair, shaking the entire dungeon. The team looked on in disbelief. Master Chin's summon was holding its own against Athos, the infamous Black Dragon boss. Even Su Yang had to admit it was impressive, but only for a second. He hadn't even begun to show his full strength. Deciding it was time to end the game, Su Yang unleashed his full-powered breath of annihilation. The flames roared to life, swallowing Marses in seconds. When the smoke cleared, only scorched bones remained. But the fight wasn't over. Right in front of Su Yang's eyes, the Bone Dragon resurrected on the spot. Good as new. Master Chin wasn't bluffing. With enough corpses around, he could bring Marses back endlessly. The Bone Dragon, fully regenerated, caught Su Yang off guard. It slammed him down and pinned him in place, blasting him point-blank with its breath. His health plummeted fast, too fast. Su Yang knew he couldn't take another hit like that. With a violent twist of his tail, he broke free and took to the skies, assuming the Bone Dragon was grounded since its wings were nothing more than skeletal remains. He was right, it couldn't fly. But that didn't mean Master Chun was out of options. He commanded it to attack from a distance, launching magic strikes toward the airborne dragon. Su Yang easily weaved through them, not just to avoid damage, but to reposition. He wasn't playing defense, he was setting up for something bigger. His real target wasn't the Bone Dragon. It was Master Chun. Chin caught on quickly and called his summon back to protect him. But Su Yang was already one step ahead. The aerial dodging had been a feint. He swooped in low, leapt off the Bone Dragon's back, and launched himself straight at Master Chun like a missile. The hit landed clean, blasting Chin back before he could react. It was brutal, like paying a toll with your face. Yet somehow, Master Chin was still standing. For a necromancer, his HP bar wasn't as fragile as expected. The credit went to the Barrier Master, who had split the damage across the entire party. If not for that shared defense, Chin would have been toast, and half the team along with him. MVP move, no question. But the team wasn't just eating hits for nothing. They were stalling, waiting for Lu Ci's return. Their plan hinged on him retrieving the Dragon Slayer's heart, and he was due back any second. What it didn't plan for, Su Yang could understand everything they were saying. It didn't take much for him to figure out the real play. Lu Ci was out there trying to grab the one thing that could turn the tide. But Su Yang had already accounted for that. Then it happened. Dust clouds kicked up in the distance. Something was approaching fast. The team perked up, thinking it was Lu Ci racing back with a heart. For a moment, hope sparked. Exactly what Su Yang wanted. When the figure finally broke through the dust, it wasn't Lu Ci. It was one of Su Yang's own. The dragon warrior he'd kept in reserve. The one he'd sent ahead to intercept the heart and bring it straight to him. He held it high for all to see. The Dragon Slayer's heart, now belonging to Su Yang. The silence was deafening. Zhoutai and the others stared, stunned. Everything they thought they knew about this boss fight shattered in that instant. Su Yang wasn't some mindless dungeon monster. He had outplayed them at every turn. And now, with the Dragon Slayer's heart in his grasp, their last hope had officially vanished. But Su Yang wasn't finished. Not even close. Things were about to get a whole lot worse. The moment Su Yang's black dragon came into contact with the Dragon Slayer's heart, a flash of blinding light surged through him. An intense, crushing aura erupted from his body, spreading like wildfire. What the hunters didn't realize was that this moment had triggered a buried mechanism inside the dungeon. Something even the game devs probably forgot about. The Black Dragon Fortress, once labeled a Diamond-tier secret realm, was now evolving. The ground trembled, the sky cracked open, and the entire zone shifted as it ascended into a full-blown Starlight Tier fortress. This was no longer a high-difficulty dungeon. It was a raid-tier death trap. What could wipe out entire guilds was now staring down a party of hunters with no backup. Elsewhere, at the Temple of Transformation, chaos broke out. The senior priest and her nun assistant were losing it. They had sensed something, a spiritual force ripping through dimensions, shaking the very fabric of the hidden realm. The priestess hadn't foreseen this, and whatever was happening, it felt like a warning of something far more dangerous than a dungeon reclassification. This was world-altering. Back in the fortress, the hunters were frozen in shock. A dungeon evolving in real time? That was supposed to be impossible. But the evidence was right in front of them, and so was the bad news. The Black Dragon was no longer the same. Everything about him screamed power. His gear, his aura, even the way he hovered above them, it was all different. Better, stronger, deadlier. They were finished, and they knew it. Su Yang, however, was on Cloud 9. The boost had launched him to level 100, marking the start of his early growth phase. All his stats had skyrocketed. But the real prize? A brand new Starlight Tier skill, Purifying Inferno Prison. This wasn't just a flashy move. It was broken. The skill dealt a staggering 1,000% in both magical and physical damage, a rare dual-scaling nuke. But the true terror was its hidden effect. If you died from it, you stayed dead. No resurrection. No respawn timer. Just gone. In a world where revival spells were standard, this flipped the entire meta. Su Yang now controlled who lived and who vanished forever. Still trying to process everything, Su Yang consulted the system. The answer came fast. The power spike? All thanks to the Dragon Slayer's heart. Turns out, the heart had been capping the Black Dragon's power this whole time. The dungeon had been running in nerf mode. But now that the heart was under Su Yang's control, the system recalculated the difficulty, restoring everything to its original Starlight Tier setting. Su Yang didn't fully grasp what early growth stage meant just yet, but it didn't matter. What did matter was this. The hunters weren't just outmatched now. They were irrelevant. As Su Yang took in the system's revelation, his gaze locked onto a familiar figure sprinting toward him. Lu Xi had finally returned. He was ready to report his failure, but the moment he saw the transformed Black Dragon holding the Dragon Slayer's heart, he froze. His expression said everything. Shock, confusion, disbelief. In that instant, he understood just how badly they'd been played. Zhou Tai caught the look on Lu Xi's face and instantly realized what was coming. He shouted, urging Lu to fall back and regroup. But Lu, cocky as ever, ignored the warning. He dashed straight toward the dragon, thinking his speed would keep him safe. He couldn't have been more wrong. Su Yang didn't even break a sweat. In a flash, the Black Dragon struck, tearing Lu down before he could land a single hit. This wasn't one of those feint and respawn moments. Lu Xi was done. Permanently. From the sidelines, the rest of the team watched in horror. They couldn't do anything. Panic set in fast. Lei Shan spun toward Zhou Tai, asking what they were supposed to do now. But Zhou Tai hesitated. Deep down, he knew the truth. Starlight Tier bosses weren't meant for small squads like theirs. They were meant for full guild raids, with 10 to 25 awakened players at minimum. Facing this monster now was suicide. So, he made the call. It hurt his pride, but Zhou Tai wasn't the type to let ego blind him. He shouted the retreat order, leading the charge himself, and signaling the others to fall back. Master Chun, of course, wasn't impressed. He sneered at Zhou Tai's caution, mocking him for running away. But Zhou Tai didn't respond. He didn't need to. His leadership was rooted in logic, not bravado. And right now, surviving was the only thing that mattered. Su Yang watched from the skies, and for a brief moment, he respected the decision. Zhou Tai had guts and brains, but that didn't mean he was letting them leave. With a single powerful flap of his wings, Su Yang dove down like a bolt of lightning, crashing into the ground ahead of the retreating hunters and cutting off their escape. The force of the landing alone sent shockwaves through the dungeon floor. Still, Zhou Tai kept his cool. He barked new orders, directing the team to boost their defenses and force an opening. Maybe, just maybe, they could break through. But Su Yang wasn't pulling any punches. He knew the Barrier Master had already burned through all his life-saving skills. No more tricks left. No more shields. Without hesitation, Su Yang opened his maw and unleashed his upgraded breath of annihilation. This time, it wasn't just powerful. It was cataclysmic. The hunter's final line of defense crumbled. Lei Shan and the healer were gone, their bodies motionless. No revives, no second chances. Only Zhou Tai and the Barrier Master remained, barely clinging to life, their health bars flickering on the brink. Escape was no longer on the table. Accepting the inevitable, Zhou Tai gave one last order. Stash all valuables into their infinite rings. If they were going down, they'd at least protect what they could. But not everyone was ready to fold. Master Chen refused to bow out. He'd slain this dragon countless times before, and he wasn't about to lose to a stronger version now. Starlight Tear or not, he still believed victory was within reach. Fueled by stubborn pride, he played his final card. He summoned the Cloud Water Legion, a necromancer's ultimate move. Every fallen creature on the battlefield rose again under his command, forming a massive undead army with no timer, sustained only by his mana and health. It was a last stand, or at least he hoped it would be. The battlefield filled with the dead, a sea of twisted monsters swarming toward the Black Dragon. But Su Yang didn't flinch. With a simple sweep of his massive tail, he erased the horde like dust in the wind. Only the Bone Dragon remained standing. It lunged, unleashing a breath attack straight at Athos, Su Yang's Black Dragon form. But this time, Athos didn't even blink. The blast washed over him without leaving a mark. Then, without warning, he slammed the Bone Dragon's skull into the ground, crushing its pride and putting an end to Master Chen's defiance. For most, that would have been the end. Not for Master Chen. He pulled himself together, flashing a crooked grin. Even now, he clung to one belief. Hunters couldn't die permanently. He'd respawn, return, and grind this boss down until he carved out its soul for himself. That was the final straw. Su Yang had heard enough. The arrogance, the disrespect. It was time to set the record straight. Not just for Chun, but for everyone. With no hesitation, Su Yang activated his most devastating ability, Purifying Inferno Prison. A blazing tidal wave of fire and raw magic exploded from Athos, swallowing everything. In an instant, the entire battlefield was wiped clean. No traces left. Every hunter disintegrated as if they'd never existed. Except one. Even as the flames consumed him, Master Chun kept laughing, convinced death was just another checkpoint. But Su Yang stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chaos. There won't be a next time. And just like that, Master Chen's laughter ended, permanently. Chen's twisted grin melted into pure panic. Something was wrong, very wrong. His health had already hit 0, yet his body hadn't vanished. The system should have pulled him out, but it didn't. Instead, he felt himself unraveling, piece by piece. And the longer it went on, the clearer the truth became. As the world seemed to slow around him, Su Yang delivered the final blow, not with an attack, but with words. "You're not coming back." Chen's scream tore through the dungeon, and then, nothing. No light, no respawn, just silence, as his existence dissolved completely. Gone. Forever. Su Yang stood alone in the aftermath, victorious. The system chimed in, rewarding him with a staggering 9.9 million XP. In one sweep, he rocketed from level 34 to 40, still holding nearly 6 million experience points in reserve. Meanwhile, at the exploration team's headquarters, the mood was grim. No one spoke. No one moved. The weight of what had happened clung to the air like fog. That silence shattered when the senior priest burst through the doors with news no one wanted to hear. Master Chun had not resurrected. And worse, the guild system showed no record of him at all. It was as if he'd never existed. The team stared in disbelief. There were only two explanations. Either his data had been deliberately erased, or something darker had happened. True death. Zhou felt the chill creep down his spine. It wasn't just about losing a teammate. This was a warning. The Black Dragon had done the impossible. It had bypassed the game's safety net, breaking rules everyone thought were unbreakable. The decision was clear. Zhou had to pay off the Spirit Hunter Guild, take full responsibility for the failure, and leave the rest to the higher-ups. This was now way above their pay grade. Still, one detail haunted him. Out of everyone who'd been wiped out by that final blast, only Master Chun was permanently erased. The rest had come back, shaken but alive. So why only him? Was it some hidden dungeon mechanic? Or did the Black Dragon choose who got to live? Either possibility was terrifying. Back at Su Yang's hideout, the atmosphere was the complete opposite. He was finally catching his breath. The fight had drained him, mentally, physically, spiritually. The exploration team had pushed him harder than the Spirit Hunter Guild ever did, and he welcomed it. If anything, it proved they were worthy of their S-class status. Among the spoils of war, 2 items stood out. One of them, a Starlight tier dagger called Shadow's Bloodthirst, was especially valuable. Not only did it give a significant stat boost, but it also came with 2 unique abilities. Su Yang's first ability, Shadow's Body, let him go invisible for a short time while boosting his speed by 50%. Then came the second ability, Compassion Mark. With it, he could mark a target and unleash a surprise strike that dealt a crushing 300% bonus damage. Among the treasure haul, one item stood out, a legendary skill scroll, 5-charge Storm Thunderblade. The name alone sounded fierce, and the skill lived up to it. It could stack power up to 5 times before releasing a torrent of blades that grew more deadly with each charge. Su Yang was stunned. First, he grabbed a diamond tier weapon. Now, he was moving straight to Starlight tier. But the real kicker? The Shadow's bloodthirst dagger came without any usage restrictions. Unlike the Call of the Storm, he could equip it immediately. His combat power surged the moment he did. As for the 5-charge Storm Thunderblade, it wasn't just flashy, it was lethal. Powerful enough to take out a 4th-tier hunter in a single strike, and with no limitations on use. It was a perfect tool for delivering swift, stylish kills. With all these new upgrades, and having hit level 40, Su Yang was amped. It was time, Second Awakening. He wasn't about to waste time sitting on all that bonus experience. But before heading to the transfer temple, one thing nagged at him. Was Chunlin, the undead necromancer he took down, really gone for good? He asked the system to verify. The answer came quickly. Chunlin was confirmed dead. Not just that, the system praised him for eliminating a major threat. Apparently, if Chun had obtained the Dragon Slayer's heart, he would have become even more dangerous. Su Yang had shut that down before it could happen. Then came a shocking bit of info. The system revealed a hidden rule. As a part-time boss, if hunters managed to kill him, he'd die permanently. No second chances. That was a game changer. Fighting high-tier hunters wasn't just dangerous, it was fatal. Even so, Su Yang figured the strength he showed in the last fight would make anyone think twice before coming after him again. Then another thought struck him. He remembered that Starlight-tier bosses like Athos were known as true spirit creatures. They had minds of their own. So, he turned back to the system with one more question. Had the Black Dragon developed its own intelligence while he wasn't controlling it? The system wasted no time in answering. No, the Black Dragon hadn't developed its own mind. Because it was a system control boss, it could only act based on preset behavior routines when Su Yang wasn't linked to it. There was no risk of it gaining independent thought. But what really grabbed Su Yang's attention was what came next. If he ever managed to defeat the part-time boss, the system would automatically assign him a tougher one, complete with enhanced abilities. That meant the challenges would keep scaling. No cap, no limits. That got his blood pumping. The system was way deeper and more dynamic than he first thought. And beating the Black Dragon? That wasn't just a dream. He had a secret weapon for that. The pendant. This wasn't just any trinket. It was a dragon-slaying artifact, already powerful, and with even more potential waiting to be unlocked. Once unsealed with the right item, it would boost his spirit points by 50% and double his strength. But what made it truly wild? It could bypass a dragon's racial traits and deal 500% extra damage to them. On top of that, once Su Yang killed a dragon solo, the pendant would gain the power to summon the blood soul of an ancient warrior, a legendary force that could fight alongside him. The only catch, he had to charge the pendant by slaying dragons. So far, it was empty, but Su Yang didn't care. He was all in. If that summoned hero was even stronger than a 5th-tier pro, having him as a minion would mean Su Yang could go head-to-head with anyone, no fear. So first step, defeat the Black Dragon. That would not only open the door to the new boss role, but also bring him one step closer to unlocking the hero soul. But before any of that, he needed to advance. Becoming a 2nd-tier hunter was key to using all this newfound power. With that in mind, Su Yang made his way to the Transformation Temple. Outside the temple, a stir was growing among the onlookers. Bai Ling, the senior priestess, was standing at the entrance, calm, elegant, and impossible to ignore. Her presence alone had the crowd buzzing. Whispers spread like wildfire. Who was she waiting for? Someone important? Clearly, priestesses of her rank didn't just stand outside for no reason. Turns out, she was waiting for Su Yang. As he walked up, Bai Ling greeted him with warmth, calling him hero. The word caught him off guard. He blinked, confused, and asked why she'd used that title and how she even knew he was coming. With a gentle smile, Bai Ling explained that the transformation statue at the temple glows with a special light whenever a VIP approaches. And in all of East Spirit City, Su Yang was the only one who qualified. As for the hero title, that was just a formality the temple used. Nothing he needed to stress over. Su Yang got the gist, but the title still made him wince inside. Hero? Way too dramatic for his taste. But he brushed it off. He had more important things to focus on, like his second awakening. Without hesitation, he accepted another 5-star transformation challenge. This one was no joke. Solo a silver-tier dungeon and defeat the boss within 3 minutes of engagement. Normally, that kind of mission called for a full squad. But for Su Yang, just another mountain to climb. Bai Ling, clearly impressed, praised his courage and, yep, called him hero again. Cue the internal eye roll. Su Yang decided not to dwell on it and steered the conversation elsewhere. He asked if she had a map of nearby silver-tier dungeons. Fortunately, Bai Ling came prepared. She handed over a detailed map showing silver, bronze, and even gold-tier dungeon locations, along with refresh timers. Su Yang couldn't help but smirk. This was a jackpot for planning future runs. As he turned to go, Bai Ling paused him with a warning. One dungeon had reportedly spiked in difficulty out of nowhere, causing a professional hunter to vanish. On top of that, The lower-level wild zones had become battlegrounds, overcrowded with players fighting tooth and nail for dungeon entries. She urged him to be extra careful. Su-yang appreciated the heads-up, but he wasn't too concerned. With his current strength, clearing 2 silver-tier dungeons should be easy. Or so he thought. What should have been a quick job turned into a headache. Every dungeon he went to was swarmed with players, queues stretching for hours. The real fight wasn't inside the dungeons. It was just getting in. After striking out at 8 different locations, he began to wonder if silver-tier dungeons were even worth the grind. Maybe this was karma, balancing out all the insane luck he'd had lately. Still, Su-yang wasn't one to quit. Eventually, he found his way to the Cave of Suffering, tucked away in a remote canyon. Unfortunately, it was just as jam-packed as the others. He was about to walk away when he spotted 2 familiar figures in the crowd, Gu Xiaoqian and Wang Fei. They were arguing over who had claim to the dungeon. Su-yang almost turned back on sight. Just seeing Wang Fei was enough to ruin his mood. But then he remembered Gu Xiaoqian was with the Yuyun Guild, a sister guild of Phantom Cloud. No way he was letting a guy like Wang Fei push them around, especially someone he was loosely connected to. Besides, this might be the opening he needed to get into the dungeon himself. Things were heating up on Gu Xiaoqian's end. Wang Fei and his crew had started throwing off some seriously creepy vibes, typical low-life behavior, and it was putting her on edge. Fortunately, she wasn't flying solo. Right beside her stood Helan, a level 61 hybrid-class ranger swordsman. 3rd-tier awakener, tough as nails. The moment Wang Fei noticed Helan, whatever fake bravado he had vanished. He shrank behind one of his teammates, a hulking 3rd-tier hunter built like a tank. The guy looked like he'd been bench-pressing buses since birth. But he wasn't just muscle. He had real martial arts chops, and he wasn't afraid to throw down. He stepped up, throwing down a warning. If Helan's group tried to force their way into the dungeon, it would mean a fight. No hesitation, no bluff. And he wasn't done. He made it clear they'd jump the entire squad, newbies included. No mercy. Helan froze. She wanted to act, to push back, but she knew the odds weren't in their favor. Her group was mostly fresh blood, no match for seasoned hunters. Backing off meant giving these guys free rein, but going forward, that was risky. Still, she prepared to strike first, hoping an early advantage might turn the tide. But the big guy wasn't just watching. He was reading her like a book. He saw right through her intentions. Then, before anything could explode, Su-yang strolled in, calm, collected, and casually claimed the dungeon for himself. The sudden move stunned everyone. To the outsiders, Su-yang looked like a random face, definitely not someone who should be jumping into this kind of mess. Gu Xiaoqian was caught off guard too. The last time she saw him was at the teleport station. She was relieved to see he was okay, but also anxious. Why step into a fight with 2 ticking time bombs? Wang Fei recognized Su-yang right away, and his face twisted with annoyance. He stormed up, demanding to know why Su-yang always managed to pop up and get in his way. Su-yang didn't flinch. He shot back with a smirk, saying Wang Fei was like a buzzing mosquito, loud, annoying, and impossible to get rid of. The jab landed hard, and Wang Fei's temper flared. But with his muscle nearby, he held back, thinking he had the upper hand. Grinning, Wang Fei mocked Su-yang, suggesting he get on his knees and beg if he wanted to leave without a beating. But Su-yang? He didn't even acknowledge the threat. He walked straight past them, completely unbothered, and greeted Gu Xiaoqian like nothing had happened. Helan, still trying to make sense of what just happened, turned to Gu Xiaoqian. Who was that guy? Gu Xiaoqian kept it simple. An old classmate. That only confused Helan more. If he was just someone from school, why was he out here taunting 3rd-tier hunters like he owned the place? She figured Su-yang was clueless about the dungeon's difficulty and tried to give him a heads up. But Su-yang wasn't fazed in the slightest. He looked Helan straight in the eye and told her he knew exactly what he was doing. This dungeon? It was part of his second transfer mission. That threw her for a loop. Second transfer? That meant level 40. How had he gotten that far so fast? Before she could process it, Wang Fei stepped up again, fed up with being ignored. He flared some of his aura, trying to intimidate and challenge Su-yang to reveal his level. According to him, if Su-yang didn't show his status, he had no right to act tough and should just kneel and beg. Bad move. Su-yang had been waiting for an excuse. And now that Wang Fei was over level 10, there was no penalty. No need to hold back this time. Su-yang cracked a grin, flicked his finger, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Fei dropped like a rock. A perfect donut hole burned right through him. He didn't even get to react. One moment he was talking, the next gone. Su-yang strolled over and casually picked up the loot, like swatting a fly off his shoulder. That's when the big guy lost it. He barreled forward, ready to avenge Wang Fei, fists flying. But Su-yang? He was in full Ultra Instinct mode. Every swing missed by a mile. He danced around the attacks like they were nothing. The big guy was raging. He'd made a promise to protect Wang Fei, and now that promise was in pieces. Driven by fury, he went all in, determined to crush Su Yang on the spot. Su Yang didn't even flinch. In fact, he looked bored, and even threw Helan a casual invite to join in. Might as well get both of them out of the way at once. That set Helan off. Transformation or not, she wasn't about to stand there while someone treated her like background noise. Friend of Gu Xiao Qian or not, she had her pride. She and the big guy charged together. No warm-up, no warning. The big guy threw the first punch. Su Yang slipped right past it. Another blow followed, then another. None landed. The guy was starting to doubt his own speed. Frustrated, he roared and switched to his finisher, Thunder Tiger Fist. A crushing hook, aimed dead at Su Yang's head. This time, he was sure this one would land. Su Yang took the brunt of the Thunder Tiger Fist head-on and didn't even budge. It was like getting hit by a breeze. Then, with one clean swing, he launched the big guy through the air like a baseball headed for the bleachers. That opening gave Helan her chance. She came in fast from behind, sword flashing, but Su Yang was already prepared. A shimmering crystal barrier flared to life, stopping her strike cold. It was powered by a one-time use scroll, strong enough to absorb a whopping 880,000 damage. Her blade barely scratched it. The realization hit hard. Helan backed up, scanning Su Yang's weapon. It wasn't just impressive, it was next level. Definitely beyond anything gold tier. That, plus how he instantly erased Wang Fei earlier, told her everything she needed to know. She hadn't even seen the attack happen. It was that fast. If she kept pressing him, she might end up just like Wang Fei. Before she could make her choice, the big guy groaned back to life, shouting about how he wouldn't rest until Su Yang was 6 feet under. But Su Yang was already over it. Without a word, he flicked his sword, unleashing its full force, and just like that, the big guy went down again. This time for good. Su Yang turned calmly to Helan. Still want to go another round? She paused, then quietly sheathed her sword. No more fights today. She knew when she was outmatched. Su Yang nodded in approval. Given their guild connection, he appreciated her backing down. Helan was a little taken aback by his straightforward tone, but before she could respond, he made a request. Pass along an apology to her guild leader. He had a dungeon to clear. Without waiting for a reply, Su Yang stepped into the Cave of Suffering. Contrary to the name, the inside of the dungeon was breathtaking. Giant crystals lit up the cavern, casting a soft glow across the walls. Shadows barely existed in the gleaming space. Aside from the chaos of the Black Dragon Fortress, this was Su Yang's first time entering a true wild dungeon. And honestly, it felt like a breath of fresh air. This dungeon was home to goblins, a species Su Yang hadn't fought before. He didn't have to wait long for an introduction. From the edge of the light, a goblin archer took a shot at him, aiming for his head. Su Yang didn't even flinch. The arrow bounced harmlessly off him, and he let out a sigh. That was it. But the goblins weren't just reckless, they were sneaky. Hoping to trick him, they staged a surprise ambush, creeping in from the sides. Too bad for them. Su Yang's reflexes were razor sharp. He launched one goblin straight into the air and knocked it into another, taking both out in one smooth move. After clearing out the goblin ambush, Su Yang quickly realized this dungeon wasn't as simple as it first seemed. Letting his guard down now would be a mistake. As he moved deeper into the cave, he reflected on his earlier fight with the big guy. He'd relied too much on raw power, crushing opponents with stats instead of skill. That approach worked for weaker enemies, sure, but against stronger foes? It wouldn't hold up. If he wanted to reach the top, he needed more than muscle. He needed technique, strategy, and total control of his weapon. This dungeon was the perfect training ground to fix that. Pressing forward, the glowing crystals gave way to thick shadows. Ideal terrain for another ambush. Exactly what Su Yang wanted. When goblins lunged from the darkness, he morphed his mana blade into a shield, blocking their strikes with ease. Then he shifted it into a massive hammer and crushed them on the spot. More goblins tried a mid-air ambush, but Su Yang dodged with flair, flipping his weapon into crossbow mode and picking them off one by one. But defense wasn't his thing. He was ready to finish it. He rounded up the rest of the goblins, drawing them into a tight corridor. Then, with a sweep of his hand, his mana blade transformed into a towering 40-meter greatsword. One swing, and the entire mob was wiped out in a single strike. His weapon was a masterpiece, constantly evolving to match his combat flow. The more he used it, the more excited he got for what other powers his 5-star transfer task might unlock. Before long, Su Yang arrived at the boss chamber. As if triggered by his presence, the boss appeared, a massive tiger. Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. Like most dungeon bosses, it had the ability to speak, but its lines felt awkward and pre-programmed, like reading from a script. No personality, no will. Just another system puppet. He knew right then, this fight was already decided. The tiger lunged, all muscle and momentum. Su Yang met it midair with a clean slash from his demon blade. The tiger never stood a chance. It hit the ground already dead, With the silver tier dungeon cleared and the boss defeated well within the 3-minute window, Su Yang only had one more to go. No reason to slow down. He stepped out of the cave of suffering and instantly felt eyes on him. Other hunters nearby were watching, but none dared get too close. Curious, Su Yang asked what was going on. They offered polite, cautious replies. Just being careful, they said. Nothing personal, but the tension in their faces said it all. Word had clearly spread. Su Yang had just blitzed through one of the toughest silver tier dungeons in 5 minutes flat. No one knew who he really was, but everyone could tell. He wasn't someone to mess with. Gu Xiaoqian could hardly wrap her head around it. Not long ago, they were just classmates. Now, it was like they belonged to two entirely different worlds. Su Yang didn't dwell on the past. Without hesitation, he dove into another silver tier dungeon. Once again, he wiped out the dungeon boss with laughable ease, turning what should have been a tough opponent into a complete pushover. With that, his 5-star transfer tasks were finished. Impressed by his flawless performance, the system unlocked a hidden mission. Phase 1, the Lost Rusty Key. This hidden quest came with a special map leading to a location guarded by a high-level beast. The rewards? A permanent 5% boost to all his attributes and a legendary skill book. Clearly, this wasn't just a bonus. It was tied to his class evolution. A chain of hidden quests was likely waiting for him as he progressed through each transfer stage. There was no way Su Yang would pass this up. The stat boost alone was worth it, not to mention the legendary skill book. And with a title like Phase 1, it was obvious this was only the beginning. The true value of these 5-star missions was far greater than he'd realized. Decision made, Su Yang accepted the quest. The target area was in the high-level wilderness outside Tianling City, where monsters averaged level 40 and up. The beast guarding the objective? Likely level 50 or higher. Even for him, this was no walk in the park. But Su Yang wasn't just any player. He had a Starlight tier weapon in his inventory. The only problem was, it hadn't been unlocked yet. Unlocking weapons of Diamond tier or higher wasn't easy. It required rare, boundless gems and the aid of a Grandmaster blacksmith to slot them properly. The catch? Tianling City didn't have any Grandmasters. That's when he remembered. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had just opened a new branch in Tianling. Known for selling dungeon guides and offering all sorts of intel, the pavilion was a goldmine of information. Plus, it was part of the X-Alliance. Su Yang was curious to see how they'd react when he flashed his black gold card. When he got to Tianling City, the place was overflowing with players scrambling to buy dungeon strategies. The scene was chaotic, crowds everywhere, people yelling and jostling for a spot. Su Yang felt a bit awkward. He'd just made a killing selling items and was now solidly in the wealthy player bracket. Being here, surrounded by desperate faces, felt oddly out of place. Still, he pushed those thoughts aside and walked into the building. That's when he spotted two familiar figures, Zhou Tai and Lu Xi. He hadn't expected to see them here, but their conversation quickly caught his attention. Lu Xi was fuming, complaining about losing his Starlight tier weapon and demanding some form of payback. Zhou Tai wasn't having any of it. He shut it down fast, reminding Lu Xi that they were partly to blame for what happened to Chenlong. In fact, Zhou Tai said they were lucky the main office hadn't come down harder on them. But Lu Xi wasn't done throwing his tantrum. In a burst of rage, he grabbed the nearest piece of furniture and flung it across the room. Unfortunately, it sailed straight towards Su Yang. Big mistake. Su Yang didn't flinch. He wasn't the type to let something like that slide. Never mind that Lu Xi was higher level. Su Yang walked straight up and called him out on his childish outburst. Lu Xi, already on edge, snapped. Instead of swinging, he stomped over and grabbed Su Yang by the collar, trying to throw his weight around. Su Yang just laughed in his face. He wasn't the least bit threatened. Lu Xi might have been stronger on paper, but he was skating on thin ice with the higher-ups. One wrong move, and he'd be the one facing punishment. Su Yang saw it all too clearly. Lu couldn't touch him. Not here, not now. The tension was rising fast, but before things exploded, Zhou Tai stepped in. He tried to de-escalate, telling Lu Xi to calm down and asking Su Yang to back off. Said they were dealing with internal matters. But Su Yang wasn't some passerby to be dismissed. He made it clear he was here on business, an honored guest of the pavilion. He was here to gather intel. That declaration didn't go over well. To them, Su Yang looked like just another rookie trying to act important. Lu Xi even came off as the more reasonable one in comparison. The idea that Su Yang was a VIP? Laughable. They were getting ready to set him straight. Then Su Yang pulled out his black gold card. Everything changed in that moment. Well, it should have. But not for Lu Xi. True to form, he completely missed the point. Didn't even recognize what the card meant. With a sneer, he knocked it out of Su Yang's hand, completely unaware of the trouble he was walking into. Su Yang was more annoyed than angry. Trying to reason with someone like Lu Xi was a lost cause. Luckily, before things spiraled, help arrived. Jiayu, the Grand Steward of Tianling City, Level 120 entered the room. Zhou Tai and Lu Ci immediately straightened up, eager to greet him. They'd been waiting for his arrival. But Jiayu wasn't here to exchange pleasantries. One look at the mess, and his fury ignited. Without a word, he walked up and slapped Lu Ci across the face hard. The room went silent. Lu Ci stood there, stunned. He couldn't believe it. His own brother-in-law had hit him, and in public. He had no idea what he'd done to deserve it. But Jiayu had no time to explain. He wasn't about to waste breath on an idiot. Instead of wasting time on Lu Ci, Jiayu turned to Su Yang and offered a genuine apology for the behavior of his subordinates. Su Yang, more than satisfied with how things had played out, decided not to press the issue any further. Jiayu wasn't just being polite. He was impressed. Carrying a black gold card from the X-Alliance at Su Yang's age, that could only mean one thing. He'd successfully cleared a 5-star transformation and earned elite status. When Su Yang confirmed it, Jiayu's respect for him skyrocketed. Without hesitation, he turned to Zhou Tai and ordered him to treat Su Yang with the highest level of courtesy moving forward. Zhou Tai nodded, now fully aware of who he was dealing with, while Lu Ci was still frozen in disbelief, trying to piece everything together. Then Jiayu yanked Lu Ci aside, saying they needed to have a little talk and discuss plans for their next dungeon run. That bit of information caught Su Yang's attention. Clearly, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion was gearing up for something major. It was all the motivation he needed to stay ahead of the curve. Once Jiayu and Lu Ci exited, Zhou Tai returned, his tone completely changed, humble and respectful. He asked how he could be of service. Su Yang laid it out simply. He needed the location of the master blacksmith in Tianling City, and he was on the hunt for boundless gems. The treasure pavilion had already sold out, and he wasn't taking any chances. Zhou Tai quickly responded. They had information on the blacksmith ready to go. As for the boundless gems, they had some in stock, but the prices were steep. Even with VIP status, Zhou Tai doubted Su Yang could afford them. Su Yang simply smirked and flicked his finger, as if to say, money's not a problem. That gesture was all Zhou Tai needed to see. Realizing Su Yang wasn't just some lucky upstart, he personally went to retrieve the gems, asking Su Yang to wait a moment. Su Yang smiled to himself. The fact that even the Grand Steward of the city showed him such deference only deepened his curiosity about the true reach of the Transfer Temple. Clearly, it held more influence than he'd imagined. It wasn't long before Zhou Tai returned, bringing everything Su Yang had requested. Su Yang accepted the items with a quick thank you, then turned and made his way to the Old Wolf Forge, the place where the master blacksmith was said to reside. Tucked away from the city's main roads, the forge wasn't flashy or crowded, and that, in Su Yang's eyes, only confirmed its authenticity. Su Yang's worries were catching up to him quicker than he'd hoped. Word was spreading fast. Another exploration team was gearing up to dive back into the Black Dragon Sanctuary. He had figured the fear from his resurrection blocking skill would buy him more time. But clearly, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion had more nerve than he'd given them credit for. Even so, Su Yang wasn't rattled. He'd assumed Chun Luan's fate would stall their progress, giving him a window to get stronger. Still, better to deal with the Black Dragons before things got messy. With that in mind, he headed straight for the Old Wolf Forge. What he didn't expect was to run into other hunters already there, Mu Rong Shui, who he'd met before, and a newcomer named Yu. Spotting his fellow guildmates, Su Yang greeted them casually, just like any teammate would. They recognized him right away, but things took a weird turn, and Yu was all over him the second she laid eyes on him, firing off questions like, "Do you have a girlfriend?" and "What about an older sister?" She wasn't even trying to hide it. Su Yang, usually unfazed, was completely thrown off. Luckily, Mu Rong Shui stepped in and steered the conversation back on track before things got even weirder. She looked Su Yang up and down, clearly skeptical, and asked what he was doing at a master-level forge. From her point of view, someone at his apparent level had no business being there. She even suggested he check out the blacksmiths on Commercial Street instead. Su Yang let out a sigh. This was the second time today someone had underestimated him. He didn't bother explaining. It wasn't worth it. Instead, he pulled out his Starlight Tier weapon and a boundless gem. The room went quiet. Mu Rong Shui and Yu were stunned. Even the master blacksmith froze mid-motion, eyes locked on the weapon in Su Yang's hand. It had been a long time since he'd seen gear of that quality. Without another word, Su Yang handed it over. The blacksmith's face lit up with excitement. Fueled by pure adrenaline, his shirt tore off like it couldn't contain his energy, and with a booming voice, he promised to give it everything he had. His entire life's craftsmanship would go into perfecting this weapon. And then, the forge lit up with life. Each hammer strike sent sparks flying like fireworks, dancing across the room like shooting stars. It was the kind of scene people only dreamed of witnessing. Enhancing a Starlight Tier weapon wasn't just rare, it was legendary. For Mu Rong Shui and Yu, it was a moment they'd never forget. But what really left Mu Rongxue speechless was how composed Su Yang remained. While everyone else watched in awe, he stood still, cool, quiet, and completely unshaken. Like this was nothing new to him. And just like that, the mystery surrounding Su Yang only grew deeper. Mu Rongxue's eyes lingered on Su Yang a little too long, and then you definitely noticed. Flashing a sly grin, she wasted no time teasing her. "What's this? You starting to fall for him?" She joked, clearly enjoying Mu Rongxue's flustered reaction. Mu Rongxue quickly tried to deny it, stumbling over her words, but the damage was done. Su Yang, on the other hand, was sweating for a whole different reason. It wasn't the forge's heat, it was the pressure. Surrounded by a guild full of women, he was starting to question his life choices. Sure, it sounded great in theory. In reality, it was like walking through a minefield of attention. Their stares weren't flattering. They felt dangerous. If this kept up, Su Yang was convinced he wouldn't die in battle, but for being smothered by their curiosity. Thankfully, the blacksmith soon finished his work. And what a result! It was incredible. Su Yang was genuinely blown away. The weapon enhancement was flawless. On the first try, no less. Compared to his own past attempts, which had ended in failure and wasted resources, it felt like a miracle. Su Yang asked how much he owed, fully expecting a massive fee. The blacksmith wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled. Under normal circumstances, this job would have cost $1 billion. But today, after getting to work on such a legendary piece, he felt rejuvenated, inspired even. So, he decided to waive the fee entirely. It was a generous offer. Unheard of, really. But Su Yang wasn't the type to take that for granted. He knew how rare true craftsmanship was, and he believed it should be respected. Without argument, he handed over $1 billion anyway. Not as a payment, but as a thank you, a gesture of appreciation. The old blacksmith didn't protest. In fact, his face lit up with pride. He was clearly touched by Su Yang's thoughtfulness and sincerity. It had been a long time since someone treated his work with such genuine respect. And Yu, meanwhile, was practically sparkling with excitement. Watching Su Yang toss around billions like spare change, and smile while doing it, was straight out of her dream romance novel. She was already halfway sold. Even Mu Rongxue was stunned. The more she saw, the more convinced she became that Su Yang had to be some heir from a super-rich family. But Su Yang? He had no intention of sticking around for the aftermath. The moment things wrapped up, he slipped out of the forge without a word, doing everything he could to escape the wave of attention heading his way. Not long after, Su Yang reached the edge of Tianling City, where the looming Wild Spirit mountain range began. The landscape here was harsh and unforgiving, cloaked in silence that warned any unprepared adventurer to turn back. This was a zone meant strictly for second-tier awakeners and above. But Su Yang? He wasn't even remotely concerned. He had come prepared. From his inventory, he pulled out a stash of rare, high-grade potions, each one designed to permanently raise his stats. He consumed the maximum allowed for each category, instantly boosting his speed and spirit to new heights. Then, he carefully reassigned his remaining attribute points, optimizing his build. With that, the time had come. Su Yang drew the Shadow Bloodthirst Dagger, a legendary weapon now finally within his grasp. The moment it touched his hand, it was like a surge of energy burst through him. His combat power shot up, making him comparable to a fourth-tier awakener. Fueled by this newfound strength, he plunged into the dense forest without hesitation. As expected, the monsters here were relentless. The moment Su Yang stepped into their domain, they came rushing in, claws bared and teeth flashing. But this was exactly where he thrived. With a flick of his fingers, Su Yang activated Shadow Form. His body blurred, speed amped beyond recognition. The monster's attacks hit nothing but air. In one clean motion, he lashed out with his Starlight Tear Blade. Instant kills with every strike. But Su Yang had no interest in grinding through mobs the slow way. He switched gears. Spreading out a stack of powerful scrolls, he unleashed a massive area of effect barrage. The resulting blast wiped out entire clusters of enemies in seconds. The weaker ones never stood a chance. If someone like the legendary Megan had been watching, even they would have been impressed by the sheer efficiency. With the area cleared, Su Yang turned toward the real prize, the cave where the mission's boss beast was said to dwell. Based on the quest details, this creature had to be at least level 50. Strong, yes, but Su Yang was itching to see how many hits it would actually take. The cave trek turned out to be surprisingly smooth. Not a single monster crossed his path. Most likely, they sensed what was coming and retreated deeper or went into hiding. Su Yang didn't mind. It just made getting to the boss that much faster. Then, he reached the heart of the cave. The scene was chilling. The lair looked like a death trap. Razor-sharp spikes jutting from the ground, unstable footing, and hidden pitfalls all around. At the center stood a jagged rock platform, slick with blood. Resting atop, it was the beast. What drew Su Yang's attention though, wasn't just the brutal terrain or the blood-soaked rock. It was the status display above the creature. Only its name and level were visible. No stats, no abilities, nothing else. That alone screamed danger. Su Yang made a mental note. He needed a higher-tier clairvoyant skill book fast. The next time he faced something like this, he didn't want to go in blind. But for now, he'd have to rely on instinct and razor-sharp focus. Moving in under the cover of shadow form, Su Yang crept closer to the boss without making a sound. Once in striking range, he activated Wraith Mark, instantly boosting his damage output by 300%. Without wasting a second, he drove his blade into the beast, carving off a massive chunk of its HP in a single blow. But it wasn't enough to finish the job. The boss roared to life, enraged and fully awakened. In a blink, it launched a barrage of thorns in all directions, aiming to skewer Su Yang where he stood. Too slow. Su Yang weaved through the attack like it was nothing, effortlessly dodging every incoming strike. Then he countered. With his demon blade flashing in every direction, he unleashed a storm of slashes, hammering the beast from all sides and chipping away at its health bar. The monster howled in fury, preparing to retaliate, but Su Yang wasn't about to give it the chance. He charged straight for the core, blade raised. In one final motion, he brought it crashing down with immense force, the sound of the impact echoing through the cave. The boss staggered, let out one last cry, and collapsed in defeat. Su Yang stood over the body, a little surprised. He'd expected more resistance, but the quick kill only confirmed just how far he'd come. Among the loot was the item tied to his mission, the lost key. But there was something else that caught his eye, a rotten chunk of flesh. The description was vague, only hinting at the raw, corrupted power it once held. Even now, it still had enough energy to mutate a beast into a boss-level threat. Intrigued but cautious, Su Yang decided to stash it for later. There'd be time to figure out. Right now, he had bigger priorities. It was time to complete his class advancement. Moments later, Su Yang stood at the threshold of a massive leap forward. This wasn't just another upgrade. This was a full-blown transformation. His recent achievements, capped off by the successful 5-star mission, pushed his base attributes up by a whopping 25%. But the rewards didn't stop there. As part of his evolution, Su Yang unlocked a rare skill exclusive to Magic Warriors, Dual Spirit Enhancement. It was a game-changer, boosting his spirit by 10% of his strength, and his strength by 10% of his spirit. The synergy was wild, amplifying his power beyond anything he'd had before. And because he'd also cleared the hidden mission tied to his transfer, he earned even more. Another 5% increase to all attributes. A new, elite class, Magic Warrior. And best of all, a legendary skill book, his ticket to even greater dominance. With his level cap finally lifted, Su Yang wasted no time. All the stored experience points he'd been holding back surged through him, shooting his level straight up to 58. The rush of power was immediate. He paused only for a moment before distributing his fresh attribute points, splitting them evenly between strength and spirit. The balanced build pushed his base stats to insane levels, well beyond the range of a typical third-tier awakener. With that, plus his top-tier gear, Su Yang was now a serious threat, ready to take on anything in his path. Even a Spear Hunter guild didn't seem so untouchable anymore. The thought of going toe-to-toe with a fourth-tier awakener while still technically in the second tier, it fired him up. Just imagining the look on their faces if he won was enough to make him grin. And now, with Dual Destruction Blade added to his arsenal, a skill that let him fuse his Demon Blade with whatever weapon he had equipped, the possibilities were wild. With that fusion active, even a Platinum-tier dungeon boss wouldn't stand a chance. It wasn't just a good skill, it was a weapon of pure devastation. As his awakening wrapped up, Bai Ling appeared to offer her congratulations. Along with his class upgrade came a boost in VIP perks. His monthly allowance jumped from 10 million to a jaw-dropping 50 million, and the discount on his black gold card went from 20% to 30%. But Su Yang barely reacted. Where these rewards once would have stunned him, now they just felt expected. He gave a nod, calm and unfazed, already thinking ahead. Before he took off, Bai Ling asked what he planned to do next. Su Yang shrugged, admitting he needed a short break, just 2 days. Even someone like him needed to recharge. But a break didn't mean slacking off. No, Su Yang had plans. He was heading to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. There were still a few critical items he needed to grab before his next mission. Because his next goal wasn't just big. He was going after the Black Dragon. During a high-level strategy session, Grand Steward Jiayu entrusted Zhou Tai with leading a team into a hidden realm. Confident in their strength, Jiayu casually asked if 30 members would be enough to clear the expedition. Zhou Tai agreed without hesitation, certain the number would suffice. But Jiayu reminded him of one critical detail. The realm had a unique restriction. no one could be resurrected once they fell. To ease the concern, Jiayu revealed that the headquarters had already taken precautions. He handed over a life jade ring, a rare artifact designed to ensure the team's safety. Zhou was clearly impressed. Such a priceless item, he muttered, expressing sincere gratitude for the gesture. Jiayu, as laid back as ever, brushed it off and told Zhou to handle the mission. With a smirk, he added that if he weren't so swamped, he'd be the one out there slaying the dragon. Just as the meeting was wrapping up, the room's doors burst open. A noblewoman strode in, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. She declared that the exploration squad had no authorization to deal with the Black Dragon. Everyone in the room stiffened the moment they recognized her. Luo Linger, the young mistress of the Tianji Pavilion. The atmosphere instantly shifted. One of Jiayu's aides rushed to inform him, and he quickly greeted her with urgency and respect, clearly unprepared for her sudden entrance. Luo Linger, unbothered by the fuss, made it clear she hadn't announced her arrival and demanded her presence remain secret. Taking full control of the situation, she announced a new directive. From this point forward, no one was to enter the Black Dragon Fortress without her approval. She intended to personally subdue the beast. Jiayu, treading carefully, asked if these instructions came from the pavilion master himself. Luo Linger's reply was firm and absolute. Her presence alone left no room for argument. Her authority rolled through the chamber like a wave, forcing Jiayu into quiet compliance. With the room under her command, Luo Linger ordered the immediate collection of all intel on the Black Dragon and requested a place to rest. Her instructions were followed without delay. Once she exited, Jiayu exhaled slowly, not realizing he'd been holding his breath. Still stunned, he muttered about the surprise visit. His brother gave him a look and reminded him. Luo Linger wasn't just anyone. She was the daughter of the Pavilion Master and the youngest prodigy ever recognized by the Global Beastmaster Association. Jiayu nodded, fully aware of just how gifted Luo Linger was. The Global Beastmaster Association stood shoulder to shoulder with the Mighty X Alliance, its sole purpose to capture and tame the rarest beasts across the land. From dungeon overlords to elite wild monsters, nothing was out of their reach. And within this legendary group, Luo Linger was already making waves. It wasn't hard for Jiayu to piece it together. This had to be a covert mission. Luo Linger was aiming to subdue the Black Dragon before any other top-tier beastmasters got wind of it. If she pulled it off, not only would her name echo across the continent, but the Tianji Pavilion's influence would soar like never before. Without wasting time, Jiayu issued strict orders to his men. Once inside the dungeon, they were to follow Luo Linger's commands without question, especially during the final phase of the battle. Under no circumstances were they to land the final blow. The goal wasn't victory. It was to help her secure the dragon. As his team moved swiftly to execute his commands, a messenger arrived with a fresh update. Apparently, someone had already bought a detailed strategy guide for the dungeon the day before. And the buyer? Su Yang. The moment the name was spoken, Lu Ci's expression darkened. The more he heard about Su Yang, the more he suspected the kid wasn't just lucky. He was interfering on purpose. Whether it was chance or design, Su Yang kept showing up at the worst possible time. Jiayu remained calm. Probably just a coincidence, he said. After all, how could Su Yang know Luo Linger would be involved? Still, his sudden interest in dragons left everyone slightly on edge. Zhou Tai considered retrieving the guide from Su Yang, but Jiayu immediately shut that idea down. Su Yang was a VIP of the temple. They couldn't afford to cross him. Besides, there were likely other versions of the strategy out there. The others agreed, and Jiayu sent his men to find an alternative copy. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the city, Su Yang sat comfortably in his quarters, flipping through the pricey guide he had picked up for 5.1 million gold coins. The cost was ridiculous, but considering it came from the Tianji Pavilion, he had expected nothing less than top-tier intel. He skimmed the sections on red dragons, white dragons, then reached the Black Dragon chapter. Something felt off. As he muttered the details aloud, he frowned. The guide made no mention of a crucial ability, the Black Dragon boss's 80% double damage reduction. For a pavilion with such a spotless reputation, missing something that important made no sense. Su Yang furrowed his brow, flipping back to the part that triggered his doubt. His mind wandered to that strange encounter in the desolate Spirit Mountain range, the beast that devoured the decaying flesh. Could it be that unique bosses evolved in unpredictable ways, hiding abilities even seasoned exploration teams couldn't detect? It certainly matched what he had seen firsthand. As he read further, something else stood out. According to the guide, only 3 black dragons had ever been spotted across all of Longxia. 2 had already been slain, leaving only 1 still alive, the very one Su Yang was targeting. But there was a glaring inconsistency. One of the defeated black dragons had originally been classified as late stage in its growth cycle. Yet after it was killed, post-battle analysis downgraded it to early growth stage. That reclassification came after discovering it had consumed some sort of unknown rotting flesh, which explained the temporary surge in its strength. Then he found something that made him sit up. A bolded note from the Tianji Pavilion declared their intent to buy any such rotting meat fragments for a high price. The realization struck Su Yang like lightning. He might already possess that exact item. If that mysterious meat truly was the same kind, it could boost the Black Dragon boss to terrifying new levels. His heart pounded. This wasn't just a rare item. This was game-changing. Su Yang quickly ran the numbers in his head. With a power-up like that, the Black Dragon would likely ascend to Radiant Moon Tier, a level where it would crush any 5th-tier squad thrown at it. No matter how many teams the pavilion sent, none would be able to bring it down. He couldn't help but grin. If he let the dragon consume the meat, then cleaned up the rewards after the chaos, his level would rocket straight to the 4th rank. But he knew this tactic wouldn't last forever. The Tianji Pavilion wasn't blind. They'd catch on eventually, and when they did, the curtain would fall. Still, the idea of killing the dragon felt bittersweet. It had played such a huge role in his climb. As he debated, a system alert popped up on his screen. System notification. If a boss previously tamed by the host is slain, it will automatically become a 100% loyal subordinate. Su Yang's jaw nearly dropped. Wait, he could tame it? The system confirmed it. No strings attached. A black dragon, his. As a pet. The thought sent a rush through him. A dragon wasn't just strong, it was legendary. Even the elite SSS tier guild, the Global Beastmaster Association, had only a handful of members who had ever tamed one. And now, Su Yang might just join those ranks. Su Yang pictured it clearly. Unleashing a dragon pet in the middle of a guild war, the battlefield erupting into chaos with a single roar. The destruction, the awe, the fear on his enemies' faces. It was enough to make him smirk. But the daydream faded fast. Even with a legendary weapon and powerful new skills, his current stats just weren't cutting it. Taking down the Black Dragon alone? That would take forever. And if someone interrupted him mid-fight, it'd all fall apart. He took a step back and reassessed his approach. Relying on side bosses had its limits. Without competition, the pace slowed. And since his level was still relatively low, defeating side bosses came with diminishing returns in terms of experience. Worse yet, if another wave of exploration teams arrived, especially if things got messy with overflows, he could find himself in serious trouble. One thing was clear, he needed to level up. Fast. He weighed his options. Grinding solo in high-level wild zones? Risky and time-consuming. Tackling a challenging dungeon? Now, that had potential. Just as he was mapping out his plan, a new notification popped up from his guild. They were organizing a raid in the Giant Forest Dungeon, Diamond Tier, and exactly the challenge he needed. Without hesitation, Su Yang confirmed his participation. The guild chat instantly lit up. Anu and Su Yan were especially enthusiastic. Su Yan even joked that she'd personally protect Su Yang during the run. Her teasing sparked a wave of playful comments from the others, poking fun at her sudden burst of generosity. Clearly, they thought she had other motives. Su Yang stayed cool, not letting the banter distract him. Lin Yuyan, however, sent him a private message. She voiced her concern, reminding him how dangerous the giant forest was. It wasn't a place to underestimate, but Su Yang was confident. He replied that he'd be heading in ahead of the group and told them to catch up when they were ready. Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the job transfer temple. There, Lei Shan, leader of the Spear Hunter Guild, stood in silence, deep in thought. His face was hard, his mind heavy with pressure. After clawing his way back to level 99, he had finally triggered a level 5 job advancement quest. The problem? The materials needed were buried inside the giant forest dungeon. His team looked stunned when he shared the news. Someone finally said what they were all thinking. The giant forest difficulty was on par with the Black Dragon Fortress. With their current levels, this was beyond dangerous. The scene swept over the team members, each one processing the gravity of their situation. Li Dan, a level 88 Holy Light Shield Warrior, Qian Yuan, the level 89 Healing Paladin, and Zhao Ming, a level 90 Storm Multi-Shot Archer, all wore the same grim expression. The odds were stacked against them, and they knew it. With a heavy sigh, Lei Shan acknowledged the harsh truth. Yoyin's team was gearing up for the giant forest raid, and realistically, there was no way they could compete for this year's trial dungeon ticket. His team exchanged glances, their frustration and disappointment silently shared. The gulf between them and Yoyin's rising power was becoming painfully clear. But just when it seemed like all hope was lost, something shifted in Lei Shan's eyes. A flicker of something darker, determination laced with desperation. He stood straighter, voice low and resolute. If we can't rise, then we'll make sure they don't either. His tone carried a finality that froze the room. Zhao Ming hesitated, his voice uneasy. Boss, what do you mean by that? Lei Shan's smile twisted into something cold. If they couldn't win by the rules, then they'd break them. If they want to take the ticket, let them earn it through blood, he said. We'll crush their hope. Make them feel what it's like to lose everything. The message was clear. Lei Shan had no intention of walking away quietly. He was ready to sabotage Yoyun's team, no matter the cost. The scene cut sharply to the giant forest dungeon. A warning echoed in the air. Recommended level, 90+. Towering ancient trees stretched skyward, their massive trunks casting deep shadows across the canyon floor. The forest canopy was so thick, barely a sliver of light filtered through. The environment pulsed with danger, the deep growls and beastly roars making one thing certain. This was enemy territory. Above the canyon, a glowing digital timer floated in the sky. Countdown to opening, 35 minutes. Su Yang scanned the growing crowd, analyzing the players arriving. A decent turnout, he murmured. It makes sense. The giant forest is diamond tier, same level as the Black Dragon Fortress. Yuyun Guild probably chose this exact timing to match the difficulty curve. This dungeon was no ordinary challenge. It was part of the yearly trial dungeon event hosted by the Transfer Temple in Tianling City, an exclusive competition that only opened once a year. Participation was limited to A-grade or higher guilds with at least one fifth-term professional, and each city had only one ticket to give. The prize pool? Insane. Top 3 guilds would walk away with powerful A-star tier gear, 3 diamond tier weapons, and a bonus guild-wide buff. It was the kind of event that could tip the balance of power for an entire year. Everyone gathered knew what was at stake. And Su Yang? He was more than ready. Su Yang stood silently, taking in the buzz of anticipation around the giant forest dungeon. He understood exactly how high the stakes were. This trial dungeon is a game-changer for any guild, he thought. With only 2 A-grade guilds in Tianling City, Yin and Spirit Hunt. Both are desperate to claim that single ticket. They're racing to reach 5th-turn qualifications, and whoever gets there first wins more than just prestige. He glanced around, evaluating the competition. Spirit Hunt used to have the upper hand, he mused. But after that disaster in the Black Dragon Fortress, they took a huge hit. Lost gear, lost levels, lost momentum. Now it's Yuyun's time to shine. Most of the surrounding players wore badges from B-grade guilds. Su Yang knew they weren't real contenders. They're here to watch, maybe try their luck, but they're no threat to either of the top dogs. Then his eyes narrowed. Spirit Hunt Guild was here in force, and their presence was far from passive. Their guild leader stood front and center, radiating dominance as he barked a clear command to the crowd. All lower-level professionals were to clear out immediately. This dungeon, he declared, was Spirit Hunt territory. Nearby players whispered among themselves. I didn't expect Spirit Hunt to show up after the mess they were in. Should keep it down. Word is they've been on a losing streak, and might be looking to take someone down with them. Su Yang processed it all quickly. Spirit Hunt clearly isn't ready to take on the dungeon. They don't even have a full squad at level 90. But they're not here to clear it. They're here to block Yuyun. Hold the entrance, delay their run, maybe even sabotage it. TCH, pathetic tactics. While he was still piecing it together, a rogue from Spirit Hunt strutted over, hostility written all over him. Level 72. Loud. Cocky. What are you still doing here? The rogue snapped. Didn't you hear the order? Get lost. Su Yang didn't even flinch. Just passing through. I'm not involved in whatever power trip your guild's on. His calm response only made the rogue bristle with rage. You think you're better than us? The rogue growled, launching himself at Su Yang without warning, dagger flashing through the air. But Su Yang moved faster. In one smooth motion, he caught the rogue's wrist mid-strike, twisted sharply, and slammed him to the ground. The rogue let out a sharp cry, completely overpowered in an instant. Silence fell around them. Before the rogue could even register what had happened, Su Yang's grip tightened, and in the next instant, the rogue was airborne, hurled straight into the mountainside. The impact triggered a deafening explosion, sending shards of rock and clouds of dust flying in every direction. When the debris finally settled, a massive crater marked the rogue's landing point. The entire area fell silent. Su Yang stood at the center of the chaos, his expression cool, his voice calm but cutting. Next time you think about picking a fight, he said, don't. Players all around watched, stunned by the display of raw strength. Lei Shan stepped forward, eyes narrowed as he sized Su Yang up. Who are you, he asked, and why attack my guild member like that? Su Yang didn't blink. He attacked first. I defended myself. Zhao Ming didn't take that lightly. He stepped forward, voice sharp and filled with anger. Defended yourself? You almost killed him. Don't act like that was restraint. You're just arrogant. Before things could escalate further, Lei Shan raised a hand. He addressed the crowd with a firm tone, acknowledging the truth. Our man struck first. Let's not drag this out. He showed restraint. Leave it at that. Zhao Ming clenched his jaw but backed off reluctantly. Still, the fire in his eyes hadn't dimmed. Lei Shan, meanwhile, was thinking deeper. Anyone capable of neutralizing a third-turn rogue that quickly was likely fourth turn or higher. That alone made Su Yang dangerous. Suspicion crept into Lei Shan's voice as he glanced back at Su Yang. You with Yin Guild? Su Yang raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. Lei Shan scoffed to himself. Doesn't seem likely. The women in Yu Yun's guild don't usually ally with men. That comment caught Su Yang's attention. He didn't react outwardly, but something had clearly clicked in his mind. Just then, as if on cue, Lin Yuyun and her team arrived. Their presence was commanding, the energy in the canyon shifting instantly. Confidence radiated off every member of her squad, and the gathered crowd instinctively stepped aside as they approached. The air grew thick with tension. Lei Shan immediately made a move to reassert dominance. This territory's already claimed, he said. Spirit Hunt Guild was here first. But Yuyun wasn't impressed. She met his words with a calm, piercing reply. Claimed? You mean occupied? Let's not pretend you're here to challenge the dungeon. We both know your guild was wiped out at Black Dragon Fortress. Her words struck hard. You're just here to block us. Not out of strategy, but out of spite. Tell me, Lei Shan, are you really ready to start a guild war over this? Lei Shan's grin twisted into something darker, revealing his true intent. If his guild couldn't enter the dungeon, then Yu Yun's wouldn't either. He didn't care how far he had to go. If they had to drag everyone down, so be it. That was the final straw for Mu Rong Shui. She stepped forward without hesitation, her voice sharp and unyielding as she called out Spirit Hunt Guild members for pushing things when Lei Shan hadn't even given the order to engage. Her stance made it clear she was ready for a fight. Tension snapped like a taut string. A clash felt seconds away. Then Su Yang stepped forward. Just his presence shifted the entire atmosphere. His calm, confident stride and piercing gaze caught everyone off guard, including the Spirit Hunt Guild. He turned to Lei Shan with a faint smile. So no one enters the giant forest. Huh, he said, almost teasing. That decision isn't yours to make. Spirit Hunt's formation wavered slightly. His confidence rattled them more than any weapon could. From Yu Yun's side, the reaction was immediate. Whispered conversations sparked among her guild mates, especially the women. Recognizing Su Yang, they exchanged excited glances. That's him, right? Definitely. The one from the guild chat. Su Yen, the wind mage, grinned knowingly. Ji Muzi, her bar companion, nodded with growing interest. Even Lin Yun herself was quietly observing, finally matching the name to the man. Su Yang turned to her and addressed her directly, voice calm and measured. I didn't officially report to your guild. Figured it might have made things smoother for you that way. Yu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, calculating. Su Yang was wrapped in layers of mystery. Temple VIP, holder of a rare Starglow tier sword, possibly the heir of an S-tier guild. His presence raised more questions than answers. She wasn't sure whether to treat him as an ally or a threat. Meanwhile, in the back, Li Dan was simmering. His glare locked onto Su Yang, fists clenched. He had feelings for Niu, and watching her fawn over someone else stirred a deep resentment. He muttered under his breath, barely holding himself back. I'll kill him. Zhao Ming, more pragmatic, was focused on the broader picture. Lei Shan, he said gravely. He's not just some passerby. He's with Yuyan. That confirmed it. The outsider, standing in their way, was actually one of the guild they were trying to suppress. Lei Shan's composure cracked. His voice turned cold. So you've been toying with us this whole time. Su Yang met the accusation with a smirk. And what if I have? What are you going to do? Try your luck now. But before Lei Shan could respond, an attack came flying in. Su Yang caught it without flinching, mid-air barehanded. Zhao Ming. He'd had enough and finally snapped, launching the attack himself. But Su Yang didn't just block it. He retaliated. An eye for an eye, Su Yang said flatly. With precise speed, he countered. One blow, clean, controlled, devastating. Zhao Ming was thrown backward, pain written across his face as he staggered, clearly shaken by the sheer force behind the strike. The message was crystal clear. Su Yang wasn't here to play. The moment their vice leader fell, a Spirit Hunt Guild member cried out in panic. The shock was clear. They finally understood just how deadly Su Yang's retaliation was. But the fight wasn't over yet. Fueled by rage, Lei Shan charged at Su Yang, roaring that he was asking for death. Su Yang didn't flinch. Calmly, he called him out for blocking a perfectly fine dungeon just to cause problems. He scoffed, saying time was money, and he had no time to waste playing with fools. One of Lei Shan's confused subordinates blurted out a question, asking what Su Yang meant by fat sheep, but there was no time for an answer. Lei Shan, seething with anger, barked that Su Yang was spewing nonsense and that his death was inevitable. But before he could act, Su Yang pulled out something unexpected, a skill scroll. Lei Shan's expression twisted in shock as he shouted for his team to raise their defenses. Instantly, protective barriers flared to life, glowing with energy as the guild activated their strongest damage reduction skills. Lei Shan smirked, confident that no one could breach their ultimate defense. But Su Yang didn't back down. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed a powerful elemental wave that slammed into the barriers, shaking the earth and stunning everyone watching. And you stared in disbelief, asking what kind of skill could cause such destruction. Mu Rong Shue's voice trembled as she compared it to a force of nature from ancient times. Even Lei Shan was shaken. He couldn't believe what he was seeing and muttered in disbelief, wondering if it was a legendary-level ability. Then, Su Yang, his voice like ice, spoke a single word, disappear. In the next instant, he unleashed Storm Thunder Thousand Blades. A violent surge of energy tore through the battlefield, slicing apart everything in its path. The sky turned dark, the air cracked with power, and the force of the attack shattered the land itself. Silence followed. The entire area was in ruins. Yiyun could hardly believe it. The Spirit Hunt Guild had been wiped out in seconds. Mu Rong Shui struggled to process it, pointing out that even a legendary scroll shouldn't have been enough to destroy an A-rank guild so fast. Ji Muzi, quietly sketching, commented that Su Yang hadn't just used the scroll, he had combined it with other techniques. The group gathered around her drawing, impressed by the detail. And Yu praised her work, and Mu Rong Shui studied it carefully, noting that the blade Su Yang summoned was made from densely concentrated magic. Ian took a moment to analyze everything she'd seen. Slowly, it all clicked. Su Yang had used a legendary skill to break through their magical defenses, followed up with a flurry of epic skills to create chaos, and finished them off with his magic forge blade. It was a flawless, layered strategy. And Yu chimed in, noting that under normal conditions, level 58 skills wouldn't have threatened someone like Lei Shan. But when paired with the Spirit Hunt Guild's expensive gear and setup, it all added up. That's when it hit them. Su Yang wasn't just strong. He was in a league of his own. The girls stood there, stunned. Their conclusion was unanimous. Su Yang had to be the young master of some top-tier guild. Their expressions shifted from disbelief to a quiet, growing respect and curiosity. Su Yang, completely unfazed by their admiration, casually cut through the silence. So, can we head into the dungeon now? His voice snapped Yun back to reality. She nodded quickly, gathering herself, and the group moved forward. As they entered the dungeon, the environment shifted. Towering trees loomed overhead, casting deep shadows across the forest floor. Su Yang scanned the area, noting how the thick woods made the place feel like it belonged to giants. The dense terrain hinted at trouble. Yu Yun immediately advised everyone to stay sharp and stick together. Su Yang took the lead, walking beside him, and Yu leaned in and asked if he thought the dungeon would go smoothly. He nodded, confident. She gave him a sly smile and teased, bringing up the chaos back at Black Dragon Fortress. If something unexpected happens again, she grinned, you better protect your big sister. Su Yang chuckled. I'll do my best. Their playful moment was cut short by a rustling sound in the bushes. Instantly alert, the group turned, only to find a rabbit hopping out. And Yu sighed in relief, but that breath barely escaped before a two-headed raptor burst through the trees with a deafening roar. It was level 89, and it wasn't alone. And Yu screamed, but Yin quickly stepped up. Her voice was calm, steady. Don't panic. It's just a small one. Focus. The team readied themselves. Yun, a level 99 Holy Knight, moved to the front. But before they could strike, a massive figure crashed through the trees. A level 95 elite rock bear loomed above them. And Yu panicked again and shouted for Su Yang to save her. Su Yang took one glance and assessed the fight instantly. We're missing a secondary tank. And Yu nodded frantically. High-level female tanks are super rare, all right? Without hesitation, Su Yang stepped up. I'll tank, he said smoothly, instructing the healers to stay locked on his HP. Yin gave a sharp nod, recognizing his readiness. Let's move, she commanded. As the team braced for the fight, Su Yang activated his fourth turn support skill. Power surged through him, his strength practically doubled on the spot. He charged in, met the rock bear head-on, and in one swift, explosive strike, brought the elite monster crashing down. Yin walked over, clearly impressed. With you in the lineup, she said, our odds in this dungeon just skyrocketed. Su Yang kept it modest. It's actually my first time teaming up for a dungeon. I'll need you to guide me when it comes to group coordination. That caught Yin off guard. She nodded, still processing what he'd said, but silently, she wondered, has he really been clearing dungeons solo this whole time? The more she learned about Su Yang, the more mysterious he became. The team regrouped, tension thick in the air as they approached the dungeon's climax. They had arrived. The boss chamber stood ahead. Yin turned serious. We're here, she said, then glanced at Yu with a hint of hesitation. Are you sure the strategy will work? And he gave a quick nod. I bought it from Tianji Pavilion. As long as we follow it, We should be fine. Their opponent was no pushover. A level 96 deteriorated hybrid giant, a massive creature with a staggering 4.5 million HP. Yin, remembering the disaster at the Black Dragon dungeon, couldn't hide her unease. But Su-yang just smiled, calm and certain. Don't worry. I've got a good feeling about this one. We're not losing here. Something in his tone made Yin pause. His confidence wasn't loud, but it carried weight. She couldn't explain it, but it made her believe him. Drawing a deep breath, she raised her voice. All right, let's go. As the group charged into battle, the scene cut to a different place entirely. Behind a large desk sat Jiayu, the general manager, calmly listening to a report from Zhou Tai. There was a confrontation near the giant forest, Zhou Tai explained. Spirit Hunt Guild clashed with Yu Yun's team. Jiayu leaned forward slightly. Outcome. Spirit Hunt Guild was completely wiped out, Zhou Tai replied. Jiayu didn't look shocked. Desperation makes people reckless, he said thoughtfully. Looks like Yu Yun's team will take this year's qualification spot for the trial's secret realm in Tianling City. But Zhou Tai wasn't done. There's something else. News about the Black Dragon's secret realm. That made Jiayu pause. He straightened, eyes narrowing with interest. Go on, he said, voice sharper now. What did you find? Back in the dungeon, the battle reached its peak. With a clean, powerful strike, Yu Yun's blade cut through the deteriorated hybrid giant. The towering boss let out one last guttural roar before collapsing into the ground with a thunderous crash. The dust settled, and victory was theirs. Cheers erupted from the Yu Yun Guild, and Yu practically jumped with excitement, her voice ringing out in celebration as the team erupted in high spirits. A system message flashed before them. Yu Yun Guild has successfully cleared the secret realm. Rewards have been distributed. Guild leader, please allocate the loot. Amid the cheers, Yun walked over to Su-yang, gratitude in her eyes. That last hit, you could have taken it, she said. But you let me finish it off. Su-yang just shrugged. You probably needed the bonus more than I did. She smiled, understanding the gesture. I owe you one. The rest of the guild joined in, crowding around with praise. One member beamed. If Su-yang hadn't been here, we wouldn't have cleared it so easily. Su-yang waved it off, a bit awkward. You're giving me too much credit. Just then, G Musi chimed in excitedly. 2 platinum tier drops and a diamond tier 1, she announced, holding up the item report. The moment the loot was mentioned, Yin turned to Su-yang. Pick whatever you want. You earned it. But Su-yang shook his head with a smile, thinking to himself that his inventory was already overflowing with diamond tier gear. Their attention turned to what mattered next. Yu Yun mentioned they'd finally gathered the materials needed for the 5th transfer quest, one of the keys to securing entry into the trial's secret realm. And Yu, still glowing from the win, threw out a suggestion. We should celebrate. Let's grab a good meal. Yu Yun laughed. I'm in. As the group started packing up and preparing to leave the dungeon, someone called out to Su-yang. Hey, you coming with us to celebrate? But just as he opened his mouth to reply, a sudden mental notification appeared. A challenger has been detected. Would you like to connect? Su-yang's expression shifted. He instantly understood. Someone must have triggered the next stage early. Sorry, he said quickly. Something just came up. I have to go. Before anyone could stop him, Su-yang turned and took off, disappearing into the distance, leaving the group puzzled in his wake. The scene shifts dramatically into a bleak, shadowed realm. From the swirling darkness, Su-yang emerges, no longer in human form, but as Athos, the formidable Black Dragon. The tension in the air is unmistakable. As he takes in the landscape, his eyes lock onto a single figure approaching from a distance. So, who's the challenger this time? He mutters. The lone figure comes into focus. Alcaray Lawrence, a level 140 court magician of the elf race. Dressed in flowing white robes and emanating a chilling aura, Alcaray surveys the land with thinly veiled contempt. His gaze flicks over the nearby creatures. Filthy creatures, he scoffs under his breath. Without hesitation, he begins his so-called test. With a wave of his hand, 3 high-level monsters appear in a flash of arcane light. A level 98 Dragon Priest, a level 96 Kobold Chieftain, and a level 95 Dragon Blood Warrior. His voice is sharp and cold. Erase everything in your path. As the monsters charge, Alcaray's sneer deepens. His eyes settle on Athos. So that's the Black Dragon everyone's so afraid of? He mocks. Looks like a fledgling to me. A few forbidden spells should be more than enough for garbage like you. Dark energy coalesces around him, crackling with violent force. Alcaray unleashes it without hesitation, a surge of destructive magic tearing through the land. The earth shakes, darkness swallowing everything in its path as raw power floods the battlefield. But Alcaray doesn't stop there. His expression twists in disgust. The stench of lower creatures. If it weren't for Lilith, I wouldn't waste a breath in this wretched place. With a flick of his fingers, he calls forth a towering mountain giant, its presence dwarfing even the elite monsters. Be my spear and my shield. The giant obeys instantly, its strength devastating. Under Alcaray's command, it effortlessly tears through the summoned elite monsters. Monsters strong enough to be considered threats on their own, crushing them without mercy. Watching it all unfold, Su Yang, still in his dragon form, stood silent. His mind raced. The sheer gap in power was undeniable. Alcaray wasn't just strong, he was a 6th-tier class. A level of power that far surpassed anything Su Yang had encountered up to this point. Charging in recklessly would be suicide. But then he remembered something. The name Alcaray let slip. Lilith. Su Yang's eyes narrowed. That one word might be the key. And now, he was already thinking 3 steps ahead. Su Yang turned his head and barked at the figure beside him, still slumped over, apparently asleep. Hey, enough napping. Seriously, how are you still sleeping? Wake up. His voice did the trick. The elf stirred, blinking drowsily. Huh? Who's yelling? Not wasting a second, Su Yang jumped straight to the point. Are you Lilith? Lilith of the Elven Kingdom. The moment her name left his mouth, her eyes flew open. Shock washed over her face. Not just because he knew who she was, but because Su Yang, in full dragon form, was speaking to her. She stammered, completely thrown off. Why, you can talk. Su Yang, clearly annoyed, snapped back. You never asked, and you're focusing on the wrong thing. The elf shot upright, frustration bubbling over. Dumb dragon, what is going on with you? You've done nothing but nap and wander around like a clueless beast. And now you're suddenly talking? Plotting strategies? What the hell? As her mind caught up, a horrifying realization struck her. Her expression twisted as the color drained from her face. Wait, you've been aware this whole time? Her voice trembled. Do not tell me. You saw everything? Did you do anything weird while I was asleep? Her panic exploded. You perverted dragon. Get away from me. Su Yang let out a sigh, rubbing his temples. What is this conversation even? Losing patience, he narrowed his eyes. All right, if you're not going to answer my question, I'll just eat you. That got her attention. Terrified, she backed away and blurted it out. Okay. I'm Lilith Savaraya, the 6th daughter of Queen Savaraya of the Elven Kingdom. That name stopped Su Yang in his tracks. His mind ran through what he'd read in the basic Dragon Guide. The Elven Kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, and Giant Kingdom were the 3 ruling forces within the SSS Ultra Ultimate Subspace Nations. Among them, only the elves had any history of being friendly toward humans, and ruling over them all was Queen Savaraya. He hadn't expected this random elf girl to be part of that royal lineage. Before he could say more, Su Yang noticed a shift in the atmosphere. Reinforcements had arrived. Looks like your people finally showed up, he muttered, glancing toward the approaching figures. Lilith followed his gaze. At first, she seemed relieved, until her face fell. She recognized Alcaray immediately, and her mood soured. She groaned under her breath. Oh great. Su Yang picked up on her reaction right away. Judging by that look, I'm guessing you're not happy to see him. Lilith's voice turned sharp, laced with anger. Alcaray and his entire bloodline, they're filth. I'd rot in this place 1,000 years before I let him rescue me. That caught Su Yang's full attention. What did he do to you? Her expression darkened. He tricked me, put on this fake, charming persona, and I fell for it. Thought he was just another noble trying to impress me. But behind the smile, he tried to drug me, tried to force himself on me. I barely escaped. The fury in her voice left no room for doubt. Su Yang's expression hardened. Someone had the nerve to pull that on you? A princess of the Elven Kingdom. Lilith laughed bitterly. Princess in name only. My mother barely acknowledges me. I'm the 6th daughter, and our family plays favorites. The Lorents hold more real power than I ever will. Even the queen can't touch them without causing a political disaster. As the weight of her story sank in, Su Yang's mind started working. This wasn't just about revenge. It was an opportunity. He tilted his head, voice cool. Then maybe I'll just hand you over. Lilith's eyes went wide. What? No, you can't. Please, I'll tell you anything. Just don't give me to him. I'd rather die. Su Yang didn't flinch. That wasn't a question. Alcaray's a 6th-tier monster. You know how strong that makes him. If I refuse, I might not make it out of here alive. But then his tone shifted. Unless you've got something for me. Beg properly. Tell me something useful. Something I can use. Realizing she had no choice, Lilith's panic gave way to urgency. Fine. I'll tell you a weakness. The Lorentz family's biggest flaw. She leaned in. They're all magic and no body. Total glass cannons. Their spiritual and arcane power is immense, but physically, they're weak. Pathetic even. The only reason they survive is because they hide behind layers of magical barriers. Take that down, and they break like twigs. Su Yang absorbed the information, eyes narrowing. Barrier's the key, then. Lilith nodded. But with your current power, it's impossible. You won't be able to punch through it. Su Yang stayed silent for a beat, then smirked. Maybe not now. But if I hit Radiant Moon stage, I might stand a chance. His smile faded just as quickly. That upgrade came with consequences, spiking the dungeon's difficulty and attracting the attention of the Explorer Guild. It would complicate everything. The question now wasn't just about saving Lilith. It was about pulling it off without blowing up his entire strategy. He stared out into the darkened landscape, mind racing. There has to be a way to do both. As Su Yang weighs his next move, a memory surfaces, one tied to the heart of the Dragon Slayer, an artifact that once fused with his dragon form and greatly enhanced his strength. The thought sparks an idea. Without hesitation, he attempts to merge his current gear with his dragon form. The result is immediate and explosive. His body vanishes from Lilith's view, only to reappear as a fully transformed, empowered dragon. His upgraded stats race through his mind. The spirit attribute, especially, has surged, closing the power gap he once feared. Confidence settles in. He's ready, but the moment doesn't last. A thunderous voice echoes across the battlefield. Alcaray. He mocks Su Yang with sneering arrogance, demanding he hand over Lilith. When the dragon remains silent, Alcaray mistakes it for fear. A wicked plan forms in his mind. If he can't take her alive, he'll destroy everything with a forbidden spell, resurrecting her later with twisted memory magic to bend her will. He begins preparing the incantation, convinced no one can stop him in time. Then, a shadow falls over him. Before Alcaray can react, Su Yang descends like a bolt of judgment. One crushing blow lands, shattering Alcaray's barrier and launching him into a wall. His health bar nosedives, clinging just above zero. Dazed and horrified, Alcaray stares at the towering dragon. How had he closed the distance? How had he bypassed his defenses so easily? None of it made sense. Standing above him in full dragon form, flames dancing across his scales, Su Yang finally speaks. The usual rules? They don't apply to him. Channeling every ounce of his upgraded power, he unleashes his finishing move, Spirit Cleansing Inferno. Flames roar to life, swallowing Alcaray in an all-consuming blaze. His screams vanish into the inferno, and within seconds, nothing remains. As the fire fades, a system notification flashes in Su Yang's vision. You have slain Alcaray Lawrence, 140th level court magician. Another prompt follows. Experience gained, 12,100,000. With the battle over, Su Yang surveys the scorched battlefield. Time to see what loot Alcaray left behind. He digs through the aftermath and finds exactly what he hoped for: rare and powerful spoils. High-tier spells, ancient relics, and scrolls of immense value. Among them, First-Order Banishment spell, capable of wiping entire cities off the map. Thunder of the Nine Worlds, summoning a never-ending storm to tear through the sky. Legendary Soul Summoning Stone, which can call forth the elusive lunar wolf spirit, an honored guardian of elven legend. Scroll of Nature's Guardian, an artifact strong enough to withstand even 8th-tier attacks without a mark. Not bad. Still, Su Yang frowns slightly. Alcaray's best gear, his staff, robe, and high-end accessories, didn't drop. Annoying. Gear like that doesn't come around often. He sighs, already thinking ahead. Where's the next target who's stacked like this one? Back in the hidden chamber, Lilith, tense and waiting, jumps as Su Yang reappears out of nowhere. Her eyes dart around, confused to see Alcaray missing. She turns to Su Yang, asking where the elf went. Su Yang casually explains he used an invisibility trick to get the drop on Alcaray, leaving nothing but ashes behind. Lilith stares at him, stunned. Invisibility? That's something only rainbow dragons are supposed to pull off. Her interest sharpens. This black dragon clearly isn't ordinary. Meanwhile, Su Yang starts to wonder about her. Elven royalty are usually packed with magical talent, yet Lilith doesn't give off even a hint of power. Curious, he asks her why. Lilith hesitates, then tells him the truth. A curse placed on her bloodline by the giant king generations ago. It seals away their magic and drastically cuts their lifespan. Each generation, one royal bears the full weight of it. And this time, it's her. Because of that, she's been sidelined, ignored, treated like nothing. Su Yang listens in silence. Deep down, he gets it. If he hadn't had his own edge, he could have ended up just like that. Powerless, disposable. Maybe, just maybe, he's turned both of their paths around. But then Lilith's expression shifts. Worry creeps in. She sees him thinking and fears the worst. What if he's changed his mind about protecting her? Before she can say anything, Su Yang quietly pulls himself out of his thoughts and speaks. He reassures her. She's safe now. At least, as long as they're inside this realm. His words catch her off guard. Why would he just let her go? What does he mean by real freedom? He explains. He's not just protecting her here. He intends to see it through, even after they leave this place. Then he turns to his subordinates, giving a direct order. Make sure she's protected. Without hesitation, they bow and accept. Lilith stands frozen, unable to believe it. She expected cold indifference, not this unexpected kindness. Soo-young glances back at her one last time before his dragon form dissolves, and he slips into sleep. His body stills, but his mind stirs. As he transitions back to the real world, he feels a sense of accomplishment. Everything from this secret realm has given him the edge he'll need, especially for what's coming. That confrontation with the expedition team? He's ready. As he sits up, a familiar chime rings from his device. A notification, then another and another. His eyes narrow as he checks. 99 plus unread messages. His first guess? Maybe Lin Yuyun finally reached out. But no, it's more than that. Way more. Message after message rolls in. Not spam. Not a virus. Real names, real senders, all urgently trying to contact him. Soo-young frowns, scrolling through them with a growing sense of unease. Something's definitely going on. As Soo-young scrolled through the barrage of messages, a few stood out with urgency and concern. Where have you been? Or, at least leave a note next time you disappear. Some were more casual, inviting him out for simple hangouts, or even jokingly requesting a quick sketch. Soo-young chuckled to himself. These women are surprisingly intense. Still, out of everyone, it was Lin Yuyun's message he chose to answer first. Hers was calm and considerate. No guilt-tripping, no demands. She simply said she understood he was probably busy, suggested they catch up when possible, and thanked him again for everything he'd done. Soo-young paused for a moment. Compared to others, especially the more calculating types like Ling Ao and the expedition crew, Lin Yuyun felt refreshingly genuine. This, he thought, is what a guild should be. Supportive, easygoing, real. The next morning, Soo-young headed for the tower to begin his third job change. As luck would have it, he ran into a familiar face, Gu Xiaoqian, his classmate. She lit up when she saw him, running over to say hi. Turns out, she just hit level 20 thanks to help from some senior players and was there to start her first job change. But when she found out Soo-young was already on his third job change mission, and at level 60, her smile faltered. The gap between them felt massive. Soo-young picked up on her hesitation right away. With a calm voice, he reminded her that her hidden class had serious potential. You'll catch up, he told her. You've got the kind of power that takes time to grow. Gu Xiaoqian smiled again, reassured. As she left, she couldn't help but think. No matter how far he advanced, Soo-young was still the same, thoughtful and kind. Turning back to the task at hand, Soo-young checked the mission board. His latest challenge, Demon Warrior, double proof of magic and strength. A 5-star mission for the third job change. Requirements? Gather magic-devouring spirit grass and survive 2 grueling trials. 1 magical, 1 physical. The rewards were top-tier, platinum-grade gear, pieces from the Abyss Arena set, and a legendary demon spirit weapon. But the mission wasn't going to be easy. The restrictions were tighter, the enemy stronger, and failure wasn't an option. Just then, Bai Ling appeared, her tone unusually serious. She warned him about the Red Moon phenomenon, a rare event that amplifies monsters' bloodlust and makes dungeon conditions far worse. She advised him to be extra careful, especially if his mission led him to dangerous areas like the Ruin Mansion, where even normal days were riddled with spiritual disasters. Soo-young nodded, listening, but inside he wasn't too worried. With the strength he'd gained, now hovering at 4th level power, he was more than ready. He just couldn't say that out loud. The scene shifts. Now standing at the gates of the Ruin Mansion, Soo-young takes in his surroundings. This secret realm is platinum tier, meant for level 60 adventurers or higher. Once a grand estate owned by a powerful official, it's now swallowed by darkness and tragedy. After its owner descended into madness, the entire place was cursed, haunted by the restless souls of those who died inside. As Soo-young approaches the eerie mansion, a drowsy guard stationed at the entrance stirs from his half-sleep. Still rubbing his eyes, he grumbles under his breath about his rotten luck. Of all times to be on shift, it had to be during the Red Moon. The timing couldn't be worse. Just as he's about to raise an alert, his jaw drops. A portal flickers open right in front of him. Someone's actually entering the dungeon. During the Red Moon, inside the mansion, Soo-young moves swiftly through its haunted halls, cutting down ghostly figures that drift in and out of the shadows. He makes quick work of several childlike spirits, thinking the challenge, while creepy, is still well within his control. But then the air thickens. Ghosts begin oozing out of the walls in droves, their cries turning from eerie to blood-curdling. Soo-young watches, tense, as their forms twist and distort, mutating into terrifying creatures. Level 70 mad, ghost child. The Red Moon's effect has fully kicked in. These aren't the same spirits anymore. They're faster, stronger, vicious. One bolts toward him with unnatural speed, landing a blow that nearly knocks him off balance. Soo-young grits his teeth. No more playing around. He activates Demon Blade, sending a slicing wave through the air that forms a barrier between him and the advancing swarm. Just then, a new notification flashes across his screen. Sanity, 90 out of 100. A warning follows. If it drops to 0, madness becomes permanent. Soo-young narrows his eyes. This is turning into some horror nightmare scenario. Pushing forward, he unleashes Demon Blade. Sword rain. Dozens of energy slashes rain down in all directions, clearing a path through the onslaught. The wave of ghosts begins to thin, but not without cost. His sanity drops to 60, and mana dips below 20%. Fatigue is setting in. He tightens his grip on his weapon, wondering how much longer he'll have to last before reaching the final stage. Eventually, after clawing his way through the haunted labyrinth, a hulking shadow looms ahead. A level 82 elite zombie giant lumbers out of the darkness, its grotesque form covered in rotting armor. Soo-young clicks his tongue. He doesn't have the resources to drag this fight out. Time to end it. He reaches into his inventory and activates the legendary Soul Summoning Stone. A glowing circle appears beneath him as a spectral wolf, radiating silver light, emerges with a deep, resonant growl, the lunar wolf spirit. Without waiting for a command, the wolf charges. One strike. That's all it takes. The elite zombie giant doesn't even get the chance to roar before it's torn apart. Soo-young nods with satisfaction. Exactly what I expected from a legendary summon. The power gap in this dungeon is brutal. With the lunar wolf spirit pacing calmly at his side, Soo-young feels his confidence surge. No more holding back. It's time to finish this dungeon. He presses forward through the corrupted estate until he stands before a pair of towering, ironclad doors, the boss room. He raises his hand. Open. With a deep groan, the doors swing open. From the darkness inside, a mournful voice drifts out, trembling with regret. Ancestors, forgive me. I am guilty. As Soo-young steps into the chamber, a cutscene fades in, revealing the boss's grim past. A shadowy figure draped in guilt mutters that he's spilled too much blood, and more will follow. The screen flashes with the boss's profile. Red Moon Corruption, Devouring Spirit Ghost, level 90, race, undead. A wicked laugh echoes as his aura explodes across the room, signaling the battle's deadly start. Soo-young calls on the lunar wolf spirit, warning it not to deal the final blow. He wants that for himself. One glance at the boss's level confirms it. The Red Moon's buff has pushed it close to Diamond Tier. Without his spirit companion, this fight could have been a disaster. With perfect timing, Soo-young finishes the boss himself. A notification pops up. You have slain level 90 boss. Red Moon Corruption, Devouring Spirit Ghost. Rewards drop in instantly. Platinum tier equipment and a rare item. The Devouring Spirit Ghost Soul Core. The gear? Not worth his time. But the Soul Core's 80-point spirit boost? That could come in handy for potion crafting. Satisfied, Soo-young doesn't linger. He heads for his next destination, determined to keep moving. The scene shifts. A blood-red moon looms overhead, casting a chilling glow. Beneath it, Luo Linger stands with arms crossed, frustration written all over her stance. Her eyes lock onto the ruined mansion in the distance. Why haven't they come out yet? She mutters, impatience creeping into her voice. Next to her, Lucy Eye offers a guess. Maybe a few are hiding or still trying to escape. He adds that the ruined mansion under the red moon isn't meant for the average adventurer. It's the kind of place only someone like Luo Linger could walk through without flinching. But she's had enough of guesses. Who's inside? How long have they been there? She snaps. Zhoutai pauses before replying. The raid's been underway for over 30 minutes, but no A-level or B-level guild in Tianling City has claimed it. No one knows who went in. That only irritates Luo Linger more. She knows how deadly this place is under the red moon. It's nearly as dangerous as a diamond tier dungeon. Going in solo should have been suicide. Then a loud boom shatters the silence. The portal at the mansion flares to life. Zhoutai points toward it. It's activating. Someone's coming out. From the swirling light, Soo-young emerges, breathing heavily, still recovering from the brutal fight. The moment Soo-young steps out, he spots the crowd waiting, and instantly recognizes a few faces. His mind races. Did they figure out who I really am? Is this a setup? Zhoutai stares in disbelief, muttering, "It's just Soo-young again." The tension thickens. Soo-young, unfazed, glances around and casually says, "Didn't expect such a crowd this late. What's with all the attention for a simple platinum tier dungeon?" One of the guards, clearly irritated, snaps, "You seriously went in alone under the red moon? Are you trying to die?" Soo-young shrugs. "Was it really that big a deal?" The guard doubles down. "You think this is a joke? If something happened to you, I'd be the one answering for it." Before the guard can continue, Luo Linger steps forward. Her voice is sharp and commanding. "That's enough. Step aside." She turns to Soo-young. "Tell me, did you clear the ruined mansion alone?" Soo-young gives a relaxed nod. "Yep. Gasps ripple through the onlookers. A solo clear under the red moon? Unheard of. Luo lingers, eyes narrow, intrigued. Impressive, but I want the crystal core from the boss. Name your price. Su Yang raises a brow. And why would I give that up? The crowd goes quiet. Her assistant storms forward, clearly annoyed. Show some respect. Do you even know who you're talking to? This is Luo Linger, the genius of the Global Beast Master Association. She's the youngest daughter of Tianji Pavilion's master. The assistant steps in threateningly. You really think ignoring her request is wise? But just as she's about to make a move, Luo Linger raises her hand. Stand down. Su Yang watches calmly. From what he can tell, she's not here to cause trouble. So he decides to ask directly. All right then, what is it you want? Luo Linger replies without hesitation. I came here to collect rare ingredients for my spirit horse. But you beat me to it. She pauses, then adds, still, I can't let this go. So here's the deal. If you can hold out against my soul-hunting falcon for 3 minutes, I'll drop it. A gust of wind surges as a level 90 beast appears overhead. The soul-hunting falcon dives, its power unmistakable. Su Yang eyes it and remarks dryly, bit much, don't you think? Off to the side, Lu Ci shakes his head. He's seriously underestimating her. But Zhou watches with sharp focus. If he soloed that dungeon, his power's got to be close to a 4th-tier master. The falcon dives in, wings slicing through the air as it unleashes a fierce blade storm. Su Yang instantly knows defense won't cut it. The falcon's strikes are fast, relentless, and have serious range. With no time to hesitate, he decides to drop the act. He draws his blade, and the moment he activates Dragon's Bloodlust, the sword flares with violent energy. From the sidelines, Lu Ci's eyes widen. He whispers under his breath, that sword, could it really be that one? The falcon strikes again, surging with power, but Su Yang meets it head-on. He unleashes Soul Impact, a crushing blow that lands clean. The falcon reels back, taking massive damage, and the crowd freezes in disbelief. Su Yang smirks. Not even close to 3 minutes. Luo Linger's expression hardens. You killed my beast. Su Yang stays calm. You said survive for 3 minutes. Never said I couldn't fight back. Maybe you're just used to people doing whatever you say. Inside, he's ready. If she wants to escalate, he won't hold back, even if that means breaking out forbidden spells. Before things boil over, Zhou Tai steps forward. Luo Linger, you can't fight him. She glares at him, but he continues. He's a VIP under temple protection. Gold member of the X-Alliance. The Grand Court gave orders. His affairs must be handled with caution. Luo Linger is taken aback. Temple VIP? She begins to connect the dots. Could he have completed the 5-star job transfer quest? Even with the Tianji Pavilion's backing, she hadn't managed that. Su Yang catches the look in her eye and smiles. Temple VIP, huh? Yours is what, 4th tier? The subtle jab lands. Luo Linger, irritated but intrigued, lets it go. She turns to her group. We're leaving. Don't forget, challenging a temple VIP is not an option. Su Yang watches them walk off. Tianji Pavilion's young miss might be powerful. He thinks, but I'll go even higher. He checks his quest log. Next up, the Earth Dragon. Without wasting time, he heads toward the Wilderness Mountains, narrowing in on the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon's lair. His status panel updates. Target is alive, full health. But he's not alone. Moments later, Luo Linger and her team show up at the same spot. She scans the area, satisfied that no one's claimed the fight yet. Zhou Tai and Lu Ci confirm it. They've done as ordered. The Earth Dragon challenge is still open. Luo Linger scans the area, assessing the Earth Dragon's value. Though not the highest level, it's rare and dragon type. Perfect for her team's training run. She steps forward, ready to begin the assault. A voice calls out behind her, halting her steps. Sorry, Su Yang says casually. Someone's already claimed that boss. Her expression hardens as she turns to face him. Lu Ci immediately jumps in, lashing out at the guard nearby. You just let someone cut in line. The guard looks uncomfortable. Apologies, but the slot's already been prioritized by a temple VIP. There's nothing I can do. Su Yang stands there with mild amusement. If you're done arguing, kindly step aside. I've got a dungeon to clear. Luo Linger's gaze sharpens, clearly not pleased. Lu Ci grumbles, this guy again? Su Yang chuckles. Funny seeing you twice in a row. You sure you're not following me? Luo Linger snaps. Don't flatter yourself. No one's targeting you. But don't think your temple status gives you free reign. One failure in that class transfer of yours, and it's over. Su Yang flashes a grin. How thoughtful of you to worry. Do you always pick on solo players? Or am I just special? Zhou Tai steps in, try to ease the tension. Luo Linger's preparing to tame the Black Flame Wing. She wanted the Earth Dragon for warm-up. Su Yang's tone shifts, firm, unyielding. This dragon's part of my class transfer. I need it too. Luo Linger crosses her arms. Fine, take it. But remember this. Once I tame the Black Flame Wing, Not even your temple title will save you. Su-yang turns toward the portal, already walking away. Then wait for the respawn. Bye-bye. He vanishes into the portal, leaving Luo Linger visibly fuming. Her assistant scoffs. He's so full of himself. Zhou Tai, still confused, murmurs. He's really planning to solo it? Inside the cavern, dim light flickers across jagged stone. Su-yang steps toward the massive creature slumbering at its center, the rock abyss earth dragon. He pauses, thinking about Luo Linger's goal to tame the black dragon. With her resources, she might just succeed. But he can't fall behind now. The system pings. Level 61 wild boss. Rock abyss earth dragon detected. Su-yang eyes it critically. This is a dragon? Looks more like a giant lizard. Even without his wolf spirit and demon blade skills, he doesn't flinch. With his starlight grade weapon in hand, he's confident. This fight's already as good as won. Without a moment's delay, Su-yang dives in, slashing the earth dragon with soul mark. His strikes land clean, but the boss's defenses are solid, thick scales absorbing much of the damage. The dragon snaps back with a heavy tail swipe, forcing Su-yang to roll out of the way. He retaliates instantly, unleashing a relentless combo, gradually chipping away at its defense as he taunts it between attacks. The momentum shifts as the earth dragon's HP hits 50%. Su-yang feels the tide turning, until the system flares a warning. Berserk mode activated. The cave trembles. With a roar, the dragon charges, its power doubled, and now it's not just fast, it's locked onto him. Su-yang's eyes narrow. This dragon charge isn't random, it tracks. He scans the cave, searching for anything he can use, and spots a thick granite wall nearby. It's a gamble, but it's all he's got. He leads the dragon straight to it, diving behind the wall, just in time. The dragon smashes into the stone with a deafening crash. Dust and rubble fly, and the system confirms. Target stunned. Damage intake increased by 25%. Su-yang doesn't hesitate. Sword in hand, he drives into a flurry of attacks, every hit punishing the dazed boss. Outside the dungeon, Lu Ci shifts uncomfortably. Should we really just stand here? He mutters. Zhou Tai shrugs. Ask Luo Linger, not me. But Luo Linger doesn't move. Her eyes stay fixed on the portal. Let's see what he's really capable of. Inside, the battle rages on. After a punishing back and forth, Su-yang delivers the final blow. The system chimes. Rock Abyss Earth Dragon defeated. New solo record. 20 minutes, 16 seconds. Outside, the leaderboard updates. Su-yang's name flashes at the top. Lu Ci gapes. That has to be a bug. He couldn't have. He stops mid-sentence as Su-yang steps out, calm and collected, now fully suited in Rock Abyss Earth Dragon armor. The group stares in silence. Su-yang smirks. Still waiting around? No one replies. The silence stretches, until Lu Ci suddenly bursts out laughing. You're really wearing that? Su-yang winces inwardly. The armor's bulky, and it clearly doesn't fit right. He curses himself for not making room in his inventory earlier. Still, he brushes it off with a cold smile. If it's so funny, go beat my record. Luo Linger steps forward, refusing to flinch. You've got skill, I'll give you that. But compared to the Black Flame Wing, this was child's play. Su-yang's eyes lock onto hers. Then, I'll tame the black dragon before you ever touch it. Luo Linger freezes for a moment, stunned by what she just heard. Then she snaps back, scoffing at Su-yang and daring him to repeat himself. Without hesitation, Su-yang meets her glare and declares, I'm Su-yang. Not just a VIP at the transfer temple. I'm also the one destined to conquer the black dragon. Right then, his system notification pops up. His 5-star job change task is complete. Elated, Su-yang sees the next challenge unlocked. Hidden job change task, Stage 2, Glory of Blood. As he reads through the requirements, he realizes the location it mentions, the Sleepy Mountains, is the site of a long-abandoned prison once used for gruesome blood experiments. It's near Tianling City, and he instantly recalls the route. Without wasting a second, he gives Luo Linger a quick farewell and takes off, fired up by the promise of what's to come. Behind him, Luo Linger clenches her fists in frustration. Lu Ci grumbles about Su-yang's arrogance, and Zhou Tai glances at her, asking for instructions. With a cold look, she orders them to shadow Su-yang closely and report back the moment he enters the next stage of his job change. Zhou Tai nods and quickly disappears into the distance, tailing Su-yang from the shadows. Meanwhile, Su-yang finds a quiet spot, his golden armor gleaming, his transformation now complete. He checks his equipment stats and sees that his Rock Abyss Earth Dragon set significantly boosts his power and defense. Good enough to carry me through to the 4th job change, he mutters, satisfied. In the distance, the fog-covered Sleepy Mountains loom large. Shrouded in a chilling stillness, the place has an eerie, haunted vibe. As he makes his way through the dense mist, Su-yang notes how tough visibility is. Long way to go, he says to himself, trudging onward. Suddenly, glowing red eyes pierce through the fog. Without hesitation, Su Yang rushes in, slicing down the lurking shadow beast with powerful, precise blows. Just as the path begins to clear, a voice calls out behind him. He spins around to see a confident figure step out of the mist. Zhang Yin, a thundersword specialist, crackling with electric energy. She eyes him with interest, wondering what someone like him is doing in such a deadly zone. Half joking, she offers to tag along and keep him safe. Su Yang turns her down politely, but firmly. This mission doesn't allow teammates, he says, and continues on his way. Zhang Yin watches him go, sparks dancing around her, intrigued by his resolve and wondering just what kind of mission he's walking into. Su Yang pushes forward, calling forth his spirit wolf to help him navigate the blinding fog. Activating his blood-charged dash, he surges ahead, cutting down anything in his way with lethal precision. Noticing the strange red glow surrounding him, he wonders if the red moon is somehow boosting his soul-summoning stone. Feels stronger than usual, he murmurs, making a mental note to check its condition later. After a grueling trek, he finally arrives at the entrance to the underground prison, a concealed path buried under tangled vines and jagged rocks. Took forever to find, but clever hiding spot, he mutters before slipping inside. The moment he enters, a rancid odor hits him hard. Disgusting, smells like rotting flesh. All around him lie twisted corpses, their expressions frozen in horror and soaked in dried blood. Looking around, he suspects this gruesome place is tied to the glory of Blood Task. Venturing deeper, he notices an eerie calm. No monsters in sight. Something got to them before I did, he guesses. Up ahead, a flickering red pentagram glows faintly, hinting at a lingering force. As he approaches, he spots a skull radiating light and cautiously reaches for it. The moment his hand makes contact, a blood-curdling scream tears through the silence. A hulking figure materializes, the zombie of the dead wizard's resentment. Its glowing eyes lock onto Su Yang with savage intent. The system identifies it as a corrupted wizard who once sought the glory of blood through dark, forbidden rites, now returned as a cursed undead, fueled by endless hate. Su Yang wastes no time. In one smooth motion, he strikes, his blade tearing through the creature with devastating force. It collapses in silence, and a system message appears. Special boss defeated. Zombie of the dead wizard's resentment. Experience gained. 213,000 points. Among the drops, Su Yang picks up a worn book, Mad Wizard's Experimental Notes. Flipping through the pages, he reads about horrific rituals and twisted human trials, all done in the name of power. The wizard had been obsessed with unlocking the glory of blood, but ultimately failed. Before Su Yang can ponder further, the system pings, task item detected, Mad Wizard's Experimental Notes. Detection complete. Reward unlocked, Blood Blessing Ritual. His eyes narrow as realization sets in. The ritual is a permanent power boost, but needs the blood of a powerful being. The wizard had used human blood and failed. But Su Yang has something far stronger, Earth Dragon blood. A daring thought strikes him. Why stop there? If he's going to do this, why not use something even stronger, like the blood of a black flame wing? With a clear goal, Su Yang turns to the system and asks if it's possible to enter the boss realm when no one else is present. The system confirms. If the area is clear, access is granted. Grinning, he orders his summoned beasts to guard the entrance, blocking anyone from interfering. System, initiate connection, he commands. In an instant, golden light surrounds him. Inside the hidden realm of the black dragon Athos, Lilith sat beside the massive sleeping dragon, boredom written all over her. She sighed, restless and irritated. Trapped for who knows how long, she glanced at the beast and muttered, "All this talk of freedom, and all you ever do is sleep." Her voice trailed off as she reflected on her captivity. No one ever came for her, except Alcaray. That thought only deepened her belief that her family had long abandoned her. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the air as the black dragon's eyes snapped open with a deafening roar. Lilith flinched, startled by the sudden noise. She stared in disbelief as the dragon rose, bellowing loud enough to shake the ground. "What's with the tantrum?" she quipped, half joking, half annoyed. The dragon paused for a breath, then resumed roaring like it hadn't heard her at all. Just as she began to let her guard down, the dragon's tail whipped out without warning. Lilith gasped, stumbling back as the tail sliced the air and splattered golden blood in its wake. This wasn't just any dragon. Its blood was pure, noble, the kind that could transform a ritual's outcome entirely. Alarmed, Lilith asked, "Why are you bleeding like that all of a sudden?" The dragon let out a casual grunt. "Just got a little too worked up, that's all," it replied. Lilith narrowed her eyes. "Don't tell me. You got dumped by a little female dragon in your dreams, she teased. The dragon blinked. What little female dragon? It quickly brushed the question aside. Forget it. Don't overthink things, I was just curious. As the golden drops gathered in a container nearby, a soft chime echoed in Su Yang's mind. Black Dragon's essence blood has been stored in the warehouse. The dragon, seemingly done with its episode, rumbled, back to sleep, and shut its eyes without another word. Lilith couldn't help herself. Still dreaming about that little dragon. Huh, she teased again. Without even opening an eye, the dragon mumbled, stop imagining things. The next wave will be here soon. Just be patient. Lilith threw her hands up. What wave? What are you even talking about? But her words fell on deaf ears. The dragon was already fast asleep. Every time you say something weird, you just pass out again, she grumbled, thoroughly exasperated. At that moment, Su Yang strolled in with a grin, announcing his return. Seeing everything untouched, he gave a nod of satisfaction. His red spirit beasts snarled softly, alert and ready for whatever came next. Stepping into the heart of the blood ritual circle, Su Yang reviewed the instructions in his mind. He pulled out the vial containing the black dragon's essence blood, weighing the risk against the reward. There was danger, no doubt, but the path to greatness never came without pain. Now or never, he thought. With a deep breath, he downed the blood. A searing burn tore through his throat, spreading like fire through his veins. His body gave out almost instantly, crashing to the ground as violent spasms racked him. It felt like every cell inside him was being torn apart and remade. Clenching his jaw, he fought through the pain, refusing to give in. The blood wasn't just merging with him. It was resisting him, trying to consume him. Thick tendrils wrapped around his limbs, tightening like living chains. Panic clawed at the edges of his mind, but he forced it down. Don't interfere, he shouted at his companions. This is the price of strength. If you're not strong enough to survive it, then you don't deserve it. The ritual intensified. The blood writhed and pulsed, testing him, trying to break him. Every second felt like an eternity. Then ping. A system message flashed. Chrysalis completed. The blood surged one last time and hardened, forming a cocoon around him. His spirit beast growled low, sensing the incredible force building from within. The cocoon began to crack, glowing lines of raw energy racing across its surface. Then, with a thunderous burst, it shattered, shock waves blasting through the circle. Su Yang slowly rose from the debris, his voice low. So this is the blood blessing. He clenched his fist. Power flooded his body, unmatched, overwhelming. It was unlike anything he'd ever felt, far beyond the limits of his previous evolutions. This wasn't just an upgrade, this was ascension. He knew now. He could go head-to-head with a 5-tier powerhouse. A final system prompt lit up before him. Black Dragon's essence blood successfully used. Blood blessing ritual complete. All stats increased by 50%. New skill acquired. Perpetual Black Flame. Exclusive to Black Flame Kings. Now yours to command. As the black flame flickered in Su Yang's palm, he stared at it in silent awe. The raw energy radiating from it was staggering. He now understood. This was just a fragment of the power the Black Dragon held. Even bosses didn't dare challenge that beast. No wonder, he thought, eyes narrowing. In the wild, strength ruled all. The weak bowed, the strong conquered. That was the law. A smirk crept across his face. Time to put this to the test. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the black flame forward. It roared through the air, exploding on impact with a thunderous blast. The shockwave tore through the terrain, sending debris flying and leaving a charred path in its wake. Stronger than I expected, he muttered, genuinely impressed. The black fire danced wildly across the ground, crackling with destructive energy. The mountain air trembled under its force, and Su Yang took a step back, watching the devastation unfold. He'd never wielded anything like this before. This power, it was beyond devastating, it was absolute. He took a moment to collect himself, reflecting on the ritual. The blood blessing was now a part of him, sealed deep within. One-time use. That was it. No second chances. Though a hint of regret crossed his face, he pushed it aside. I'll just have to master it now. His gaze turned determined as he reached for the glowing job change tablet, ready to evolve once more. But just as he was about to activate it, a cry echoed in the distance. Help! He froze. The voice cut through the wind like a blade. It was faint, but something about it tugged at his memory. That voice. It had to be her, the Thundersword wielder from before. Without hesitation, Su Yang turned toward the sound, a flash of urgency in his eyes. The scene shifts. Zhang Yin is completely surrounded, but she's not flinching. Sword at the ready, her stance is steady, her voice firm. Take one more step, and I'll cut you down, she warns, cold and unwavering. Closing in are 4 men, rough and seasoned. Zhao Si, Wang Xiaoer, Chunjin, and Lei Pu, all boasting levels in the 90s. Their sneers say it all. One of them cracks a mocking grin, making a sick suggestion about protecting her, but we know exactly what he means by that. Zhang Yan's response? Ice cold. She throws it back at them, asking if they're so bold because they think the Transfer Association won't come after them. Her grip on the sword tightens. She's scared, maybe, but not backing down. The thugs laugh it off. Wang Xiaoer, cocky as ever, brags about his kill count and says rules don't mean much to him. Chunjin adds that the association's blacklist is basically their home now. They've been off the leash for a while. Then there's Lei Pu, the worst of them. He's been lurking in the area for over 2 weeks, and now he's eyeing Zhang Yan like she's his prize. Calls her a gift from the heavens, like some twisted reward. They move in, circling her like wolves. They think it's already over. But Zhang Yan isn't going out like that. She braces herself, ready to fight to the death if she has to. Just as she's about to strike. Slash. A flash of motion, and Lei Pu screams, clutching his arm. His hand? Gone. In steps Su Yang. Cool, composed, and carrying what looks like a simple weapon. He appears out of nowhere. He's heard rumors about this gang stirring up trouble, but didn't expect to meet them face to face. He doesn't bother with threats. Just one icy question. So, how do you want to die? The thugs lose it, charging at him with fury. Zhang Yan shouts for him to run, but Su Yang doesn't move. Doesn't even blink. He just mutters to himself. Maybe back then he'd have needed some legendary gear to take them on. But now? Not anymore. With a faint smirk, he moves. So fast, they can't even see it coming. Su Yang moves like a storm. Swift, clean, and merciless. One by one, the thugs drop, barely able to register what's happening before they're on the ground. Even as they try to catch up to his speed, it's already far too late. With his crew wiped out, Lei Pu decides to throw everything he's got into one final attack. He swings his massive greatsword, convinced it'll turn the tide. But Su Yang meets it head-on, with nothing but a dagger. In one clean strike, the greatsword shatters like brittle glass. Lei Pu freezes, his platinum-grade weapon destroyed in an instant. His eyes lock onto Su Yang's dagger, realization dawning. That's no ordinary blade, it's gotta be star-grade. And just like that, greed flickers in his eyes. Thinking they've hit the jackpot, Lei Pu shouts to the last of his men, telling them Su Yang's gear could make them rich. They charge again, reckless, desperate. But Su Yang just sighs. You won't live long enough to spend a single coin, he says. Then he lets loose. A wave of blue flames erupts, engulfing the thugs in seconds. The blaze roars, and then silence. Smoke clears. Notifications chime in. Lei Pu down. Wang Xiaoer down. Over 22,000 experience points gained. Among the dropped loot, a few, let's say, unusual items, like a strawberry-flavored rubber ring and a black bodysuit. Su Yang glances at them and mutters, perverts had it coming. Then he walks away, not bothering to look back. Standing amidst the fading flames, he takes a moment to admire the raw power of his black flame wings. The heat, the destruction, it's something else. With a breath, he turns toward Zhang Yan. You all right, miss? He asks, calm and composed. Zhang Yan is still in shock, trying to process everything. She manages to speak, asking what kind of power that was. Su Yang just shrugs it off. A secret, he says simply. Even though he plays it cool, Zhang Yan's clearly shaken and impressed. She admits she misjudged him earlier. If he hadn't shown up, she says, she would have chosen death over the alternative. That catches Su Yang's attention. He sees it. The fire in her, the strength beneath the fear. She's no ordinary fighter. Before he can say anything, Zhang Yan interrupts his thoughts. What's your name? She asks. Su Yang, he replies. Her eyes widen in recognition. She's heard of him. Turns out a mutual friend knew. Mentioned him at a party just yesterday. Apparently. And you had one too many drinks and couldn't stop bragging about Su Yang's feats. Now, his name is starting to spread. Su Yang let out a sigh. Typical in you, always running his mouth. Still, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he handed Zhang Yan a return scroll and told her she could head back safely now. She took it with gratitude, eyes following him as he turned to leave. Her thoughts lingered. Su Yang, huh? Definitely not your average warrior. With that, Su Yang moved on. The system chimed in just as he took his next step. Mission complete, weapon mastery proof. In a flash, a notification rolled in confirming his advancement. He was now a 5-star mage warrior. A surge of upgrades followed. HP and XP up, level cap raised to 80, and a stack of bonus stat points. Not bad at all. But the real surprise came next. The system processed his performance and officially unlocked the mage warrior class, arming him with a new arcane mystic weapon. His strength and spirit attributes jumped significantly. And to top it off, a legendary skill book appeared in his inventory, tailor-made for taking down magic users. Inside, 2 powerhouse skills. Nullify all magic, a legendary move that doesn't just cancel magic attacks. It bounces them back with double the force. Arcane Armor, an epic defense that reduces incoming magic damage and amps up his own magical attacks. And then came the kicker, a passive skill called Dual Cultivation. It tied his physical and magical stats together, strengthening both based on his core attributes. Suyang gave the new abilities a test run. The results? Impressive. His physical damage shot up by 24% and magic damage climbed by 15%. With these boosts, even the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon wouldn't stand a chance. As he reveled in the power spike, Bai Ling's voice cut in. "Congratulations, hero," she said in her usual tone, but something about it was off. Softer, distant. Suyang caught it immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked. Bai Ling hesitated, then finally admitted what was weighing on her. The transfer temple in Dongling City couldn't handle anything beyond third-class transfers. If Suyang wanted to keep moving forward, he'd have to head to Tianling City. She paused before continuing, said the thought of him leaving made her feel empty, like something important was about to vanish. Before the moment could settle, the statue behind them suddenly came to life. A radiant light burst from its surface, bathing the area in a soft, holy glow. Bai Ling froze, stunned. Is this the blessing? As the light wrapped around her, something began to change. Wings, pure and angelic, started forming on her back. Suyang watched closely. The scene brought back memories, not of light, but of blood, of the eerie blessing ceremony he'd witnessed before. Only this time it was different. Holy, clean, unervingly divine. Bai Ling slowly rose into the air, her body glowing as she transformed into something otherworldly, an angelic figure, graceful and radiant. A system alert popped up. Bai Ling has advanced to a 5th-class temple priestess. That settled it. Their journey would now lead them to Tianling City. Suyang stared, caught off guard by the sudden change. "That power, what happened to you?" he asked. Bai Ling explained calmly, her voice softer than usual. Her advancement wasn't like most transferees. Her path was unique. But the real win? It meant she didn't have to leave Suyang behind. She smiled, genuinely relieved. But the transformation had drained her. She swayed slightly, her energy slipping away. Leaning on Suyang, she asked, almost in a whisper, "Is it okay if I rest for a bit?" Without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders, steady and reassuring. Feathers drifted down around them like falling snow. "Yeah," he said gently, "we're in this together." Together, they moved forward. Ahead loomed a massive doorway, ancient and full of mystery. As they approached, the door groaned open, drawing all eyes toward them. The crowd gathered outside was already buzzing with murmurs. Suyang, as always, had become the center of attention. Whispers passed through the crowd like wildfire. One guy, clearly irritated, scoffed, "Took him long enough." Another elbowed his friend, grinning. But they were doing some training inside. Suyang didn't flinch. He didn't care. Holding Bai Ling close, he strode through the doorway, ignoring the gossip. What kind of nonsense are they even talking about? He thought to himself, not breaking stride. He addressed the crowd in a calm but firm voice. "Make way. If you're here for a class transfer, step forward." Just as things seemed to be settling, a large man stepped in front of him, blocking the path. His tone sharp, his eyes full of suspicion. "What did you do to the priestess?" Suyang didn't even blink. He met the man's glare with a colder one of his own. "Move." That one word hit harder than any shout. The man felt his legs go weak under Suyang's pressure. His whole aura screamed danger. He didn't know who he was dealing with, but one thing was clear. He didn't want any part of it. Before the tension could drag on, a cheerful voice called out. A young priestess ran up, beaming. "Suyang, just got promoted. I'm the new temple priestess of Dongling City." Suyang turned, nodded, and offered a grin. "Congrats. Hope the pay raise is worth it." She flushed a little at the tease, laughing awkwardly. "But seriously," she said, "I'll miss seeing you and Bai Ling around." Suyang offered a small wave. "We'll visit. Maybe have some tea sometime." Her eyes lit up. "Deal." As he walked off, she stood there watching him go, hugging her staff close and whispering under her breath, "So, I still have a chance." Suyang speaks with a temple official, who assures him that Bai Ling will be well looked after as she begins her new role as the priestess of Tianling City. Suyang nods in agreement, grateful for the support, but his mind is already racing ahead. He knows it's time to establish a base here. He's thinking about buying property and making sure his grandparents are settled and comfortable. The scene transitions to a quiet room where Suyang is seated, pen in hand, writing a heartfelt letter to his grandparents. He tells them about his move to Tianling City and reassures them he's doing just fine. Along with the letter, he includes some money, hoping it'll ease things for his family. He ends the letter with a promise to visit often, signing it with care. Next, we follow Suyang as he tours a stunning villa. The southeast view is breathtaking, and the realtor is clearly impressed with the place, pointing out that it comes fully furnished and ready to move in. The asking price? $9.8 million. Soo-young likes the vibe, but can't help wondering if it's a bit too much for just one person. Before he can worry too much, the realtor pitches a solution. For an extra $1 million, Soo-young could have a full-time maid team to manage everything for him. The maids greet him warmly, calling him Master Soo-young, and their cheerful energy seals the deal. He gives the go-ahead to start the paperwork. Settling into his new life, Soo-young enjoys the rewards of all his hard work. He's relaxing in a private hot spring, soaking in the warmth, thinking how unreal it all feels. Not long ago, a life like this was out of reach. Now, with money in hand and a sense of peace, he leans back and lets himself drift off, planning to check in on Bai Ling in the morning. Over at the temple, Bai Ling slowly regains consciousness. Confused at first, she's comforted by a nearby priestess who offers her a bowl of soothing herbal soup. Grateful, Bai Ling accepts and begins to feel better almost immediately. As they talk, the priestess mentions how the temple's divine statue hadn't shown any signs in years, and yet now, everything seems to center around Soo-young. She asks Bai Ling what she thinks of him. Bai Ling smiles, describing him as someone capable of pulling off the impossible. He's not just powerful and brave, he's kind, resilient, and the kind of person who brings light to even the darkest times. The priestess listens in silence, then her tone shifts. She brings up the red moon, how it's been hanging in the sky for days now. A clear warning that something dangerous is coming. She urges Bai Ling to be careful. But just then, something clicks. Bai Ling's eyes widen. She remembers something critical. Without a word, she jumps up and rushes out of the room, urgency written all over her movements. The head priestess calls after her, asking where she's going in such a hurry. Bai Ling doesn't slow down, shouting over her shoulder that Soo-young still doesn't know about the Red Moon invasion. She has to warn him. Watching her disappear down the hallway, the priestess smirks, lightly teasing whether Bai Ling's worry means she's falling for the hero. Back at Soo-young's villa, the atmosphere shifts in an instant. He's suddenly jolted awake, sensing something's off. A maid lets out a sharp gasp, her voice trembling with fear. She's staring at something massive and menacing right outside. The system flashes a warning. A rare event has been activated. Red Moon invasion. The enemy? A towering 6-tier giant axeman from the demon clan. The beast glares at Soo-young and lets out a blood-chilling roar. Fated 1 kill. Soo-young? He just groans, clearly not impressed. Still half asleep, he complains about being woken up in the middle of the night, muttering about how cranky he gets without rest. The monster doesn't intimidate him. He's more annoyed about the timing than anything else. With a sigh, he gets ready to end the fight fast. Suddenly, the pounding of hooves breaks through the chaos. Soo-young turns to see Luo linger, charging in on horseback, her expression sharp and focused. She takes one glance at the scene and instantly understands. Soo-young is the target of tonight's invasion. He calls out in surprise, recognizing her, but Luo linger doesn't waste time. She cuts him off, telling him to stand back. He's not ready for this kind of enemy, and she's not about to let him get hurt. Soo-young tries to ask what this invasion even is, but she shuts him down. No time for explanations. Her voice is firm as she commands her water beast to attack. The battle kicks off in an explosion of force. Her beast lunges at the red-eyed monster, and a clash shakes the ground. Shockwaves ripple outward, tearing through the landscape and wrecking parts of the villa. Soo-young watches the destruction, then mutters to himself, joking about how he just finished fixing the place up. Right then, Bai Ling bursts onto the scene, breathless and clearly worried. She calls out to Soo-young, asking if he's okay. He looks at her, surprised by her sudden appearance, and asks why she came. She tells him everything. How she saw the red moon, realized she hadn't warned him, and rushed over as fast as she could. Her only thought was making sure he was safe. With Bai Ling in his arms, Soo-young holds her protectively and asks her to explain what's really happening. She nods quickly and begins to lay it all out. Whenever the red moon rises, creatures from a hidden realm called the Scarlet Decay break through into their world. These monsters aren't just any threat. They specifically target warriors like Soo-young, and only other warriors can actually hurt them. This whole phenomenon is known as the Red Moon Invasion, and it's every bit as dangerous as it sounds. As she continues, Bai Ling drops a crucial detail. If a warrior dies during one of these invasions, that's it. No respawns, no resurrection, just permanent death. According to ancient temple texts, these invasions don't start until after a warrior reaches their 3rd advancement. Soo-young processes the info, eyebrows furrowed. He finds it hard to believe that something this deadly only kicks off after a 3rd advancement. The timing seems suspicious, and the threat level? Way too high. Before he can dwell on it further, the real battle kicks off. The giant axeman charges in with crushing force. its weapon slamming down hard enough to crack the earth wide open. Su Yang jumps into action, quickly realizing this monster is unlike anything he's faced before. Its strength is off the charts. As he dodges another brutal swing, Su Yang starts piecing things together. He suspects Luo Linger's real reason for showing up might be the Red Moon Crystal Core, an ultra-rare power-up that drops from these elite monsters. He watches the axeman closely, noticing something strange. The creature's strength seems to fluctuate, as if it's adapting to match its opponent. That kind of scaling shouldn't happen unless the monster's power is somehow linked to its target. Amid the chaos, Su Yang slams the ground with an earthquake strike, sending shockwaves through the area. The whole battlefield trembles from the impact. Luo Linger, locked in combat nearby, is shocked at how tough their opponent really is. She's forced to go full power just to hold her ground. But Su Yang's focus shifts to something else, his villa. As explosions rock the area, he sees his walls cracking and the garden torn to shreds. Fed up, he yells at them to stop, more worried about his newly renovated home than the monster itself. Since the axeman is clearly locked onto him, he insists on taking over the fight. Luo Linger steps back, but not without a warning. She tells him flat out, if he bites off more than he can chew, she's not swooping in to save him. Su Yang just grins, brimming with confidence, and tells her to sit back and enjoy the show. Then, he unleashes his full power. Activating Shadow Body, his form blurs into streaks of motion, wrapped in trails of purple energy. Moving like a phantom, he closes in and lands a crushing strike that sends the axeman flying across the battlefield. Without hesitation, he follows up with his soul mark ability, targeting the monster directly. The result? A devastating blow that wipes out 60% of the monster's health in one hit. Luo Linger stares in disbelief. That one strike from Su Yang? It left her speechless. She hadn't expected him to deal that kind of damage. Su Yang, still analyzing the fight, figures it out. The monster's strength scales based on who it's targeting. Now that it's locked onto him, it's back to 3rd advancement level, right in his wheelhouse. And with the boost from his extreme dual cultivation blessing, he knows he can crush it easily. The fight heats up fast. Su Yang throws out heavy blows that rattle the battlefield, splitting the ground with every hit. The axeman lets out a furious roar, its eyes glowing like fire as it slips into a berserk state. It charges at Su Yang, howling warrior die. But Su Yang doesn't flinch. He stands firm, a soft glow rising around him as he preps his next attack. As the demon rushes in, Su Yang calmly mutters that it's just not strong enough. Then, boom, he launches a devastating final blow that overwhelms the monster completely. A system alert pops up. The Scarlet Decay's level 75 limb-grafted axe wielder has been defeated. Su Yang barely reacts. He shrugs it off, thinking maybe this whole Red Moon invasion isn't as terrifying as it's hyped up to be. Off to the side, Bai Ling has been watching every second of the fight. She's genuinely amazed, calling out how incredible Su Yang is for handling it so effortlessly. Luo Linger, meanwhile, observes from a distance, her expression unreadable. She doesn't look impressed. In fact, she wonders if there's something darker beneath Su Yang's calm surface. Then, with a smirk, she warns him that this little victory doesn't prove anything, and next time, he'll have to answer to her. Su Yang doesn't take the threat seriously. Instead, he raises an eyebrow, more curious about why she always seems to talk to herself. But his attention shifts when he notices the glowing red crystal now in his hand. Something about it feels important. He glances at Bai Ling, asking if this is what Luo Linger was really after. Bai Ling begins to explain, confirming that it's the Red Moon Crystal Core. But before she can say more, the crystal pulses with a strange red light, ominous and sudden. Both of them freeze, caught off guard. Then everything hits at once. Su Yang's body suddenly starts changing in bizarre, uncontrollable ways. He freaks out, shouting, "Oh no, my body!" as the power surges wildly through him. Bai Ling, terrified, calls out his name in panic, trying to reach him. When Su Yang finally snaps out of it, he jolts awake. His whole body still feels off, like something inside is trying to realign itself. He sits up, trying to get his bearings. That's when he notices Bai Ling standing nearby, acting like everything's fine, but her hand is pressed tightly over her neck, trying to cover something. Still groggy and confused, Su Yang points at it and asks, "Hey, what's with that mark?" Bai Ling quickly tries to ease his worries, assuring Su Yang that she's fine and there's no need to panic. She explains that her unique priestess constitution allows her to purify scarlet contamination on her own. It might take a day or two, but she'll recover without a problem. Still, Su Yang isn't completely sold. He tells her not to push herself, saying he'd feel awful if she got hurt because of him. Her expression softens at his words. She gives him a warm smile and calls him her brave hero, the admiration in her voice hard to miss. That moment of connection lingers briefly before Su Yang straightens up, now fully awake and ready to refocus. Just then, Bai Ling lights up, remembering something important. She excitedly tells him that she hasn't even explained the perks of his 5-star third advancement yet. Su Yang blinks, still waking up, but gives her a nod to go on. Bai Ling starts listing off the benefits, and they're no joke. First, his old subsidy of 50 million, that shot up to a massive 1 billion. The moment she says it, the number practically sparkles with importance. It's a huge leap, and it clearly catches Su Yang's attention. But that's just the beginning. His alliance shopping discount also doubled, from 5% to 10%. And now, he's got access to any S-level guild, no conditions attached. Bai Ling flashes a visual of a sleek new membership card, making sure he understands just how rare that is. Still, she also warns him. Now that he's earning so much, he's bound to attract attention, so he needs to be careful about who he trusts. Then she drops the biggest news yet. The Red Moon Crystal Core Exchange Shop is now unlocked for him. That gets Su Yang's full attention. Curious, he asks what exactly that shop is. Bai Ling explains that it's run by the temple and allows warriors to trade Red Moon crystals for powerful loot. Everything from rare gear to special artifacts. To access it, all Su Yang has to do is place his hand on a deity statue, and the shop interface will appear. As she speaks, a display appears showing the shop's inventory. High-tier items glowing under red moonlight, each tagged with their cost in crystals. The selection is jaw-dropping. First-tier forbidden spells cost 300 cores, second-tier spells are priced at 900, semi-divine artifacts go for 4,000. And then there's the crown jewel, the Eternal Golden Spear, a divine artifact that costs a staggering 10,000 red moon crystals. Su Yang is clearly intrigued, especially since even someone like Luo Linger seems desperate to get her hands on these cores. He browses the items, visibly impressed, but then reality hits. He checks his inventory and sees only 3 red moon crystals. Just 3. And the cheapest thing starts at 300. Looks like he's got a long grind ahead before he can start shopping. Unshaken by the steep cost of those top-tier items, Su Yang makes up his mind. He's going to power up fast. If he wants to farm more red moon crystals and unlock those powerful rewards, he'll need to increase the invasion difficulty and take on even more dangerous enemies. As he maps out his next steps, Bai Ling gently interrupts him. She reminds him it's time for her to return to the temple and resume her duties. But just before she leaves, she mentions something intriguing. A foreign dignitary is visiting Tianling City today. Dignitary? Su Yang asks, raising an eyebrow. Bai Ling nods and explains that the visitor is from Longxia country and should be arriving soon. The scene shifts to the Grand Temple in Tianling City. A powerful surge of energy ripples through the air as a portal opens wide. From it steps a young woman, wide-eyed with wonder as she takes in her surroundings. She's in awe of Longxia, clearly impressed by its scale and aura. This is Isuhi Mikiko, a beast master from Sakura country, level 128, and daughter of the prominent Isuhi family. Her escorts, a squad of seasoned warriors, confirm her safe arrival. One of them mentions how the Isuhi family pulled out all the stops for this journey. Their goal? To tame a dragon. Apparently, Sakura country doesn't have any dragon secret realms, and the Eagle Federation's prices were too steep, so they turned to Tianling City in hopes of better luck. Soon after, Isuhi and her group arrive in the city, where they're welcomed by Mr. Li, the diplomatic consul. He greets them formally, showing all the expected courtesy. Isuhi returns the gesture, thanking him for personally coming to meet them. But Mr. Li's focus is clearly elsewhere. He brings up the real reason for their visit, the legendary Black Dragon. It's infamous for its power and cruelty. He asks if Isuhi truly feels ready to take on such a brutal beast. Before she can answer, Wu Zi, one of her escorts, jumps in confidently. He assures Mr. Li there's no need to worry. In fact, he boldly claims that Isuhi might even outmatch Tianling's own famed beastmaster, Luo Linger. Mr. Li chuckles at the bravado, amused by their confidence. Wu Zi laughs too, trying to keep the mood light. Isuhi jumps into the conversation with ease, teasing both men and joking that they already sound like old friends. Her playfulness throws Mr. Li off a bit, but before he can respond, she flashes a smile and asks him for a few tips, since they're still new to the area. Mr. Li notes to himself how refreshing her honesty is, a far cry from the political scheming he's used to. He points them in the direction of the Black Dragon Fortress, located just outside Tianling in Yongfeng City. He shows them the teleportation platform they'll need and politely excuses himself, explaining he has official duties to return to. Isuhi waves with a bright smile, calling out, "Take care, old master," as she bids Mr. Li farewell. One of her escorts, clearly unimpressed, mutters about how cold the welcome was. Another joins in, suggesting that Tianling City probably doesn't bother treating guests from smaller nations well, especially with Longxia holding so much power. But Isuhi shuts that down immediately. Ever the optimist, She reminds her team that they're guests here, and it's their job to respect the customs of the host country. She even throws in a traditional longxia, saying about guests following the host's rules, noting that Mr. Lee did his part by guiding them without interference. She warns them not to stir up trouble, showing a surprising level of maturity that catches even her own guards off guard. Woozy mutters quietly that her good-natured attitude might get her in trouble one day. Another guard comments that it probably stems from her sheltered upbringing. Her family's always been protective of her. Meanwhile, from a rooftop not far away, Luo Linger watches the group carefully. Her eyes narrow as she recognizes the newcomer instantly. Asuhi Mikiko, the so-called prodigy beastmaster from Sakura Country. Jotai, standing beside her, confirms it. He explains that Asuhi joined the Global Beastmaster Association around the same time as Luo Linger and built a solid reputation with her talent. He's sure she came here aiming for the Black Dragon. But Luo Linger isn't too concerned. Asuhi's strong, sure, but she doesn't see her as the real threat. What's been occupying her mind more is Su Yang, the wild card who keeps defying expectations. She asked Jotai for an update on the investigation she had him run. Jotai delivers the report straight. They've gone through Su Yang's background top to bottom. No major guild support, no noble backing. He's a complete outlier who's clawed his way up on his own. Even Yu Yun Guild he's affiliated with hasn't done much to assist him. Everything Su Yang has accomplished, he's earned solo. That revelation throws Luo Linger for a loop. It's hard for her to grasp how someone with no foundation has managed such a meteoric rise. She stares off thoughtfully, growing more and more intrigued by Su Yang's potential. Could he really be the kind of person who might tame the Black Dragon? The idea nags at her. Maybe, just maybe, she's starting to feel a bit threatened, even if he's only just reached his third advancement. Back down below, Woozy taps Asuhi on the shoulder, letting her know it's time to move out. He suggests they get back and prepare for the challenge ahead. The group starts heading off, but something catches Luo Linger's attention. She pauses, sensing something strange in the air. Her sharp gaze scans the area, and Jotai notices the shift in her expression. He leans in and quietly asks if they've been spotted, despite the fact that they're cloaked in a high-grade stealth field. Luo Linger quickly catches on. Asuhi might be sharper than she gave her credit for. This new challenger from Sakura Country could be a real problem. Wasting no time, she flips her strategy. Turning to Jotai, she commands him to rally their squad and meet at the Black Dragon Fortress gates in 30 minutes. Things are escalating fast in the secret realm, and they need to be ready. Jotai doesn't hesitate. Although her urgency surprises him, he knows better than to question it. He scrambles to carry out her orders. The stakes just got real. Meanwhile, the scene jumps to Su Yang's extravagant new residence. He's barking out instructions like a drill sergeant, directing maids on exactly where to clean and how to reinforce the structure. Everything has to be perfect. But then, an alert flashes across his system. Intruders are making a move in the secret realm. A prompt asks if he wants to sync with the boss. Su Yang's demeanor shifts instantly. He accepts the connection, eyes narrowing with focus. As he turns to leave, a maid timidly points out that the mansion is still under construction. Without breaking stride, Su Yang waves it off. He has business to handle, and tells them to hold down the fort. In the blink of an eye, he links into the secret realm. A powerful energy erupts around him as his form begins to shift. Then the screen lights up, the challenge is on. An S-level guild with 24 members has entered. Their leader? Luo Linger. Recognition hits instantly. Su Yang's eyes flare as he reads her name. A shout of disbelief escapes him. So she's the one behind this incursion. Elsewhere, Luo Linger rallies her crew. She promises massive rewards to anyone who helps bring down the Black Dragon. Her determination fuels the group, and they charge forward with fiery momentum. Watching from the shadows, Su Yang lets out a low, cold laugh. She's caused him enough headaches. Now it's time to settle the score, and he's planning to collect with interest. From within his massive dragon form, Su Yang surveys his troops. He can tell right away, this isn't like the last group. They're stronger, more organized, and fully loaded with elite gear. This won't be an easy fight. The real challenge is just beginning. One of Su Yang's dragon warriors steps forward, brimming with confidence. He promises they'll crush the intruders without breaking a sweat. Another elite soldier quickly backs him up, vowing that not a single enemy will leave alive. A quick stat window flashes across the screen. Level 95 mutated dragon blood warriors. These elite bosses boast insane strength and nearly unbreakable defenses, making them a terrifying force to face. But Su Yang's sharp eyes catch something unusual. Two unfamiliar creatures standing among his ranks. He points them out, asking who they are. That's when Lilith, the elf princess, speaks up a bit nervously. She reminds him of that time he lost control and self-recovered during a frenzy. Apparently, these two creatures had licked the blood he spilled during that moment and mutated because of it. Su-yang raises an eyebrow, curious about the results of direct dragon blood exposure. Lilith explains further. Only these two survived the mutation. Others didn't have the same luck. She gestures to a couple of trembling creatures nearby, who quickly bow their heads and apologize, clearly wishing they hadn't tried their luck. Su-yang eyes the new mutants, estimating their strength. They aren't at his current level, but they might be as strong as his black flame wing form before he evolved. That's enough. Without delay, he sends them out. Intercept the enemy, show their worth. The creatures roar with excitement and rush out, eager to prove themselves in battle. But Su-yang's attention lingers on Lilith. Something's off. He asks her directly if anything's bothering her. She tries to shake it off, forcing a smile, but she's clearly not herself. As Su-yang turns away, refocusing on the oncoming fight, Lilith's thoughts wander. Deep down, she knows the Hero Brave team is no joke. Their strength is the real deal, maybe even enough to take down the Black Dragon. But for some reason, the idea doesn't sit right with her. A part of her just can't feel happy about it. The scene cuts to the Hero Brave squad charging forward. Their formation is tight, their attacks sharp and coordinated. Every strike hits with precision, clearing a path through the battlefield. The team's leader stays calm under pressure, urging everyone to stay alert. This place is full of surprises. Leading from the front, Luo Linger glances back and teases her team for being so uptight. She points out that even if the Black Dragons reach Stellar Tier, the smaller creatures shouldn't have changed much. But Zhoutai doesn't drop his guard. He insists caution is key. Things can shift at any moment. And right on cue, a loud siren echoes across the battlefield. Everyone freezes. Two towering, monstrous figures step out from the darkness, elite bosses. The real fight is about to begin. Zhoutai eyes the monstrous figures ahead and lets out a dry remark. Figures. Spoke too soon. The real fight is just getting started. Luo Linger steps forward at the front of the team, composed and commanding. She sizes up the two elite monsters in an instant. One's immune to physical attacks, the other shrugs off magic. Without hesitation, she splits the team, assigning the right damage types to the right targets and making sure the bosses don't sync up their attacks. The team scatters, each member locking in on their target with precision. Spells light up the field, weapons clash, and Luo Linger keeps everyone in check, warning them not to push the bosses too close to the edge. The last thing they need is a berserk frenzy from either of them. Zhoutai charges in, activating his signature move, Shadow Horn Instant Kill. The ground quakes as a strike lands clean. One of the bosses lets out a chilling roar as it goes down, its voice echoing with fury. Lord Athos, I will return. Vengeance will be ours. That's when Su-yang finally steps in. He's had enough. Watching from a distance, he can't stay silent any longer. Fury burns in his eyes as he sees Luo Linger trying to claim his subordinate. Sure, he knows players capture creatures all the time. It's part of the game. But this is his territory and his people. He won't stand by while someone steals what's his. Still, Su-yang isn't reckless. He knows the odds. Luo Linger's team is powerful, and a full-on confrontation could go sideways fast. He weighs his options, gaze falling on something in front of him, an object that looks as foul as it does mysterious. Lilith notices his hesitation and follows his eyes. When she realizes what he's considering, her face twists in horror. You're not seriously thinking of eating that, are you? Su-yang's face hardens. He doesn't want to, but he knows he has to. With a deep breath, he grabs it and swallows it whole, grimacing as the slimy, foul thing slides down. The taste hits immediately, like rotting sludge mixed with sewer water. Lilith stares, horrified. How does it taste? Su-yang gags, his expression twisted, like something that should have stayed buried. Then, everything changes. A violent surge of power bursts from within him. Light explodes outward, blinding and brilliant, shaking the earth. A golden beam shoots skyward, splitting the clouds with a deafening roar. The sheer force ripples through the battlefield. The dragon warriors fall silent, staring in awe. One murmurs in disbelief. Is that our lord? Another drops to one knee, whispering reverently, My king. Luo Linger shields her eyes from the blinding light. Her breath catches as a realization hits. That power, it's overwhelming. She looks toward the fortress, her eyes wide. Something massive has awakened. The battlefield stills. Then, out of the golden blaze, a colossal shadow emerges. Su-yang descends from the light, fully transformed. Towering and majestic, his evolved black dragon form dominates the sky. His wings stretch wide, casting a chilling darkness over the land. Every soul below can feel it. The weight of his presence, the raw, unshakable power he now commands. Luo Linger stares up at the towering figure, her breath catching in her throat. The sight before her is unmistakable. The legendary Black Dragon, fully evolved. She gasps as system notifications start pouring in, flashing across her interface. Dungeon boss Black Flame Wing has mutated. New identity, Black Dragon Athos. The alerts don't stop there. One after another, they confirm what everyone's now realizing. This isn't just a power-up. It's a full-blown tier leap. The once formidable dungeon boss has ascended to Radiant Moon Tier, level 15. The secret realm itself trembles in response, reshaping to accommodate the overwhelming power now coursing through its core. The rules have changed. The difficulty has spiked. The challenge just hit an entirely new ceiling. Su Yang, now Black Dragon Athos, scans the field with icy precision. The thrill of his transformation surges through him. A sharp grin cuts across his face. Perfect, he declares, his voice cold and certain. Now, let's see who's worthy to face me. High above, his massive wings stretch wide, casting a suffocating shadow over the battlefield. The pressure of his presence weighs heavily on the adventurers below. On the ground, Lu Ci spirals into full panic. He waves his arms, his voice cracking as he yells, "We just leveled up. What kind of cursed luck is this? Who jumps from elite to boss from hell mode in one shot? Where are the devs?" Zhou Tai grabs his shoulder, trying to rein him in. "Get together. Focus." But the rest of the squad is visibly rattled. Eyes dart toward Luo Linger, all looking for answers, for orders, anything. Someone mutters shakily, "What do we do now? That thing's not just a boss, it's death on wings." Luo Linger clenches her fists, trying to steady herself. She mutters under her breath, "No way. A moonlight tier? That has to be a glitch." The doubt lingers in her voice, thinly veiled by denial. This dungeon must be bugged. Above, the dragon chuckles, a low, thunderous rumble that echoes across the skies. Flames begin to ripple along his scales, igniting the air around him. "You still think it's a bug?" His voice booms. "Then let me teach you what real power looks like." The ground trembles beneath them. Zhou Tai's instincts kick in. Defensive skills now. The team scrambles. Mountain wall, light shield, fire resist, earth protect us. But it's not enough. Su Yang inhales deeply, then unleashes a cataclysmic blaze. A sea of fire crashes down, tearing through shields and barriers like paper. Screams echo through the battlefield as the flames consume everything in their path. The defenses crumble. The heat is unbearable. And this is only the beginning. Agonized screams pierce the air as the attack crashes down, instantly wiping out 10 adventurers. Only 6 remain upright, hanging by a thread. Zhou Tai, recognizing the sheer power of a moonlight-ranked boss, silently thanks their foresight in bringing backups. He yells to the survivors, urging them to activate the Ring of Life's Emerald, a one-use item that revives the user with full health. A glow spreads across the battlefield as the fallen rise once more, ready to fight again. Overhead, Su Yang watches in silence, impressed by their grit. It's clear, they came locked and loaded for a fight like this. On the ground, Luo Linger pushes forward, summoning colossal elemental beasts, a bear, a wolf, and a bird, to join the fray. She launches a coordinated strike, meteor rain, thunder strike, heavy blood strike, all directed at the dragon. Explosions of light tear across the sky, but the dragon barely budges. Luo Linger's confidence starts to crack. No matter how hard they hit, the dragon doesn't flinch. Her plan to wear it down bit by bit crumbles. She tries to regroup, but the dragon's already powering up another devastating ability. With no defenses ready, the adventurers scatter, but it's too late. A desperate cry echoes across the field. Someone's praying for a miracle. Then it hits. Dragon impact smashes into the earth, sending a shockwave ripping through their ranks. The ground splits beneath them, defenses shatter, and chaos takes over. Ulgin falls, unmoving. The team scrambles to find a way to bring him back, but Lu Ci just lowers his head, lips tight. "It's over," he mutters. "We're not making it out of this." Luo Linger looks around at the devastation. Stunned, they're even still breathing. One blow nearly ended them all. Zhou Tai steps up beside her, his voice low but firm. He tells her to run, that if anyone can escape and warn the others, it's her. She clenches her fists, furious. She's not ready to run. Not after everything. But Zhou Tai doesn't waver. The moment the dragon evolved, their fate was sealed. This isn't a battle. They're facing annihilation. He begs her to leave, to survive. Tears sting her eyes as she finally nods. As much as it hurts, she knows he's right. She turns, heart heavy, and bolts toward the horizon on her mount. She doesn't look back. Her team is staying behind to face the end. All she can do now is live, and make sure their sacrifice isn't in vain. As Luo Linger rides hard into the distance, she feels the weight of eyes burning into her back. The dragon locks onto her fleeing figure, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Running, are you? You really think I'd let the main course walk away? It says, its voice dripping with cruel amusement. But just as it prepares to launch after her, a voice shouts across the field. Zhou Tai steps forward, his body barely holding together, yet his spirit unbroken. He roars at the dragon, hurling every ounce of strength into his voice, daring it to face him instead. The dragon pauses, curious. Then, with a snort, it turns its gaze back to the adventurers now charging forward in one final act of defiance. So brave. Throwing your lives away, it scoffs. In a single sweeping motion, its wings ignite the air. A surge of flame rushes out, engulfing them all. There's no time to scream. Only silence as the fire fades, and nothing remains but scorched earth. Far ahead, Luo Linger urges her mount faster, fury and grief battling inside her. Her thoughts spiral. How could she have let this happen? She once believed she was unstoppable, a genius. But now, she's left running from a battle she couldn't win. Not her, not Sumakiko, not even Su Yang could have changed the outcome. Still, somewhere deep inside, a spark remains. If she can find another dragon, just one, maybe all isn't lost. But fate doesn't wait. Out of nowhere, a blast hits her mount. She's thrown from the saddle, spinning through the air. She hits the ground hard, pain shooting through her. Dazed, she looks up, only to see a monstrous shadow falling over her. The dragon. It had wiped out Zhou Tai's group in less than a minute, and now it's back. Luo Linger scrambles, summoning the last of her strength. She calls her elemental beasts again, forcing them to intercept. They roar and rush the dragon, but it doesn't slow. In a flash, its massive claw slams down, grabbing her like a toy and lifting her high into the sky. She kicks, thrashes, screams. Nothing works. You humans think you can tame me, the dragon growls, pulling her closer to its open jaws. Terror floods through her. She's helpless, dangling in the grip of a monster. Her strength crumbles, and with it, her courage. Tears spill freely as she breaks down, sobbing uncontrollably. No longer a warrior, just a girl caught in the jaws of death. The dragon halts mid-motion, caught off guard by her sudden emotional collapse. Its claw trembles slightly as it stares at her, utterly baffled. Luo Linger, still sobbing, blurts out everything. How she can't stand the thought of losing to Su Yang, how she's terrified of disappointing her father, and above all, how she really doesn't want to be eaten. The dragon sighs, clearly unimpressed. Are you serious right now? It mutters, rolling its eyes. Its grip loosens just a bit. Fine, I won't eat you, it adds with an icy tone, but don't get your hopes up. You're still dying. Without another word, the dragon conjures a blazing fireball and launches it point blank. Flames engulf Luo Linger in an instant. Ding! You have killed the 5th transformation, level 130 Beastmaster Luo Linger. Experience gained. The flames die down, and in their place stands the dragon, Su Yang in his final evolved form, looking down at the scorched battlefield. He smirks slightly. In the end, humans and monsters were always destined to clash. Luo Linger simply had the bad luck of crossing his path. A bright notification flashes before his eyes. Total experience gained, 31.9476992 million. He calculates the gain, just 7 levels. A decent boost, but nothing spectacular at his current stage. Progress only slows from here. If he wants to keep climbing, he'll need to take down far stronger opponents. His attention shifts to the scattered loot left behind. Platinum and diamond tier gear sparkle in the debris, but he barely gives them a glance. What truly grabs him is a glimmering moonlight tier ring, embedded with an infinite stone, powerful enough to lift level caps. Just as he starts examining it, another item drifts up, an ominous scroll pulsing with raw energy. The Wrath of the Wind God, a second forbidden spell to add to his growing collection. His grin widens. With 2 of these in his hands now, the spoils from his battle are beyond anything he expected. No one would dare challenge him after this. Not for a long while. Elsewhere, far from the chaos, Lilith sits alone beneath the setting sun. Her eyes are fixed on the horizon, her thoughts lost in the promise she once made. She wonders what true freedom might feel like once all of this is finally over. In a flash of light, Su Yang reappears in the heart of his opulent mansion, walking in with the air of someone who just conquered the world. I'm back, he announces calm and collected. His servants freeze for a second, startled, then burst into motion, rushing to greet him with visible relief and excitement. None of them expected him back so soon, especially not after a battle of that scale. Su Yang takes a slow look around. The once damaged estate now gleams, fully restored. He nods, clearly pleased. You've done well, he says, acknowledging their effort before stretching out with a casual yawn. Now, I think I'll enjoy a full body massage. Without delay, the maids attend to him, hands working expertly as he reclines, finally letting himself relax. A slow smile spreads across his face. Victory never felt so comfortable. Meanwhile, just outside the Black Dragon dungeon, the mood couldn't be more different. The adventurers who had fought Su Yang stand in stunned silence, the weight of their defeat sinking in. One of them finally breaks it. How does he always level up after every fight? He mutters, frustration etched in his voice. We had numbers, we used our revival items, and we still lost. Zhou Tai, ever the composed leader, silences the grumbling with a sharp look. Focus, he says firmly. Where's the young miss? Has anyone seen her? Their eyes dart around nervously, but no one speaks. The realization hits them hard. They haven't seen Luo linger since exiting the dungeon. A chilling thought creeps in. Could she have ended up like Master Chun? Zhou Tai's sharp hearing picks up a faint sound nearby. Crying. He follows it, heart heavy, until he finds her, Luo linger, curled in a dark corner, her pride shattered. Young miss, he calls gently. She doesn't look up. Her voice is barely audible, cracked with defeat. I failed. I was so close. I almost had him. How can I still call myself a genius? Zhou Tai hesitates, unsure how to answer. But before he can speak, she wipes her face quickly, masking her vulnerability. Don't pity me, she snaps, trying to pull herself together. He doesn't flinch. I'm here to report our losses, he says plainly. Then softer, he adds, no one expected the dragon to evolve. Losing to something like that, it's not a disgrace. His honesty cuts through the fog in her mind. Maybe it wasn't just her failure. Maybe it was simply impossible. Still, as she sits there, her thoughts drift to Su Yang and to Sui Makiko. They're still out there, still ahead. But this isn't the end. Not for her. A flicker of determination sparks back to life. If she can tame another dragon, something even stronger, she can still rise again. This defeat won't define her. Not if she can help it. Luo Linger's thoughts spin as she considers her next move. Two dragons come to mind, one red, the other silver. Both are Starlight tier, but it's the silver dragon that captures her attention. Stronger, smarter. If she can tame that one, she'll rise above everyone. No more chasing Su Yang or a Suhi Makiko. She'll be unmatched. Her focus hardens, cutting through the doubt. She finally straightens, brushing off the weight of failure. Glancing at Zhou Tai, she gives him a surprising nod. I misjudged you, she says coolly. Thought you were all muscle, but you seem more than I gave you credit for. Zhou Tai lets out a quiet laugh, relieved to see her fire returning. Took you long enough to notice. Reinvigorated, Luo Linger raises her hand, a glow radiating from her palm as she steps forward with purpose. Her voice rings clear and sharp. Report your casualties. Zhou Tai will collect the data. The team snaps to attention. Her confidence rallies them, their energy rising as they move with new purpose. But just as order returns, she spots unfamiliar faces in the crowd. A frown tugs at her brow. Then someone steps forward, a figure in green, eyes sparkling with recognition. A Suhi Makiko, the newcomer announces with a grin. Finally, I get to meet the one and only Luo Linger. Her tone is light, but her presence commands attention. There's an unmistakable charge in the air as the two stand face to face for the first time. Luo remains calm, her gaze steady. What do you want? Asuhi beams, unbothered. Same as you. The Black Dragon. Luo doesn't flinch. She simply turns, offering a curt, good luck, as she walks away, leaving Asuhi's outstretched hand hanging midair. The crowd stirs, whispers flying. She didn't even shake her hand, still bitter about the dragon. That was cold, but before the murmurs grow louder, Asuhi steps forward and shuts them down. Her voice rings with clarity. Enough. Focus. We've got bigger things to worry about. The chatter dies instantly. All eyes shift forward, then widen in shock. Towering in front of them stands the Black Dragon's fortress. But something's changed. It now glows ominously, reclassified as a Moonlight tier dungeon. Panic sets in. Confused voices rise as adventurers scramble to contact their superiors. The difficulty spike wasn't part of the plan. Something's changed, and no one knows what they're walking into anymore. Mr. Lee steps forward calm, but clearly carrying the weight of the moment. With a measured voice, he apologizes to the gathered adventurers, acknowledging the unexpected evolution that disrupted their plans. He urges everyone to return to Tianling City and rest for now. New strategies are already in motion. But as he walks away, a troubling thought lingers in his mind. That kind of evolution wasn't natural. Something or someone had interfered, and that kind of power doesn't just appear without a reason. The next day, the battlefield lies in silence. The once crowded area is now abandoned, haunted by the defeat of Tianling City's top team. No one else dares to approach, no one but Su Yang. He walks toward the swirling portal, its energy pulsing with unease. The moment he steps through, the air thickens, charged with dread. The sky overhead is painted in deep crimson, and jagged peaks surround the desolate land like broken teeth. Yet Su Yang moves with purpose. This place, once his domain as a dungeon boss, now welcomes him back. Only this time, he returns as a challenger. Above him, dragonlings screech and dive in a dramatic display, but their mockery is short-lived. A surge of black fire ignites around Su Yang, his aura erupting with raw power. The dragonlings falter mid-air, their formation breaking. What they sense isn't just strength, it's something ancient. Then they feel it, the pressure of Lord Athos's legacy. The flames coiling around Su Yang bear the unmistakable mark of a forgotten tyrant. Confusion spreads through the swarm. How could a human wield that kind of force? But there's no mistaking the truth. Lord Athos's dark essence now lives on in him. Su Yang lifts his gaze, and with one command, shatters the stillness. Get lost. His voice cuts through the air like a blade. The dragonlings scatter, overwhelmed and shaken, vanishing into the clouds. The tension breaks, but only for a moment. A pale glow emerges beside him as a moon spirit wolf materializes, its form ethereal and menacing. Without a word, Su Yang commands it to stand guard. The beast lets out a chilling howl that rolls through the valley like a warning bell. The battlefield responds. Black flames rise around Su Yang as he steps forward, his grin widening. There's no fear, no doubt, only power. And the moment he reaches the center of the field, everything falls into place. Boss duty has officially begun. The black dragon stirs from its slumber, its massive form rising with a guttural growl. Not far away, an elf lounges lazily, her gaze half-lidded with disinterest. She's seen this play out too many times, overconfident challengers charging in with big dreams and leaving in pieces. To her, this just feels like another repeat performance. She sighs, wondering if any of the grand vows made by monsters ever meant anything at all. Her musings are drowned out by the rising chorus of dragon roars cutting through the sky. Then, without warning, the black dragon slams down onto the battlefield like a meteor, shaking the ground with its landing. Its presence is suffocating, commanding. Even the spectral moon spirit wolves, loyal and fierce, recoil at the sudden shift in energy. Something about it feels familiar, and then it does the unthinkable. The dragon raises one titanic claw and drives it into its own chest with a roar of anguish. The force of the blow echoes through the valley. The wolves flinch, stunned. What is it doing? Has it lost its mind? But Su Yang doesn't flinch. He watches with sharp, calculated eyes. He's already figured it out. The dragon's attack bypasses its natural defenses. It's hurting itself on purpose. He notes the HP drop with clinical precision. 54%, perfect, he mutters. He lifts his hand and gives the order with commanding finality. Black dragon, cease all recovery. Freeze every monster in this dungeon. His voice cuts through the air like a whip. Instantly, the dragon obeys. The battlefield stills. The wolves, finally understanding, fall into line. This isn't madness, it's mastery. Their master has returned. Su Yang's rise from his earlier, weaker class is now complete. He's carved a new path with sheer will and power, and the future lies wide open before him. Energy surges through him, electric and alive, the air practically humming with potential. The black flame wing Athos, his legacy, is awakening once more, ready to claim dominion over lands that once seemed beyond reach. But the cost of this ascent weighs heavily on him. 2 hours of non-stop fighting has drained his strength. His arms are numb, his legs barely holding him upright. Every breath is a struggle, every movement laced with pain. Still, the black dragon refuses to go down easily. Wounded and bleeding, it stands tall, clinging to life with 19% HP remaining. Su Yang downs a restorative potion, the cool liquid jolting him back into focus. He tightens his grip on his weapon, running through every tactic, every possibility. He's come too far to fall short now. Then, from a distance, a thunderous roar tears across the sky, shaking the earth itself. The elf, who had all but given up watching, jerks upright. The air shifts. The clouds above part. The heavy fog lifts. One by one, the dragons begin to vanish. And then, silence. The black dragon's presence, its immense, suffocating aura, is gone. The battle is over. Su Yang pants heavily, eyes locked on the sky as the adrenaline fades, and every bruise makes itself known. It's finally over, he mutters, half in disbelief. But the fight isn't quite finished yet. The black dragon, battered and broken, refuses to bow quietly. With the last of its strength, it rises once more, cloaked in blazing energy, a final show of defiance. For Su Yang, this is more than just an ending. It's the start of something new. The world has shifted, and so has his place in it. Then a barrage of system messages flood in. Victory confirmed. Experience rolls in. More than triple what he's ever seen before. One final jump takes him from level 79 to 80 in an instant. As the battlefield quiets, his eyes catch a faint shimmer among the remains. A weapon, gleaming, otherworldly. Instantly, Su-yang senses it's no ordinary loot. Without hesitation, he steps forward and grips the hilt. The moment he lifts it, the earth quakes underfoot, power coursing up his arm like a roaring river. The weapon's name blazes across his vision. Dragon Bone Greatsword, Devourer of Athos. A legendary blade, its passive ability sends a chill down his spine. Every time it fells a dragon, 10% of that dragon's attributes become his. Su-yang stares at the weapon stunned. This isn't just powerful, it's evolutionary. With every kill, it grows. And so does he. Tightening his grip, he gives a single command. Drink. Instantly, the sword answers. A massive surge of energy bursts from the blade, tearing through the ground, shaking the entire field. It's more destructive than anything he's ever unleashed. Still clutching the sword, Su-yang reflects on the truth behind its creation. Black Flame Wing. So you're descended from the ancient devourer, he muses. No wonder it was so powerful, even in its youth. The system didn't drop this weapon by chance. It was part of something greater. A destiny that now ties him to the legacy of a primordial beast. Then, another ping. Task complete. Dragon Slayer's heart. The black dragon's heart now rests in his hands, throbbing with a deep, ancient energy. As its power floods him, his spirit spikes by 50%, his strength doubles, and he gains the ability to ignore any dragon's innate talents, while dealing 500% extra damage. But the true prize is its once-in-a-lifetime gift, the power to summon ancient heroes through his blood. He lets out a short laugh. I've basically become a raid boss. Just as the thought settles, another notification chimes. Boss co-op kill detected, generating boss minion. His eyes widen. The black dragon's massive form begins to reappear, no longer hostile. Energy swirls around it. Not rage, but allegiance. Su-yang watches in awe as the system confirms it. Athos, the mighty dragon once hell-bent on killing him, is now his. Loyal. Bound. His dream of commanding a beast of legend has become reality. Without hesitation, Su-yang climbs onto the dragon's back, the sheer force beneath him humming with barely contained power. In one smooth motion, they shoot into the sky, cutting through the blood-red clouds as they head toward the fortress. Far below, Lilith stands frozen, struggling to process what she's witnessing. The dragonkin have vanished. The black dragon defeated. It's a scene she never believed she'd live to see. But there it is, clear as day. Su-yang, riding the beast like it was born to serve him. The earth trembles as the dragon lands before her, sending shockwaves through the ground. Su-yang stands tall atop the creature, his presence so commanding it stops Lilith cold. She doesn't move. She doesn't speak. Then he steps forward and offers a hand. No hesitation, no words wasted. I'm here to rescue you. That's all he says. Simple, direct. And in that moment, something changes. Lilith can't look away. She's looking at someone who just shattered the impossible. Because yes, it's real. Su-yang has tamed the black dragon. The same dragon everyone feared. The one they said couldn't be controlled. Yet here it is, calmly resting beneath a human's feet. Even Lilith, who's seen enough magic to last a lifetime, is at a loss. No elf had come close. No warrior had even dared. But Su-yang? He's doing it like it's just another Tuesday. Legendary dragon slayer? Maybe. But one thing's for sure, he's no ordinary man. And he's not done. Turning to Lilith, he tells her to climb on. She hesitates. It's a freaking dragon, after all. But something in his voice makes her move. She grabs his hand, and he pulls her up. Hold tight, he says, already preparing for liftoff. With practiced ease, Su-yang takes the dragon skyward again, the wind howling past them. Lilith clings to him, heart racing, unsure if she's terrified or just overwhelmed. Su-yang looks back at her, calm as ever. Open your eyes, he says. She does, and what she sees takes her breath away. Endless sky, towering peaks, a world spread out beneath them like a dream. For the first time in forever, Lilith feels weightless. Unchained, she whispers to herself, something about finally feeling free. And then there's the dragon. It glances back too, its gaze holding something more. Something unspoken. Su-yang catches the look, but stays focused, eyes locked on the portal ahead. We're almost there, he says. Just hang on. Back at the fortress, all hell's breaking loose. Soldiers are locked in a desperate fight, trying to hold off an endless wave of monsters. Their commanders shouting out orders, keeping the line from collapsing. But it's not looking good. Then, out of nowhere, a massive shadow cuts across the sky. All heads turn upward. Boom. Su Yang descends from the heavens, riding a dragon like it's no big deal. The battlefield goes dead silent. These soldiers have seen horrors before, but this? A dragon? Nobody was ready for that. One Knight just stares, mouth open, brain clearly trying and failing to make sense of the scene. The black dragon lands with a roar that rattles bones and shakes the very ground beneath them. It's the kind of entrance that rewrites legends. Su Yang hops off casually, waving a hand like he just tripped over someone's lawn. Oops, didn't mean to freak everyone out, he says, as if flying in on a legendary beast is something that happens every Tuesday. Lilith just rolls her eyes. She's gotten used to his whole accidental villain energy. Still, it works. They quickly shift gears. Su Yang brings up the idea of heading to the Lord's mansion. Maybe there's a way to help Lilith return to her kingdom. But she hesitates. Instead of jumping at the chance, she softly asks if she can stay a bit longer. She doesn't say it outright, but there's something in her eyes, gratitude, maybe even admiration. Like she's made a silent vow to herself. Su Yang shrugs it off, but he's not heartless. Stay if you want, he says. Just don't expect me to play hero every day. She's dying to know how he pulled off the dragon taming, but he dodges the question completely. Trade's secret, he says, walking away with that same unreadable grin. Typical Su Yang, always leaving people guessing. Just as things start to feel somewhat normal again, a thunderous roar tears through the city. Panic spreads fast. Citizens scream. Soldiers scramble. Luo Linger hears the sound too, stiffening as she mutters. That couldn't be the Black Dragon, could it? Elsewhere, Zhou Tai is in full-on crisis mode, trying to wrap his head around how a dungeon boss could have ended up loose in the city. And far from the chaos, Asuhi senses the surge of energy. A dragon, in Tianling, she whispers, eyes narrowing. In the shadows, a cloaked figure nods once. Send a team. Find out what's going on. Meanwhile, outside the Black Dragon fortress, Su Yang lounges without a care, completely unfazed by the rising tension. Lilith is restless, ready to move, but he holds her back. Wait, he says, eyes fixed on the horizon. We've got company. He's right. A massive dust cloud kicks up in the distance, signaling the arrival of someone important. Moments later, the ground shakes again, this time from an army on the move. At the head of the formation is Wei Ming, Lord of Tianling City, storming in with authority. The crowd erupts in whispers. Some are convinced a world boss has spawned. Others are freaking out, convinced the Black Dragon escaped its dungeon. And in the middle of it all stands Su Yang, cool as ever, waiting for the storm to hit. When Wei Ming finally lays eyes on the massive dragon, he freezes. It's not just any dragon, it's the Black Dragon. Out here, right in front of him. Su Yang greets Mr. Jia casually, like they've known each other for ages, and that alone throws the entire crowd off. Wei Ming's eyes dart between Su Yang and the dragon, disbelief written all over his face. Actually tamed it? He asks, barely managing to get the words out. Su Yang doesn't flinch. As you can see, he replies coolly, as if taming legendary beasts is just part of the routine. But Wei Ming isn't buying it. Not yet. He demands proof, still clinging to reason. There's no way some kid just walked in and took control of a moonlight tier Black Dragon, right? Wrong. Su Yang simply gives the beast a nod. The dragon unleashes a thunderous roar, shaking the air and sending waves of panic through the crowd. Soldiers fall back, people scream, and Wei Ming turns pale, his legs nearly giving out from the shock. Stop, please, he yells, realizing in that instant. This isn't a bluff. It's real. All of it. Lilith, still hanging onto the dragon, glares at Su Yang. Was that really necessary? She snaps. But he just shrugs, like it was a perfectly reasonable way to make a point. Wei Ming, now thoroughly humbled, stammers out apology after apology for ever doubting him. His mind's racing, trying to make sense of it all. Did he find a secret dungeon egg? He wonders aloud. That kind of drop is nearly unheard of, even for someone who slays a dragon boss. And how? How could someone so young handle something this powerful? The more he thinks, the wilder his theories get. Could Su Yang actually be a hidden deity? Some kind of divine beast tamer in disguise? And he's not the only one thinking it. Word is already spreading. The Global Beast Tamer Association, home to the most elite tamers, has only ever confirmed one person capable of controlling a dragon. And now here's Su Yang, standing beside one like it's no big deal. Wei Ming can't take it anymore. His head drops low. With trembling hands, he bows to Su Yang, totally surrendered, both out of respect and fear. Just then, a soft ding echoes in Su Yang's mind. Boss mission, Phase 1 complete. But before he even has time to enjoy it, another notification pops up. Next boss target, located. Even Su Yang has to pause. Already, he mutters, eyes narrowing. Looks like this break won't last long. Wei Ming, still rattled and wiping the sweat from his brow, steps forward again, trying to make sense of everything. You must be from the Global Beast Tamer Association, he blurts out, convinced that it's the only explanation. Su-yang gives him a blank look, clearly not following. Before Wei Ming can press further, Jiayu leans in and reminds him that no high-ranking officials or important guests have arrived in the city recently. That throws Wei Ming off. Maybe Su Yang's arrival was kept secret, but without any teleportation records to prove it, that theory falls apart just as quickly. Then the entire vibe shifts. A burst of energy crashes onto the scene. Enter Asuhi Makiko, practically glowing with enthusiasm. "Hi there," she calls out, grinning ear to ear. Wei Ming and Jiayu barely have time to react before she's right in front of Su Yang, introducing herself as a beast tamer from Sakura country. She's clearly fired up, and she wastes no time. "How'd you do it? How'd you tame the dragon?" she asks, practically bouncing. Su Yang just stares, caught off guard by the sudden energy spike. Makiko starts firing off questions, full of curiosity and admiration, but halfway through, she pauses. "Wait, some things are supposed to be confidential between tamers," she remembers aloud, looking sheepish. But Su Yang drops a truth bomb right then and there. "I'm not a beast tamer." Silence. Wei Ming, Jiayu, even Asuhi, completely floored. "Not a tamer? Then how?" The black dragon towers behind him like living proof of the impossible. Even elite tamers struggle with dragons, and this guy, who isn't even registered, is out here flying one like it's no big deal. Su Yang stays chill, though. "I've got my own ways," he says, offering no further explanation. Then he shifts focus, turning to Wei Ming. "Let the people know there's no need to panic when they see the dragon flying overhead." Still in a daze, Wei Ming nods and hurries off to relay the message. As he moves, he finds himself admiring Su Yang even more, not for his power, but for how effortlessly he carries it. No ego, no theatrics, just quiet confidence. Back by the fortress, Asuhi steps closer again, this time a little more reserved. "Would it be okay if I told my teacher about you?" she asks. Turns out, her teacher's one of the top 9 heads of the Beast Tamer Association, and if they hear about Su Yang, they'll definitely want to meet him. Wei Ming chimes in, comparing Asuhi to Luo Linger, another well-known tamer. "Totally different styles," he adds. Su Yang listens quietly, the mention of the association's higher-ups sparking a flicker of interest. But he's not here to play minor. "I've got other things to take care of," he says simply, brushing off the attention. With that, he hops back onto the black dragon. One smooth motion, and he's airborne again, leaving Asuhi, Wei Ming, and Jiayu watching from below, stunned all over again by the man who just redefined what they thought was possible. As the dragon takes flight once more, Wei Ming wastes no time alerting the city, letting everyone know that the black dragon has been subdued and there's no need to freak out when they spot it in the sky. The moment it glides over the city, jaws drop. The streets buzz with chatter as people try to wrap their heads around the insane power it must have taken to tame a creature like that. One question keeps echoing. Who could have possibly pulled this off? Cut to a random girl, just minding her business, sweeping the yard, when bam, Su Yang and the black dragon land with a thunderous crash right in front of the residence. The whole place trembles, her broom hits the ground, and she's left stunned. But Su Yang, cool as ever, casually apologizes and drops the bomb. He's the writer. The second she recognizes her master, her nerves settle, and she exhales in relief. Meanwhile, Su Yang's deep in thought. This whole scene? Not what he planned. He wasn't trying to show off. But the truth is, without a beast tamer spatial ability, he's got no way to stash the dragon. So now he's stuck parading it around. Not intentional, but hey, sometimes you gotta roll with it. He then turns to Lilith, offering her the freedom to choose whichever room she likes. He leaves her in the hands of his staff and heads off to take care of more pressing matters. Lilith takes a look around, and honestly, she's impressed. The place is spotless, roomy, and gives off a cozy vibe. She can totally see herself settling in. As for Su Yang, he's breathing easier. He half expected a diva, but Lilith's chill attitude is a pleasant surprise. With that handled, Su Yang dives back into the real task at hand. He summons the system, and right away, a new boss pops up. This time, it's a sovereign of original sent straight out of the demon abyss. And here's the kicker, it's God tier. Yeah, it doesn't get more intense than that. The moment he sees the rank, Su Yang's hit with the weight of what's ahead. His mind kicks into gear, reviewing the ranking ladder. Once you hit the 5th tier, every 50 levels takes you higher. Starlight is 6th, Moonlight's 7th, Sunlight comes next, and, sitting at the top, God tier. And to reach it, you've got to survive the trial of the gods. Su Yang can't help but feel the weight of this new step. It's a massive jump. Taming a Starlight tier black dragon was already a milestone, but this God tier threat is on an entirely different scale. He can't help but wonder what doors this encounter might open, what new powers or possibilities might come with brushing against the divine. Then it starts. He activates the summoning, and in an instant, energy spirals around him, pulling him into the process. In a flash, he's standing before the god-tier boss from the demon abyss. Towering and monstrous, its sheer presence crushes the air around it. Su Yang checks its stats and immediately sees the problem. Everything about this creature is absurd. Its power, its speed, its defense, almost every attack type bounces right off it. Fire, water, physical, darkness, it shrugs them all off. The only exception? Light. That's the only thing that can crack its armor. Digging deeper, Su Yang finds out just how bad it really is. This thing rules the demon abyss. Worse yet, it's not alone. It can revive its demon army endlessly. And as long as even one of them survives, the boss itself can't be killed. That's the real kicker. If he wants to win, he'll have to wipe out every last demon in the abyss. No shortcuts. No second chances. The system lays it all out. The demon abyss isn't just some regular dungeon. It's a rift, a massive one, that links straight to the human world. Kind of like the gateways to Lilith's kingdom or the Dragon Kingdom. But unlike those places, the abyss is pure chaos. Anyone can enter, sure, but survival? That's another story. Each level drags you deeper into madness, with demons getting nastier the lower you go. And this place doesn't play around. The first floor starts at level 40. It's a deadly proving ground, perfect for adventurers hungry for power or loot. As Su Yang takes it all in, he can feel the scale of what he's up against. The abyss is a full-blown world, not just a challenge. It's an endless spiral of battles. Humanity has only made it down to the 386th floor, and even that took elite guilds like the Ring of the Archmage and Knight's Sanctum teaming up. Those are the heavy hitters, the ones brave, or crazy, enough to face god-tier threats. Someday, Su Yang might find himself standing against them. But right now, he's got a monster of his own to deal with. Then his eyes land on the 7 kings of sin, the ones who rule the abyss. 7 thrones line the hall, but only 4 still burn with power. The other 3? Already taken down by adventurers who came before. Su Yang narrows his focus on the glowing ones, drawn to the ancient runes carved into each throne. His instincts flare up. This is his moment. Time to act. Then it happens. The god-tier boss flexes its true might and activates a second ability. With a lazy wave of its hand, a vortex of purple energy erupts, twisting through the air and drawing in the dormant runes. One of the unlit thrones suddenly flares to life. From it, King Beelzebub the Gluttonous returns, revived, reeking of hunger and power. His grotesque form oozes menace, and at Blazing Sun tier, his stats are straight-up terrifying, 20 million HP and enough raw strength to make even veterans think twice. But here's the twist. This so-called terror of the abyss? He drops to his knees. Beelzebub, the once-feared king of gluttony, bows his head low before the sovereign of original sin, mumbling apologies. It's pathetic. This beast who used to make people tremble is now a broken creature, begging for forgiveness like a dog that's been kicked one too many times. The sovereign stares him down, those blazing eyes filled with cold judgment. This wasn't the kind of comeback he expected. Watching the whole thing, Su Yang can't help but scoff. Blazing Sun tier? That's it. To him, Beelzebub looks more like an overhyped mess than a real threat. But then the details come in. Beelzebub's first ability? The more he eats, the stronger he gets, with no ceiling to stop him. And his second talent? That's where things get serious. Every time he devours something, it's like sending a tribute up the chain. 2% of the consumed beings it tributes go straight to the sovereign. Permanently. Su Yang quickly sees the problem. Beelzebub isn't just dangerous on his own. He's a power funnel. Every kill, every bite, makes the sovereign stronger. And if those tributes pile up fast enough, the sovereign could manifest in the physical world immediately. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Meanwhile, Beelzebub keeps whining, but the sovereign barely acknowledges him, already bored. With a flick of his will, he dismisses the groveling king. Beelzebub stumbles to his feet and vows vengeance against humanity, but the sovereign isn't even listening. The system chimes in, confirming that Beelzebub has been sent back to the 100th layer of the abyss. Su Yang just shakes his head, thinking, figures. He's probably the weakest of the 7. With the briefing over, Su Yang exhales and clears his mind. As he rises from his meditation, he can feel it, the power of the sinful Lord humming through his body. It's intoxicating, the kind of strength that explains why so many rulers throughout history chase power at any cost. But just as he starts to settle into that rush, there's a knock at the door, snapping him out of it. "Master, are you in there?" comes a voice from outside. Su Yang lets out a quiet sigh, mildly annoyed by the interruption. Still, he gets up and heads for the door. "Yeah, hold on," he calls out, doing his best to keep his tone neutral. As he opens the door, His servant bows slightly and relays the message. City Lord Wei Ming has arrived and wishes to speak with him personally. Su Yang nods once and steps outside, curious to see what this is all about. Wei Ming's already waiting, practically bouncing on his heels. The moment he sees Su Yang, he bursts out, "You're finally here." Su Yang stays calm, his expression unreadable. "What's so urgent, City Lord?" Wei Ming lights up. "You don't know? Word of your dragon-taming feat has spread across all of Longxia and beyond. You've set off a storm in the beast-tamer world." Su Yang listens in silence as the black dragon symbol glows faintly beside them, a silent reminder of what he's pulled off. Wei Ming continues, "You've shattered the global Beast Tamer Association's expectations. No one believed something like this could be done, until now. But not everyone's buying it. Plenty of skeptics are still out there, unconvinced because they didn't see it with their own eyes. So, to settle the doubts, the Global Beast Tamer Association released an official statement, and they've already sent one of their top leaders to Longxia to verify the truth for themselves." Su Yang's eyes narrow slightly. "When's this leader expected to arrive?" "Any moment now," Wei Ming replies. A slight tension creeps into Su Yang's chest. Leaders at that level aren't here for small talk. This meeting could shape everything. Meanwhile, over at Tianling City's transport hub, the atmosphere shifts. A crowd starts to form as something, or someone, draws everyone's attention. People begin murmuring. A presence is approaching, but it's not coming through the VIP lane. Instead, the figure moves quietly through the crowd, blending in without fanfare. Whispers spread like wildfire. "Make way! Make way!" Eyes turn toward the center of the growing commotion. Even Luo Linger, ever alert for anything major, catches the buzz. Something's definitely going down over there, she thinks, her interest piqued. Then the figure steps into view. None other than Elder Luo Dashi, a towering figure within the Global Beast Tamer Association. His appearance alone sends ripples through the crowd. He offers a calm, respectful smile, apologizing softly for the scene his arrival has caused. But no one is fooled. His humble demeanor doesn't dull the fact that his presence here signals something big, something game-changing. Elder Luo Dashi's arrival turned heads right away. His presence demanded attention. But he wasn't there to bask in admiration. Even in the midst of it all, he took a moment to greet Luo Linger from Tianji Pavilion, showing clear respect for her reputation in the beast-taming world. Meanwhile, Luo Linger was battling disappointment. She couldn't shake the thought that she'd failed to tame the black dragon. That single moment could have secured her place as Longxia's top beast tamer. Now, with Su Yang's recent breakthrough, her position was on shaky ground. Let's dive into what happens next. Seeing her troubled, Elder Luo offered a few words of wisdom. He knew she was frustrated, so he gently reminded her not to obsess over rankings and recognition. His point was clear. What truly matters is the path she walks, not just the glory it brings. It was a rare, sincere moment that showed Elder Luo's insight and care. Then he dropped a bombshell. The Dragon Spirit's secret realm had been discovered. This wasn't just any realm. It was a direct link to the dragon's homeland, filled with powerful rewards for those bold enough to enter. The moment Luo Linger heard that, her spirit reignited. This was her second chance, maybe even a better one. But there was a catch. To even step foot inside the realm, a dragon companion was required. And right now, only one person met that condition, Vielria from the Eagle United Federation. Elder Luo admitted that many had tried, himself included, but no one had managed to succeed like Vielria. He also mentioned that his teacher believed the stronger the dragon, the greater the blessings inside. That's why Elder Luo had his sights set on the black dragon. It wasn't just a beast, it was a key to unimaginable power. Fueled by new determination, Luo Linger told him she was aiming for the silver dragon. It wasn't as fierce as the black one, but still held more promise than the red. Elder Luo nodded, urging her not to rush. He reminded her that Tianji Pavilion already had control of the White Dragon's secret realm, and gently suggested she come with him to meet a new rising star in the beast-taming world. But before he could finish, Luo Linger suddenly recalled something urgent and took off without another word. Elder Luo simply chuckled, watching her go. Her fire was back, and he respected that. Back with Su Yang and Wei Ming. The two were prepping to meet the elder they'd heard so much about, when the ground suddenly trembled beneath them. A thunderous roar ripped through the air, fierce and impossible to ignore. Both of them froze. They knew exactly what that meant. Elder Luo had arrived. And subtlety? That wasn't his style. High above, he descended like a firestorm, riding a blazing beast wreathed in flame. The heat scorched the air as his mount let out another ear-splitting roar, the flames crackling even brighter in its wake. The sky lit up with his entrance, impossible to look away. Wei Ming shielded his eyes from the blaze, disbelief written all over his face. "The elder," he muttered, stunned by the sheer spectacle. Elder Luo landed smoothly atop his fiery steed, its burning wings sweeping down with force, sending a blast of heat across the ground. Every eye locked on him. This wasn't just an arrival, it was a declaration. Without so much as a greeting, Elder Luo shot a cold glance at the group and dropped a sharp insult without blinking. Pathetic. Just sit there and stew in your weakness. The words hit hard, and silence fell, heavy and tense. His mount gave another fierce flap, stirring the scorched air. Trying to ease the moment, Wei Ming stepped forward, clearing his throat. Elder Luo, a pleasure. I'm Wei Ming, City Lord of Tianling. This is Su Yang, the genius who tamed the Black Dragon. He motioned toward Su Yang, hoping the introduction would smooth things over. Elder Luo's gaze shifted. As his eyes landed on Su Yang, his expression changed, suddenly alive with interest. To tame a black dragon at your age? Extraordinary, he said, clearly impressed. Remaining calm, Su Yang offered a polite reply. Elder Luo, you flatter me. It was merely chance. But Elder Luo laughed loudly, clapping a hand on Su Yang's back. Don't be so modest. You're the first to do it. Own it. Then, with a proud nod, he added, We'd be honored to welcome you into the Global Beast Tamer Association. Su Yang's eyes narrowed, intrigued. When would that be? Elder Luo, grinning with confidence, responded, We'd like you to join right away. But to everyone's surprise, Su Yang shook his head. Elder Luo, I'm not a beast tamer. I can't accept. The elder blinked, stunned. What? You're not? He was completely thrown. That's right, Su Yang said, firm and unfazed. Elder Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. You're serious? He blurted out, genuinely thrown off. He immediately pulled out Su Yang's ID for confirmation. And there it was, level 80 magic spirit weapon warrior. Told you, Su Yang said plainly, gesturing toward the ID. Elder Luo stared, still trying to wrap his head around it. Hey, warrior, he mumbled, barely audible. The realization hit hard. Su Yang, the one who tamed a black dragon, wasn't even classified as a beast tamer. Su Yang turned and began to walk off, leaving Elder Luo frozen in place. Wait, hold on a second, the elder called after him. But Su Yang didn't stop. He kept moving, completely unbothered. Shaking off the shock, Elder Luo quickly linked up with the other elders of the Global Beast Taming Association. Messages began pouring into the group chat. I heard you found the Black Dragon Tamer. Elder Zhao Kun fired off. Did he accept the offer? Why even ask? Elder Trump added confidently. We're the best in the world. Of course he'll join us. Elder William Smith chimed in next. Congrats to Long Xia, another legend in the making. Even Vielria, known for taming a dragon herself, dropped in. Finally, someone else who did it. Can't wait to meet him. But Elder Luo didn't join in the celebration. He sent a single message. There's a problem. He's not a beast tamer. He's a warrior. The chat fell silent. Elder Luo stared at the screen, already anticipating their reaction. Knew this wouldn't go smoothly, he thought with a sigh. That's when Carolina, the president from the Siberian Northern Plains, stepped up with a new idea. What if we make him an honorary member? Let him enjoy the benefits. 9 thumbs up followed almost instantly. The decision was made. Back in Tianling City, Elder Luo faced Su Yang once more, this time with a more diplomatic tone and a smile that didn't quite reach his calculating eyes. Su, my friend, he said smoothly. After some discussion, the association would like to offer you honorary membership. You'll get full access to our resources. Su Yang smiled faintly, but his gaze stayed sharp. Honorary? Sounds nice. But what's the catch? Elder Luo waved it off casually. Nothing major. We'd just like you to hold a few small sessions, share how you tame a dragon. Nothing big, just 10 people or so. Su Yang's thoughts churned. This wasn't just some casual invitation. He was being approached by the elites of the beast-taming world. And with the weight of an SSS-ranked guild behind the offer, the benefits were undeniable. He knew opportunities like this didn't come often. After a brief silence, Su Yang looked Elder Luo straight in the eye. All right, I'll do the lectures. Just know, I don't think my methods will do much for your people. Elder Luo let out a quiet laugh. That's perfectly fine. Even Vielria gave a talk once, and honestly, no one got much out of it either. We're all aware that no two paths are the same. Just share what you experienced. No pressure. Su Yang gave a knowing smirk. If that's the case, then sure. I'll join. And if it's just about storytelling, then get ready, because I'll be telling it my way. Let's see how the beast-taming elites handle my version of events. But while Su Yang was striking deals, the world itself was shifting in ways no one could ignore. Ever since reality and the virtual realms began merging, mysterious transfer statues have been appearing everywhere. These weren't ordinary monuments. They were the foundation of a new power structure. From their emergence came the formation of the Transfer Temple, overseen by the World United Council. At the heart of this global shift was a new epicenter, the Holy City. And standing at the very center of it all was Euphemia Vega, Known only as the Divine High Priestess, Euphemia Vega was cloaked in mystery. Always robed in radiant garments and exuding an overwhelming divine presence, she ruled the temple from the shadows of the holy city. No one had ever seen her leave, and her true power remained unknown, just whispers and secondhand stories. But there was one recorded event that defined her status. 10 years ago, Augustin, the president of the SSS-ranked guild, Ring of the Mage God, challenged her. Fresh off his rise to demigod status, having completed the trial of the gods, he was hungry to prove himself. As a level 300, 9-turn element destroyer, he unleashed everything. Forbidden flames, cursed lightning, catastrophic ice storms, each spell powerful enough to wipe out a city. But none of it worked. Euphemia Vega's divine shield held strong. Not a single spell made it through. She stood untouched, calm, unshaken. Augustin's confidence shattered, and from that moment on, her authority went unquestioned. No one dared to test the might of the divine high priestess again, and the transfer temple became a symbol of untouchable power. Now, in the present moment, deep within the heart of the holy city, Euphemia Vega stands alone in her sanctum. Cloaked in divine robes and masked in gold, she exudes a presence that feels both distant and absolute. But even here, where light reigns supreme, something dark has stirred. An alert echoes through the chamber. Trouble in the demon abyss. A place long thought sealed, silent and still. But now, the impossible has happened. Beelzebub, the king of gluttony, has returned. Euphemia's gaze sharpens behind her mask. In their world, star-ranked bosses were never supposed to rise again once defeated. That rule had held since the dawn of the system. But now, that rule was cracking. The boundaries of reality were shifting. She lowers to one knee before the holy statue, hands clasped in prayer. Her voice is quiet but resolute, asking for guidance, for light to expose the growing darkness. As the chamber dims, a gentle hum fills the air. The eye of insight awakens within her, its glow cutting through layers of space and time. Her vision stretches far, descending deep into the abyss, a bleak, cursed expanse carved with ancient ruins and monuments of past wars. Shadows move across the scorched ground, echoes of sins once vanquished. Humanity had once pushed as far as the 386th level, each 100 floors revealing a new king of sin. On the 100th level, gluttony. Beelzebub. On the 200th, lust. Asmodeus. And on the 300th, greed. Mammon. All had fallen, their thrones left cold and empty. But now, Beelzebub's seat burns once more, radiating hunger and malice. Only 2 thrones remain dormant. The unthinkable is unfolding. At the base of the abyss, where reality thins, Euphemia stands in silent awe. Even with the eye of insight active, the energy flooding through is beyond comprehension. This mana, it has no end, she whispers, unable to mask her disbelief. She lifts her staff high, its radiant blue light bursting forth like a divine beacon. Her voice rings out, commanding and fierce. Evil, reveal your true form before the holy light. In response, the darkness trembles. A rift tears open, a swirling black portal of raw, chaotic energy. From within, a figure begins to emerge. Humanoid, yet twisted, cloaked in shadow. Euphemia feels the air change. The pressure, the dread. Something ancient, something wrong, has returned. A thunderous voice erupts from the void, shaking the ground beneath her feet. Who dares watch our king? It roars. The force of it crashes into Euphemia like a storm, leaving her senses reeling. A dark silhouette steps forward, its aura growing heavier with every stride. Begone, the figure commands, and the air itself ripples with raw energy. Then Lucifer, the sin of pride, emerges, her towering form wielding a massive crimson blade that hums with deadly power. With a swift motion, she swings, unleashing a blinding arc of destruction aimed straight at Euphemia. Euphemia reacts instantly. Resist! Barrier, she shouts, casting her divine shield just in time. The blast slams into it with earth-shaking force, hurling her backward through the air. She coughs, trying to catch her breath, wings flaring wide to steady her descent. High above, Lucifer watches, her gaze sharp and unrelenting, radiating the cold majesty of God. The impact leaves a mark. Euphemia's eye of insight flickers out, unable to withstand the sheer intensity of Lucifer's attack. My vision's gone, she mutters, shaken. The towering figure descends, her black wings stretching out like a cloak of night. Lucifer sneers. Did it run? Pathetic. Without another word, Lucifer turns and drops to one knee. A shadowy form appears behind her, cloaked in darkness. She bows deeply. My king, she murmurs. I failed. Someone dare to watch you. I let them escape. Her voice drips with devotion and something darker. Her crimson eyes glint as she smiles coldly. When will I feel your touch again, my king? Far away, Euphemia begins to vanish into the shadows, her mind racing. That wasn't just any enemy. That was God Tyr, she whispers, dread creeping in. We completely underestimated the abyss. She struggles to grasp the magnitude of what she's seen. A being powerful enough to command the kings of sin? Just what kind of existence is that? Suddenly, the skies quake as a deafening sound rolls across the world. A golden light bursts from the heavens, blazing through the darkness. Euphemia's eyes go wide. A world announcement? She gasps. The message rings out clear and ominous. World boss, monarch of the deadly sins, has emerged in the deepest layer of the demon abyss. Elsewhere, the world trembles with anticipation as the announcement echoes far and wide. President Carolina of the Global Beast Taming Association wastes no time in sharing what she knows. Whoever defeats the monarch of the deadly sins, the one who commands all seven, has a shot at claiming the Sin Reversal Series weapons, she explains, her voice unwavering. They're incredibly rare and unbelievably powerful. Augustin the Mage steps forward, ever the strategist. These weapons aren't just trophies, he states. They're vital for the battle ahead. And the higher your transfer star rank, the greater your chances of earning one. His warning is clear. Only top-tier adventurers have any hope of survival. Then comes the thunderous voice of Tang Zhan, the formidable leader of the Undying War Domain. Bring down the monarch, he declares, and the next expansion will ascend the divine ladder. Stay ready. His words send shockwaves across the adventuring world, signaling a whole new chapter is about to begin. Back in Tianling City's job transfer temple, the energy is electric. Players are buzzing with shock and excitement. No way, a world-class boss? One of them shouts, eyes wide in disbelief. We've never seen anything like this before. Even the strongest demigod bosses had never reached this level. Could this really be a true god-ranked threat? Standing nearby, Linger nods. It has to be. Just look at the name of the expansion, 10th Transfer. That's god-ranked territory for sure. This is the real deal. As the rest of the world tries to process the scale of the event, Su Yang quietly absorbs the weight of his own revelation. He's now counted among the world-class bosses himself. Elder Luo Dashi, sensing the shift, turns to him. Brother Su Yang, looks like I'll have to step away for a bit. The president's summoned me, but I've finished the membership paperwork, so we'll catch up soon. Su Yang smiles and waves him off. Go ahead. I've got things handled here. As Luo Dashi disappears into the crowd, Bai Ling steps up, her voice hushed. Brave hero, with all these strange things happening, what's really going on in our world? Something feels off. Su Yang places a hand on her shoulder, steady and calm. Whatever it is, I'm not going anywhere. Her expression softens. I know. I believe in you. He nods, his smirk returning as his eyes scan the horizon. The gears are already turning in his mind. Every SSS-ranked guild must be moving right now. The race to challenge the monarch is underway. But before that happens, he has to be ready. His gaze sharpens. The Sin Reversal series, he's heard the stories. God-tier artifacts, born from the power of the sins themselves. My returning prison bone gave is strong, he thinks, but it won't cut it this time. If I want to stand a chance against the monarch, I need one of those weapons. The plan is already forming, and he won't waste a single second. Su Yang freezes mid-thought, a spark of realization hitting him like a jolt of lightning. Hold on. If I, as the monarch of the deadly sins, were to take down the kings of sin myself, would they drop the sin reversal weapons too? The idea races through his mind. As the ruler of the abyss and the original sin monarch, his authority over the kings was absolute. They'd never resist him. On the contrary, they'd offer their loyalty without hesitation. Resurrection wouldn't be a problem either, except for that one irritating flaw. The cooldown's way too long, he mutters. If I could shorten that. His gaze shifts to the massive golden statue towering in front of him, thoughts churning. Right now, even the strongest pros in the game were barely brushing the edges of semi-god rank. But the upcoming expansion, Ascend the Divine Ladder, was clearly more than just hype. The secret to godhood? It had to lie with the original Sin Monarch. His competitive instincts blazed to life. If I manage to solo the original Sin Monarch, I'll be the first to ascend, he thinks with a grin. The thought of those veteran players grinding non-stop for years, finding out he's only been active for a month, and is already breaking past them, makes that grin even wider. He turns to look at the statue of the divine high priestess, his angelic companion silent at his side. Taking a breath, he centers himself again. First things first, he says, let's take care of this 4th rank, 5-star mission. As if answering his resolve, golden beams shoot into the sky from the Grand Cathedral. Not a random flare, but but a signal. Something or someone was arriving. And, just as expected, 4 figures gather at the foot of the cathedral's towering entrance. Augustin, Carolina, Tang Zhan, and Poker, each of them a powerhouse in their own right. Each of them alert and silent as tension hangs in the air. Augustin, head of the Divine Magic Circle and a formidable 9th-rank element annihilator, breaks the silence with a dry laugh. Well, look at that. Guess we all got the same mysterious invitation. Carolina raises an eyebrow, flashing a sharp smirk. You? Awake this early? Didn't think I'd live to see it. Her words are teasing, but there's no mistaking the edge of seriousness in her tone. Tang Zhan cuts through the banter with a firm voice. New version, world-class boss. There's no room for error. No fluff, just facts. Even Poker, normally reserved, speaks up with weight in his voice. The Holy High Priestess herself sent out this call. This isn't just a routine meetup. As the group steps into the Grand Cathedral, golden beams of light continue to surge from its towering spire, drawing even more eyes from the surrounding area. Augustin scans the crowd, noting the buzz of voices and eager faces. Quite the turnout, he murmurs, amused. Looks like all the elite from the SSS-ranked guilds showed up. Excitement ripples through the crowd. Whispers spread like wildfire. Is that Augustin, the mage prodigy? Lady Carolina's really here. And that's Tang Zhan. He came in person. The presence of these top-tier legends only fuels the rising tension. Above them, massive holographic displays flicker to life, projecting the images of global leaders, their solemn faces suspended in midair. Augustin raises his cup and chuckles. Even the heads of state couldn't sit this one out. Guild leaders, national rulers, talk about a power-packed room. Then silence falls as a figure steps into the spotlight. Euphemia Vega, the Divine High Priestess, advances with calm authority. Light bends around her presence, and when she speaks, her voice carries through every corner of the cathedral. Thank you for answering the temple's call, she begins. You likely understand why you're here. Her expression sharpens. The original Sin King, Gluttony, Beelzebub, has returned. And it's no coincidence. This resurrection is linked to the rise of the world-class boss, the original Sin Monarch. A hush descends. The implications are immediate and heavy. Euphemia doesn't pause. The divine statue's revelation was clear. If we want to defeat the Sin Monarch, we must first obtain weapons from the reverse Sin series. These artifacts can only be obtained by defeating the original Sin Kings. She takes her place at the head of a grand round table, her gaze cutting through the silence. The final blow is crucial. Only those with high-star transfer ranks can trigger the drop. If you want the weapon, you need to land the killing hit. Her eyes sweep across the gathered leaders. You are the strongest forces we have. This task belongs to you, and no one else. Suddenly, a massive holographic screen lights up above them, displaying detailed reports from the abyss. Maps, data, and ominous visuals fill the space. Euphemia points toward the projection. The farthest level cleared in the demon abyss is currently 386. In that stretch, our teams encountered 3 original Sin Kings: Gluttony, Lust, and Greed. She narrows her eyes. Based on our findings, a new Sin King appears every 100 floors. That leaves 314 more levels before we reach the Monarch. Euphemia Vega turns toward the 2 strongest adventurers in the room, Augustin and Tang Zhan, both standing at level 372. Her voice is firm. Master Augustin, General Tang Zhan, based on your experience, how many abyss levels can be cleared with each level gained? Augustin raises his drink with a tired grin. 3 levels per bump, give or take. Any more than that, and this old body might just give out. Tang Zhan steps in right after, his tone dead serious. It only gets worse the deeper we go. Even for us, pushing through multiple layers back-to-back isn't realistic. The difficulty scales hard. Euphemia nods slowly, the weight of their words settling over the room. To reach level 700, you'll need to level up more than 100 times. This isn't going to be a sprint. It's a long haul, she says, her expression grave. That's when Poker, the ever-calculated judgment condemner, joins the conversation. We've got one potential shortcut, he begins, eyes sharp. Every time we kill an original Sin King, the EXP spike is massive, enough to boost the whole squad. If we can find a way to revive them repeatedly and farm them, we might just be able to accelerate our leveling and increase the odds of getting Sin reversal weapons. It's bold and risky, but no one can deny the logic. Everyone knows what's on the line. Euphemia brings the conversation to its most critical point. Then how do we handle the distribution of the reverse Sin series weapons? She asks, scanning the room. Poker doesn't sugarcoat it. These aren't just legendary drops, they're necessities. Without them, we can't beat the Sin Monarch. Without them, no one ascends. Augustin leans in, eyes gleaming with challenge. So who's stepping up to grab the first one? His words hang in the air, like a gauntlet thrown on the table. Another voice cuts in, slightly amazed. Everyone's actually being this upfront today. Must be something big, the warrior mutters. But poker brings the focus back. Cool, clear, unshaken. We're not here for ego. These weapons are the gate to ascension. That's the goal. The room tenses, minds turning with plans and calculations. Until boom, Euphemia slams her staff to the floor. The impact echoes like thunder, cutting through the noise and tension with a wave of divine energy. Her message is clear, enough talk. Eyes forward. Euphemia raised her staff once more, this time not in warning, but to bring the room back to order. Her tone was calm, but resolute. Everyone, patience. The transfer temple is closely monitoring our actions here. Weapon distribution will be finalized after we confirm the extermination team. One of the warriors lowered his head, scratching the back of his neck. Apologies. I got ahead of myself. Euphemia gave a small nod. It's understandable. The pressure is high. We all feel it. That's when Tang Zhan stepped forward with a plan. Here's my proposal. We organize extermination teams by nation. Each country forms its own elite squad. We rotate through the Sin Kings, and whichever team gets the kill keeps the drop. Simple, fair, and it cuts down on unnecessary infighting. Voices immediately began to rise in debate. It wasn't perfect, but it was a structure, a path forward. The room filled with cautious optimism and quiet skepticism. Poker leaned back in his chair, arms crossed as he listened. Using countries as the basic unit. I like it. It gives structure to the chaos. Euphemia said nothing at first, silently processing the implications. It was a bold shift, but one with potential, if it could be enforced. But then came the inevitable concern. A voice from the back asked the obvious. What about the smaller nations? The ones without top-tier players? Won't they just get left behind? Tang Zhan didn't hesitate. This isn't about politics. It's about power. If your country doesn't have the strength to contribute, then you'll need to find another way to stay in the game. His words cut clean, no room for softness. Euphemia, recognizing the need for consensus, raised her voice. We'll settle this with a vote. Focus on the mission, nothing else. Moments later, the results came in, 80% in favor. Tang Zhan's system was officially approved. Euphemia continued. Countries without ninth-rank professionals will not take part in the initial wave. Their slots will be assigned by lottery. Details will follow. With the first matter decided, attention shifted swiftly to the second item on the agenda. All eyes turned as President Carolina stepped forward, her presence unmistakable. She wasted no time. With the rise of the Dragon Spirit Realm, the gates to the Dragon Kingdom are open again. It's massive, packed with high-tier bosses. If we can conquer it, the EXP rewards will give us the power boost we need to handle the abyss. The idea electrified the room, but not everyone jumped on board. Augustin raised a hand, voice low and sharp. Hold on. The Dragon Spirit Realm isn't open to just anyone. Entry requires taming a dragon. No exceptions. He fixed his gaze on Carolina. Your association's Vielria was the only one who ever pulled that off. Unless something's changed. Carolina's smile deepened, the kind that hinted she'd been waiting for this moment. You heard right. Words already spreading. Someone from Longxia did the unthinkable. He tamed a black dragon. She paused for effect, letting it sink in. And now, he's joined our association as an honorary member. Gasps and murmurs erupted across the chamber, the council shifting in surprise. But Poker wasn't convinced. His voice cut through the noise, sharp and direct. Wait, a black dragon? That's no small feat. Why honorary status? Shouldn't someone like that be a full member? Or even leading a division? Honorary roles are usually for non-combatants. The question hung heavy, drawing all eyes back to Carolina. She met the scrutiny head-on, her tone unwavering. Because Su Yang isn't a beast tamer. He's not even close. He's a warrior class. The room froze. Shock rippled through the crowd like lightning. Even the most seasoned leaders looked stunned. A warrior, not a tamer, had succeeded where countless specialists had failed. Silence gripped the chamber as the weight of it all began to register. The rules had been rewritten. A non-tamer had bonded with a black dragon, breaking every expectation, every tradition. It was more than just a twist. It was a shift in the game itself. And everyone in that room knew it. The battles ahead had just taken a whole new turn. At the Holy City's transfer temple headquarters, the atmosphere was thick with disbelief. Augustin paced furiously, his fury barely contained. He couldn't wrap his head around what he'd just heard. Over and over, he'd faced dragons with raw power, forcing them to their limits. He'd slain everything from starlight breeds to the rare sunlight tier dragons, yet not one had bowed to him. They all chose death. Now, the idea that someone else had managed to succeed where he'd failed, it was a direct hit to his pride. His voice boomed through the hall, slicing through the hushed whispers. Only beast tamers could control dragons. This was a fact he'd lived by. But now that belief was slipping through his fingers, and he raged against the idea. President Carolina, unshaken by his temper, cut in coolly. She reminded him that just because he couldn't do it didn't mean no one could. Her words were sharp, and they landed hard, calling out his lack of composure as the leader of the prestigious ring of the mage god. Augustin bristled, his temper flaring even hotter. He fired back, accusing her of empty talk and daring her to prove otherwise. If she thought taming a dragon was so easy, let her show it. His tone was venomous, and the air in the room shifted as tension thickened between the two. The spectators held their breath, feeling the clash of egos ripple through the space. Poker stepped in before the situation spiraled further, trying to bring some calm. He reminded everyone that the entire holy city was watching, stunned by the news that had spread like wildfire. A young warrior, without any beast tamer background, had supposedly tamed a dragon. For those gathered, it felt unthinkable. Not even elite 8th or 9th tier professionals had ever done such a thing. Off to the side, High Priestess Euphemia Vega quietly mulled over the situation. Could be true? Could someone so young and seemingly ordinary achieve something so extraordinary? Her eyes narrowed as she considered the weight of what it meant. President Carolina turned toward her, speaking directly now. She revealed that the warrior in question had already been officially registered with their organization before the meeting even began. Intrigued, Euphemia accessed his file at once. As she scanned the data, her expression changed. Suyang, a warrior, yes, but only at his 3rd transformation. How could someone at that level pull off something so impossible? Poker couldn't hold back his disbelief. 3 transformations, he muttered, and he took down the Black Flame Wing. The thought was staggering. Tang Zhan stepped forward, echoing the shock. A talent like that, emerging from Longxia with no signs or warnings. The whole thing defied logic. He, like the rest, was left speechless. Carolina stepped forward, her voice calm but resolute as she addressed the room. She proposed something unthinkable, inviting Suyang to share his methods firsthand. If he'd truly tamed a dragon without the traits of a beast tamer, then understanding how could open a new frontier. Her words stirred the room. A future where anyone, regardless of background, could tame mythical creatures? It was a concept that shattered everything they thought they knew. The murmurs swelled into a storm of speculation. Was this the beginning of a new era? Could dragon taming become a universal skill? The idea thrilled some, terrified others. Poker, ever pragmatic, wasn't as easily swayed. He raised a critical question. If this power extended beyond the beast tamer elite, what would become of the dragon spirit's secret realm? Would the Global Beast Tamer Association lose its grip on one of its most valuable resources? But Carolina didn't flinch. She met Poker's gaze and spoke without hesitation. The future she envisioned wasn't about borders or control. It was about evolution, progress for everyone. The notion of beast taming no longer being a closed-door art was more important than territory. Augustin, ever calculating, saw his opening. Flashing a sly grin, he announced his next move. He'd head to Longxia immediately and offer Suyang forbidden curse techniques in exchange for the truth behind his methods. He didn't care if he had a barter or bargain. He was determined to get to the bottom of it first. While the leaders clashed and strategized, miles away, Suyang let out a loud sneeze, causing Bailing to laugh as she handed him a tissue. She joked that even warriors couldn't dodge the common cold, but Suyang barely acknowledged it. His focus had already shifted. A new mission was on the table, a diamond tier challenge in the frozen city. He scanned the details with a faint grin. High level? Dangerous? Solo? Just the way he liked it. His goal: infiltrate the frozen city's palace and take down the infamous Eye Switch. The reward list read like a dream. An upgrade in strength and spirit, a legendary demon spirit, a rare mystical weapon, and a powerful active skill book. To others, the quest would be near impossible. To Suyang, it was another step forward. Without a word, he climbed onto his black dragon. With a single push, they launched into the sky, leaving a blur behind as stunned bystanders watched him vanish into the clouds. Deep within the frozen city dungeon, another story was unfolding. A team of adventurers was being battered by the cold and the sheer ferocity of the Eye Switch. Their voices echoed against the frost-covered walls, filled with frustration and exhaustion. The Eye Switch stood unyielding, her armor untouched, her power crushing. The group could barely hold on. Just as the adventurers reached their breaking point, a thunderous sound echoed above them. The massive eye of a black dragon snapped open, its glare sharp and unforgiving. The group froze, fear gripping them, until a calm, commanding voice broke through the chaos. Suyang had arrived. He told them to stand down. The battle was his now. Relief flooded their faces as they quickly made way, the weight of survival lifting from their shoulders. They stared in disbelief as Soo-young advanced, with Athos, the towering black dragon, silently trailing behind him. One of the adventurers whispered hoarsely, barely able to get the words out. It was him, the one from the citywide announcement. The warrior who tamed a black dragon. Seeing Soo-young now, walking into this brutal dungeon alone, felt unreal. Wind howled through the icy corridors, sharp as blades, but Soo-young moved steadily, unfazed by the cold. Then, without warning, a deafening roar split the silence. From the shadows emerged a towering Bigfoot snow monster, its level displayed at 92. Behind it, a pack of level 89 snow monsters surged forward, snarling and relentless. But they never made it far. Athos let out a roar so fierce, it shook the very dungeon walls. The icy beasts skidded to a halt, their courage dissolving into panic. The air trembled with the black dragon's presence, and even the strongest monster began to back away. Soo-young stepped forward, unbothered. His gaze was steady, unreadable. The Bigfoot snow monster, once the terror of the dungeon, stood trembling, unable to move. Soo-young nearly laughed. Here, too, his power was absolute. There was no challenge here. With a flick of his wrist, he dismissed the encounter. He had no interest in wasting time. He gave the signal, and Athos surged ahead toward the final battle. Flames erupted from the dragon's jaws, engulfing the ice in a blinding inferno. The dungeon shook as fire clashed with frost, melting snow, and splitting frozen walls apart. From the blazing ruins, a furious shriek rang out, the ice which had arrived. She appeared through the smoke, her voice shrill as she demanded to know who dared wreck her domain. But she got no chance to finish. Athos slammed the ground with explosive force, cutting her off instantly. Soo-young stared her down, emotionless. The fight was already over. Realizing too late that she was hopelessly outmatched, the ice which let out a final, panic scream, only to be silenced by the system's crisp announcement. Challenge complete. Victory. Soo-young. As the last flickers of flame danced along the shattered dungeon walls, Soo-young scanned the ruin with a trace of boredom. It had ended far too quickly. The ice which, for all her infamy, hadn't even pushed him. He let out a soft sigh. Yet another opponent who failed to deliver. The fourth transformation, he thought, was clearly just a formality. Maybe once he reached the legendary stage, things would finally start getting interesting. Outside, the mood couldn't have been more different. A buzz had taken over the crowd of adventurers who'd gathered near the dungeon's entrance. Initially, most were skeptical, challenging the ice which solo was suicide. But that disbelief had turned into astonishment the moment Soo-young's name started circulating. Some adventurers lingered near the entrance, hoping, perhaps even betting, that he might fail. That maybe, just maybe, the dungeon cooldown would trigger again. In the crowd, Mu Rongshui and her friend and Yu stood quietly, listening to the growing chatter. Both were members of Soo-young's guild, and it didn't take long for them to realize who the challenger had been. Anyu's eyes lit up with excitement. She insisted they stay. This could be a rare chance to meet the man behind the legend. Maybe, she whispered, this encounter could open doors they hadn't even imagined. Mu Rongshui, ever the skeptic, acted indifferent, but the glint of curiosity in her eyes gave her away. Not far off, Augustin leaned lazily against a post, muttering about the chill in the air and chuckling softly to himself, a little buzzed. His demeanor was a stark contrast to the ever-serious Tangjean beside him, who hadn't moved an inch, eyes fixed on the dungeon's mouth, waiting. Then came the roar. A deep, earth-shaking bellow rolled out of the dungeon, silencing every voice. The crowd turned just in time to see Athos step into the open, its shadow swallowing the snow beneath. The dragon's presence was overwhelming, majestic and terrifying all at once. And you stared in open admiration, breathless. She murmured a fantasy aloud, imagining the kind of person who could command such a beast. Surely he must be a guild master, powerful, refined, maybe even breathtaking. And then Soo-young appeared. He stepped out with effortless ease, casual, almost unaware of the attention. The crowd stared, stunned into silence. He didn't posture, didn't boast. He simply walked. Lin Yuyun, their guild leader, gasped. She had heard the rumors, but seeing Soo-young in person was something else entirely. Even Mu Rongshui, who had tried to act unimpressed, whispered in disbelief. He was only level 80, and he'd defeated the Ice Witch. Soo-young acknowledged them with a simple nod, his voice calm and direct as he asked if they were there to level up. Lin Yuyun quickly explained they were gathering materials for Mu Rongshui. Without missing a beat, Soo-young opened his inventory, pulled out a radiant, pulsing orb, the Heart of Frost, and handed it to her. It had dropped from the Ice Witch. He offered it like it was nothing. Take it, he said. Mu Rongshui hesitated, clearly flustered. The Heart of Frost was too rare, too valuable. She couldn't just accept it. She tried to decline, but Su Yang's tone left no room for negotiation. He wasn't offering it for praise or thanks. It was simply his way. Reluctantly, cheeks flushed, she accepted it and held the orb close. And Yu grinned, nudging her friend with a teasing whisper. She called Su Yang a real young master type. Handsome, cool, and generous. If he said he didn't need the item, then he truly didn't. That was the kind of person he was. Su Yang waved off the group's amazement. He told them to ease up. After everything they'd been through together, there was no need to stand on ceremony. They were comrades, after all. Lin Yun smiled at that. His humility didn't match the power he'd just displayed, and she found herself respecting him even more. But the moment was shattered by a deep, low growl. Athos suddenly tensed, head whipping around. Su Yang immediately turned to the dragon, his senses on high alert. Something wasn't right. Before he could act, Augustin calmly stepped forward and reached out. The crowd held its breath. Athos didn't recoil. He didn't roar. He allowed the touch, standing perfectly still. Su Yang's heart skipped. No one, not even the highest-ranking beast tamers, had ever approached Athos uninvited and walked away unscathed. And yet here was this old man, casually laying a hand on the dragon like it was nothing. A cold bead of sweat rolled down Su Yang's face. Augustin just chuckled. Just saying hello, he said lightly, brushing the moment aside. But Su Yang couldn't relax. There was something off, something deeper. Who exactly was this man? They stood together at the edge of the snowy cliffs, the cold wind howling through the mountains. Su Yang's group gathered close, the air tense again. And Yu wrinkled her nose at the strong smell of alcohol drifting toward them, and Mu Rongshui's eyes narrowed. There was something familiar about the man. She knew she'd seen him somewhere before, but where? Augustin's lazy grin cut through the growing tension. Relax, he said with an amused wave. I'm not here to cause trouble. And just like that, he vanished. Gone. No trace. No sound. No flash of light. Su Yang stood frozen, his body tense. What just happened? No chant. No movement, not even a flicker of energy. Was that spatial magic? No, more than that. Group teleportation with no indication at all? Struggling to stay calm, Su Yang called out into the wind. He complimented the man's technique, trying to keep his tone even. He asked what business they had with him, though the words caught slightly in his throat. When the names dropped, they hit like thunder. Augustin, president of the Ring of the Mage God. Tangzhan, president of the Undying War Domain. Su Yang's stomach twisted. These weren't just top-tier professionals. They were legends, rulers of the strongest SSS-tier guilds in existence. And they were here, for him. He forced a smile, his mind racing. What could people like that want from someone who'd only just reached the 4th transformation? He cleared his throat and asked, as evenly as he could, whether this was about dragon taming. But even he could hear the unsteadiness in his voice. Augustin's grin widened at Su Yang's question, though his relaxed air couldn't hide the sharp glint in his gaze. Exactly, he said. That was why they'd come, to uncover the secret behind taming a dragon. As he spoke, his aura surged without warning, a wave of raw magical pressure exploding outward. Su Yang's breath caught. The power pressing down on him was suffocating, unrelenting, heavy, and absolute. His limbs stiffened under the weight, every instinct screaming at him to defend, to run, to survive. Tangzhan's disapproving glare cut through the tension. Ease up, he said flatly, giving Augustin a cold look. You'll scare the kid. The words, calm but cutting, brought Augustin back to himself. He let out a sheepish laugh and dialed his aura back, the pressure evaporating like a passing storm. Maybe another drink would help me mellow out, he joked, brushing it off as if nothing had happened. To break the tension, Augustin reached into his robe and pulled out 2 shimmering scrolls. Light rippled off them like waves. Forbidden spells, he declared. One-time use and devastating. All yours if you tell me how you did it. Su Yang's heart pounded. Forbidden spell scrolls. Just hearing the words was enough to make most adventurers salivate. They were rare, powerful, and nearly priceless. But Su Yang sensed this wasn't just a trade, it was a test. He couldn't afford to slip. Keeping his nerves hidden, he lifted a finger, pretending to think. Then, with all the confidence he could muster, he proposed something else. Instead of scrolls, he wanted a forbidden spell skill book. Augustin's expression shifted. The easy smile faded. Suspicion crept in. A skill book? He asked, eyes narrowing. What would a warrior do with that? The pressure returned. Less magical this time, more psychological. A silent dare. Su Yang didn't flinch. Tangzhan stepped in again, calm and collected. There are warriors who've learned to balance combat and magic, he said. Rare, but not impossible. Seizing the moment, Su Yang nodded. My class is Mystic Spirit Warrior, he said smoothly. It lets me fuse physical power and magical technique. That seemed to do the trick. Augustin reached into his storage and drew out a glowing book, its surface etched with thunder sigils. He handed it over with a note of caution. Inside was the Tier 2 forbidden spell, Thunder Destruction Technique. The spell wasn't just powerful, it was destructive on a scale that demanded mastery, focus, and rank. This wasn't a shortcut, it was an investment. Suyang accepted it with steady hands, his mind already spinning with possibilities. This spell, if learned properly, could devastate even enemies above his level. It was a long-term weapon and a deadly one. But he didn't stop there. Keeping the momentum, he reminded Augustin that taming a dragon wasn't a guaranteed success. Even a mighty global beast taming association had failures. His tone was cautious, laying groundwork to keep expectations grounded. Augustin waved the thought away, confident and dismissive. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he summoned a sound barrier. The air shimmered, enclosing them in silence and secrecy. "All right," he said. "Talk." Within the bubble of glowing light, Suyang began. His voice was steady as he spun his story. Part truth, part crafted illusion. He detailed the process of gaining Athos's trust, the psychological tactics, the power balance, the tension between strength and respect. Every sentence was calculated. Augustin listened closely, eyes flickering with interest. He asked no questions, just absorbed it all. When Suyang finally finished, Augustin gave a slow nod. His smirk returned. "Good," he said. "I'll head to a dragon's sanctuary and try it myself." His confidence was back, this time with purpose. He was ready to put Suyang's methods to the test. And Suyang? He'd successfully walked the tightrope. For now, Tangzhan, though initially reserved, gradually gave a nod of approval. Suyang's detailed grasp of the Black Dragon Fortress wasn't something that could be faked. His knowledge was too precise. With a flick of his wrist, Tangzhan tossed a glowing skill book in Suyang's direction. It spun through the air before landing softly in Suyang's hands. The title gleamed, Absolute Destruction Fist, a Tier 2 ultimate warrior technique. It wasn't just any move, it was Tangzhan's own signature. Suyang froze for a moment, stunned by the weight of the gesture. This wasn't just a gift, it was recognition. As the conversation drew to a close, Tangzhan shared something more. He revealed that taming a dragon unlocked access to the Dragon Spirit's secret realm, a hidden domain open only to those recognized as Dragon Masters. Right now, only 2 names held that title, Valeria and now Suyang. That status alone made him a key figure in whatever came next. Others would eventually join them, but Suyang was at the forefront. His experience could shape how this new frontier unfolded. Suyang nodded quietly, keeping his composure. But beneath the calm surface, his mind was spinning. The Dragon Spirit's secret realm was a goldmine. Its rewards scaled with the rarity of dragons tamed. If he wanted to fully capitalize, he'd need more dragons, and rare ones at that. But as he stood there, surrounded by legends who believed his every word, one truth lingered in the back of his mind. He was bluffing, and so far, the bluff had held. But for how long? The cold wind howled through the mountains as Tangzhan's expression turned serious. He shifted the topic, revealing news of a new opportunity. After the latest world-level boss had fallen, the Demon Abyss had begun offering boosted experience and enhanced drop rates. But this wasn't just a chance for loot. It was a test. The higher-ups were handpicking elite young professionals to form a specialized training team there. Tangzhan looked Suyang in the eye, stating plainly that anyone who could complete a 5-star advancement quest had already proven themselves beyond question. Suyang was more than qualified. Suyang gave a polite nod, but something about it didn't sit right. His instincts tingled. Why the Demon Abyss specifically? Why not any other high-level training zone? He asked the question outright. Tangzhan's eyes narrowed slightly, impressed by Suyang's caution. Then his voice dropped. He brought up the Red Moon invasion. Had Suyang encountered it during his 3rd advancement? Suyang confirmed he had. Tangzhan nodded grimly. The Red Moon was a phenomenon no one truly understood. Not even the ancient Profession Change Temple had ever offered answers. Its origins were a mystery, but its intent was clear. It killed, and it didn't stop at in-game death. Victims of the Scarlet Decay died permanently. No revival, no second chance. The higher your advancement, the more likely you were to be marked. And the more stars you earned, the closer death crept. Tangzhan's tone dropped even lower, heavy with unease. The Red Moon wasn't random. It was hunting talent. Those with potential, the strongest among their peers, were the ones it sought to erase. Its presence was no longer just a rumor whispered in hushed tones. It was a growing threat that couldn't be ignored. He explained that the Demon Abyss had been chosen for a reason. Its warped environment closely resembled the conditions of Scarlet Decay incursion. Training there wasn't just for strength, it was for survival. Even the reclusive Profession Change Temple had taken notice. They'd opened a store dedicated to exchanging rare items for Red Moon crystals, and priests had been assigned to purify the creeping contamination spreading among affected warriors. Suyang's mind spun. The implications were staggering. Everything felt like part of something bigger, an unseen hand moving pieces across the board. But what was the endgame? He didn't know. Not yet. But his instinct screamed that something deeper was unfolding, and it was only a matter of time before the full picture revealed itself. As they prepared to part ways, Tangzhan turned back one last time. He reminded Suyang about the upcoming Demon Abyss Assembly, where the elite would gather for the next phase. Then, with a final nod, he vanished into the snow-dusted horizon. Suyang stood alone, silence settling in. The encounters of the day weighed heavy on his shoulders. The awe-inspiring strength of legends like Tangzhan and Augustin left no room for illusion. He was still far from their level. Once, taming the Black Dragon had made him feel untouchable. Now, it felt like only the beginning. He clenched his fist. The hunger to grow stronger had taken root deep inside. The Demon Abyss was calling, and he wasn't about to be left behind. Back at the Transfer Temple, Suyang stepped forward and submitted his completed quest. As the request was confirmed, the nearby statue began to glow. Flames of light erupted, engulfing him in a radiant blaze. The system message echoed clearly. 4th advancement, 5-star quest, completion rate, 100%. A surge of energy rushed through him. His body felt lighter, faster, more powerful. Stats climbed, attributes refined. The system wasted no time in delivering rewards. Base stats boosted, level cap raised to 100, and a legendary skill book crafted specifically for Mystic Spirit Warriors. Suyang's updated stats appeared before him. Strength, 7,692. Speed, 2,646. Mental, 3,907. The new skill book, Mystic Spirit, caught his eye. It granted the ability to summon a combat spirit with half his attributes, and the real game-changer, Kingside Castling. The power to instantly switch positions with his summoned spirit created endless possibilities in battle. It was brilliant, strategic, deadly, but it wasn't enough. The taste of real power, the kind Augustin and Tangzhan wielded, had flipped a switch inside him. He didn't just want to compete. He wanted to dominate. Nearby, Bailing watched him quietly. She offered a warm congratulations on completing his advancement, but tilted her head at his lack of celebration. "You don't seem all that thrilled," she noted. Suyang smiled faintly, masking the fire blazing in his chest. "Just thinking ahead," he replied. He had no time for hesitation. The game had changed, and he planned to stay ahead of it. Deep within the cursed depths of the Demon Abyss, Suyang stood alone before a pulsing summoning circle, its dark energy twisting through the air like smoke. The aura it exuded was suffocating, promising unimaginable power and a steep price. Without hesitation, Suyang activated the circle. In a burst of crimson light, a towering figure emerged, cloaked in raw, seething fury. Wrathful Samuel, the Sin Monarch of Wrath. The air crackled as the demon lowered himself in a bow, voice deep and echoing as he addressed Suyang with reverence. "Supreme Lord." But Suyang's reply was ice. "Die." The command landed like a thunderclap. "Return to the abyss of darkness." Those were his words. Samuel stiffened, shock rippling through his imposing form. For a moment, he didn't move. The ground trembled as a guttural roar tore from his throat, shaking the void around them. Wrath and confusion collided within him. Why now? Why this? Suyang said nothing, simply watching. Samuel was no ordinary summon. He was a Sin Monarch, one of the primal forces of darkness. His strength was immense. His infamous skill, the offering of the wrathful king, could drain the life from entire legions. And yet Suyang, unflinching, was prepared to sacrifice him. As Samuel's rage burned, Suyang observed in silence, intrigued by the storm behind the demon's eyes. Wrath, he mused, was unlike any other sin. It fought even as it obeyed. It defied even in surrender. Finally, Samuel's voice rumbled once more, the fury still present but restrained. "If my master wishes it, then I will fall. But know this, my anger does not come from death. It comes from being cast aside without being conquered." He slammed his fist into the ground, the earth shattering beneath them. It wasn't rebellion. It was grief wrapped in fury. Suyang watched, unmoved. Samuel's tone shifted again, the flames of rage simmering into something colder. "Clearer. Understand. This is not punishment. It is part of your design." Suyang met his gaze, unwavering. "You will return," he said. "Not in chains, but in fire. Stronger, aligned with what I will become." The Sin Monarch lowered his head once more, this time in solemn acknowledgement. The rage remained, but it was controlled, redirected. "I go now to the darkness. But when you call, I will rise again." With the air thick with power and silence, Suyang raised his hand. A massive, ominous blade materialized in his grip, its surface glowing with a deep red light that pulsed like a heartbeat. The temperature dropped, breath visible in the now frigid air. He lifted the blade, its weight final. Very well. The blade sliced through the void with a thunderous howl, crashing straight into Samuel's chest. The impact shattered everything around it, ripping his body apart in a flash of obliterating darkness. His form disintegrated, melting into shadows, his final tribute to the abyss. Even in death, Samuel's voice rang out, solemn and unshaken, honoring the supreme monarch with his last breath. Forever bound to your will, I follow without hesitation. Meanwhile, on the 100th floor of the demon abyss, Beelzebub, the king of gluttony, stirred. A sinister ripple jolted through his long-dormant body, as if the abyss itself had been shaken. His voice trembled, thick with unease. No one had challenged the kings of original sin in eons. For Samuel, the wrathful king, to fall now, it was unthinkable. A dreadful thought clawed at his mind, a possibility too dangerous to utter aloud. Could the supreme monarch himself be behind this? Deep within the abyss, Suyang, now reigning as the Sin Monarch, stood tall as the remnants of battle vanished into nothingness. A cold system prompt echoed around him. You have slain the king of original sin, Samuel. EXP gained, plus 13.4 billion. Level up, reached level 100 from 85. Overflow EXP, 13 billion. Lost EXP, 7.8 billion, excess. A wild torrent of power surged through Suyang. The experience was overwhelming, enough to shake the heavens. Even with billions lost to overflow, what remained was staggering. The sheer force left him breathless, and yet more alive than ever. This is perfect, he murmured, eyes gleaming. Exactly what I needed for my 5th class advancement. With a calm breath, he turned his attention to the real prize. Let's see what you dropped, Samuel. As the loot appeared, it radiated with primal energy. Suyang scanned each item with cool confidence, a faint grin forming. These weren't just high-tier drops. They were relics worthy of a fallen demigod. Loot gained. Flesh of the King of Original Sin. Permanently boosts HP by 10 million. Broken Heart of the King of Original Sin. Increases strength by 10,000 points. Demon Wrathful Samuel Horn. A rare material used to forge legendary grade gear. Demon Source of the King of Original Sin. Grants immunity to demonic erosion for 400 layers. Suyang's eyes flickered with disbelief as he took in the numbers. 10 million HP? 10,000 strength points? Compared to his current 2,127 strength and 53,175 health, it was beyond comprehension. These upgrades weren't just boosts, they were transformation level. His heart pounded at the realization. This kind of power could shift the entire balance of his world. This changes everything, he muttered, a grin forming as he imagined flattening elites like Athos of the Black Flame Wing without breaking a sweat. The path ahead was becoming sharper, more defined. With these artifacts, he could break through every ceiling that once boxed him in. Among the loot, one item stood out, the demon source of the King of Original Sin. A single vial, glowing ominously, packed with immense potential. Immunity to the abyss's demonic corrosion. It was exactly what Tang Zhan had warned him about, the Crimson Infection. Now, Suyang held the countermeasure in his hands. But as he took it all in, a thought flickered at the edge of his mind. If Samuel, one of the demon abyss's kings, had fallen, were there beings even more powerful out there? Something, or someone, beyond the kings of original sin? Could the supreme monarch himself be among them? He pushed the thought aside. That question could wait. Right now, his mission was clear. Strengthen himself, reach divine tier, and then uncover the rest. His gaze fell on the final piece of loot, and it nearly stopped his breath. A demigod artifact, armor of the wrathful king. Its very presence radiated domination. Suyang scanned the stats, each line more insane than the last. Health plus 2 million. Strength plus 5,000. Physical resistance plus 5,000. Toughness plus 35%. But the real terror came with its effects. Passive, desire for destruction. Stats rise for every 1,000 enemies slain, lasting until the fight ends. Active, wrathful berserker. Sacrifices 70% of current health to boost all attributes by 200% for 10 minutes. Suyang couldn't hide his awe. No restrictions. No cooldowns. Just raw, unfiltered destruction. It was a demigod tier item in every sense. Yet, even with such a treasure, a twinge of dissatisfaction crept in. He'd hoped for more, specifically inverse sin weapons. But only the armor had dropped. Only one, he muttered, mildly annoyed. Can't win them all, I guess. Still, there was no denying it. This haul was beyond anything he could have dreamed of. With one last look at his inventory, he steadied himself. System, disconnect. But before the command could finalize, a new prompt blinked onto the screen, stopping him cold. Special drop detected. Unclaimed item pending confirmation. Suyang's eyes narrowed. Special drop? That wasn't a feature this world even had. Curiosity took over. Without hesitation, he selected the reveal option, ready to see what mystery had just landed in his lap. The chamber erupted in a crimson blaze as the system screen morphed, casting a menacing glow that filled the room. Emerging from the light was a weapon unlike any Suyang had seen. Inverse Sin, Punishment of Wrath. It pulsed with an intense red aura, its dark, intricate design almost alive with sinister power. The moment it appeared, the system locked it in place, soul-bound, exclusive, irremovable. Then came the stats, and they were beyond belief. Plus 20,000 strength. Toughness reduction, 60%. Trait, Deadly Sin. All damage inflicted becomes true damage, ignoring all forms of defense. Special, Inverse Sin, Punishment of Wrath, applies a 10% debuff to all enemy attributes. Ultimate, Judgment Slayer of Kings. When the king of original sin is defeated, the weapon dissolves, leaving behind a permanent authority in its wielder. Suyang stared at the details, speechless. This wasn't just a reward, it was a revelation. The Inverse Sin line wasn't made for average battles. These were divine-tier weapons, forged for one purpose, to dethrone the undethronable. For the first time, the legends made sense. Tangzhan, the demigod ninth job warrior, had reached heights few could imagine. Yet not even he could challenge the king of original sin. Suyang now understood why. He hadn't possessed an Inverse Sin weapon. Each of these cursed artifacts didn't just empower the wielder, they weakened the target. A 10% debuff per weapon. 7 weapons. A full set could shave off 70% of the king's strength. That wasn't just a plan, it was the only viable path to victory. He gripped the weapon tightly, the realization weighing heavy. This was no ordinary loot drop. This was a turning point, a signpost in his journey that everything from here would be different. But before he could bask in the discovery, the room darkened once more. The portal in the corner flared violently, shadows twisting across the floor. A figure stepped through, elegant, dangerous, and unmistakably powerful. Lucifer. Her form solidified as she stepped forward, her demeanor sharp with restraint. She lowered herself into a respectful bow, her voice soft but edged with unease. Supreme Monarch, she began, eyes lowered. Forgive me. While you rested, I returned to the abyss without your leave. The tension in the room thickened, her admission hanging in the air like a blade. Lucifer raised a crackling weapon toward Suyang, its core pulsing with eerie violet and crimson energy. Her stance was a blend of submission and defiance, as though daring him to pass judgment. She stood ready, silently inviting the punishment she knew was coming. Suyang's eyes narrowed, her words replaying in his mind. This wasn't something he could let slide. As the Supreme Monarch, discipline among his ranks wasn't optional. It was law. Though Lucifer knelt before him, her eyes held a glint of mischief, a quiet rebellion that challenged his rule in the subtlest way. Without hesitation, Suyang responded. His power erupted without restraint, judgment falling hard and fast. Lucifer didn't flinch. She endured every blow, her loyalty never in question. But beneath her obedience, that flicker of resistance remained, loyal, yet unyielding, walking a thin line between reverence and rebellion. She didn't back down. Her posture bordered on defiant, daring him to push further. Each punishment reaffirmed Suyang's dominance, yet she accepted them not with shame, but with pride. His glare cut through her, an unspoken reminder that he would not tolerate insubordination. Finally, the weight of her actions seemed to sink in. Her voice shook as she asked for forgiveness, the earlier edge in her tone now replaced by genuine regret. But Suyang didn't entertain words. He demanded results. As the air around them settled, Lucifer steadied herself and gave her report. In Suyang's absence, humans had breached the abyss, something no one had ever dared before. The culprit? The Holy High Priest. The only human capable of such a feat. Suyang's thoughts spiraled inward. The moment of the intrusion lined up too perfectly with his severed connection to the system. Coincidence? Not likely. The Transition Temple had used that exact moment to expose him, to declare his presence as a world-tier threat. In Euphemia Vega, she wasn't just strong, she might be on the level of the divine. With the pieces falling into place, Suyang gave a clear order. Lucifer was to return and stay alert. She bowed low, accepting without resistance. Still, as she turned to leave, her mind remained on him. She thought of his overwhelming power. Even the fall of wrathful Samuel seemed insignificant compared to Suyang's strength. Her admiration grew deeper, her loyalty stronger. No mortal could defy him and live. As she vanished into the darkness, a faint warmth touched her face. For Suyang, she would face anything, even death. Her devotion was unshakable. After Lucifer vanished into the shadows, Suyang remained seated on his throne, surrounded by the chilling silence of the abyss. Thoughts swirled in his mind, the recent revelations weighing heavily. He had clearly underestimated the transition temple. Their strength, long concealed, now explained their persistent influence. But Suyang wasn't one to dwell on setbacks. To him, they were nothing more than brief detours, fleeting hurdles on his journey. He turned his attention inward. The path forward had never been clearer. All distractions faded beneath the priority that mattered most: power. Strength was the only truth. And the fifth transmutation task loomed ahead, a critical milestone in his climb toward the legendary tier. With unwavering resolve, Suyang steeled himself for what was next. Far away, on the other side of the ocean, a very different struggle was unfolding in the Eagle Beauty Federation. At the new Silver Lake Dragon Nest, Augustin stood in frustration, his plans falling apart. Despite copying Suyang's proven methods to tame dragons, nothing was working. His attempts, no matter how precise, ended in failure. Behind him, a worn-out dragon let out a fierce growl, its scarred scales proof of the day's battles. Its spirit, however, remained unbroken, and its roar carried through the valley like a challenge thrown straight at Augustin. Unwilling to back down, Augustin forged ahead. He pushed through 3 separate dragon secret realms in a single relentless day, confronting every major dragon stronghold in the Federation. But success continued to evade him. Just as he paused to reassess, a glowing system notification flashed in front of him, its words carrying world-shaking weight. World announcement. The first weapon of the Reverse Sin series has been obtained. World-class boss subjugation progress. 1 out of 7. The moment he read it, shock coursed through him. His eyes widened, his mind spinning. Someone had done the impossible, an achievement that upended the established order. Rage flared within him. The balance had been broken. The rules set by the temple had been outright defied. It wasn't just a breach, it was a personal insult, a strike at everything he and Euphemia Vega stood for. His fury quickly turned into suspicion. Could it be Tangzhan, the elusive legend with the power to pull off something this bold? Whoever it was, Augustin's anger solidified into a burning vow. No one would get away with challenging Euphemia Vega or himself. His aura surged, crackling with violent energy. Whoever dared to cross the line would face the full weight of his wrath. In the tranquil yet imposing heart of Kyoto, beneath the grand pagoda framed by drifting cherry blossoms, tension simmered beneath the surface. The leaders of Sakura country had gathered, and Lord Tokugawa presided with unwavering authority. The topic on the table was as urgent as it was dangerous: their campaign to tame dragons and carve a place for themselves in the war against the king of original sin. Tokugawa's eyes narrowed as he questioned one of his officials, specifically casting doubt on the abilities of the man's daughter. His voice carried a quiet intensity, pressing for assurances. Rumors were already spreading. Someone had reportedly subdued a black dragon in another region. If they didn't act swiftly, they risked falling behind. Asuhi Sonikairo, head of the respected Ajui family, responded calmly. Negotiations with Lania were still underway, but he was confident. The red dragon, while formidable, lacked the overwhelming power of its black-scaled kin. His daughter's chances of victory were strong, and he stood by her. Satisfied, Tokugawa shifted gears. He addressed the entire assembly with commanding authority. This was their moment. Sakura country could be the first to strike at the king of original sin. There was no room for hesitation. The room answered in silent agreement, their commitment resolute. But the charged atmosphere was abruptly shattered as a glowing notification flickered into existence before them. World announcement. The first weapon of the Reverse Sin series has been obtained. World-class boss subjugation progress. 1 out of 7. The news hit like a lightning bolt. Gasps filled the chamber. Eyes widened in disbelief. Tokugawa's composed demeanor cracked, if only briefly. Around him, the officials erupted in a mix of outrage and disbelief. Impossible. Who did this? One cried out. How could they have secured a Reverse Sin weapon already? Another demanded, fists clenched. The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. These weapons weren't just rare, they were practically legend. That someone had both defeated a world-class boss and claimed such a prize was more than just impressive, it was unprecedented. Tokugawa's thoughts raced. Which nation had pulled this off? The Eagle Beauty Federation was a strong possibility, but the truth remained hidden. Rising to his full height, Tokugawa's expression hardened. He delivered a clear, unshakable command. They would go to the holy city. The temple owed them answers. Whoever had dared to break the order's sacred laws would face them head-on. This offense would not be overlooked. The focus shifts to the heart of the Holy City, the Transfer Temple's headquarters. The air inside the vast, ornate hall is thick with urgency. Footsteps echo across the gleaming marble floor as messengers rush back and forth, each bearing news heavy enough to shake empires. At the center of it all stands the third holy high priest, Euphemia Vega. Her poise is untouched, her presence radiating quiet command, but beneath that calm exterior, tension brews. A messenger steps forward and delivers a grim update. Leaders from across the globe are converging on the Holy City. Heads of SSS-ranked guilds, monarchs, and powerhouses alike, all stirred by the shocking world announcement. The acquisition of a reverse sin weapon had shattered the delicate balance. Now, all eyes turn to Euphemia for answers. Without delay, Euphemia gives a single, resolute order: lower the temple's divine barriers. Her attendant bows and moves swiftly, and soon, golden light floods the hall, signaling that the temple is now open to all who approach. As the preparations unfold, Euphemia turns inward. Since the rise of the game era, the Transmutation Temple had been a cornerstone of order. It had ended wars, brokered peace, and maintained a fragile unity across countless factions. But this sudden upheaval, the theft of an artifact of mythic power, threatened to unravel it all. Should conflict erupt now, it would fracture their defenses at the worst possible moment. Enemies still unseen lurked in the shadows of this world, and the temple couldn't afford disarray. Soon, the Round Table Hall fills with the presence of the world's elite. Powerful figures line the chamber, tension rolling off them in waves. Among them, Lord Tokugawa steps forward, his tone sharp and accusatory as he addresses Euphemia directly. His voice cuts through the air. He reminds them all of the pact made under her guidance. Sakura Country was set to lead the first strike against the king of original sin in 3 days. That promise had been torn apart. Someone had acted without sanction, taking both the artifact and their rightful place in history. Tokugawa's words grow more heated. To him, this wasn't just a broken agreement. It was a theft of honor, an open insult to Sakura Country. His call for justice reverberates through the hall, the weight of it igniting the room's smoldering frustration. The guild leaders watch in silence, their expressions unreadable. No one speaks. All eyes shift to Euphemia. She rises slowly. Her voice is calm, but her presence alone stills the room. This act, she says, goes far beyond rule-breaking. It is an outright provocation, a challenge not just to Sakura Country, but to the sovereignty of every nation and to the authority of the Transmutation Temple itself. Despite the weight of betrayal hanging in the air, Euphemia Vega stands firm, offering one final path to redemption. Her voice, calm yet absolute, carries the gravity of divine authority. If the stolen artifact is returned willingly, she declares, the temple and its allied nations will grant pardon. Her hand lifts toward the heavens, glowing with sacred light as she seals the vow in the name of the sacred statue. Mercy she offers, but cloaked in mourning. A beat of silence follows before Euphemia raises her staff high. A brilliant surge of radiance floods the hall, sacred light cascading from the temple's core. Her voice rings out like a divine decree, calling upon the judgment of the sacred statue. Under its gaze, she proclaims, no lie can survive. Should anyone attempt deceit, the holy light will extinguish before them. The hall falls into uneasy silence. The radiant glow fills every corner, too blinding to see clearly. Leaders and guild heads shift nervously, unsure whether the light is exposing someone or everyone. The silence deepens as doubt begins to fester. Someone speaks up, squinting into the brilliance. Any signs? They ask, uncertainty lacing their tone. Another, shielding their face, remarks that nothing seems off. The light, for now, holds steady. President Carolina scoffs, breaking the tension with a sharp remark. Maybe the culprit is too much of a coward to step forward, she suggests. Her words slice through the murmurs like a blade. From the side, Tangzhan speaks, his tone low but deliberate. He points out that there is still one individual who hasn't faced the temple's divine judgment. The room stiffens instantly. Conversations stop. Eyes turn. Augustin whirls toward Tangzhan, his voice rising with accusation. Are you implying Euphemia Vega herself? He demands, disbelief flashing across his face. Before the room can erupt, a sudden shift occurs. All movement halts. The light around Euphemia intensifies, her divine presence surging with unmistakable power. Every eye turns to her now, waiting, watching. I should have included myself in a lie detection spell, she said plainly, her voice steady, like someone delivering bad news without sugarcoating it. Given the circumstances, it's no surprise the suspicions on me. The room tensed under her admission, but Euphemia wasn't finished. Her aura flared, blindingly so, and the air itself felt heavier, as if reality strained under her presence. A few people in the crowd groaned, shielding their eyes, while someone muttered under their breath, "Can someone turn off that damn spotlight?" Augustine stepped in, clearing his throat awkwardly, his smile a little too forced. "Great priest, please excuse their lack of tact," he said, trying to smooth things over without drawing more fire. "We've always trusted your strength. You'd never stoop to something so low." His voice carried conviction, but his smile flickered halfway through, like a gambler bluffing with nothing in hand. Trying to pivot the conversation, Augustine reminded everyone that the lie detection spell hadn't flagged a single soul. No lies, no confessions, so who, then, could have assassinated the king of original sin? This wasn't some sloppy hit job. It required a master, someone skilled enough to bypass elite surveillance and layers of protection. Carolina wasn't about to let the trail go cold. She stepped forward with precision, her voice cutting through the room like a blade. "Not everyone with that level of power showed up," she pointed out, motioning toward the empty seats. Funny how some demigod tier fighters suddenly had better things to do. Tang Zhan, standing just behind her, didn't flinch. His arms crossed, eyes sharp, he replied, "That's fair, but let's not start pointing fingers without proof. We don't know enough yet to accuse anyone." Unfazed, Euphemia raised a hand and immediately silenced the room. Her words came calm but decisive. "The spell doesn't just catch those directly involved," she explained. "It also reveals those who helped. Accomplices always leave a trace. Yet here we are, with nothing." Her eyes swept the room, still and piercing. The silence that followed was thick, broken only by an uneasy cough here and there. Then she spoke again, cutting through the tension. "This is unlike anything we've faced before, but we don't get to ignore it. What matters now is what comes next." Just like that, the focus shifted. "The Demon Abyss," she continued. "Sakura Country was chosen to lead the charge. But with the fall of the King of Gluttony, the stakes have changed. The next king of original sin is buried deep in the 200th layer." Her gaze snapped to Lord Tokugawa, who had stayed quiet until now. Her voice stayed level, but the weight behind it was unmistakable. "Lord Tokugawa, can Sakura Country still carry this burden?" The room held its breath, thick with anticipation, as all eyes locked onto Tokugawa. He exhaled slowly, his expression calm but tinged with resignation. "We'd like to press on," he said, voice steady, "but we simply don't have the strength. Anything beyond the 100th layer is beyond our reach." Euphemia didn't hesitate. Her voice cut through the silence like a bell toll. "Then, as per the draw, the Eagle Union will take over Sakura Country's mission in the Abyss." Her declaration hung heavy in the air, pressing down on the gathering like a storm cloud about to burst. She scanned the room before continuing. "The temple will offer compensation, given the circumstances. I trust that's acceptable." It sounded like a question, but her tone left no room for argument. Augustine dipped his head in agreement, his voice quiet. "Naturally, we'll do as the great priest commands." Euphemia turned her attention back to Tokugawa. His usual easygoing smile returned, light as ever. "Sakura Country has no objections," he said with practiced grace. Then, with a single motion, Euphemia drove her staff into the floor. The impact echoed like thunder. "Effective immediately," she declared. "The entrances to the Demon Abyss in every nation will be overseen by Holy City troops. This will ensure full regulation and prevent future incidents." The leaders exchanged uneasy glances. Her decree had shifted the balance of power, but no one dared raise a voice in protest. Standing tall and composed, Euphemia gave the final word. "If there's nothing else, this meeting is adjourned." The scene shifted. Sunlight poured through sleek, modern windows, casting golden light across the polished interior of Su Yang's home. He shrugged on his jacket with smooth, practiced ease, the hint of a smirk tugging at his lips. Every move felt sharp, controlled, like someone ready to take on the world. Original sin weapon secured, EXP maxed out. He muttered to himself, satisfaction in his voice. This run was beyond worth it. Time to pick a new class. His thoughts were cut short as a blinding notification lit up the space, humming with energy. World announcement. The first weapon of the Original Sin series has been acquired. World boss defeat progress. 1 of 7. Su Yang froze, mind blank for a moment as the glowing notification pulsed before him. He blinked, rereading it just to be sure. "A world announcement for this?" he muttered, almost laughing in disbelief. "Thank the system, my name wasn't attached. If it had been, my inbox would already be exploding, and I'd have bounty hunters breathing down my neck." He ran a hand through his hair, the weight of the situation settling in. This wasn't just a flashy update. It was a global flare, and he was the one holding the match. Every major guild, rogue faction, and elite player would now be sniffing around for clues. If he slipped up, it wouldn't just be inconvenient. It could get him killed. His eyes dropped to the artifact in his hand. Cold, powerful, dangerous. Rule number 1, he whispered, almost like a mantra. No one can know I have this. Doesn't matter how bad things get. I can't afford to use it carelessly. Not unless I'm ready for all hell to break loose. The old saying echoed in his head, one he'd heard too many times to count. A man may be blameless, but a treasure brings trouble. He leaned against the nearest wall, Bailing's voice bubbling up from memory. Your leveling speed is way too fast, she had said, eyes wide with suspicion. And behind her, the imagined murmurs of 100 unseen players. Something's off with that guy. He's definitely hiding something. Suyong exhaled, muttering under his breath. Laying low just got a whole lot trickier. Then, another thought hit him like a splash of cold water. I can't start the next class change yet, he realized. I just wrapped up the 4th transition yesterday. If I push into 5th now, anyone keeping tabs on progression rates is going to catch on. If someone connects me to that boss kill. He didn't finish the sentence. Instead, he paced the room, gears turning at full speed. But I'm not the kind to sit on my hands, either, he grumbled. There's got to be another move I can make. Something to throw them off. Just then, his eyes caught movement outside. He stepped through the doorway and into the light, spotting the maid busy in the garden. She was elbow-deep in a massive basin of soap suds, humming to herself as she tackled a mountain of laundry. As soon as she noticed him, she lit up like the sun, greeting him with a bubbly cheer that almost made the gloom melt away. Suyong offered her a nod, nothing dramatic, but you'd think he'd handed her a medal. Watching her scrub away at the mountain of laundry, Suyong found himself lost in thought. Not long ago, he was just scraping by, barely surviving, barely noticed. Now, he stood here, receiving respect, even admiration he wasn't sure he'd earned. It felt surreal. We've got a washing machine, don't we? He asked, head tilted in mild confusion. Why go through all that trouble? You'll wear your hands out. The maid froze. Her face flushed instantly, a full blush spreading as her mind spun into overdrive. He's right next to me, and he's worried about my hands? Am I dreaming? Fighting the urge to squeal, she quickly collected herself and replied, though her pride still slipped through. Well, yeah, machines are easier, she said, brushing her hair behind one ear. But I like doing it by hand. I can get rid of the tough stains better. And when everyone's clothes are perfectly clean, it makes me happy. Her voice carried genuine warmth. But as soon as she realized how close Suyong still was, her composure cracked. Flustered, she blurted something unintelligible and darted off, leaving behind only a trail of embarrassment. Suyong watched her flee, one brow raised slightly in amusement. A soft chuckle escaped him as a faint smile tugged at his lips. I see, he murmured, glancing down into the soapy water. His reflection stared back at him. Calm, unreadable, still. Washing away the dirt, he mused. Then his eyes lit up as an idea struck. Wait a minute, just like in those old crime flicks where they clean dirty money. Maybe I can do the same with EXP. Find a solid grind spot, stay low, and boom, convert black EXP into pure, white EXP. A grin played on his face as the pieces began clicking into place. From the distance, a small, hesitant voice floated back. You don't think I'm weird, do you? You don't, right? But Suyong barely heard her. His focus had already shifted to the next step. 2 destinations danced at the front of his mind. The Dragon Spirit's secret realm, mysterious, untouched, elite. Entry was locked behind one condition, a giant dragon companion. Hardly anyone could get in. Aside from him, the only other player eligible was that prodigy Beastmaster from the Eagle Union. If he claimed to have gained experience there, no one would question it. Its exclusivity was the perfect cover. Suyong's eyes narrowed as his thoughts shifted to the Demon Abyss. That place has been open too long, he muttered, stroking his chin. Tang Zhan's even planning to send rookies there. Too many eyes, too much noise. The decision was clear. The Dragon Spirit's secret realm is the safer bet. With that choice locked in, a strategy started to take shape. If I can delay others from entering before the official opening, all the better for me. He ran through the short list of players who might qualify early. Luo Linger came to mind, a formidable force in her own right, and another Beastmaster from a rival country, equally dangerous. But even against such odds, Suyong's confidence didn't waver. I don't have to face them head-on, he said, smirking. A vision of himself surrounded by swirling dragon spirits filled his mind. Powerful, untouchable, commanding. It fueled him. Or, he added casually, I could just go full dragon hunter and wipe out the available giant dragons before anyone else even gets the chance. He liked the sound of that. System, he called out, pull up the current data on the giant dragon secret realms in Longxia. A soft hum filled the air as a warm glow lit up the space. Bailing's voice echoed, crisp and professional. Right away, hero. Please wait a moment. Moments later, a holographic map appeared, glowing with vibrant colors. A massive red dragon, wreathed in flames, rotated on the screen. Bailing began her briefing. Here's what we have on the giant dragon's secret realms in Longxia, she said. To the southwest, near Johua City, is the Silver Dragon's secret realm. In the north, close to Amling City, is the Red Dragon's secret realm. Both are rated at Starry Radiance tier. Suyong processed the information instantly. Reserve me a slot for the Silver Dragon's secret realm, he ordered without hesitation. Bailing paused for a moment, then added, reservation confirmed, but there's something odd. The top 50 slots are all booked by the Tianji Pavilion. A slow grin spread across Suyong's face. Just as I thought. Luo linger, he mused. If she fails to get that black dragon, it makes sense she'd go after another. His smirk sharpened as the pieces fell perfectly into place. The Tianji Pavilion's blocking off all the top slots to clear the way for her. Classic move. But she's stepping right into my path again, he added, voice low. Guess I'll spare her a second of sympathy, or not. Suyong turned his attention sharply, his voice direct and commanding. Bailing, doesn't being a temple VIP guarantee top priority in secret realms? Bailing responded without delay, her tone steady with a touch of reassurance. Yes, that's right. As long as you've made a reservation, no one else gets ahead. Unless they're a 5-star class changer ranked higher. She hesitated for a beat, then added, still, could this cause problems with Tianji Pavilion? Suyong didn't miss a beat. Doesn't matter. Book it. Understood, she nodded. Suyong leaned back, completely at ease. Tianji Pavilion? What's there to worry about? Just being a temple VIP had once made people like Jia you tread carefully around him. Now, he wasn't just that. He was also the one who tamed the Black Dragon, and on top of that, an honorary member of the Global Beastmaster Association. With all these titles behind his name, even if the Tianji Pavilion mustered all the guts they could borrow, they still wouldn't dare make a move. His eyes shifted to the two floating relics surrounded by violet energy. One was a squirming chunk of raw flesh, pulsing and dark. Fury Samuel's flesh, from the original Sin King. The other was a broken crimson heart, radiating a menacing, endless aura. Fury Samuel's shattered heart. Suyong reached toward them, his thoughts hidden beneath a calm exterior. And let's not forget, I still have my ace in the hole. The room dimmed, tension rising in the air. His stats echoed in his head. Over 10 million HP, strength nearing 30,000. Unless they send a 7-star class changer, Tianji Pavilion has no shot. The words echoed in his mind, charged with defiance. A slow, sharp grin spread across his face. His eyes narrowed in the dim light, and a low laugh slipped out as he stared at the two relics. A few pests in my way, he said quietly. I'll clear them out. And while I'm at it, let's wipe out every last dragon. He glanced back at the flesh and heart, his grin twisting as a new thought popped into his head. Wait, how exactly am I supposed to eat these? I can't just, swallow them? The ridiculousness of it made him chuckle. He tilted his head, eyes narrowing with sudden curiosity. Maybe if I cook them first? Grill, stir-fry dessert? His mind ran wild, visualizing bizarre dishes. Stir-fried furious flesh, sizzling and gleaming with heat. Crispy fried furious heart, golden and ominous with a sinister dipping sauce. And the final course. A furious sundae, its eerie purple swirl, both terrifying and oddly tempting. But the daydream faded as quickly as it came. Suyong shook his head, snapping back to reality. No way, he muttered. I can't cook, and letting someone else try? Too dangerous. What if word gets out? His thoughts turned sharp again, frustration rising. Maybe I could burn them with black flames? But if anything goes wrong, I'd ruin everything. That's not a risk I can take. He slouched, exhaling hard as the ridiculousness of it all hit him. His narrowed eyes gave away his thoughts. Why am I overthinking this? It's just some raw meat and blood. No big deal. A twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth as he muttered the words. He leaned back slightly, giving in to the bizarre situation, while the two eerie artifacts hovered in front of him like some twisted puzzle waiting to be solved. But enough was enough. Suyong straightened, eyes sharp with fresh resolve. Reaching forward, he seized the glowing remnants, power crackling between his fingers. Energy flared, filling the room with blinding light. Then, with a thunderous boom, an explosive wave surged outward, shaking the walls and sending ripples through the air. Golden brilliance consumed everything, roaring with unchecked force. Outside, a maid froze mid-step, startled as the blast rocked the atmosphere. Heat swept over her, nearly knocking her off balance. Shielding her face from the searing light, she stumbled, then bolted toward the house. She skidded into the room, glass crunching underfoot as she burst through what was left of the doorframe. Smoke filled the space, swirling and thick, slowly giving way to reveal Su Yang standing in the wreckage's heart. He was wrapped in nothing but a towel, his body relaxed, completely unfazed by the destruction around him. She froze on the spot, eyes wide as they landed on him. The shock hit instantly, her face flushing a deep red. It's nothing. I didn't see anything, she yelped, flailing her hands in a frantic attempt to recover. Really? Just glad you're okay. Her embarrassment spiraled as she backed away, barely holding it together. Soo-young glanced down at the broken glass, then back at the panicked, made retreating like a startled animal. A small smirk crept onto his face. Thought I was caught for a second there, he murmured. Running a hand through his still damp hair, his eyes shifted to a glowing status panel that floated in front of him, pulsing like a badge of victory. Health, 10,420,000. Strength, 27,760. Speed, 4,414. Mental, 6,236. Resistance, an impressive lineup of near unbeatable values. A quiet laugh slipped from him, laced with satisfaction. Yeah, this is what peak looks like. With a fiery burst, wings of flame tore from his back, radiating pure power. The aura of his Dragon Soul Hunter ability surged outward, wild and consuming, ready to level anything that got in its way. His voice rang out, full of fearless conviction. Even if that starry tier black flame wings comes at me again, I'll crush it. His blood pumped with adrenaline, the thrill of raw power coursing through every inch of him. He grinned, savoring it. Feels like my whole body's itching to go hunting. Without wasting another second, Soo-young turned and strode out of the room, each step humming with energy. Let's see how Lilith's doing, he said to himself, curiosity flickering in his tone. Hope she's settling in. Back in Jiwa City, the tension was thick enough to slice through. Luo Linger slammed both hands onto the table, her voice cracking like thunder. Someone cut in front of me. Who dares? Her eyes locked onto Tang Si, captain of the Tianji Pavilion branch there. He flinched under the pressure, tugging nervously at his tie as he avoided her glare. We had everything booked, he said, voice shaky. But yesterday, we got a special reservation from a temple VIP. Before he could say more, she cut him off, disbelief sharp in her tone. Temple VIP? Her fists curled tight, violet eyes narrowing. And you don't even know who it is? In her mind, a single name echoed with a mix of dread and irritation. Soo-young. Could be him again? The thought soured her mood instantly. Flashbacks of their past run-ins flared up, each more infuriating than the last. Her jaw tensed. No way. This kind of coincidence can't keep happening. But deep down she knew, it was just the kind of thing Soo-young would do. Trying to calm the situation, Tang Si forced a weak smile. Miss Luo, how about we head to the Silver Dragon's secret realm and wait? Once the VIP arrives, we could maybe negotiate? Arrange some kind of trade? Scram. Luo Linger snapped, her voice like ice, sharp enough to chill the entire room. Tang Si nearly jumped out of his shoes. Why yes. Right away, he yelped, bowing non-stop as he backed out, practically running from the room as if escaping a natural disaster. Alone now, Luo Linger stood straight, her resolve only intensifying. If it's really Soo-young, she thought grimly, the timing couldn't be worse. He just conquered the Black Dragon. Going up against him directly would be suicide. I need backup. Without wasting a moment, she tapped her communicator. Teacher, are you free? The response came quick, calm, and firm. Speak. What's going on? I was heading to the Silver Dragon's secret realm, she explained. But someone used a temple VIP reservation to cut ahead. I'm pretty sure it's Soo-young. Since you know him, could you talk to him? Maybe convince him to give it up? A pause on the other end. Then, all right, I'll ask. She exhaled, slightly relieved. Still, the irritation lingered under her skin. She turned sharply and walked out, muttering to herself. The nearby guards exchanged wary looks, but didn't dare stop her. Not with that stormy energy radiating off her like a blade drawn and ready. Just moments later, her communicator buzzed. Luo Linger snatched it up, expecting her teacher's message to smooth things over. But as her eyes scanned the screen, her expression twisted in disbelief. Girl, that guy didn't agree. Her lips parted in shock. Turn me down, she said aloud, struggling to believe it. Me? A recognized figure in the Global Beastmaster Association? Before she could even stew in the frustration, another message lit up her screen. Her teacher didn't hold back. Anyway, he said no. You don't get it. He's pretty popular right now. I've even heard the war god is showing interest. You'd better not stir anything up. The words war god hit like a bolt of lightning. Luo Linger's entire body stiffened. There was only one man in Longxiao worthy of that title, Tang Zhan, the extreme path tyrant. The mere thought of him sent a chill racing down her spine. A monster among men, known for his unmatched power and brutal dominance. And now he was paying attention to Soo-young? Frustration burned hotter in her chest, her thoughts spiraling. Even the war, God respects him? Is Suyang really that far out of reach? A voice pulled her back. One of her subordinates stepped forward hesitantly. Miss, what should we do now? She didn't even hesitate. Arms crossed and voice sharp, she snapped. Why are you still standing there? Move! With a sharp spin and fire in her stride, she led the way out, each step echoing with fierce determination. Her subordinate rushed behind, practically tripping over himself to match her pace. The scene shifted. Silver Dragon, Secret Realm. Suyang entered the glowing domain, eyes scanning the massive cliffs and the ghostly light washing over the land like a haunted dream. Energy shimmered faintly in the air, crackling in silence. He moved forward with calm, controlled precision, surveying the area. Thought I'd bump into the Tianji Pavilion crew, he muttered. Looks like they bailed already. Guess they've got some instinct after all. His gaze drifted upward, and there it was. A towering figure perched on a jagged cliff, scales glinting in the pale light. A smirk formed on his lips. So you're the big guy, huh? The Silver Dragon. He tilted his head slightly, voice laced with dry amusement. No name, no rare bloodline. Just another oversized lizard. The Silver Dragon let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire realm as its colossal body lunged forward. A surge of lightning erupted from its maw, splitting the sky with blinding flashes as it tore through the battlefield. Suyang vanished just as the blast reached his position, reappearing in midair above the storm. He sliced clean through the swirling energy, every movement sharp and deliberate. Suspended in the air, an ominous red aura coiled around him, swirling like a storm ready to burst. From the heart of that aura, his weapon took shape, a massive blade thrumming with raw, destructive force. His voice rang out calm and cold. Don't move. The swirling energy around him condensed, focusing tighter as his smirk grew. Finally, a worthy training dummy, he muttered, adjusting his grip on the hilt. Let's see how much punishment you can take. The dragon's roar answered, its massive tail cleaving the air. Jagged chunks of earth tore free, launching upward like missiles before plunging down in a deadly barrage. One clean sweep of Suyang's blade shattered the incoming boulders midair, the fragments crumbling like sand. He slipped through the chaos effortlessly, movements precise and unhurried. Too slow, he said with a trace of amusement. Suddenly, the ground at his feet split open, a swirling black portal erupting beneath him. He glanced down, unfazed. Impressive light show, he said dryly. With a single slash, his blade ripped through the portal's core, dispersing its energy in a wave that rippled across the realm, shaking the ground beneath. Landing smoothly amid the storm of debris, Suyang's HP bar blinked faintly. +1, 000. He gave it a brief glance, then chuckled. Heaven-defying resilience, huh? These feel like bug bites. The dragon snarled, slamming its claws into the earth as glowing runes lit up along its forearms. Dragon magic, double strike. It roared, the terrain fracturing beneath it, lines of destruction ripping out like lightning bolts across the battlefield. Suyang didn't flinch. 27,000 strength, he said with a cool edge. That's about what I expect from a dragon-shaped chicken. The insult struck deep. The dragon went wild, launching into a brutal frenzy, claws, wings, and breath attacks raining down in a relentless flurry. But Suyang danced between them, every dodge a step ahead, his form a blur of motion. He shot upward in a graceful arc, his silhouette stark against the glowing sky. The silver dragon whipped its head around, eyes glowing bright as it fired off a torrent of lightning and slicing winds, filling the air with chaotic, destructive force. And yet, Suyang hovered there, untouched, grin still in place, confidence radiating like a storm contained in human form. Suyang lifted his blade high, its glow slicing through the chaos like a judgment from above. Then, with a single flawless arc, he brought it crashing down. The result was devastating. The ground split apart beneath the force, the silver dragon unleashing one final, guttural roar before its enormous form collapsed in defeat. Silence followed, heavy and absolute, as the beast's body disintegrated into shimmering fragments, drifting into the air like glowing dust. A notification popped up before him. Devour effect triggered. 10% of the silver dragon's attributes plundered. Instantly, his weapon stats surged. Strength plus 1,123. Spirit plus 27,211. Speed plus 13,211. Physical and mental resistances plus 8%. Spirit resistance plus 5%. A smirk curved Suyang's lips. It was a magic-type dragon, he said coolly. Shame it never got the chance to cast a spell. His gaze dropped to the blade in his hand. A faint, glowing mark had appeared on its surface, pulsing with eerie energy. Curiosity sparked behind his eyes. If I take down more dragons, will more marks appear? His grip tightened on the weapon, thoughts racing. And if I collect them all, what happens when the blade is covered in marks? The idea sent a thrill through him. He raised the greatsword again, its aura growing darker, its hunger more intense. Time to feast, he murmured. The dragon bone greatsword shuddered, humming with life as it absorbed the last of the silver dragon's lingering essence. A faint, echoing chant whispered through the air, feasting time. Suyang stood silent, watching the devouring with a calculating gaze. His thoughts drifted. Leveling up now feels hollow. Compared to the wild surge of Wrath's power, everything else felt muted. Even Diamond Tier gear means nothing at this point. Then, another alert flashed across his vision. Black Dragon attributes increased by absorbing 10%. His smirk widened into something sharper, something darker. If only I could devour attributes directly, too. His mind wandered to the dormant royal offering traits, gluttony and wrath, powers that could steal stats and health. But for now, they lay still in the abyss, chained until summoned by a worthy challenge. He glanced up at the sky, his eyes gleaming with ambition. If those kings could break free and enter this world, they could harvest offerings directly, create an endless loop of power. Attributes, health, resources, everything could become mine. A fire ignited within him, a pulse of dangerous confidence. He clenched his fist. As long as I can bring the king of original sin into the real world and let it plunder in my place. Once I gather all 7 weapons of the Reverse Sin series. He paused, voice low but clear, each word weighty with conviction. I'll be unstoppable. The image in his mind was vivid, cutting down world-class bosses solo, setting off an entire global expansion by himself. Power would be more than his right. It would be his dominion. A shadowy aura spread slowly around him, thick with intent, giving me royal tribute. His voice was steady, ice-cold. It won't be an obligation. It'll be an honor. But just as the fantasy reached its peak, his smirk faltered. Reality hit like a brick. Enough, he muttered, dragging a hand across his brow. His expression turned serious, the weight of logistics settling over his thoughts. First off, how do I even summon the king of original sin from the abyss? Without that, everything else was a pipe dream. Second, how do I stop it from getting killed the moment it shows up? If it's taken out before gathering enough resources, the cost would be catastrophic. The ambition remained, but now, so did the challenge. Suyang let out a quiet sigh, a flicker of irritation passing over him. I'll figure out later, he muttered. Right now, I need to get to the next dragon's realm. The scene cut to a desolate landscape. A colossal dragon lay lifeless, the ground torn apart and scorched around it. Suyang stood alone amidst the wreckage, eyes locked on the path ahead, determined and undeterred. Suddenly, a system notification flared across the sky, snapping him from his thoughts. World Channel notification. In the Dragon Rift secret realm, the Red Dragon Hall has been conquered by Asuhi Mikiko. Suyang froze, disbelief flashing in his eyes. No way. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon Rift realm, the battlefield echoed with victorious shouts. The mighty red dragon lay motionless, its massive body casting a long shadow over the celebrating group. At the heart of the cheers stood a young woman, her aura radiant like the flames of the fallen beast. She really did it, someone shouted, barely containing their excitement. From the crowd, another voice chimed in with pride. Sakura Nation finally has a dragon. The energy in the air buzzed with anticipation. The patriarch will be overjoyed. The reward are going to be huge. An elderly man stroked his beard, eyes shining with approval. First Seong with a black dragon. Now Miss Mikiko of the Asuhi family has claimed the red. This era is full of wonders. He stepped forward, offering a respectful bow to the young woman at the center of it all. Miss Asuhi, congratulations. We'll now escort you to Longcheng City and ensure your return to Sakura Nation. Mikiko nodded, her poise unwavering. Thank you, Grandpa. Her gaze drifted beyond the celebration, thoughtful. It's a pity I couldn't meet the one who tamed the black dragon. There's something different about him. A quiet smile curved her lips. But now that he's part of the Global Beastmaster Association, I'm sure we'll meet someday. Elsewhere, Luo Linger stared at the announcement, fists clenched in frustration. Unbelievable, she growled, stomping the floor hard enough to make it tremble. Dealing with Suyang was already bad enough, and now Asuhi Mikiko's pulled ahead of me, too. She turned her attention to the world chat, the feed overflowing with chatter. Yamamoto Taro, my student, Asuhi Mikiko, has claimed the red dragon. Zhao Kuan, your student? That dragon should have been mine. William Smith, congrats. Looks like we've got 2 new dragon tamers in the ranks. President Carolina, doubtful. Augustine already confirmed Suyang's method couldn't be copied. Villia, 2 more tamers? Perfect. More minds to share knowledge with. The competition was heating up, and everyone knew it. Luo Linger's hands curled into fists as she scanned the flood of praise in the chat. Her voice dropped, low and bitter. Now it's all about Asuhi Makiko. What am I even chasing anymore? Her subordinates shifted uneasily, the tension thick in the air. One of them finally spoke up, hesitant. Miss, this might become a serious problem. Far away, Suyong watched the same notification scroll past. He exhaled slowly. Didn't expect her to move this fast, he said, his voice calm. But the calm didn't last. His gaze sharpened, his mind already shifting gears. This changes the game. With the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm opening soon, I can't afford distractions. I have to get ready. Suddenly, a glowing screen lit up in front of him, revealing a meeting of high-ranking figures locked in a heated debate. Report. The Demon Abyss Crusade army has been officially formed. Since Wrath's downfall, the Crusaders are treading carefully. Their full assault is only a matter of time. Beelzebub won't hold them off. He's too weak, just a temporary seat warmer. A crooked grin tugged at Suyong's lips. He tilted his head slightly, voice smooth and cold. Sorry, Gluttony King, but before anyone else gets to you, I'll claim your end as my prize. His eyes lifted, reflecting an ambition that cut through the darkness like a blade. Meanwhile, on the 100th floor of the Demon Abyss, Beelzebub lounged on his grotesque throne, arms draped lazily over the sides. This is getting dull, he mumbled, sinking deeper into the warped seat. Why hasn't anyone dared show their face yet? His crimson eyes narrowed, lost in thought. Then, out of nowhere, a flashback slammed into him like a hammer. Chaos. Snarling wolves bursting from the shadows. Dozens of them. Eyes glowing red, jaws dripping with menace. And at the center of it all, Carolina's twisted grin burned into his memory. He remembered how his body locked up, how the wolves descended. No time to fight, no chance to flee. Just raw, helpless fear. Yanked back to reality, Beelzebub jolted as a booming voice thundered from the sky, shaking the very air around him. Heed my call and return to the depths of darkness. The words hit like a curse. His breath caught. His chest tightened. A storm of dread crashed through his mind. Samuel. Summoned. Destroyed. The memory was too clear. And now, a chilling thought whispered through his mind. Am I next? Beelzebub lowered his head, the weight of surrender pressing down on his broad shoulders. A long-buried truth clawed its way back. This existence was never truly his. It was borrowed from the monarch. Better to embrace death by his command than fall to the hands of humans. Dark energy surged outward in violent waves, violet streaks crackling through the air like wildfire. The ground trembled beneath the pressure. Beelzebub dropped to one knee, the power swallowing him whole as his form was engulfed in the storm. At the abyss's deepest point, the final floor of the Demon Abyss trembled beneath the presence of the original Sin Monarch, Suyong now fully in control. His towering figure stood at the abyssal throne, cloaked in a storm of crimson energy streaked with violet. The moment shattered in a blinding flash as Beelzebub appeared before him. Beelzebub knelt, his massive frame shaking. He bowed low, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. Your loyal servant Beelzebub responds to the call. Suyong's voice cut through the silence, firm and merciless. Gluttony. By this monarch's will, I summon you to your end. Offer your flesh once more. Do you resist? Silence held for a breath. Then, steady and without fear, Beelzebub answered. How could I resist? My life belongs to the Lord. If you wish to reclaim it, I have no objections. Suyong's eyes gleamed, pleased. Your loyalty is admirable. So be it. The ground rumbled violently. The violet glow intensified, erupting with blinding force. Beelzebub's final cry echoed through the abyss before the darkness consumed him. From a void, chains of violet energy surged forward, snapping around his body like vipers. They tightened with a screech, locking down his limbs as his eyes flared in panic. Absorb. The word rang out like thunder, sealing his fate. The chains pulsed with brutal force, ripping through him, draining every ounce of his essence. His body convulsed, mouth open in a voiceless scream as the energy tore him apart from within. Ding! You have slain the king of original sin, gluttony, Beelzebub. Experience gained, 3.7 billion. Overflow stored, 2.22 billion. His enormous form collapsed, disintegrating in flashes of violet light. Shards of energy scattered, his body reduced to fragments, and then dust. Silence reclaimed the abyss. Items acquired. Gluttony's heart, plus 5 million HP, permanent, plus 2,000 to all stats. Gluttony's active shell, imprisonment effect usable on target. Gluttony's demonic core, immunity to demonic corruption up to the 100th floor. Gluttony's Heart, material rare crafting item for HP boosts, defense upgrades, or the divine artifact forging. The air slowly settled, the crushing pressure lifting, but the land remained scarred. Twisted tendrils of darkness snaked from the earth, rising like silent markers of Beelzebub's demise. Within the abyss, the silence was broken by Suyang's calm, slightly amused voice. I assume Beelzebub, not fully evolved through devouring, would drop lesser loot compared to a higher-tier king like Samuel. His eyes lingered on the glowing remains. But looking at this, the value's nearly the same. A smirk tugged at his lips. This isn't luck anymore. Even the goddess of luck couldn't explain this. It's like I've taken her hostage and married her. His attention shifted to a glowing chest marked special drops. With a flick of his hand, the shimmering seal shattered, shards of light scattering across the chamber. Let's see what kind of treasure you're hiding. A thunderous boom followed. Blinding golden light exploded from the chest, slamming into the ground and sending shockwaves through the air. Suyang's cloak whipped violently in the burst, his eyes widening as he stared upward. Suspended in midair was a divine artifact, radiating overwhelming energy. Sin Reversal, Gluttony's Punishment. The weapon glowed with raw might. Elaborate patterns lined its surface, pulsing as if alive. Violet and crimson streaks surged along its blade, casting an oppressive aura through the chamber. A floating screen appeared, and Suyang's gaze locked onto the stats. Tier, Demigod. Unique, limited soul imprint, bound to the slayer of Beelzebub. Cannot be dropped, traded, or gifted. Wieldable only by the soul-bound owner. Attributes. HP, plus 50%. All elemental resistances, plus 20%. Tenacity, plus 30%. Abilities. 1. Sin, Gluttony, absorbs 2% of slain enemies' attributes and adds them to the wielder. 2. Sin Reversal, Gluttony's Punishment, reduces all attributes of sinful beings by 10%, stripping their gluttony authority. 3. Judgment, King Slayer. Upon slaying a sinful lord, the weapon disappears. The wielder permanently inherits the authority of gluttony. Suyang stared in awe. This isn't a league of its own. The artifact surged, energy bursting in waves of crimson and violet. The entire chamber shuddered from the pressure, a divine artifact in every sense. But his expression soured as another message flashed across the screen. Requirement, Demigod tier to equip. Seriously? He clicked his tongue. So close, yet useless for now. His eyes narrowed. He was already thinking ahead. If I can disrupt the transfer shrine, tap into its energy, maybe I can force a breakthrough. His thoughts turned inward, gears already turning. The next move would define everything. Scene transition, the holy city. Beneath the glowing spires of the holy city, the grand temple pulsed with divine energy. Within its sacred halls, the council had gathered. At the center stood the high priestess, her staff grounded firmly as shimmering projections hovered in the air around her. A council member's voice broke the silence. While we still don't know who obtained the first Sin Reversal artifact, tensions between nations and associations haven't escalated. At least, not yet. The High Priestess's gaze lingered on the floating images, her voice thoughtful. If everyone abides by the Round Table's agreement, taking turns to face the kings of original sin, then maybe this uneasy calm can hold. Meanwhile, at the gates of the abyss, pressure hung thick in the air. Dark-robed sentinels paced before the massive entrance, eyes alert. Behind them, the portal churned with a menacing glow, its shifting currents hinting at the horrors below. It felt like the entire world was holding its breath. Back in the Grand Temple, the High Priestess lifted her staff toward a towering statue. Data projections flickered before her, casting long shadows across the ancient stone. Global Temple VIP count, 143. Deity Advancement Stage. 8th Tier VIPs, 0. 9th Tier VIPs, 0. Crimson Alert. Red Moon Crystal Cores reclaimed, 10,234. Red Moon Corruption, 14%. Her fingers tightened around her staff as she whispered, "The chains they're breaking. Balance is starting to slip." A tremor passed through the temple. The atmosphere grew thick, unnatural and heavy. Deep within the abyss, a monstrous roar tore through the shadows. The ground split and quaked as a massive, flame-shrouded entity began to rise. Its jagged jaws parted, and rivers of fire erupted outward. The creature's voice, low and thunderous, spilled from its core like a curse. Despair. Infernal flames exploded to life, flooding the chamber with blazing light. Back in the temple, the High Priestess staggered, clutching her staff for balance. Her voice trembled. If only someone could shift the balance. Someone strong enough to break this endless deadlock. Her words echoed into the dark, swallowed by the rising tide of dread. Then suddenly the air snapped. A surge of power erupted as a glowing display flashed into view before her, its golden light flickering with urgency. World announcement. Her eyes locked onto the screen as the ominous light pulsed faster and faster, like a warning heartbeat. Shadows danced wildly across the temple walls. Her voice rang out, sharp and immediate. Send word to all squads near the Demon Abyss. Monitor and report any irregularities, now. The stillness was shattered. A storm was coming. The temple guards answered in perfect sync, their voices carrying like a solemn chant. No abnormalities detected. The words echoed flatly through the chamber, offering little comfort. The high priestess tightened her grip around her staff, her hands trembling slightly. Her thoughts raced. The holy city's guards weren't ordinary. They could detect even high-tier threats with ease. If they found nothing, could that mean? Her suspicion was cut short. The screen flickered once more, dimming ominously. A new message burned across the surface. Second Sin weapon has been obtained. Her breath hitched. The weight of those words felt like a blade to the chest. She turned her gaze toward the swirling darkness beyond the temple's massive arches. Energy pulsed from the chaotic void, wild, unstable, and charged with menace. Floating at its center was a dark silhouette, its presence distorting everything around it. Her heart thudded. That figure, the same one I glimpsed before? Before she could act, voices flooded the world chat, snapping her back. Tokugawa, what the hell? Another artifact gone? Don't tell me the United Federal States acted already. Augustine, no way. I've been drinking all evening. I leave tomorrow. The poker, High Priest, what's happening? How could this happen under the temple's watch? Carolina, I don't mean to challenge your leadership, but this feels too coincidental. Tang Zhan, people have reason to suspect something's off. High Priest, I hope you can give us a proper explanation. The room grew heavy with suspicion. Every gaze turned toward the High Priest. Yet she stood firm, eyes unwavering. Believe what you will, she said calmly, but use logic. The Transfer Temple has never interfered. Not once, since its founding. I've never even left the Holy City. She scanned the assembly, her voice sharp and unwavering. And if we were to meddle, do you think we'd do it in secret? You all know better than that. Silence fell again, thick and tense. Her reasoning, cold and clear, settled heavily over the crowd. The priestess dipped her head, eyes narrowing in thought. I trust the High Priest. I do. But none of this adds up. If every other answer is impossible, does that mean this one is too? A chill crept in her spine. Only one path made sense now. The truth was in the abyss. Lifting her head, she spoke with new resolve. In light of everything, I say we discard the previous resolution. We need to create a joint strike force with top members from every guild. We raid the abyss now. Any objections? Her voice rang with unwavering conviction. Lifting her staff high, it caught the temple's golden glow, reflecting beams of light across the chamber. Her eyes swept over the gathered leaders, steady and sharp. A moment passed. Then came the unified reply. No objections. Her words struck like a decree from the heavens. The temple's radiance intensified, washing over the hall like divine fire. She raised her staff even higher and declared, "Then let the assembly begin. We cannot let another reverse Sin artifact fall into enemy hands." With that, the hall burst into motion. Guild leaders scattered to prepare, orders flying like arrows. But the priestess's eyes stayed locked on the abyss, its pulse like a slow, menacing heartbeat. This time, she swore we won't fail. Far within the abyss, Suyang, now crowned as the original Sin monarch, stood still in the void. His crimson eyes burned through the darkness, which twisted and writhed around him like a living shroud. Right about now, he muttered, voice low and icy, another global alert should pop up. With artifact number 2 gone, those raiders are going to get serious. A grin crept across his face, sharp, cruel. Worst case, they'll show up tomorrow. The air vibrated softly, as if the abyss itself was bracing for what was to come. The endless demon abyss stretched far below him, an infinite descent of shadowed platforms. A massive map shimmered into view, painted in ghostly detail. 4 blood-red X's marked key floors, 100, 200, 300, and 400. The demon abyss holds 700 floors. Suyang's voice echoed into the dark. At every 100th floor, a Sin King awaits. He took a slow step forward, the shadows parting for him. I've already claimed gluttony and wrath, but lust and greed, they're still untouched. His mind flicked to the forces gathering above. So they'll try pushing straight to the 500th. The image shifted. Floor 500 appeared, a mass of swirling darkness. It pulsed once, then shattered like brittle glass, but its oppressive presence lingered. "But that's all by the book," he said, voice slicing through the silence. His red gaze narrowed, and the grin widened. "My very existence is what breaks the system." Suddenly, the abyss shook violently. From the darkness, Lucifer emerged, wings unfurled in terrifying glory. Waves of black energy exploded from her, distorting the void itself. The space around her cracked, struggling to contain her overwhelming presence. Suyang's eyes gleamed. "If I dropped Lucifer into Gluttony's old domain..." He paused, the threat in his voice chilling. Who would even make it past the 100th floor? Several days later, deep within the demon abyss, Augustine stepped onto the fractured ground, lightning flashing overhead, its red glow dancing in his eyes. His grip on the staff tightened, the weight of their mission heavy on his shoulders. "So, this is it," he murmured. "The demon abyss. I've returned." Below him, the spiraling chasm surged with blood-red energy, roaring like a storm tearing through the void. He turned to the group. "Is everyone ready?" His voice was sharp, direct. Tension tightened around them. Carolina stepped up with a confident smirk. "Ready? I've been waiting for this moment," she said, eyes burning with anticipation. Tang Zhan gave a casual shrug. "Just say the word." Augustine's expression darkened with resolve. "The first 200 floors are down. We won't let a third reverse in weapon fall into enemy hands." Carolina grinned, her voice flaring with intensity. "Everyone here's elite. Let's not waste time. Who's taking point against the floor 300 boss?" A knight moved forward, golden hair glowing beneath the crimson skies. "I'll do it," he said firmly. "Always get beaten to it by the big names. Time I handled one of these bosses myself." His stats appeared in the air beside him. Rank 3. Level 301. Class Radiant Sun Templar. He raised his sword, confidence breaking across his face like sunlight through storm clouds. "Let's see what you've got." "Move out," Tang Zhan called, his aura surging to life. "Push through everything." Augustine echoed, stepping forward as magic flared. The air exploded with motion. Flashes of steel and arcs of magic collided with the darkness. Shattered stone flew as the group carved a path forward, their coordination flawless. Eventually, they came to a stop, catching their breath as a strange stillness fell over them. "We're close," Carolina said, scanning ahead. 100th floor, Gluttony's domain. In front of them loomed a twisted gateway, its grotesque maw pulsing with a crimson glow. The entrance churned like a living wound, inviting chaos. "No boss guarding the way?" someone asked. "Then let's go all in." The group tightened formation, ready to surge ahead, but deep within that domain, something moved. Shadows writhed and twisted, wrapping around a single figure. Blood-red energy crackled through the air as Lucifer stirred, the king of original sin, pride. Her gaze pierced the void, cold and absolute. "Finally," she said, voice laced with contempt. "You've made it." The air grew heavy, an invisible pressure spreading like poison. "Enemies up ahead," the Radiant Sun Templar warned, scanning the area. His voice was quiet, but the tension in it said everything. The team instinctively braced. Every one of them could feel it. Something wasn't right. Carolina's voice sliced through the tension like a blade. "More enemies? But Gluttony's supposed to be dead." Tang Zhan's expression darkened. "That's not the Gluttony King," he said quietly. Then she emerged. Lucifer stepped out from the shadows, her presence crashing over them like a tidal wave of dread. The sheer force of her aura made the air feel too thick to breathe. "Pitiful insects," she scoffed, voice dripping venom. You dare intrude upon my abyss? Are you so eager to embrace death?" A sharp system alert tore across their interface. System notification. Boss, Lucifer. Race, demon. Level, unknown. For a moment, no one moved. Then, breaking the silence, Radiant Sun Templar let out a dry chuckle. "So, the 100th floor boss got a gender swap? Interesting look." With a flash of blinding light, he shot forward, sword blazing with holy energy. "Wait, don't go in blind." Poker shouted, but his voice was lost in the roaring surge of magic. The battlefield erupted instantly. Flashes of light, howling energy, and then silence. A single, brilliant strike cleaved through the chaos, and time seemed to freeze. The ground cracked beneath their feet. System notification. Your teammate, Mike, Radiant Sun Templar, has been killed by Boss Lucifer. The announcement hit like a hammer. Lucifer stood motionless, her crimson eyes glinting coldly. The last echoes of her attack still shimmered in the air. The group reeled. "One hit," someone gasped. Carolina's voice faltered as she tried to process it. She took down an 8th-ranked Templar instantly. "What level is this thing?" Her hands clenched, the weight of fear tightening around her. "I tried using high-rank insight." Another team member growled. "It doesn't work. Nothing shows up." and anyone weaker passed out the moment she activated her aura. The truth settled over them like suffocating fog. Lucifer wasn't just another boss. She was something far beyond anything they'd ever faced. Then a clear voice broke through. "Let me give a shot." A magician stepped forward, power crackling around her as she summoned a forbidden spell. Record of true delight. A blinding light burst forth, spreading in every direction, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The spell scanned the battlefield, locking onto Lucifer and pulling back the veil. Skill description. Allows the user to view detailed information of any target, regardless of level. Cooldown, 24 hours. As the light faded, Lucifer's profile came into view, and the team went silent. Boss profile. Title: King of Original Sin. Pride: Lucifer, divine rank. Description: the supreme leader of the kings of Original Sin. She embodies pride, the most dominant and powerful of the 7 deadly sins. Level 400. Attributes: Strength, 452,121. Spirit, 231,123. Speed, 213,432. Carolina's eyes widened, her voice barely holding steady. Divine rank. This is divine rank. The others exchanged silent looks, fear sinking in like a cold wind. This wasn't just a high-level boss. This was something else entirely, something untouchable. Deep within the abyss, Suyang stood alone in the darkness, his crimson eyes scanning the void ahead. His voice broke the stillness, calm, but laced with an undercurrent of tension. During the punishment battle, I didn't bother checking Lucifer's stats. Now that he had, the numbers were beyond ridiculous. She's nearly on par with me. The original Sin Monarch. A new alert flashed in front of him. Status: weakened. Special abnormal state. Undispellable significantly lowers all stats and seals select abilities. Suyang's gaze darkened. And even like this, she's terrifying. If this was her power weakened, then her full strength would be beyond comprehension. "Let's take a look at her talents," he muttered. Gluttony and wrath were monsters, but pride. He opened a list. Talent abilities. Pride. Lucifer considers any being with lower total base stats as beneath her. Such entities cannot damage her, completely immune. Weaker being. Defined as any life form whose base stats are less than Lucifer's, regardless of rank. Note: only those who have defeated a king of original sin are exempt and can harm her. Offering of the King of Pride. Those slain by Lucifer are branded with the soul mark. Subjugated loser, granting her the right to issue one absolute command to the fallen. Suyang clenched his jaw. "You gotta be kidding me, this is broken." He tried to reason it out, but the logic didn't make it any better. If your stats are lower, you can't hurt her. And right now, no divine rank pros exist in this world. She was a walking wall of invincibility. Unless someone had already killed a Sin King before, Lucifer was basically untouchable. Then his expression shifted, calculations sparking behind his gaze. And that last talent, the offering of pride. If she wipes them out, I gain control over the entire assault team. Once. A slow, twisted smile curved across his face. Tangjeon. Augustine. Oh, this was going to be beautiful. Flashback. A few days earlier. In the depths of the abyss, Suyang's voice rang with cold authority. "I've made my decision, Lucifer. You're taking Beelzebub's place. Guard the 100th floor." He paused, a cruel edge in his tone. "Let them come. Let those arrogant fools taste what true power looks like." Lucifer's crimson gaze lit up, a twisted grin curling across her face. She bowed low, her tone laced with both mockery and feigned loyalty. "Lucifer, your devoted servant, follows the king's command." Present time, 100th floor of the abyss. The battlefield boiled in chaos as top-tier rankers unleashed their full might. Frost Howl, Elemental Chimera, Cover Poker. Carolina's voice rang like thunder as 2 colossal, spectral beasts surged into view. Frost bled from their forms, freezing the air as they lunged ahead, claws slicing through nothingness. Poker sprinted in right behind them, his red cloak trailing like a streak of fire across the war-torn ground. Ultimate Tyrant Mode. Tangjeon's roar split the air as his body swelled with raw energy. His muscles surged with power, each thunderous step shaking the ground as he braced to strike. No one holds back. Augustine's command echoed across the field. His staff flared with chaotic magic as he cast a massive spell. Flames and lightning surged in tandem, tearing through the battleground with explosive force. Ultimate Destruction Fist. Tangjeon charged, his colossal form driving forward, fist aglow with lethal energy. The air split apart with the blow, the earth buckling beneath the sheer power. Overhead, the sky cracked as raw elemental forces collided, sending violent bursts of energy arcing in all directions. Thunderstorm of heaven and earth. Augustine lifted his burning staff high, summoning a beam of pure light that carved across the battlefield. It tore through everything in its path, detonating in a blinding explosion that engulfed the abyss. When the light faded, silence swallowed the field. Only the faint fizz of fading energy lingered in the heavy air. Dust and smoke coiled upward, blanketing the ground in eerie stillness. The fighters stood still, breaths ragged, hearts pounding. Slowly, they regrouped, eyes locked on the drifting debris. "Did we win?" someone asked, voice barely more than a whisper, tinged with fragile hope. The silence dragged, until a desperate voice rang out. "Leader!" All eyes snapped toward the smoke as their president emerged, armor shattered, breath uneven. "President!" the team shouted, rushing toward him. But their relief twisted into horror as the haze lifted and revealed another figure, untouched, standing where devastation should have reigned. Lucifer, her wings unfurled, casting a suffocating darkness across the field. Crimson eyes flashed coldly, her presence pressing down on them like a mountain. A shock wave burst from her, sending everyone staggering back. Above her, a chilling sight. HP, 100%. Her voice sliced through the air. "Why do the weak resist?" she spat. "Death is all that awaits you." "Damn it," Poker cried out, panic creeping in. "What kind of monster is this?" "We went all out, and she didn't even take damage." Carolina let out a sharp growl, frustration boiling over. "What kind of broken mechanic is this? This isn't even remotely fair." Augustine's gaze swept across the wreckage, his voice firm but edged with grim clarity. "Forget the mechanics. She's charging up something big." Tang Zhan's voice thundered out, cutting through the rising fear. "Everyone now, activate all defensive skills. Hold your ground no matter what." The team snapped into motion, panic giving way to pure survival instinct. High above, Lucifer hovered, her presence growing heavier by the second. In her hands, a black beam of seething energy began to form, humming with dark power as it lit the battlefield in an ominous glow. "My Lord Sovereign," she whispered reverently, "I offer you this banquet. Savor it." Her words echoed like a death sentence. Beneath her, the inscription Sin of Pride ignited with malevolent light, pulsing brighter as the beam reached its peak. The team held their ground, hearts pounding, bodies braced, but nothing could prepare them for what followed. Boom! The beam crashed into the earth like a god's wrath. The ground exploded, a shockwave ripping across the entire battlefield, tearing through defenses like paper. Lucifer's voice cut through the chaos, cold, final. "The weak are meant to die." The abyss trembled violently. When the dust finally settled, she stood alone at the epicenter, her crimson blade gleaming with residual power. All around her, the battlefield lay in ruins. Screams echoed, bodies scattered, smoke and ash clouded the air. The few who remained standing clung to life by a thread. "So, just the three of us made it," Augustine muttered, voice low, the weight of loss sinking in like a stone. Carolina's eyes stayed fixed on the wreckage. Even Poker's gone, and his defense was supposed to be top tier. Tang Zhan's jaw tightened. That move, it wiped out everyone else instantly. That's not just a skill, it's a massacre. Then his eyes narrowed, the pieces clicking into place. "Now I see it." He glanced at the others, voice grim. "Only the three of us survived, because we've each landed the final hit on a king of original sin before. That's the trigger. Everyone else, they never stood a chance." The realization hit like a punch to the gut. "It's part of the boss mechanic," Tang Zhan concluded. Augustine's fist clenched, rage spilling out. "And knowing that changes nothing," he shouted. "The power difference is impossible to overcome." Suddenly, an eerie energy swept over the battlefield. Thick, suffocating, inescapable. All three froze as the overwhelming force descended, swallowing everything in its path. Lucifer stood tall as the last echoes of battle faded, her dark wings stretching wide, casting a vast shadow over the ruined land below. Her crimson eyes burned with a cold brilliance, radiating an air of complete dominion. "My Lord Sovereign," she proclaimed with unwavering reverence. "Your will has been fulfilled." Her voice lingered in the stillness, and with it, the suffocating aura that had blanketed the battlefield slowly receded into silence. Outside the demon abyss, Augustine, Carolina, and Tang Zhan sat among the remnants of the fallen army, their bodies slumped, drained of strength. The air was thick with smoke and despair. Every breath labored under the weight of what had occurred. "Everyone's accounted for," Augustine murmured, his voice dull and lifeless, barely rising above the soft crackle of lingering magic. Carolina's fiery spirit had dimmed, now replaced by a quiet, simmering fury. Her fingers twitched involuntarily, unable to hide her frustration. "Damn it," she muttered. "What was that? Who is she? Why couldn't I react? Why were we just erased?" The questions floated in the air, heavy and unanswered. A player nearby clutched their arm, voice shaking with disbelief. Other than those three, the rest of us didn't even last a second. It was like we were just background noise, like stray dogs crushed underfoot. Another chimed in, tone reeling in disbelief. Why would a boss like that show up on floor 100? That's no regular dungeon boss. That's a divine-level threat. How do you fight something like that? The hopelessness spread like a shadow, creeping into every corner of the crowd. Tang Zhan's voice finally cut through the gloom, deep and steady, but heavy with gravity. This was bound to happen eventually. We just hit a wall we've never seen before, and now we're starting to understand the scale of what we're dealing with. Poker stepped forward slowly, his usual energy gone, replaced by grim acceptance. The moment she raised her blade, I knew it. We were finished. At our current level, clearing this dungeon is out of the question. Carolina's gaze dropped, her voice barely more than a whisper. And if we don't defeat her, we'll never claim the weapon of rebellion. Worse than that, we'll never get to challenge the original Sin Lord or unlock the steps of ascension to divinity. Tang Zhan clenched his fists, frustration flashing in his eyes. And if we can't ascend, then we'll never be able to challenge the King of Arrogance. It's a dead end. His words fell like a hammer, the group crushed under the weight of what that meant. Augustine slouched where he sat, shoulders heavy with fatigue. His voice trembled as he finally spoke. She's the only one, aside from the High Priest, who's made me feel completely powerless. His eyes darkened, sweat running down his face as his hands clenched tightly. The King of Pride, she's beyond anything we've ever faced. He stared at the ground, his voice cracking as it faded into the stillness. This might be the darkest hour this world has ever known. And so, the group sat in silence, the crushing truth settling around them like a storm with no end in sight. Deep within the demon abyss, final floor, a heavy silence hung in the depths, until it was shattered by a voice dripping with disdain. The darkest moment? Sure, sneered the original Sin Monarch, his words laced with cruel amusement. But you're wrong about one thing. The towering figure leaned forward, his crimson eyes gleaming with twisted pride. With a lazy flick of his clawed hand, he gestured dismissively, as if swatting away insects. The steps of ascension to divinity will arrive, he declared, but they won't be advanced by you. I will be the one to ascend. A surge of dark energy exploded around him as Lucifer's offering merged seamlessly with the king's offering, forming a swirling vortex of shadow. The monarch's grin stretched wider, fangs catching the dim glow of the flickering abyss. These soul imprints, he continued, they let me track your movements, monitor your thoughts, pinpoint your exact location. Who need a full map view when I've got this? The chamber filled with eerie, floating orbs, pale blue lights drifting through the void. The monarch's eyes narrowed as he scanned them, crimson irises reflecting the glow of suspended souls. Odd, he murmured. Amid all this despair, one emotion doesn't belong. Joy. He focused, eyes locking onto a single orb, brighter than the rest. Is this madness, or something else? Suyang's claws twitched as the strange aura pulled at him. The orb's glow intensified, impossible to ignore. This look, from Shiva, aren't they? The scene warped, revealing a robed figure in vivid emerald, trimmed with intricate gold. Adderhazan, level 320, ninth turn miracle priest. Suyang's mind sharpened. The clues aligned. The people of Shiva, always distinct, not just for their culture, but for their unique presence in this game-bound world. He spoke aloud, his tone cutting and analytical. No matter how advanced the mechanics get, they cling to their caste system. The elite hoard the top-tier resources, while the rest struggle below. Because of that, Shiva has the fewest legendary professionals of any nation. The orb pulsed again, beckoning. To suffer total defeat and still radiate joy. Now that's interesting, Suyang muttered, a gleam in his eye. Let's dive in and see what this one is really thinking. The vision sharpened once more, centering on Adderhazan. He stood untouched amidst the wreckage, a lone figure of poise and power. His emerald robes fluttered softly in the foul wind, the chaos around him unable to touch his calm. Beneath his mask, a smirk curled, measured and satisfied. I didn't think the world's strongest would fall this easily, he murmured, voice low and amused, each word dripping with cold analysis. He tilted his head slightly, the faint grin behind the veil growing. Beautiful, absolutely perfect. His gaze turned inward, thoughts laced with purpose and cruelty. With the elites crippled and global mission progress at a standstill, well, Shia and the American Union won't recover easily. Adder looked out over the battlefield with quiet pride, his every motion exuding confidence. This is the opening Shiva has waited for, our moment to rise past Longxia and the American Union. Then his eyes lifted, the fire of ambition burning brighter. We will become the next global superpower. Within his mind, a vision surged forward, a towering being cloaked in dread, its crimson horns twisted in malice. The ancient devourer, surrounded by violent energy, its gleaming eyes bore into Adder, as if weighing his worth. Adder's voice dropped to a whisper, cold and unwavering. If we can claim the ancient devourer's legacy. The words echoed, heavy with ambition and danger. Deep in the demon abyss, Suyang's crimson eyes snapped open with sudden clarity. The ancient devourer, he breathed, his tone sharp with realization. A memory stirred, faint but vivid. That name, I've seen it before. Right, on the dragon bone sword. The vision shifted again. A glowing void emerged, and within it hovered the dragon bone sword, pulsing with a sinister, blood-red light. Dragon bone sword, Devourer Athos. Named for Athos, descendant of the ancient devourer. In the end, he fell into eternal death. A sword of bones, a soul of blood. The corpses remain. The devouring never ends. Suyang's voice trembled with the weight of understanding. So, the Black Dragon AOS was a descendant of the ancient devourer. I thought it was just lore, flavor text. I didn't think it was real. The revelation hit like a blow, dark and undeniable. The scene flickered again, fragments of memory rising from Adder Hazan's mind. Suyang watched as a hidden discovery unfolded, made by Adder's brother, Yumino Hazan. Near the edge of the dragon spirit's secret realm, Yumino had uncovered a worn, ancient stele. The stone's weathered inscription whispered secrets thought long buried. Here lies the ancient devourer, sealed in eternal slumber. He was slain by an unknown hero. Dragons and spirits celebrated his fall, but that hero was betrayed. His body buried. His soul remains waiting for vengeance to be fulfilled. Suyang's mind reeled. To think even dragons and spirits, beings of divine origin, feared the ancient devourer. Just how powerful was he? Outside the demon abyss, Adder Hazan stood still, veiled in flowing cloth marked with a skull emblem. Only his eyes, sharp, calculating, gave any sign of his intent. The world has no idea, he murmured, voice hushed yet confident. Only we brothers know the truth. A low, muffled laugh escaped from beneath the wrappings covering his face. While everyone fights up top, if Bijan slips into the dragon spirit's secret realm, the legacy will be ours for the taking. His gaze drifted toward Augustine, Carolina, and Tang Zhan in the far distance. A quiet, deadly gleam lit his eyes. At that point, even if God-tier enemies appear, they won't matter. A wicked smile tugged behind his mask. This is the perfect window. Adder's mind drifted to a darker vision of Asuhi, Suyang, and Vielria, all unconscious and vulnerable within the dragon spirit's secret realm. The thought made his smirk deepen. Let's start with the so-called prodigies, he whispered. His voice turned venomous. After all, that realm's detached from the real world. Die there a few more times, and you'll die for real. A quiet, menacing laugh left his lips as he stepped forward, the very air seeming to tighten with dread. Back of the abyss, Suyang's smirk grew as Adder's inner monologue echoed in his mind. Might as well hold a little funeral for you now, Adder Hazan, he said coolly, voice soaked in mockery. Who'd have thought your private thoughts would be broadcast like this? His smile curved sharper, like a blade drawn in silence. Really now, how should I thank you for spilling everything? His tone dropped, dark and deliberate. Bijan, 7th rank beast trainer? Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard to erase. Suyang's eyes glinted, his thoughts now razor-focused. Cold, precise, merciless. Then a flicker crossed his mind. His smirk twitched. Oh, right, he muttered, his voice dipping into a low, ominous tone. Lucifer, what's she doing right now? The energy orb in his grasp pulsed, casting a deep violet hue across his face. Within its glow, Lucifer's presence stirred, faint but unmistakable. Her aura oozed into the chamber like a creeping fog, suspended in the void of swirling violet light. Lucifer stood completely still, arms folded, her silhouette outlined by the glow. She hadn't moved an inch. Suyang stared through the orb and muttered, "She's been like that for a while. Doesn't she get tired? Or maybe that kind of thing stops mattering at God tier." Then, with perfect timing, Lucifer's lips curved into a subtle grin. Her crimson eyes snapped open, shimmering with mischief. With an amused tilt to her voice, she spoke into the stillness. So calm and composed, my lord must enjoy watching me keep up the act. A beat passed. Her grin widened. Ah, this energy is too entertaining. You really are too humble, my lord. Suyang blinked. I'm embarrassed just watching this, he muttered under his breath, half in disbelief. Cringe. That was his only thought before he cut her off with a firm, commanding voice. Lucifer, come. She reacted instantly, a twisted delight dancing in her eyes. Moving with a mesmerizing grace, she descended toward him, her presence growing heavier with every step. Before her master, Lucifer knelt before Suyang, her tone sweet and silky as she spoke. "My lord, tell me, have I served you well?" Suyang towered above her, radiating absolute dominance. His deep voice echoed around them. "You eliminated every enemy. Well done, Lucifer. You've earned a reward." Her face lit up with a sly satisfaction, and she bowed her head even lower, voice trembling with restrained excitement. "If I've pleased you, that alone is enough for me. How could I ever dare accept such a blessing so easily?" Suyang slowly lifted his hand, crimson energy gathering in his palm, swirling like liquid fire. It pulsed with a dark intensity. "This is from your lord. You have no right to decline." The energy flared, then shot forward, spiraling violently as it struck Lucifer dead center. Her eyes went wide, breath catching as the force tore through her, burning hot and unstoppable. "Main injection. Essence." The words thundered like a spell across the void. Lucifer gasped, body trembling as the power surged through her. Her voice came out shaky, filled with astonishment. "It's incredible. I feel reborn." Her claws clasped tightly, head bowed once more, but her voice turned needy. "My lord, I want more. Please, can I have more?" From his throne, Suyang leaned back into his throne, glowing eyes narrowing. One claw drummed against the armrest, his voice cold and firm. "Prove yourself again. Then we'll talk." Lucifer snapped to attention, her gaze unwavering. "As you will it." She disappeared in a blink of shadow and light, leaving only silence behind. Left alone again, Suyang relaxed, crimson eyes gleaming with quiet amusement. His claws tapped the throne's armrest in steady rhythm as he muttered under his breath. Putting on an act for a god-tier subordinate is exhausting. She's such a handful. A dim glow flickered from the swirling darkness lodged in his chest. A grin crept across his face, sharp and dangerous. But all of that is nothing. The Lord of Original Sin's power is on a different level. Just a trace of that force, and she's already hooked. Once this weakened form fades, how powerful will I truly become? Suddenly, a blinding radiance tore through the endless void, searing and relentless. "What the?" Suyang's voice rang out, laced with irritation and disbelief as the overwhelming light surged, drowning the shadows in its wake. And then, from the brilliance emerged a figure, descending slowly amidst a rain of golden feathers and glowing sparks. Draped in flowing robes of white and gold, her every step shimmered with divine power. Her presence alone lit up the void like a rising sun, sharp blue eyes locking straight onto Suyang, unwavering. Her golden hair floated like strands of starlight, encircling a face carved from serenity and fierce conviction. Suyang froze, a name tumbling out under his breath like a bitter revelation. It's her. There she stood, Euphemia, the high priestess of the holy temple. Her light pushed back the suffocating dark, as if daring the abyss itself to retreat. Not long ago, inside the hallowed halls of the holy temple, Euphemia clutched a report in trembling hands. Her usually composed voice cracked with disbelief. "The resistance army, our strongest force, completely wiped out? How is that even possible?" The glowing screen before her told a grim truth. No survivors, no chance, just devastation. Her grip tightened around her staff. This isn't right. I can't stay silent any longer. Determined, she lifted her hands toward the heavens, voice ringing with sacred command. "O sacred statue, I speak as your chosen, Euphemia Vega, third high priestess. Grant me your divine strength." Blazing gold light descended from above, wrapping around her like living fire. The temple walls trembled under the weight of her invocation. Let the holy light descend. Wings of pure energy unfurled behind her, each feather glowing with divine force. Above her head, a radiant sigil formed, pulsing with raw, celestial power. System notification. The Eye of Insight has evolved into the Eye of Truth. Euphemia's entire being shone with unmatched brilliance. Her wings now a majestic cascade of shimmering feathers, alive with holy light. Skill upgrade. The final form of the Eye of Insight, empowered by the sacred statue. Infused with the essence of the holy stars, it reveals all truths without exception. Now, she hovered in the heart of the demon abyss, wings ablaze with holy energy. Rays of light burst outward from her form, cutting through the darkness like divine fire. Her voice broke the silence, firm and unwavering. "What is this monstrous darkness? Are you the Lord of the Abyss?" On his throne, Suyang leaned forward, a slow, jagged grin spreading beneath his ragged hood. His crimson eyes burned like coals in the gloom. Clawed hands rested lazily on the arms of his throne, but the pressure of his presence was crushing. "And what," he said, voice low and venom-laced, "brings the high priestess of the holy temple to the heart of pure darkness?" Euphemia's gaze sharpened, unfazed despite the crushing weight of his presence pressing in on her spirit. She stood her ground, voice firm and clear. "You know who I am?" Suyang let out a cold, mocking chuckle. "Of course I do," he replied, his tone dripping with venomous amusement. "Your so-called resistance force, your mission to strike the demon abyss, all those desperate little plans." With a casual sweep of his claw, he dismissed her efforts as if they were dust. Lucifer wiped them all out without breaking a sweat. "So what now? You came all the way here to witness your own failure." He stood, rising from his throne like a storm uncoiling. Each step forward warped the air, shadows curling around his towering figure as the weight of his power thickened. "Then tell me, High Priestess," he snarled, voice echoing through the abyss, "how would you prefer to be welcomed? In the depths?" Euphemia's eyes blazed with sapphire fire, her grip on her staff tightening. She stared down the demon before her, massive, monstrous, grinning with that jagged, bone-deep leer. "The last time I looked into the abyss with the eye of insight, he was asleep," she recalled, her pulse quickening. "But now he's awake. Is this what's behind the strange shift in the abyss?" She pushed her divine perception as far as it would go, trying to pierce through the dark ocean of his power. But even the evolved eye of truth couldn't reach its core. Whatever this was, it was beyond. A chill settled in her chest. "He's beyond gods," she whispered, more to herself than to him. Her wings pulsed with divine energy, the feathers glowing brighter as power surged through her body. "I have to fall back, rejoin the resistance, and plan our next move." She raised her staff high, and the air trembled. Threads of divine energy twisted together, splitting the darkness as a space-time rift began to open behind her, glowing with holy brilliance. Suyang's eyes flicked to the rift, his smirk deepening with condescension. "A space-time rift?" he said, voice dripping with scorn. "You think you can just walk in and out of this place like it's your temple courtyard?" With a flick of his wrist, a torrent of dark energy exploded from his palm, coiling through the air like a living curse, aimed straight at her. Euphemia's wings shot open, blazing with holy light as she surged upward, just barely escaping the blast of dark energy. But the shadows weren't finished. They morphed and stretched like living limbs, snaking through the air before wrapping around her mid-flight, locking her in place. She strained against them, her staff gripped tightly as the suffocating pressure pressed in. Her wings shuddered, struggling to stay alight beneath the crushing grip of the darkness. From his throne, Suyang leaned forward, eyes gleaming with wicked delight. "I wonder what kind of loot drops when you kill the most powerful high priestess," he mused aloud. A twisted grin spread across his face as energy coiled into a crackling vortex above his clawed hand. "Not that I need more experience points. What a waste." He launched the attack. The very ground trembled beneath the power unleashed, the blast roaring toward her with unstoppable force. But the moment it hit, she was gone. Her form vanished like mist, disappearing without a trace. Suyang's eyes narrowed, grin fading to a scowl. Then, after a beat, a low chuckle escaped him. Figures. The continent's most elusive priestess wouldn't go down that easily. He leaned back once more, the orb in his hand pulsing ominously. Black tendrils slithered outward, writhing like they were alive, still hungry for something to destroy. Suddenly, the void ripped open again. A jagged fracture split the dark skies above, burning with a fierce orange glow. The air quaked as the tear widened, lighting the abyss like a sword of flame. Suyang's gaze snapped upward, crimson eyes locking on the storm of light that split his realm in two. Meanwhile, in the holy temple, Euphemia collapsed onto the marble floor with a heavy thud, breath coming in ragged gasps. Her golden hair clung to her skin, her chest heaving as she steadied herself. "That was too close," she whispered, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her wings folded slowly, still faintly glowing as the last of the divine energy faded from her. All around her, the sacred halls glowed with a gentle warmth. The towering golden statues stood tall, their stillness offering a fragile sense of peace amidst the chaos swirling inside her. A voice broke the quiet. "High Priestess, are you hurt?" Euphemia turned, seeing Raya, her fellow priestess, approaching with clear worry etched across her face. "I'm fine," Euphemia said, exhaling deeply. "Just drained." Even surrounded by divine sanctuary, the lingering weight of the abyss clawed at her mind. "How's the resistance?" she asked, regaining her composure. "They've regrouped. They're heading to the holy city now," Raya answered, her voice steady and calm. Relief flickered in Euphemia's eyes, but it was brief. Survival was only the first step. Now came the reckoning. Good, she said with quiet resolve. I'm returning to my chamber to rest. Stay here. If anyone arrives, tell me immediately. With that, Euphemia turned and walked away. Her steps were slow, heavy but unyielding. Above the holy temple, faint strands of violet energy slithered across the ceiling, dancing silently through the ornate carvings. Hidden in the shadows, an unseen presence awakened, its single glowing eye casting a dim, eerie light over the sacred hall. Through the rift that linked back to the demon abyss, Suyang had found his way into the temple's very core. I didn't think the energy would trace back to its origin through Euphemia, he muttered, his voice no more than a breath in the darkness. In the shadows, silently, Suyang followed behind the high priestess. His crimson eyes gleamed with quiet malice as he trailed her every step. So this is Euphemia, he mused mockingly. Until now, I only knew her as a name, pages in a report, a face in the news. Supposedly never left the holy city. But the truth is, she wasn't staying by choice. She was confined. With power like that, she could have gone toe-to-toe with Lucifer herself. A soft, dark chuckle escaped him at the thought. He imagined her shackled beneath Lucifer's heel, her soul bent to his will. If she had fallen, he whispered, I would have carved her essence with my own sigils. Turned her into a flawless puppet. All that divine power, utterly mine. What a shame. Yet even more compelling was what he'd just confirmed. The dark force of the original Sin Monarch had slipped into the real world, undetected. Was this the work of the transformation statue? His gaze shifted toward the towering figure standing at the center of the temple, the colossal, sacred statue. The statue hub. Suyang's mind churned. All professions, every divine path across the world, they're linked through this one point. His voice lowered, thick with revelation. And this one right here, it's the hub, the core of it all. A wicked grin tugged at the edges of his skeletal face. What if I could corrupt it, he whispered. Slip my power into its system. Overwrite the very foundation of sacred law. The thought electrified him. Without another word, he raised his hand. A swirling orb of violet energy burst to life in his palm, seething with chaotic power. The temple fell silent as the dark energy surged forward, wrapping the statue in waves of corruption. The shadows around them stilled. Time crawled. The energy pressed in, twisting and pulsing as it searched for a crack, any weakness to exploit. Then nothing. The energy flickered and died. The violet glow vanished into the air, snuffed out like a candle's flame. The statue stood untouched and scathed. It failed, Suyang hissed, frustration creeping into his voice. His eyes darted around the silent hall, scanning for any reaction, any threat. Whatever power this statue holds, it didn't just block my corruption, it erased it. Completely. His tone dropped into a whisper, and it did it without sounding a single alarm. A dry chuckle escaped him, though his eyes remained wary. Lucky for me. If the defenses had kicked in, things might have gotten complicated. Shifting focus, Suyang turned from a statue that had effortlessly shrugged off his power. His gaze landed on a lone figure standing beneath the golden glow of the temple's interior. There, with her back to the encroaching shadow, stood temple priestess Raya, still, unaware, vulnerable. Let's see if someone else is more receptive, Suyang murmured. A thin ray of violet energy extended from the glowing eye above him, shooting forward like a needle. It struck Raya directly in the forehead. Her eyes flew open in panic as the sensation hit. A cold, foreign force crawling into her mind, tightening like chains around her soul. Corruption. Her divine halo flickered violently. Her legs wobbled beneath her, and she fell to one knee, gasping. Dark tendrils slithered across her skin, pulsing with violet energy. They moved like serpents, writhing and twisting over her body. And no, something's inside me. Raya cried out, clawing at her face as if trying to rip the corruption free. Stop, please. But it was too late. The power sank deeper, poisoning her from the core. Her once radiant aura warped into something dark and twisted. Black horns curled from her head, and leathery wings tore through her robes. The divine light that had once surrounded her was gone, replaced by a seductive, corrupted glow. Transformation complete. A system window appeared before Suyang. Name, Temple Priestess Raya. Race, Demon Succubus. Class, Demon Priestess. Level, 130. Her cheeks flushed, and she slowly looked up, eyes gleaming with wicked devotion. Her voice trembled with sultry reverence. Master, she whispered, her tone thick with submission. Original Sin Monarch, I belong to you now. Suyang's thoughts. He watched her, crimson eyes narrowing slightly. What? He muttered under his breath. She didn't just gain power, Her entire race changed. It wasn't like any transformation he'd seen before. Can the power of the original Sin Monarch actually force someone to fully fall? Not just in will, but in being? Is she still a priestess? Or something else entirely now? The questions twisted in his mind, answers just out of reach. Divine intervention. Suddenly, the sacred transformation statue erupted with blinding light. A radiant pulse blasted outward, slamming into the corrupted energy with divine fury. Suyong flinched, shielding his glowing eye as the wave of purity clashed with his influence. "What now?" he growled, voice low and cautious. Some kind of divine backlash. Beyond the temple, the ground trembled. Across the land, golden towers and cities shimmered to life. Columns of holy light soared into the sky, piercing the darkness like spears. Even the mountains and distant plains pulsed with energy, the entire sacred realm reacting as if awakened by a divine heartbeat. Suyong's eyes narrowed, sharp and alert. "This isn't just about her transformation," he muttered. "It's affecting the entire sacred statue system." All across the realms, sacred statues began to resonate. A surge of divine energy pulsed through them, glowing in unison, an echo of the corruption's reach. Then, a sudden system-wide alert shook the world. Global announcement, version update, alliances and factions. The appearance of the original Sin Monarch has triggered a system-wide shift, impacting every realm. This event has forced a version update, new factions, new alliances, and sweeping changes to world mechanics. Key update highlights. 1. Demon faction unlocked. Oh, the Lord of Sin's corruption has awakened a new force. The first demon priestess has emerged, officially unlocking the demon faction. 2. Transformation mechanics. Oh, profession holders entering the demon abyss who reach 100% demonic corruption will no longer go mad. Oh, instead, they will convert fully into demon faction members. 3. Demon priestess system. Oh, demon faction members can now ascend ranks under the guidance of the demon priestess. 4. Faction cap. Oh, current progression limit for the demon faction is royal rank. 5. Hostility rules adjusted. Oh, faction members can now kill each other without system interference. Inter-faction PvP is unrestricted. New content introduced. New zones. Oh, Demon Abyss and Demon City have been revealed. Landmark added. Oh, the demon statue has appeared, a symbol of rising demonic influence. Global mission activated. Oh, mission name, Dominion. Oh, goal, prevent the Lord of Sin from being killed during his vulnerable state. Global divergence paths. The world's fate now splits into 3 possible outcomes. 1. Human faction triumphs. Oh, new content. Stairway to the gods. Oh, result. The Sin Monarch is slain, and humans forge their own divine path. 2. Demon faction triumphs. Oh, new content. Eternal Night Dominion. Oh, result. The Lord of Sin returns, fusing the demon abyss with reality and beginning the era of eternal night. 3. Alliance route. Oh, outcome. Peace is struck. The human world and demon kingdom form a fragile coexistence. System message. Choose your path. Inside the Transformation Temple, a group of players gathered under the flickering interface. The glowing announcement reflected on their stunned faces. "Wait a demon faction," one muttered, voice low and unsure. The eerie blue light danced across the walls, their silent unease growing heavier with every passing second. "What we supposed to do now?" another asked, tension thick in their voice. The room buzzed with anxious murmurs. "This isn't just some content drop," someone muttered. "This could shift the entire balance. But at what price? What happens to the ones who cross over?" Another player scoffed, cutting through the tension. "Who would seriously want that?" they said firmly. "To throw away your humanity just for power? That's not a choice I'd ever make." The words echoed, but doubt had already settled. The demon camp wasn't just an option, it was a lure. And no one knew where it truly led. A watchful presence. In the shadows, a pink-haired guild member stood quietly, unreadable. People avoided their gaze, uneasy without knowing why. They didn't speak, but their presence stirred whispers. Maybe, someone ventured, hesitantly. Maybe the ones who choose the demon camp aren't lost. Maybe they think they're saving others, stopping them from becoming real monsters. But even as the words were spoken, they rang hollow. No one truly believed them. A quiet exchange. Away from the crowd, 2 figures stood on a quiet balcony. One leaned against the railing, their gaze distant. "This is bigger than any of us," Director Jia said, voice low. "We can't face this alone. We need to see this through the holy city's eyes." The other, younger, stepped forward. "You think the ones turning really know what they're getting into?" No response came, just silence. "If this catches on," the younger one continued, "it'll be the worst-case scenario." Director Jia's reply was barely a whisper. "If the demon camp rises, the holy city's mission ends before it ever begins." Meanwhile, in the holy city, massive golden gates shimmered as rays of divine light sliced through the clouds. Inside the holy temple, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Representatives from all over the world had gathered, each with questions, none with answers. The once peaceful sanctuary now trembled with uncertainty. Suyang's reflection. Somewhere distant, Suyang stared at the glowing interface, red eyes locked on the text. This isn't where I thought this path would lead. The entire system had changed. The stakes had morphed into something far more unpredictable. Most players haven't even cleared the Abyss's 100th level, much less taken down Lucifer. And now they're expected to kill the original Sin Monarch. It was absurd. The human faction's quest had gone from nearly impossible to outright suicidal. In that kind of scenario, Suyang knew temptation would win. The demon camp's pull. With the madness penalty gone, joining the demon camp had become a legitimate route. A shortcut to power. A way to avoid facing the impossible. Just by switching sides, players can skip the hardest quests and still gain God-tier class upgrades. Without ever coming for me. Through the soul seals he had placed, Suyang began to notice a shift. Something troubling. Something growing. The top-tier warriors, 6, maybe 7 of them, they're seriously thinking about defecting. Suyang leaned back, the thought stirring both amusement and irritation. Lucifer's beatdown must have rattled them more than I expected. I didn't plan for this. Looks like I accidentally made the demon camp the hottest path on the board. A new opening, but his attention quickly shifted. A new window had opened, and it was right in Demon City. With the demon statue, now standing tall, he had a way forward. This changes everything. I can accept my profession quest here without alerting the career change temple. No surveillance, no restrictions. The perfect fix to my speed ceiling. His eyes burned with purpose. If I push through my rank up and gather all 7 sin weapons, I can still beat everyone to the first kill of the Lord of Original Sin. A growing concern, as energy from the demon abyss quietly pulsed around him, unease stirred in Suyang's chest. If I use all the sin weapons, will I be stealing the monarch's authority? The thought gnawed at him, but another, far more dangerous idea crept in. If someone kills the monarch and the system brings them back, will they still hold that power? As if on cue, a glowing panel appeared before him. System notification. The Lord of Original Sin is not a standard boss. Anyone who claims their authority will become the new Lord of Original Sin. Additionally, the system will always seek to escalate difficulty. Once the current Lord is defeated, an entity stronger than the Lord of Original Sin will rise. Suyang's gaze darkened. A boss stronger than the Lord of Original Sin? It sounded absurd, like staring into the void and finding something looking back. His clawed fingers tapped slowly on the stone thrown beneath him, mind racing. If that's real, then maybe all of this, everything I've done, is walking me straight into its trap. Inside the holy temple, beneath the temple's towering spires, High Priestess Euphemia scanned the crowd, her piercing eyes catching movement at the far end of the hall. There, among the murmuring crowd, stood Raya, her form unmistakably changed. A demon priestess. Euphemia's voice rang out like a sword's edge. Guards, seize the demon. Armored figures surged forward, golden steel flashing under the holy light as they moved to encircle Raya. Suyang moves. In the flickering shadows beyond the temple's reach, Suyang was already moving. He reached her in an instant, hand gripping her arm. Stick close, he said, combat commanding. Euphemia didn't hesitate. Her staff lit up with a flash of divine energy. Holy beam. A piercing column of light shot forward, ripping through the air and blasting apart the spot where Suyang and Raya had just stood. The explosion cracked through the temple like thunder, flinging dust and debris in every direction. When the light faded, there was nothing, no trace of Suyang, no hint of Raya's energy. Just scorched stone and stunned silence. The guards froze. One finally shouted, "Sweep the temple. They might still be nearby." But Euphemia raised her hand. Her voice was steady, final. "There's no need. They're gone." The guards exchanged uneasy glances before backing away. Alone now, Euphemia stood still in the chaos. A single drop of sweat slid down her cheek as a cold realization set in. That aura, she whispered. Was that the Lord of Original Sin? Her heart skipped. Had she drawn the Lord himself into the temple? Had her decision invited a nightmare into the holy city's heart? She tightened her grip on her staff, the weight of her mistake pressing down like stone. This isn't over. Back in the demon abyss, far beneath the earth, on the deepest level of the abyss, Suyang appeared in full form, towering, monstrous, regal. The original Sin Monarch. Dark energy curled around him, bending the void to his will. At his feet, Raya knelt low, her transformation complete, The demon priestess looked up at him in silent awe. "My lord," she whispered, her voice small beneath the shadow. Suyang didn't answer. His eyes burned as he stared far into the distance. Something shifted. The abyss trembled. Then, like a curtain lifting, a new zone revealed itself. A city glowing with sickly green light, pulsing with dark energy. Jagged towers clawed at the sky, lightning flashing across grotesque monuments. Suyang's gaze sharpened. So it exists after all, the demon city. Just like the system had promised. Within the demon city, in its twisted streets, freshly turned demons stumbled through their first moments of existence. One stared at their deformed, hulking frame in shock. What did I become? Another, already adjusting, glanced over with a sneer, their claws twitching. You think that's bad? Look at you. You're a walking joke. A third demon let out a low, mocking laugh, the sound jagged and cold. You should be thankful, they sneered. The Lord freed you. Whether you call it salvation or servitude. What's the difference? Suyang's crimson gaze swept over the growing crowd of malformed demons. Their bodies crackled with unrefined power, limbs twitching as they adjusted to their new monstrous forms. From the edge of the chaos, he spoke, clear, steady, final. Raya, control them. Without a word, the demon priestess unfurled her wings and launched into the air, her voice cutting through the noise as she began issuing commands, pushing order into the madness. Shaping the horde. Watching from above, Suyang studied the scene. They're strong but raw, unfocused. All that power, but no direction. His claws tapped a steady rhythm on the throne's armrest. With only one priestess, this is a risk. But every empire begins in chaos. His gaze darkened. The holy city has its high priest. The demon city will have its own. A great demon priest. The summoning begins. Dark tendrils swirled around his throne. The room thick with energy as Suyang began the ancient summoning. Shadows curled like smoke, drawn into a vortex of raw magic. His voice rang deep, commanding the void itself. Envy, come forth. The energy cracked, then burst. A regal figure stepped through the veil of darkness. Livia, the king of envy, emerged in full splendor. Fiery crimson hair flowing like a war banner, sharp eyes glittering with cunning, a grin that hinted at ambitions untold. She knelt, her mind a storm of hunger and drive. This is it, she thought. Lucifer was the only one he ever trusted. But now this is my chance. Suyang met her gaze, his tone absolute. Envy. From this moment, you are the first great demon priestess. You will lead the others, oversee the demon temple. Your authority exists only to serve my will. Livia bowed low, voice steady. As you command, my lord. She rose swiftly and vanished into the city, her crimson hair trailing behind like a blazing omen. The war map. Suyang's attention turned to the map stretched before him. An intricate network of strongholds, objectives, and territory markers. It wasn't just a plan. It was the future. We're nowhere near done, he muttered, eyes scanning the blueprint. We need speed, precision, obedience. His voice echoed through the throne chamber. No more hesitation. Give everything to the cause. Livia's rise. At the center of the chaos, Livia stepped forward, imposing, controlled, and magnetic. Her presence cut through the noise, her fiery gaze silencing even the loudest grumbling. She didn't shout. She didn't need to. Her voice carried weight. Discipline is everything, she said, a sly smile curving her lips. Loyalty without order? That's a path to destruction. The raw, unstable recruits fell quiet under her stare. The other priestesses looked on, stunned at how effortlessly she commanded the horde. Her words sliced through the disorder, reshaping it into something resembling control. The system responds. Without warning, a system window blinked to life before her, its glow casting sharp shadows across her face. System notification. Congratulations. You have been appointed as the Great Demon Priestess. Restricted knowledge of the demon camp is now being transferred. Directive. Stand with the Lord of Original Sin and repel the Red Moon invasion. Livia stood still, her expression unreadable. The command was direct. The implications, massive. She wasn't just a figurehead. She was now a keystone in the demon camp's defense. A leader in the fight against a catastrophe yet to come. The weight settled on her shoulders, but so did the power, and she was more than ready to wield it. She narrows her eyes, pulling together scraps of old tales and whispered rumors. Are you talking about the Red Moon? She asks, her tone laced with both doubt and interest. The creature responds with a thoughtful pause, its voice uncertain. There are stories. Those who clear the fivefold promotion trial might come across it. But if it's true or not, the sentence fades into silence. Her eyes lock onto the distant, towering demon statue. Could it be coming from that? She wonders aloud. The thought compels her forward. Without hesitation, she strides across the barren land and kneels, lowering her head before an unseen force. "O great Lord, your loyal servant seeks your presence," she says with quiet urgency and deep reverence. The silence that follows is absolute. She tightens her fists, a flicker of frustration breaking through her calm. Still no answer. Has my lord slipped into slumber again? She whispers, troubled. It wouldn't be the first time. These unexplained periods of silence have become a pattern, one she both fears and honors. No matter how we call, he never wakes. It's a mystery, she reflects, her voice low. Rising, she turns away, her cape sweeping behind her like a wave of blood, disappearing into the gloom. As she walks, her thoughts linger. I don't know when my lord will regain his full power, she murmurs, almost to herself. But when he does, he'll lead us back, and the humans will fall. Far away, under the blinding light of the sun, the holy city gleams in divine splendor. Within its sacred halls, a heated discussion unfolds. Golden rays illuminate a round table surrounded by key figures. Tension hangs thick in the air. One voice cracks through the silence, admitting to creeping doubts. With Lucifer's power and the Lord of original sin rising, what hope do we really have? They confess, the weight of fear dragging their words down. Another agrees grimly. Maybe siding with them is the only chance we have. The ghost of their last battle still lingers, fresh and bitter. The room reflects on how the enemy plays on human fear, bending minds with dread and temptation. Then, a calmer voice rises, cutting through the despair. This isn't the time to give in. We need alliances. We need each other, they insist. Only hope and unity can keep us from falling into chaos. Their words settle heavily, but offer a sliver of light. The fight isn't over. Not yet. The focus shifts back to the priest, who begins to explain the one-way nature of the gateway into the demon realm. Entry isn't something just anyone can achieve. It requires permission. But now, with the Alliance quest nearing completion, the odds may finally tilt in their favor. Gaining access to the demon realm could be a game-changer, a strategic breakthrough that might just shift the tide of war. A hush falls over the room as Tang Zhan rises. His voice is steady, filled with conviction and a touch of frustration. He lays out the reality. They're facing god-level threats like Lucifer, and they can't win this fight alone. He proposes seeking the aid of the Elven Kingdom, known for their formidable warriors, many of whom have reached god-tier power. The room hangs on his every word. The stakes are high, and Zhan's strategy is bold. With the elves on their side and the 5 anti-in weapons in hand, what once seemed impossible could actually be within reach. But he's not done yet. He turns the conversation back to Lucifer, the strongest among the kings of sin. Taking her down wouldn't just be a win. It would send a clear message. Even the most terrifying foes can fall. That kind of victory could reignite hope and shatter the enemy's morale. It's not just strategy, it's psychological warfare. Carolina leans in, her voice calm but unwavering. She agrees with Zhan, warning of the seductive pull of the demon camp, which feeds off the weaknesses of the human heart. Then Poker, seated with the weight of command, gestures slowly with his armored hands. His voice is cool, grounded in realism. He agrees. An alliance is their best path forward. And without waiting for approval, he'd already made a move. A meeting with the elves is already in motion. His foresight doesn't go unnoticed. The others nod, clearly impressed. In times like these, quick action is everything. The High Priestess steps forward, her golden staff catching the light. She lifts it high, and radiant energy arcs upward, forming a glowing circle in the air. The atmosphere begins to shift. The scattered voices, the tension, they all fall away. A quiet unity forms among them as the light intensifies. From within the golden glow, a figure begins to take shape, draped in striking blue. Alan Lawrence steps into view, exuding calm confidence. His entrance is powerful but poised. As a level 160 court magician and the eldest heir of the prestigious Lawrence family, his words carry weight. He offers his allegiance, his tone noble and sure, a perfect match to the moment. Then the stillness snaps. A young man shoots to his feet, frustration clear in his eyes. His voice slices through the room with biting sarcasm, mocking Alan's proud mention of his level. The tension spikes again. It's not just anger. It's something deeper, a bitterness fueled by hidden wounds. Before tempers can flare any further, the girl beside the agitated young man grabs his arm, her voice low but urgent. She reminds him of the Lawrence family's high standing within the Elven Kingdom and warns him of the consequences of crossing such a powerful house. There's a quiet desperation in her words, a plea to avoid a confrontation they can't afford. The High Priestess, composed and commanding, steps forward to regain control. She turns to Alan Lawrence, addressing him with respectful firmness. She expresses gratitude for the elves' swift response to their call, and then cuts straight to the point. What is the Queen's position on the alliance? Her question is direct, leaving no room for ambiguity. The room still hums with tension, but her focus on clarity and resolution cuts through it. Alan, completely unfazed, meets her eyes with a smooth confidence. A faint smile plays on his lips as he leans in with polished charm. A radiant jewel like you could make any alliance sparkle, he says, the compliment laced with subtle flirtation. For the briefest moment, the High Priestess's calm wavers. A flicker of annoyance breaks across her face, but she says nothing. The moment is interrupted by a deep, thunderous rumble that shakes the chamber. All eyes snap toward the sound. From the center, Augustus steps forward, fury practically radiating from him. Alan doesn't flinch. He unfurls a scroll and begins to read the Queen's decree. His voice is crisp, controlled, and unshaken by the tension in the room. The conditions are laid bare. No human may enter the dragon spirit's secret realm. The humans must find and return the missing elven princess, Lily. A significant amount of red moon crystal cores must be handed over to the elf temple. The list is long, rigid, and clearly tilted in the elves' favor. The message is clear. They hold the power here. Carolina's expression turns cold, her suspicion unmistakable. Frustration ripples through the room. Disbelief and anger start bubbling to the surface. These demands are insane, someone mutters, voice dripping with contempt. The frustration spreads quickly. Another voice rises in protest, challenging the elves' right to bar humans from the dragon spirit's secret realm. His anger resonates with many in the chamber, and murmurs of agreement begin to echo through the hall. Before the dispute can explode, another figure steps forward, clad in the recognizable attire of the Shiva kingdom. Their voice is steady but firm. They accuse the elves of trying to hoard the treasures of the secret realm, despite the Shiva kingdom's heavy sacrifices in taming the dragon and securing the inheritance of the ancient devourer. The room teeters on the edge of chaos. The statement from a Shiva representative adds another complication to an already fragile discussion, deepening the rift forming in the room. Recognizing the tension spiraling out of control, the High Priestess raises her golden staff once more. A brilliant glow radiates from its tip, casting a calming light that slices through the swelling discord. Her voice rises, steady and commanding, cutting through the clamor with unwavering authority. Enough, she declares. The chamber stills, the golden light serving as a stark reminder of their greater purpose. She lets the silence hang before speaking again, her tone sharper now as she voices her disappointment in the moral cracks she's beginning to see. Then, shifting her attention toward the guild leaders, she carefully asks for their input, seeking clarity amid the chaos. A representative from the Career Change Temple steps forward. They acknowledge the second and third terms without issue. However, the first condition, the exclusion of humans from the dragon spirit's secret realm, is deeply problematic. This restriction strikes at the heart of the guild's interests across multiple nations. The representative, calm and diplomatic, urges the elves to reconsider. Alan Lawrence, composed and standing tall, responds without hesitation. He reaffirms the importance of dragon taming as a requirement for entry, his tone tinged with superiority. With a faint smirk, he names the nations with dragon tamers: Long Xia, the Eagle Federation, the Sakura Kingdom, and the Shiva Kingdom. Then, in a deliberate move, he steps forward alongside the High Priestess, doubling down on his stance. Alan adds a final condition with theatrical flair. Whoever tamed the Black Dragon is forbidden from entering the secret realm altogether. Instead, they must be brought to the Kingdom of Elves. The words hit like a hammer. Tang Zhan's rage explodes. His clenched fist slams against the table, echoing through the chamber. His voice shakes with barely contained fury as he glares at Alan. "Is this about Long Xia?" he demands, daring anyone to deny the thinly veiled targeting of his nation. Alan's reply is cold and unmoving. He firmly denies any bias, insisting the elves' terms are fair and equally applied. He offers no further justification, leaving the terms as they stand for the assembly to debate. Tension coils tighter until another voice cuts in. A representative steps forward and speaks directly to Tang, his tone persuasive. He appeals to Long Xia's reputation for wisdom, invoking a well-known proverb about aiding others to rise. His message is clear: strategic compromise is necessary. The alliance with the elves is too valuable to be derailed over pride. Then, another delegate joins in, firmer and far less diplomatic. "This isn't just about Long Xia," he snaps. "This is about all of humanity. Refusing the alliance could doom us all." The room goes quiet again, but this time, the silence is heavy with pressure. As the delegate steps in closer, their voice drops to a warning tone. They caution Tang that if Long Xia's defiance leads to failure in stopping the Lord of Original Sin, the blame will fall squarely on their nation's shoulders. It's a blow aimed straight at his pride, at his sense of duty. Tang's only reply is silence, but before he can respond, another voice laced with scorn mocks the growing accusations. With sharp words, they dismiss the warnings as nothing but dramatic overreaction. Their sneer deepens as they insult Tang directly, comparing his righteous fury to the face of a disgraceful man. But Tang doesn't flinch. Without a word, he turns to leave, his towering form radiating smoldering rage. Someone behind him calls out, confused and concerned. Where are you going, Warrior Tang? But the weight of his fury drowns out their voice. He stops, slowly turning his head. His piercing stare lands on the man, sharp enough to make him stumble over his words. Why are you looking at me like that? There's nothing on my face. Before the sentence can finish, Tang moves. His fist lashes out, too fast to follow. The man's face contorts in shock just before he's hurled backward, crashing to the floor with a sickening thud. The room gasps. Another rushes in, hoping to calm the storm, but Tang is already there. His second strike lands with ruthless precision, silencing the would-be peacemaker in a single blow. Then, Tang speaks, his voice ice-cold, his fury now fully unmasked. Long Xia's decisions aren't yours to question, he says, each word slicing through the tension. Scum like you have no place teaching us anything. The chamber freezes, stunned into silence by the sheer force of his defiance. Stepping forward, the leader of Long Xia speaks next, his tone calm but resolute. He acknowledges the harsh terms laid down by the Elven Kingdom and accepts the consequences if it means securing humanity's survival. But there's a line they won't cross. The Dragon Tamer will not be handed over. His words fall heavy, thick with finality. Then he steps back, eyes firm, spine straight. I have other matters to attend to, he states simply, and turns away, his presence lingering like a storm as he exits. The Elven envoy watches him leave, their face unreadable, saying nothing. Meanwhile, back in the chamber, the first man who felt Tang's wrath stirs. Blood drips from his mouth as he mutters curses under his breath. Damn it, that punch, too strong. Pain and humiliation twist across his face. But worse than the pain is the hatred burning in his eyes. I'll make him pay. I'll start with that genius from Long Xia. He spits, each word soaked in venom. In a flash, he vanishes, teleporting to another room cloaked in a swirling aura of dark purple energy. The storm isn't over, it's just moved elsewhere. Watching from afar, Su Yang mutters under his breath, his gaze sharp. Elves, Sakura, Shiva, all aiming their blades at me. How bold! His maids are visibly stunned. Their master stands stripped to the waist, radiating raw power and effortless confidence. With a crooked grin, he states coldly, anyone who crosses the line deserves punishment. His smirk slices through the tension in the air. He glances toward where Tang's punch landed earlier and scoffs. That hit was way too soft. Despite their concern, the protagonist waves it off. Flames dance faintly around him, a telltale sign of his rising energy. Just keep massaging, he says with a casual shrug, attempting to calm the storm bubbling within. Inside, he's far less relaxed. His inner voice admits what he won't say aloud. His aura had leaked out without warning. A rare slip. He usually keeps it locked down to avoid attracting attention. Reclined in a pose that's equal parts comfort and command, his thoughts swirl. The pressure from Sakura and Shiva? Predictable. But the elves? That feels personal. Too deliberate. Why him? He replays past encounters, scanning for clues. Could it be about Lilith? Or his bond with the Black Dragon? Surely, one kill, no matter how big, wouldn't warrant this level of hostility. Later, he brings the question to Lilith. She shuts it down quickly. No, that one was a ticking time bomb. Most elves saw his death as a relief, not a tragedy. Her words cut through the uncertainty. Then she digs deeper, explaining that, despite their diplomatic exterior, the elves are a tangled mess of factions, secrets, and ambition. Smiles hide knives. Her insight paints a clearer picture. It's not about revenge, it's about power. Politics. Control. The realization settles like iron in his gut. He's not just facing enemies. He's caught in a storm of palace schemes and silent wars. Memories rise of a time when the shadow of the Black Dragon loomed large, plunging the world into panic. The elves remember that time all too well. To them, the dragon isn't just a beast. It's a symbol of destruction of the ancient devourer's legacy. As the forest outside shifts gently in the breeze, his thoughts drift to the dragon's spirit's secret realm, a place tied not only to that dreaded legacy, but to a forgotten figure, the nameless hero. Their link to the dragon is still a mystery, but the elves' desperate bid for control tells him one thing. They believe they can claim the legacy for themselves, and leave nothing for the rest. A memory surfaces, a voice, trembling with desperation. You promised. He remembers, and he won't forget. He offers a few soft words of reassurance. But even as he comforts her, his thoughts race. He knows hiding her won't be simple. And the games they're playing? They've only just begun. The elves' intentions couldn't be clearer. By targeting Lilith, they're after a powerful asset masked as a liability. Her curse, feared by many, is exactly what makes her valuable to them. But to Su Yang, she's more than that. She's a vow he made, a promise he refuses to break. Surrendering her to the elves would be worse than death, and he knows it. The legacy of the Black Dragon continues to cast a long shadow, stirring unrest in the present. He's painfully aware that the enemy will use Lilith's presence against them, just as they did during their earlier campaign. Time is slipping through their fingers, and every passing moment only tightens the elves' grip. Relocation is a possibility, but defense is non-negotiable. His resolve hardens. Lilith isn't just a companion. She's a symbol of defiance, a direct challenge to the control the elves seek to impose. If she falls, so does the balance. Her survival, their future, it all depends on his next move. Suddenly, a soft chime breaks the silence. A message blinks across Su Yang's interface. It's from Tang Zhan. The timing is no coincidence. With a breath, Su Yang steadies himself. No matter what's coming, his composure must hold. Appearances matter, especially now. Not long after, the god of war arrives. Tang Zhan's presence fills the space, heavy and unshakable. Su Yang greets him with respectful calm, suppressing any flicker of unease. He knows who he's dealing with, and what this visit likely means. Tang Zhan wastes no time. There's been a development, he says, voice grave. Your participation in the Dragon Spirit's secret realm is now uncertain. The words hit like a blow. Su Yang's expression tightens. What? I've already tamed the Black Dragon. Why am I being cut out? His energy crackles in the air, the fury beneath his calm leaking through. Tang Zhan doesn't flinch. His voice stays level. The Elven Kingdom has made it clear. They not only want you out of the exploration, they want us to hand you over. Silence follows. Thick, suffocating. You agreed to that? Su Yang's voice trembles, disbelief etched into every word. The idea of betrayal, of being cast aside, claws at him. But Tang Zhan's gaze softens just enough. Of course not, he says firmly. The Abyss conquest may be stalled, and we may need to make compromises, but giving you up isn't one of them. Not for me. Not for long, Xia. Those words cut through Su Yang's anger like light through fog. Beneath his guarded exterior, something shifts. Despite knowing Tang Zhan's stance, hearing it still hits harder than expected. Even though I knew he'd never betray me, it still brings tears to my eyes, he thinks. Tang Zhan steps closer, placing a strong hand on his shoulder. You won't be part of this exploration, but trust me, your country will make it right. We won't let Long Xia's rising star suffer. Su Yang's heart is heavy, but Tang Zhan's promise anchors him. All right, he says at last, his voice quiet but sure. I believe you. As Tang Zhan vanished into the glowing portal, the protagonist stood still, watching him disappear. His respect for the man only grew deeper. Turning his gaze back to the darkening sky, a smirk slowly formed on his face. He murmured to himself, just one more day. Tomorrow marked the opening of the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. His eyes sparkled, not just with determination, but with a playful glint. I wonder if those two 9th-ranked big shots from Sakura and Shiva are ready for the surprise I've got planned. The scene then shifts, each nation making its final moves before the realm opens. In Sakura, the Tomorrow family watched from afar. A young woman, calm and strategic, spoke with quiet disappointment about Su Yang's absence. Though her tone carried a hint of interest, the relief was obvious. Avoiding a direct clash with the Black Dragon's tamer was a win in her eyes. Beneath her composed exterior lingered a careful blend of curiosity and caution. Over in Shiva, the atmosphere grew heavier. A towering figure, Vijaynu, knelt before his elder. The command was cold and clear: subdue, suppress, and if needed, eliminate. Ruthless intent filled the air, every preparation made with domination in mind. Yet Vijaynu's grin hinted at something more. He craved the challenge, and secretly hoped Su Yang would show up to make the bloodshed more thrilling. Then came the Elven country, unveiling its power with breathtaking precision. Third Prince Eric led an elite squadron of dragon knights, soaring through the skies. Their entrance was sharp, disciplined, an undeniable show of unity and strength. Eric, confident and aloof, observed the rise of human dragon tamers with disdain. To him, it was a dangerous trend, a threat to Elven supremacy. Determined, he swore the realm's legacy would stay with his people, at any cost. His gaze landed on a colossal dragon looming in the distance, its rider calm and composed. Whatever tricks they're using to tame dragons, it won't matter, he muttered with a sly grin. Once this realm's done, There won't be any human dragon knights left. His cold intent revealed more than ambition. It uncovered a darker agenda. A ruthless plan to wipe out all rivals and secure control. As he promised generous rewards for conquering the human world, his words dripped with cruelty. Patience, he assured. When we've taken the human lands, the Loren family will get its share. Humans breed like vermin. You'll have more than enough to amuse yourselves. His twisted laughter echoed, slicing through the silence. Nearby, a red-haired warrior stood stiff, her eyes sharp. She said nothing, but the disdain in her gaze was hard to miss. High above, another elven ally glided effortlessly through the skies. Her cheerful smile belied the quiet scheme she harbored. Noticing her approach, Eric's grin stretched wider, his voice low and sinister. I won't wait that long. Once we're inside, the scene cuts to the human alliance, their preparations heavy with tension. Each member felt the weight of what was coming. The red-haired warrior stared upward, her mind restless. The way I see the elves, it's changing, she muttered, voice tinged with unease. Something in my gut says we should keep our distance. Beside her, an older mentor spoke gently but firmly, his experience carved into every word. Don't panic. Keep your focus. If things turn dangerous, don't act brave. Survival comes first. Got it. The younger warrior gave a sharp nod, nerves trembling under her resolve. Yes. As the pace quickened, attention returned to the ever-growing presence of the elves. The portal to the realm pulsed with violent purple light, their dragons growling with anticipation. They're sure putting on a show, someone scoffed, eyes narrowing. Probably afraid Tang Zhan might change his mind. Suspicion lingered in every syllable. Then, without warning, a young warrior from Shiva surged forward, his crimson scarf trailing dramatically behind him. Uncle, I'm going, he called out. His uncle responded with a proud, blazing tone. Good. Show them the strength of Shiva, little one. From the side, a smug voice cut in. Hey, pretty one, how about teaming up later? He leaned in toward the red-haired warrior with a mocking grin. Her expression turned rigid. Lips pressed into a thin line, she offered no reply. Her silence said more than any words ever could. Below, the earth began to glow. Faint vibrations echoed upward, the rumble of an ancient force waking from slumber. The glowing purple circle on the stone floor throbbed with rising energy, thin spikes of power shooting skyward. Someone watched from the edge, excitement dancing in his gaze. 6 new lambs from the elven side. What a gift, he whispered. They've got no clue we possess the tablet, the one that bends dragons to our will. A tremor rolled across the land. Cracks split the stone as chunks of rock tumbled into the void below. He could barely contain his glee, already imagining the chaos. 8 dragons, all ours. Can't get better than that. The ground split wider, dark energy pouring out like smoke. The air itself pulsed with anticipation, the world holding its breath. Then, in a burst of thunder and crackling light, Archmage Augustus stepped forward, engulfed in lightning. His presence shook the battlefield, but behind the roar and radiance, his mind was not his own. Strings pulled from the shadows. He wasn't casting spells. He was being used. From above, the protagonist observed with a twisted grin, the Archmage's soul sealed within a glowing orb cradled in his hand. Channeling such overwhelming power thrilled him, and his smile hinted at growing satisfaction. But his gaze stayed cold, focused. This was no mere show of force. Behind him, the black dragon towered, a monstrous figure of raw might. Its crimson eyes flared, wild and waiting. Then came the command, sharp and unyielding. Obey your bloodline. Annihilate everything. A massive column of fire tore through the sky, swallowing everything in its wake. The ground shook violently, shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Dust and flame surged outward as soldiers scrambled to react. He's lost it. Augustus has gone insane. Stop him now, someone shouted. Amid the chaos, a tall fought to stand, coughing as smoke and embers choked the air. His voice trembled with urgency. If they didn't move now, nothing would remain. But before they could regroup, a blur struck like lightning. A blade sliced toward them with terrifying speed. Steel clashed, the defender's arms quaking under the force. What the hell? Why are you going berserk too? The attacker's eyes glowed an eerie red, half his face twisted by a dark force. He moved without restraint, driven by something unnatural. Then came the roar, a battle cry that made the ground quake. His sword shimmered, charged with an otherworldly glow, and his strike came down like divine wrath. But the enemy barely reacted. A sigil burst to life beneath them, pulsing with energy. In the next breath, a blast of light exploded upward, a violent pillar of destruction that obliterated everything around it. The earth cracked apart, and bodies were hurled into the air. High above, the mastermind watched it all unfold. amused. The force command lasts only a minute, he said to himself. Make the most of it. With that, he stepped back, smirk widening. I'll be on my way. Down below, a ripple pulsed through the battlefield, and then control snapped. The silence that followed was deafening. Archmage Augustus gasped as clarity returned. His hands still sparked with fading energy, residue from a spell he hadn't meant to cast. He looked around, horrified. What just happened? The battlefield was wrecked. Smoke hung in the air. Bodies were scattered across the scorched ground. Everything was gone. No survivors. His stomach turned. How did we lose control of ourselves like that? He wasn't alone in his confusion. Another survivor stood, trembling. We were definitely manipulated. Someone took control of us. A priest, his robes smoldering with fading spiritual light, spoke grimly. My senses don't lie. Someone orchestrated all of this from the shadows. Even Augustus, he must have been caught in it too. The realization settled like ice over the group. To control them all so effortlessly. Whoever was behind this wasn't just powerful. They were terrifying. Before the tension could escalate, a burst of golden light split the air as ancient doors groaned open. The gateway to the dragon spirit realm revealed itself, its entrance pulsing with lingering power. Let's not get caught up in what just happened, someone finally said, breaking the uneasy silence. While we were fighting, I saw it. A black dragon flew into the realm. Did anyone else catch that? I saw it too, one replied quickly. Yeah, same here, another confirmed. Are you saying all of this, the chaos, the mind control, the black dragon, was orchestrated by Long Xia? One asked, disbelief in their voice. It's possible, came the unsure reply, his brows drawn tight. But one thing I know, it wasn't Tang Zhan. He's never broken his word, and he'd never stooped to something like this. The others glanced at each other. That much was true. Tang Zhan was a warrior through and through, never one for deceit. Then who? Someone questioned, suspicion creeping in. Force command like that, only someone with overwhelming spiritual power could pull off. That's true, another admitted, voice shaky. The implication was chilling. If it wasn't Tang Zhan, then who had the strength to make them into pawns? A thought surfaced, and one of them hesitated before speaking. Could it be Su Yang? The room fell silent. You can't be serious, a warrior scoffed. He's barely reached 4th transition. There's no way he could control 9th transition demigods. I was just guessing, the first muttered, looking away. He took a deep breath. But ever since we began this crusade against the Abyss demons, things have only gotten weirder. No one could argue with that. The battle had started straightforward, but somehow they turned on each other, losing control of their bodies completely. But now a bigger issue loomed. Forget it, someone said, voice sharpening. We've got a bigger problem. While under control, we killed the royal court guards of the Elven Kingdom. A heavy silence followed. They should have revived at the temple by now, but once the Elven court finds out, his voice trailed off, expression grim. It could ruin everything. If we can't capture Su Yang for questioning, the elder said firmly, then we need to move first. The Elven royal court will hear of this soon enough. We must reach out before they do. I agree, another replied. No objections, said the masked warrior, his face unreadable. With that, the decision was made. But far beyond their reach, deep within the dragon spirit realm, the sky cracked open with radiant energy. Floating islands shook, jagged rocks hung in the air, suspended by unseen forces. An eerie stillness settled over the realm. Something ancient was stirring. Are you afraid? A voice echoed as dragons circled above, their immense bodies casting shadows that swallowed the light. The land itself trembled in response. Could it be that even dragons fear what lies here? The answer came swift, absolute. It's the lingering presence of the ancient devourer. No matter how long it's been, that fear still clings to the blood and souls of every dragon. With a confident flick of his wrist, he steered his dragon through the wild winds. Miss, looks like you're struggling. How about you ride with me instead? The woman, barely keeping her balance on her own mount, shook her head furiously. No thanks. A teasing voice rang out nearby, full of amusement. Alan, really? Flirting while flying a dragon? Alan just laughed, his grin widening. But despite the light-hearted tone, a heavy tension lingered in the air. Only the ancient dragon Fong could suppress the fear that dragon bloodlines felt toward the ancient devourer. Humans didn't have anything like that. Without a dragon tamer on their side, facing him should be easy, right? Before anyone could answer, a sharp voice cut through the moment. Celebrating already? You're getting ahead of yourselves. A figure cloaked in red stepped forward, eyes gleaming behind his mask. I'll use the stone tablet to take control of your dragons and capture all of you at once. Power surged from his palm, crackling like a storm ready to be unleashed. A deep, rolling roar echoed across the battlefield, chilling everyone to the bone. The red-haired woman stiffened. Next to her, a companion turned pale. No, that roar. A shadow blanketed them. It's him and the black dragon. Descending from the sky came Su Yang, cloaked in a dark hoodie, riding atop a massive black dragon. Its wings stretched wide, casting a dark and crushing shadow over the land. Su Yang lazily counted on his fingers. 1, 2, 3, 6 of you. This'll be quite the feast. Panic rippled below. Why is the green dragon trembling again? Even the stone tablet isn't doing anything. What is this black dragon? Another warrior growled, anger flaring. Weren't black dragons banned from this realm? The elven general's fists clenched tight, his voice seething with contempt. Humans, you filthy race. Always breaking your promises. A subordinate rushed to his side. Your Highness, the dragons, they're in a frenzy. They won't fight. Irritation flared in the prince's eyes. What are you afraid of? That tamer's just a fourth transition weakling. Take him out. I'll handle the dragon myself. Yes, Your Highness. At the command of Prince Eric, a storm of warriors surged toward the dragon rider. Weapons gleamed, spells lit the skies. It should have been unstoppable. But Su Yang just chuckled. So it's death, then? Dark energy coiled around his fingers. But it won't be mine. A wave of destruction burst from him in an instant. You have killed level 152 Elven Holy Knight. You have killed level 150 Elven Divine Archer. Havoc. Experience gained. 52.1 million. Eric's face twisted in horror. What how? He wiped out 4 elites in one move. Panic erupted. We can't even see his attacks. How is a fourth transition human this powerful? His advisor's voice was low and tense. We need to use our trump card now. But before they could move, darkness erupted. A monstrous force clamped down on Prince Eric. What is this? Open up, he shouted, panic rising. Terror swept through the ranks. The black dragon's power was overwhelming, unreal. And if even Eric couldn't withstand it, there was only one option left. Run. Then, a flash. A flicker of movement. A burst of force. A crushing kick slammed Eric into the ground. Before he could even catch his breath, a boot pinned his throat. Do you even understand what you're doing? He gasped. Su Yang smiled coldly. Anyone who crosses me pays. 100 times over. I don't care who you are, even if you're a god. His eyes gleamed darkly. I'll kill you, just the same. Overhead, dragon riders emerged, sneering down at him. You little punk, one snapped. Don't get cocky. We held back before. This time we're not pulling punches. Su Yang smirked. Fresh out of the revival temple. And already itching to die? The air pulsed. A golden inferno burst from a dragon's mouth. A concentrated beam of destruction ripping into the sky. The elf riding atop, it raised his hand with a smug laugh. Burned to ashes. A massive explosion shook the land. Fire engulfed everything, distorting the air with its heat. A crater ripped open where the blast struck. But as the smoke began to fade, something was wrong. Why? Why are the dragons acting like this? A stunned voice rang out, filled with confusion. The green-haired girl's sharp eyes narrowed. Their eyes, they've changed color. They're being controlled, her voice faltered. Forced into a frenzy. The elves were growing desperate enough to sacrifice their own mounts if it meant killing Su Yang. Amid the chaos, the elven commander watched with grim satisfaction. Well done, he muttered, eyes glinting. Let's see you run your mouth now. But then, the battlefield quaked. A low, ominous hum filled the air. A golden blast tore across the sky. Prince Eric's magic, flaring with raw, desperate power. But it was too late. A distortion cracked the air below. Space itself trembled. A vortex of destruction ignited, a blinding pillar of violet light, erupting and splitting the field in two. In its wake hovered a single black silhouette, cloaked in crackling energy. Below, 2 dragons circled the storm, wings beating in fear. This can't be real. Stay back, his voice cracked, barely holding. But the void kept advancing. Then came the scream. High above, the sky lit up in flame. Fireballs cascaded down like a rain of meteors. Explosions thundered across the battlefield, tearing through the ranks. The elves staggered, caught in the storm of destruction. And, through the chaos, Su Yang stood, unshaken. A lone figure stood still, undisturbed. Behind him, his black dragon unfurled its wings, casting a shadow over the scorched battlefield. Smoke curled through the air, rising from the ruins littered with fallen bodies. Those who dared to stand against him now lay crushed beneath the debris. A voice, filled with desperation, broke through the silence. Where are you taking me? Suspended above the battered elf prince, an invisible force held him tightly as Su Yang's dragon soared higher. To erase the threat entirely came the cold, indifferent reply. Below, the survivors could only watch in horror, frozen in place. Su Yang, the green-haired girl, whispered, her voice barely audible, shaking. He didn't just survive, muttered the red-haired warrior, stunned. He wiped them out like it was nothing. A heavy stillness settled over the scene. The two dragons, one crimson, the other white, hovered motionless, their dominance now uncertain. You nearly scare me to death, someone muttered in the distance. Farther off, the last of the elven forces trembled behind a cliff. A towering green-scaled beast looked down at the carnage, its claws digging into the stone. In that moment, it hit him. The elves had been annihilated in a flash. Is Su Yang even human? Nearby, another cloaked figure remained still, face hidden behind a mask. Sweat beaded on his forehead as thoughts raced through his mind. There's no way I can take him head-on. He clenched his fists. I'll have to strike from the shadows. Elsewhere on the battlefield, an enraged elf limped forward, torn between disbelief and fury. Hey, Chow, his voice cracked. I died again. Around him, the few remaining stood barely upright, bruised and shaken. That kid's a monster, one breathed. After dying twice, we've lost too much power. We can't keep going. Panic spread like wildfire. Their top fighters were gone. They'd misjudged him completely. There's only one way out, their leader muttered, gripping a scroll with trembling hands. The dungeon's sealed. Use the town portal. A sharp gust cut through the air. What? He stared at his empty hands. The scroll had vanished. A soft chuckle echoed through the chaos. Trying to run? Su Yang's voice teased, laced with amusement. His eyes gleamed as he lunged forward. Did you think you could leave without asking me? He struck fast, brutal, and unrelenting. The elves couldn't even react. The prince stumbled back, eyes wide with terror. From the shadows, a monstrous figure emerged, grinning with jagged teeth. Save your strength, it growled. Even a 7th-tier warrior couldn't break free. What chance do you have? The prince's breath hitched. He forced a shaky smile. Now let's talk. I'll give you anything you want. The ground quaked as something massive slammed down in front of him. Oh, then what if what I want is your life? Frozen, the prince looked up at Su Yang. All trace of arrogance gone, his face twisted in fear. Su Yang tilted his head slightly, a flicker of amusement in his otherwise icy gaze. Scared now? Weren't you the one barking orders earlier, demanding Long Xia hand me over? What happened to all that confidence? The prince's voice shook, barely holding together. We were wrong. We didn't know. Please, sir, have mercy. Su Yang scoffed, sharp and dismissive. Too late. The prince's vision blurred as dread took hold. I've seen the truth behind you elves, thanks to Arca. And now you think I'll just let you walk away? His words cut deeper than any blade. The prince's lips trembled. You killed Ari? Su Yang's eyes narrowed. His voice dropped, lethal and steady. I'll keep killing you. Again and again. Until your level hits 0. Until there's no coming back. The prince's world shattered. There was no escape. His scream echoed through the battlefield, a desperate cry for salvation that would never come. He thrashed wildly, reaching out to Su Yang. Stop! Aren't humans supposed to be our allies? But Su Yang moved like a shadow, silent and unstoppable. His presence alone suffocated. If I die here, the prince gasped, your whole world falls with me. A thunderous impact cut him off as Su Yang slammed him into the ground, crushing his final plea. There will be no alliance, Su Yang said coldly. The prince choked, stumbling over his words. You can't. World-level bosses. Advanced quests. Divine tier classes. Don't you care? Su Yang's grip only tightened. Not even a little. The earth erupted as he drove the prince into the ground, rock and dust exploding around them. System alerts burst into the air. Elf Knight Agas eliminated. Elf Warrior Karen eliminated. Elf Mage Bahim eliminated. Elf Archer Havoc eliminated. Silence fell. The battlefield had been wiped clean. But in a prison of writhing shadows, one elf warrior still trembled. His voice cracked with rage. Coward, hiding behind tricks. Fight me properly if you dare. Su Yang gave a bored tilt of his head. All right. With a wave, the prison dissolved. The elf wasted no time. Mana surged as he raised his weapon, blades of wind spiraling around him. You asked for it, he roared. Weapon enchant. Storm gale slash. His eyes lit up with confidence. Die, human. But Su Yang stood his ground, unmoved. Weapon in hand, he faced the incoming storm head-on. Winds twisted into deadly crescents, slicing the air apart. Above, the sky darkened, answering the elf's power. Energy gathered, spiraled, then surged into a raging vortex. Ultimate technique. Storm convergence. Annihilation slash. A massive tornado screamed across the battlefield, tearing everything in its path to pieces. Mana, debris, and raw power spiraled into a destructive cyclone, racing towards Su Yang. The elf sneered, watching his storm engulf its target. Serves you right. But then, through the chaos, a figure appeared, calm, untouched, still standing. The elf's smile vanished. What? How are you still alive? Su Yang casually brushed the dust from his sleeve, his HP bar still showing 90%. A 7th tier move? Not bad. Definitely stronger than that silver dragon. The elf's face twisted in disbelief. That was my full power strike, and it only shaved off 10%. That's not possible. You're not a 4th tier. No, you're not even human. Su Yang surged forward, his overwhelming presence crashing down like a tidal wave. You figured it out, he said, grinning. I'm basically a boss wearing human skin. System notification. You have completely killed level 1 Fairy Knight, Eric. Behind a nearby boulder, the cloaked figure trembled, watching everything unfold. His hand shook, eyes wide with terror. Even a surprise attack wouldn't leave a scratch on him, he muttered, frozen. Then, gritting his teeth, he turned to flee. I need to warn my father and my uncle. Only they can handle this monster. System notification. You have completely killed level 1 beast tamer, Pagano. The black dragon finished chewing, blood dripping from its fangs. Su Yang didn't even spare the alert glance. It was over. The dungeon announcement had been real. They were all dead. 2 women approached from the edge of the battlefield, one radiating cold fury, the other clearly shaken. Forget those elf bastards, the furious one snapped. Why did you kill Panu too? Su Yang wiped a streak of blood from his cheek, unfazed. Because the Shiva Kingdom already made plans to kill us all in here. I just beat them to it. Pure self-defense. Then his eyes met theirs, sharp and direct. And another thing, the Dragon Spirit Dungeon isn't some cozy place to farm levels. There are things down here worse than death. If you're smart, you'll stay put. Without another word, he turned and walked away, vanishing into the distance. Otherwise, he called over his shoulder, I'm not responsible for what happens to you. The blonde girl swallowed hard. Gulp. And just like that, their unstoppable storm of a hero rode off, top of the food chain. The girls didn't even have time to respond. He moved too fast, too far ahead. He wasn't just powerful. He was untouchable. Riding atop his black dragon, he watches the experience roll in. Over 30 million points from wiping out 6 elves, a moonlight behemoth, and 7 dragons. Once, that kind of haul would have been exhilarating. Now, it barely scratches the surface of his total. The loot scattered from the battle, decent gear and tools, gets stored away. Not needed, not yet. His gaze drifts to the stats on his dragon sword. Quietly, he wonders if it's leveled up at all. The numbers look decent, but after devouring 7 dragons, he expected a far greater boost. Then he spots it on the panel. The next step of evolution demands the slaying of a Sunlight tier dragon. Only then can the weapon unlock a devouring cap of 20,000. He starts to question if he's already hit the limit for the first devouring stage. The road ahead will be tough, no doubt, but there's no need to rush. Holding the locket in his hand, he wonders about the nameless warrior buried in this place. Could that have been the original bearer of the Dragon Slayer heart? He's starting to believe it. Just then, a distant glow pierces the horizon. Still riding his dragon, he fixates on the light, thinking it might be the beacon, the sign that points toward the resting place of the ancient devourer. Fog begins to thicken, making visibility drop to nothing. But he's not lost. The Dragon Slayer heart pulses, guiding him forward. He orders Atal to press on, and the dragon surges ahead. As they push through, the fog begins to thin. Shapes start to emerge. Then he sees it, a towering mountain of dragon bones. Could this be the true form of the ancient devourer? A grin forms as he notices just how tiny Atal looks beside it. The scale is unbelievable. Whoever defeated this beast must have been a divine tier warrior, or something even stronger. He turns to Atal, voice steady, and says they'll see this story through together. Atal descends, landing deep within the heart of the ruin. The moment they touch down, a violent gust tears through the air, so strong it feels like some kind of law is in play, one that forbids flight. The mist begins to churn, and around them, skeletons begin to twitch. His eyes land on the devourer's massive arm. A path to the top. It feels like more than just a climb, maybe a trial, a ritual. He finds it oddly intriguing. Suddenly, one of the dragon skeletons snaps open glowing eyes. And then, from every side, gigantic dragons rise. He doesn't flinch. Instead, he watches calmly, wondering, are these the ones he already killed? Have they been resurrected? Or is there a necromancer lurking close by? Sword drawn, flames whip through the howling winds as he steps forward. A single thought crosses his mind. Could this be the legacy left behind by the ancient devourer and the nameless warrior? Without hesitation, he launches into the sky, cutting through the storm. He dives into the mass of ancient dragon skeletons, tearing through them one after another. He doesn't let a single bone remain. But just as the last one crumbles, the bones begin to reform. Now, there's no doubt they're not illusions. They're resurrected. He calls out to them with defiance. It's not the first time he's brought down dragons, and it won't be the last. Whether flesh or bone, resurrected or not, he'll keep slaying them. When the final skeleton collapses, Atal unleashes a victorious roar across the field of shattered bones. Su Yang stands atop the ruins, admitting he still doesn't fully grasp the meaning of this trial. But at least for now it's over. Tough but finished. They ascend toward the peak without pause. But just as they climb higher, a swirling mist charges at him. Before he can react, it knocks him off balance. He's thrown from the cliff, barely managing to grab hold of a jagged edge with one hand. Looking up, he spots Atal, but something's wrong. The dragon isn't moving, just hovering there. Then, in disbelief, Yang watches as a strange force strikes Atal, yet the dragon doesn't respond. It hits him, but nothing changes. Suddenly, a figure drops from above, cloaked in shadow, sword drawn, and lands directly in front of him. Caught mid-cling and off guard, Yang watches as the stranger raises their blade. A flash of steel comes down toward his hand, but he reacts fast, switching grip and dodging just in time. The attack doesn't stop there. Blow after blow rains down on him as he hangs on by a thread. No time to think, no time to breathe. The rush from earlier? Gone. He closes his eyes, focuses, and begins slipping past each strike with effortless precision, even while hanging off the cliff. All the while, a single question lingers. Who is this guy? Then, he sees an opening and launches himself back up onto solid ground. Catching his breath, he starts putting the pieces together. Was that storm a direct attack from the ancient devourer? A full area blast designed to trap intruders, restrict flight, and set the stage for an ambush? This place isn't just dangerous, it's designed to kill. Every inch of it reeks of hostility. Feels just like one of those impossible death-level trials back in Sakura country. Annoyed, Su Yang draws his sword again, muttering under his breath. After all that effort taming the black dragon, now this? He's had enough. Whether it's the ancient devourer or that mysterious warrior, he doesn't care anymore. He's leaving with a piece of their bones, one way or another. The stranger, calm and unbothered, finally speaks. The flame's qualification is being evaluated. That's when Su Yang notices something off. Atal's body is starting to regenerate. Slowly, steadily. So this isn't just some random attack. It's a bloodline assessment. If the dragon fails, it might not survive at all. He clenches his fist. Atal has to make it. But right now, he's got another problem in front of him. He demands to know the identity of the nameless warrior. The stranger doesn't answer. Instead, he throws the question right back at him. I'm Su Yang, he responds, eyes locked. But again, the stranger asks, who are you? The second time hits differently. Yang freezes. What's that supposed to mean? Has this guy seen something? Felt something? Could he be sensing it? That deep, buried truth? The weight of the title he once carried. The sovereign of original sin? No time to dwell on it. The stranger moves without warning, drawing his blade. The air shifts, the wind howling around the sword like it's alive. And before Yang can react, the blade flashes. In an instant, it pierces clean through his shoulder. Too fast, too precise. He didn't even see it coming. Yang drops to his knees, stunned. The sword's already pierced his shoulder, yet no pain, no damage. His HP remains untouched. What the hell? He mutters, staring at the wound. The stranger gazes down at him, unfazed. Correction has failed, he says, and just as he's about to elaborate, Yang surges up, grabs his sword, and launches into a sudden, ferocious strike. He'll figure everything out later. Right now, there's only one goal: take down the nameless warrior. But the stranger isn't fazed. He parries with ease, shifting smoothly into a counterattack that forces Yang into defense. Their blades clash over and over, the sound echoing across the landscape. Neither of them holds back. It's an all-out battle, both refusing to give ground. Then, in a sharp, unexpected move, the stranger leaps into the air and slashes at Yang's face. Caught off guard, Yang doesn't dodge. Instead, he opens his mouth and bites down on the incoming blade. With a surge of strength, he yanks forward, slamming into the stranger and ripping the weapon from his grip. He spits the blade out and grins. Didn't see that coming, huh? Looks like unlocking the ultimate power enchantment boosted my bite, too. But he doesn't let his guard down. The guy may be unarmed now, but he still radiates the presence of a battle-hardened legend. Yang's sure it's just a matter of time. No sword means reduced combat power. He's at the upper hand now. But then, the stranger does something completely unexpected. He sits down. Yang immediately tenses. The stranger speaks softly, words slipping into the air as mana starts pouring from his body. The strange energy wraps around the sword still in Yang's grip. Then, calmly, the stranger says, I entrust this sword to you. Yang watches as the energy condenses in his hand, and the stranger adds, go, and kill Chloris. Yang blinks. Chloris? Who's that? Someone tied to your legend. But there's no answer. The stranger vanishes without a trace. System notification. Weapon trait unlocked. Equipment transcendence. Crimson sword has been added to your inventory. Yang looks at the blade in his hand, puzzled. What is this? Could it actually be stronger than divine gear? New notification. The Crimson Sword consumes Red Moon Crystal Cores to activate correction attacks. Intrigued, Yang pulls out a Red Moon Crystal Core and feeds it to the blade. The sword absorbs it instantly, and a charge counter ticks up. So 1 crystal equals 1 charge. Yang stares at the weapon, feeling its power shift in his grip. Things just got a lot more interesting. Atal, now fully charged with energy, flapped his wings with renewed vigor. The inheritance ritual was clearly over. But just as Yang was taking it all in, a flicker of memory came rushing back. Those eerie pale flames he'd seen before. A system prompt appeared. Necroflame has been absorbed by the Black Dragon. Any creature consumed by this fire will rise again as undead. As long as Atal's power holds, they cannot die. Yang's eyes shot wide open. This wasn't just some flame, it was pure necromancy. His dragon had become a flying necromancer. Then came a next shock. The bone dragons had reappeared behind him, fully restored. But something had changed. Yang could feel it. They weren't just revived monsters. They were now officially his adult subordinates. Riding high through the clouds with his dragon trio at his side, a dangerous idea began forming. What if Atal consumed powerful monsters and bosses? He could build an undead army of elite monsters. This wasn't just necromancy anymore. This was the kind of power only a Lich King would dream of. The inheritance might actually be broken tier. He turned to the Skull Dragon and noticed glowing numbers hovering above it. Something new. Could it be linked to the Crimson Sword? To find out, he activated corruption. But the moment he unsheathed the sword, every undead around him instantly vanished, wiped out in an instant. He froze. A notification popped up. Correction activated. Crimson infection level has increased from 0 to 111. Suddenly, mana surged wildly throughout the area. Yang didn't move. This wasn't a basic skill. It was a rule-level force. Even undead bound to resurrection were completely erased. What the hell is this? He whispered. Another alert followed. This time it read, cost, 0%. No HP. No crystal drain. He blinked. Wait, it's completely free? But why 2 separate messages? Then he remembered. The Nameless Warrior had once tried to activate correction on him, and failed. Was it something about him? A quirk of the system? He asked the system directly, hoping for a hint. No response. Fine. That mystery could wait. For now, the important part was clear. Atal had completed his inheritance, and Yang had walked out with an unbelievably broken divine weapon. The Dragon Spirit's secret realm might not have granted experience, but this reward? It was in a league of its own. Still, there was a snag. Red Moon Crystal Cores were absurdly rare. Right now, the only known way to get them was through the Red Moon Invasion event. Maybe the Job Change Temple would offer more answers. But that's for later. First, he needed intel. For now, it was time to leave. The air rippled as a portal burst open, its radiant glow lighting up the cavern's walls. 2 dragons stood alert before it, coiled with tense anticipation. High above, Makiko Asuka stared from the sky in disbelief. The exit had activated. But how? A wave of magic swept over the battlefield as a figure appeared, hovering in midair. Verlia's voice cut through the tension, questioning the sudden turn of events. Asuka told her to go first. She'd stay a bit longer. Verlia paused. You're waiting for Su Yang, aren't you? Suddenly, the ground shuddered. The dragon shifted. A murmur rippled across the field. He was back. Atal descended like a blade of judgment, and Su Yang looked up. Atal, make them stand down. With one thunderous roar, Atal asserted his dominance. Even the undead dragons fell into silence, yielding instantly to the Death Lord's command. Stillness took over. The 2 guardian beasts halted without resistance. Asuka gazed up at Atal, quietly noting how much larger and more imposing he had become. Could the secret realm have strengthened him? Su Yang gave the all-clear. You can leave now, but don't mention anything you saw here. Verlia hesitated, unsure, but Asuka knelt, vowing to keep the secret. You're a good person, she said softly. Then, smiling as she stepped into the portal, she added, see you next time. Yang cracked a small grin. So, she thinks I'm a good guy. Maybe she really is someone worth watching. But the moment faded. Outside, the world had fallen into chaos. Charging out unprepared wasn't an option. Wind screamed over jagged cliffs as a strange symbol flashed in the skies above. Everything had shifted. New rules, new systems. If humans could now turn into demons, then could demons walk among humans? He zeroed in on that thought. If it was true, he could tilt the balance of power. Energy surged as he hovered in the digital void, voice steady and clear. System, begin confirmation. The response came immediately as Su Yang gave a command. Activate multi-action compatibility. The space twisted. His body fragmented into code, fusing into the system's core. Far away, the abyss of demons trembled with awakening power. Reformed into his crimson demon state, Yang smirked as the system alert flashed. One-way restriction removed. Demons now permitted to enter and exit freely. Just as expected, ordinary demons will be hunted the moment they crossed over. But what if the one stepping through was the sovereign of original sin? Violet energy swirled as shadowy tendrils slid down his fingers. Lucifer stepped forward. The void rippled, and she emerged. Kneeling before his throne, she declared her strength was returning. Soon, his reign would begin anew. Su Yang turned to Lucifer and asked, "Can you pass through the Abyss Gate in your current state?" She responded without hesitation, "I have to try." "Then go," he said simply. Far away, the Abyss Gate loomed like a monolith over the frozen Siberian wilderness. The air cut through flesh at -30 degrees Celsius, each gust a threat to any living being. Near the gate, armored sentinels grumbled under their breath. How long are we stuck in this frozen hell? Even deep demons would turn to ice out here. Then, without warning, Lucifer stepped into the blizzard. The cold hit her hard. Her body instinctively recoiled. My strength is fading. The soldiers' complaints stopped cold the moment they saw her. A demon in the human world. Panic spread like wildfire. Sound the alarm. Get the high priest, one of them shouted. Lucifer narrowed her eyes. Too noisy. With a single swipe, her claws flashed. The guards were shredded before they could even react, their blood staining the snow-covered ground. She looked ahead at the towering fortress, its icy peaks glinting beneath the pale sun. So we can cross. Time to report to my king. Deep within the abyss, she knelt once more before the crimson throne. We've confirmed passage, she reported, but our strength caps at the demigod tier once outside. Su Yang considered this. Could it be that the path to godhood hadn't opened yet? Maybe the current world simply couldn't bear the weight of a god-tier being. Still, Lucifer's power, even restricted, was leagues above standard ninth-turn demigods. Outside the Dragon Spirit secret realm, such power was rare. Taking them down wouldn't be a challenge. Go to the mortal realm, he commanded, and destroy anyone who defies me. Lucifer bowed. As you will. One more thing, he added. Bring someone back. A human. They'll act as my proxy while I rest. Even Lucifer blinked in surprise at the command. He had chosen someone unexpected. Meanwhile, in a distant wasteland, a glowing portal pulsed violently as tension mounted. Augustin faced Tang Zhan across the cracked earth. You broke the pact, Augustin growled. Why did Su Yang enter the Dragon Spirit realm? His presence alone has turned our allies, and even the elves, against each other. Tang Zhan stood firm. I don't know you answers. I don't know how this happened either. From the shadows, a figure in golden armor stepped forward. The honor of the royal guards must be preserved. When Su Yang returns, we'll bring him before the Elven Court. His eyes locked on Tang Zhan. You're coming with us. And you'd better come up with a damn good explanation. Tang Zhan stayed composed. Interrogation only works if you have the strength to back it up. Before tensions could explode, a ripple of energy lit up the sky as Asuka and Verlia emerged from the portal. One of them glanced around. Why does everyone look like they're about to start a war? Augustin stepped forward. Where's Su Yang? And the others from the Elven Kingdom? Verlia opened her mouth to explain, but Asuka cut in first. We got separated the moment we entered. Only Verlia and I ended up together. We didn't find anything useful and barely made it out. A burst of light brought us back to the entrance. The others should return soon. The golden-armored knight didn't look convinced. If someone claimed the inheritance, then where are they? Why only you two? His gaze hardened. You'll come with me to the Elven Kingdom. For questioning. Tokugawa-sama's voice rang out. Hold it. What are you trying to pull? Augustin added sharply. They're with us. You don't get to drag them off. The knight's tone remained cold. Stop me, and consider the alliance broken. If the elven heirs are harmed, you'll all take the fall. Then, a calm voice broke through the rising conflict. Focus on what truly matters. Our mission is to complete the world's task and reach God-tier advancement. Without the elves, we don't stand a chance against the sovereign of original sin. The knight turned, surprised by the comment. You speak sense. I'll inform the queen of your cooperation. You're from Shiva, aren't you? The man nodded, his smile stiff. Correct. But before anything more could be said, the sky split open. A jagged rift tore through the clouds, and a crushing pressure swept across the land. From the void, Lucifer descended, sovereign of pride. Her presence erased every ounce of tension from before. I sense something powerful, she said, eyes scanning the gathering. But it's just you again. How dull. Augustin narrowed his eyes. Her power, it's dropped. He activated a detection spell. The results confirmed it, demigod tier. Her exact stats were masked, but the tier was clear. No more arguing, he said. This is our shot. Everyone, join forces. Take her down. The battlefield shifted instantly. Old disputes faded. A single enemy united them. Lucifer hovered above, unfazed. Come on then, she said, her voice sharp and amused. Let's see what you've got. The group barely had a moment to react before launching their assault. With a sharp order, Augustin called out, Tang, take the lead. Without a second thought, Tang rocketed forward like a bullet, fists clenched, burning with determination. Everyone else, support him. If you haven't beaten the king of original sin, you won't even scratch her. Augustin's warning cut through the tension, snapping the team into formation. This wasn't about winning anymore. It was about staying alive. So it's all on us, huh? Tokugawa muttered, gritting his teeth as his blade lit up with power. Let's back them up. If things go south, I'll find a way out. Two support skills ignited the field. Samurai Benevolence pulsed out a 20% boost to physical attacks and restored 17 HP per second for half a minute. The real battle began. Heaven and earth thunder, transformation. Augustin came crashing down with a storm of lightning tearing across the sky. Extreme Annihilation Fist. Tang Zhan launched his golden strike, energy roaring around his arm. When it connected, a blinding burst rocked the battlefield. The air trembled. As the dust cleared, Lucifer floated above, wings folded. She actually looked surprised. She'd been hurt. Augustin locked eyes on her. She can bleed. Keep going. But then her voice echoed out, cold and sharp. Foolish insects. A scratch like that changes nothing. She lifted her hand as a surge of dark power spiraled around her. Dark Domain. A black vortex exploded outward, pulling in everything within 500 meters. Inside the barrier, everyone's stats were instantly halved. Cries rang out as the group felt themselves dragged into the swirling void. Black and violet winds held around them. Panic surged, but something didn't feel right. Augustin narrowed his eyes. Why aren't those three affected? Through the chaos, a lone figure stood unmoved, calm in the storm. Others struggled against the pull, but couldn't resist. Then suddenly, a brilliant violet flare shot up from the center. Su Yang had activated Soul Engraving. Tang Zhan's gaze sharpened. Follow me, he shouted, and without waiting, shot into the sky, dragging the two women along. Space twisted and warped beneath them. That should give us a window, Su Yang thought, steady in the chaos. His eyes swept the field. The tide was shifting, and it looked like things were coming to a close on the far end. Off in the distance, Lucifer's wings vanished in an instant. A flicker of doubt crept into her thoughts. Could this fragile human really be the one His Majesty had warned her about? She descended quietly, contempt thick in her gaze. I don't understand what His Majesty sees in you, she scoffed. Calling you an insect would be a compliment. Su Yang met her scorn with a faint smile. Maybe, he replied coolly. His tone was calm, but struck like a hammer. Now drop the act and go retrieve someone for me. The words cut deeper than any blade. Lucifer's eyes widened in disbelief. That voice, it didn't match the man before her. Yet her body moved before she could think, her lips muttering a soft, yes, as she lowered her gaze. Su Yang walked past her, stepping toward a swirling red vortex. Behind him, her hands trembled. It's just the illusion of His Majesty's aura, she whispered to herself. But deep down, she didn't believe it. Far from the battlefield, under clear skies, a tranquil home stood untouched. A silver-haired elf woman hummed as she tended to her flowers. Then a sudden pulse shattered the peace. The watering can slipped from her fingers and clattered onto the stone. She staggered, then collapsed to the ground. A voice echoed around her. Come. Without warning, a massive spectral hand tore through the void and seized her. Let me go, she cried out. Who are you? Why are you taking me? No answer. Only the sound of the sky breaking apart. The void swallowed everything, then vanished, leaving behind silence and wind. Back on the battlefield, the fighters had fallen to their knees, defeated, drained, and broken by a storm they never stood a chance against. They had lost again. Augustin's voice cracked. It's useless. We can't bridge this gap. Tokugawa-sama shook his head. Their power, it's beyond us. We're outmatched. Then something hit Augustin like a shock. Where's Tang Zhan? The group looked around, but no one spoke. Just shaken expressions and heavy silence. At last, a tall stepped forward. Before the vortex swallowed us, he said quietly, I saw him. Tang Zhan wasn't affected at all. Lucifer didn't even glance his way like he wasn't a threat. Augustin's eyes narrowed. What are you saying? Atal didn't flinch. I think Tang Zhan and Long Xia may have already switched sides. They might be working with the demons. No, Augustin snapped. Tang Zhan would never betray us. But Atal held firm. I know how much he means to you, Master Augustin. But the signs are there, and others saw it too. The murmurs spread like wildfire. The wounded soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. None of them wanted to say it aloud, but their silence was telling. They all saw it too. Lucifer had clearly spared Tang Jian, and it wasn't by chance. A tall step forward, voice steady. Think back. Outside the dragon spirit's secret realm, we all witnessed it. Suddenly, everyone turned on each other. It was chaos. Senseless. No ordinary human could have triggered that. He paused, letting the memory settle. Now ask yourselves, who wasn't allowed into the realm at first? And who walked away with the most? The names hung heavy in the air. Su Yang and Long Xia. Augustin stood still, face pale. To manipulate me, without my noticing, that kind of control is beyond even a 9-turn half-god. Then Tokugawa-sama snapped. What are you saying at all? That Mikiko Asuka and Verlia are traitors too? Are we just accusing everyone now? Atal froze for the briefest moment. Damn, forgot about them. But he quickly caught himself. No, Tang Jian must have taken them. Maybe to keep the realm's secrets for himself. A heavy silence followed. It was a grim theory, but disturbingly plausible. Behind his calm front, Atal's thoughts churned. He didn't know exactly what Tang Jian was planning, but it was clear he was ahead of them. Too far ahead. Those girls, they were the key. They knew something. And if he could turn them against Tang, maybe the truth would come to light. Shiva must not rise again. Atal turned to the crowd, voice ringing out with conviction. All of you, think carefully. Tang's behavior, his words, they've been suspicious from start. He's hiding something, I'm sure of it. His words rippled through the weary group. Whispers and uneasy murmurs followed. Hard to believe, yeah, but it's possible. We don't really know what happened in that realm. Atal didn't let the moment slip. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find him now. Before anyone could move, a blur cut through the air. Crack! A slap landed hard across Atal's face, followed by a brutal forearm smash that sent him flying into a boulder, shattering it into rubble. Tang Jian stood where Atal had been moments ago, cold and unflinching. Slander me again, he said, voice low and sharp, and I'll make sure you experience death a second time. Augustin stepped forward, fury bubbling. Why weren't you caught in Lucifer's barrier? And where did you disappear to? Tang didn't flinch. I don't owe you an explanation, but if you really doubt me, then go to the holy city. Ask the high priest. From the back, Verlia spoke up. His Majesty led us all the way to Long Xia's border. We only stopped for a moment before returning. And this uncle, she said, motioning to Tang, he looked off, like something had control over him. Augustin and Tokugawa exchanged glances, gears turning. If Tang Jian was willing to face the high priest, who could see through lies, then it was unlikely he had anything to hide. So was it Su Yang? Could someone who had just hit 4th-class advancement really be the one behind all this? Augustin stepped forward. Then it's settled. We go to the holy city. The priest will judge. And if there's something wrong, we'll deal with it there. Atal, face bruised and swelling, glared at Tang through narrowed eyes. You'll pay for this one day. In a holy city, before the high priest, her voice echoed solemnly. Do each of you swear you have never allied with the abyssal demons or been under their control? The group nodded. A golden light flared above Tang Jian's head, clear and unwavering. The priest gave a slight nod. No wonder you were so certain. She then turned to the 2 girls, motioning for them to sit. Now, tell us again what happened in the dragon spirit's secret realm. And be honest. The light will not lie. As the girls began to speak, the glow above their heads flickered and dimmed. Gasps rose. They froze. No, this can't be happening. We didn't know she had this kind of power. Panic set in. They've been exposed. And worst of all, they knew they could no longer hide the truth from Su Yang. Augustin's fury exploded. How dare you lie to us? He roared at the 2 girls. Tokugawa stepped in, his voice cutting even sharper. What are you hiding? If you don't speak up now, I won't hesitate to deal with Asuka myself, even if her father drops to his knees to beg. While the tension spiked, Tang Jian stood still, mind racing. Could all of this really be tied to Su Yang? He had done his homework, looked into everything. Su Yang's record was spotless. His teachers, classmates, guildmates, even the temple priest all said the same thing. A genius, powerful, and kind. Not the type to scheme behind people's backs. Even if there was some shadow of the abyss connected to him, Su Yang had never dragged Tang or the girls into it. Still, if the high priest confirmed some connection, should he act now? His thoughts were interrupted by the priest turning back to the girls. Your identities are already revealed. There's no use hiding it anymore, she said calmly. If you'd rather not speak here, then follow me to the confession room. There, we will uncover everything, and the truth will guide my judgment. Verlia and Asuka exchanged a glance, thoughts aligned. If she can detect lies, then that secret might come out too. They nodded. We'll go. As the 3 walked away, both girls cast a look back at Atal. He noticed, but couldn't make sense of it. Why would they look at him? 10 minutes later, the priest reemerged, calm, composed, and holding a weapon. Without warning, she pointed straight at Atal. Did you conspire with Vijanu of Shiva Nation to eliminate all participants of the secret realm? Atal froze in place. His heart dropped. What? How'd she know that name? Did those girls? But how could they have caught Vijanu? No one should have. The priest continued, unmoved. According to the two girls, it was Su Yang who uncovered Vijanu's plot inside the Dragon Spirit secret realm. He acted alone. Killed him. They had no part in it. She took a step closer. That leaves us with one final question. Was it Su Yang who committed a crime? Or was it Vijanu, who may have been you, Atal? Gasps spread through the crowd. People whispered furiously. Wait, how could Su Yang, who's only 4th class, kill a 6th class like Vijanu? Then again, Atal's always been slippery, cunning. Maybe he was the one behind this all along. Trying to stay composed, Atal raised his voice. This is insane. I've done nothing wrong. But the priest was unmoved. The truth has already revealed itself. By the authority of the Holy Light Priest, Atal of Shiva Nation is hereby sentenced to 3 death penalties. Effective immediately. Detention within the Holy City will follow. Final term of imprisonment, pending. Atal dropped to his knees, stunned. He couldn't process it. How had it all unraveled so fast? Then Su Zhang stepped forward, fury crackling in his voice. So, this is what it was all along. I and the other participants from Sakura Nation and Eagle Federation were innocent. And you tried to pin it all on me, just to cover your own tracks. Atal scoffed. Lies. He admitted he had plotted certain things, but insisted he had no connection to the abyss. Instead, he turned the blame on Su Yang. He killed the prince of the elves. Longxia helped him. If I'm a traitor, then so are they. They destroyed the elf alliance. But Tang Zhan wasn't having it. With no warning, his fist crashed into Atal's gut like a hammer. The force sent Atal flying across the hall, slamming him into the towering statue of the priest just outside. Tang didn't flinch. He stalked forward. Atal barely had time to groan before Tang appeared again, driving a savage knee into his groin, followed by a punishing punch that hurled him across the stone floor once more. Standing over him, Tang spat. You stubborn, scheming bastard. Crawl to the dungeon and wait for judgment. Atal bared his teeth. I'll make you all pay for this. He barely lifted himself before arrows thudded into the ground, pinning him in place. The priest appeared behind him, hand raised, sealing his movement with holy restraints. As the truth was laid bare, Atal's thoughts twisted dark. It's over. The Shiva Nation would face consequences. The alliance with the Elf Kingdom was broken. But one path still remained. Then so be it. Flip the board. Brother, this is my last message before I'm sealed. Tell the Elf Kingdom. Tell them Su Yang killed their prince. Blame Longxia. Burn the alliance. Then side with the abyss. Side with the demons. Avenge me. A portal blinked open. The message vanished into it. From a distance, Su Yang watched it all unfold, silent. So Shiva Nation is turning to the abyss. And they're not seeking power anymore. They're walking straight into the jaws of the trap. Now locked behind heavy, enchanted bars, Atal had nothing but silence for company. Meanwhile, Su Yang stood quietly in thought. For all Atal's careful scheming, how could he have ever guessed I'm the ruler of the demon abyss? If the human nation switches sides and joins the demon faction, then they fall under my rule. What a generous gift. And you, Atal, just take 4 hits from me. You set this all in motion. Don't point fingers now. Then his thoughts drifted to the elf kingdom. Besides Lilith, every elf I've come across reeks of superiority, always looking down on others like it's a birthright. Anyone who didn't know better might assume they all had Lucifer-level strength. But in truth, they're just a race clinging to past glory, God-ranked once, long ago. Once I reach original Sin Monarch and step into godhood, I'll remind them where they truly stand. Enslaving another tier, 11 race? Nothing more than a formality. His thoughts settled. Enough of this meeting. Time to move forward. He turned toward the one standing ahead, Scarlet Withering Monarch. I've held off long enough, Yang said. Kept my level cap to avoid catching the Holy City's eye. But now the path's open. I'm aiming straight for demigod rank. From the side, Lucifer watched in silence. Her eyes narrowed. This weakling? This is the one the monarch chose as his representative? She couldn't wrap her head around it. It made no sense. Yang didn't explain. He looked her way and said coldly, Enough questions. Do what you were told. Lucifer clenched her jaw, but she turned away. Fine, if that's how he wants it. The monarch's decisions always defy logic. And maybe keeping things smooth with his so-called proxy is wiser. But still burns. Why did I have to be the one sent to fetch him? I could have done it my own way. Suddenly, a system prompt flickered before Yang's eyes. Level 100 detected. 5th Revolution Advancement Quest unlocked. From nearby, Jean observed the display. Doesn't look too different from Shireen's class change. Think we can build a VIP structure into Demon Sectum? Yang nodded. Already in motion. Once the stronger demons complete the 5-star advancement within Demon Sectum, we trigger the Red Moon invasion. The Scarlet Withering monsters drop Red Moon crystal ores. That's our next stage. Yang's confidence only deepened. As the original Sin Monarch, he didn't need to fight for resources. He could simply command others to hand over the Red Moon crystal ores when the time came. He reflected on how rare these crystals truly were. The reason? Hardly anyone ever completed the grueling 5th Revolution quests. But what if that changed? What if he could build a system to mass-produce 5-star professionals under his control? Then the flow of Red Moon crystal ores would be endless. That wouldn't just make him rich, it would also resolve the last remaining problem with the Crimson Swords enhancement. The excitement surged through him. Once I control the collection process, no force in existence, not gods, not Buddhas, will be able to stop me. A system prompt slid into view. Quest objective: eliminate 5th Revolution demon and non-demon professionals. Reward: title, Spirit Reaper advancement to Legend stage. Yang scanned the details. No doubt, this wasn't meant for just anyone. At this stage, anyone who reached the 5th Revolution was practically handpicked by destiny. Taking them out while still in the 4th? He chuckled. Perfect. A clean filter to separate the chosen from the rest. Then his voice turned cold. Eliminating a few 5th Revolution pros? That's child's play. With a glance toward the demon abyss, he declared, time to take a stroll and clear the first objective. Elsewhere in Shiva Nation, inside the Grand Ganges temple, a man paced restlessly. The silence was unbearable. Why hasn't there been any news yet? He clung to one hope. If Vishnu inherited the power of the ancient devourer, then no one could stop us. With that power, Shiva Nation would rise above all, surpass Dragonvaya, eclipse the Eagle Union, and crush the world stage. The alliance with the elves? Useless. They'd take the throne themselves. And even the original Sin Monarch would fall to them. Then it came. System notification. Vishnu has failed. Target deceased. He froze. Eyes wide. No, that's impossible. The table cracked under his fist as rage erupted. His son, his pride. A beast-taming prodigy with talent far beyond his own. He was meant for greatness. Meant to reach the 9th Revolution. How can mere 4th Revolution weakling defeat him? He shouted until the echo faded, then slowly sank into silence. Reality settled in. The secret is out. My brother. He's already in danger. And Shireen's class change will soon pull the rest into this storm. He took a deep breath. The choice before him was final. Join the demon faction, or lose everything. There's no going back. Vishnu's death couldn't be for nothing. With clenched fists and a fire behind his eyes, the man in Ganges' temple made his choice. Things had gone too far. There was no turning back. So be it. Back in the holy city, the air was still heavy from recent revelations. The high priestess addressed the gathered leaders. Atal has been imprisoned. Now, let us return to the issue of Suyang. Augustin was the first to speak. Killing a 6th Revolution like Vishnu, while only at 4th, is unbelievable enough. But killing Prince Eric of the Elves? A 7th Revolution professional? That borders on the impossible. Verlia stepped forward quickly. Everything I said is true. You must believe me. Augustin looked away, not in doubt, but in disbelief. The high priestess herself had verified her statements. Still, it was difficult to wrap his mind around it. What really happened that day? Verlia hesitated, then spoke. Suyang used some kind of strange artifact. I've never seen anything like it. Eric was fully conscious, but completely frozen. Couldn't move, activate items, or cast skills. We don't know how long the effect lasts, but it didn't waver the entire time we were watching. Another official chimed in. Sounds like a binding effect. But from what we know, that kind of control doesn't work for long if you're a lower-level professional trying to bind someone stronger. Verlia nodded. Exactly. That's why most cross-level fights fail. It's the core rule of combat between professionals. Augustin's voice turned serious. And yet, Suyang wasn't bound by that rule. That means one of two things. Either his true level is far beyond what we think, or the item he used has bypassed all known suppression mechanics. The room fell quiet as the weight of that possibility sank in. Tang broke the silence. Whatever the method, it's clear Suyang was retaliating. He didn't strike without reason. I don't believe he's guilty. Tokugawa's expression hardened. That might be true for us. But to the Elf Kingdom? He killed one of their princes inside a sacred realm. Whether it was justified or not, they won't see it that way. Everyone paused, suddenly feeling the sharp edge of diplomacy hanging over them. What happens to the Alliance if we can't justify this to the elves? Before an answer could be given, the temple doors flew open. A robed figure rushed in, whispered into the high priestess's ear. Her face went pale. Clang! She slammed her weapon to the floor. The meeting is suspended, she announced grimly. An emergency has occurred. Atal has sent word. Amino has begun to stir Shiva Nation, and they are preparing to join the demon faction. At the edge of Shiva Nation territory, near the ominous entrance to the abyss, a bloodied soldier stumbled out, his body shaking and face streaked with tears. Shattered weapons littered the ground, evidence of a battle long lost. Priest Amino stood tall before the swirling darkness of the abyss. His eyes burned with cold resolve. If the ancient inheritances couldn't make us strong, then the demon faction will. With the protection of the original Sin Monarch, we'll rise again, flooding the Ganges with vengeance. A servant approached swiftly. Amino asked for a status update. 20,000 legend-rank professionals have already entered the abyss, the man reported. Over 1,000 have completed demonization. They're now on their way to the demon city. Once transformed, they stop initiating aggression. Before Amino could respond, another messenger rushed in, urgency on his face. People from the Clash Change Shrine have arrived. They've captured a large number already. Many of the untouchables have been persuaded and no longer want to enter the abyss. Amino's expression shifted. What about the Brahmins? Any of them left untransferred? About 30% remain. For the Kshatriyas, around 40%. Without hesitation, Amino barked his orders. Get the remaining Brahmins transferred now. As for the rest of the Kshatriyas, those who haven't been demonized yet, use them. And the obedient untouchables, stall the shrine forces. Buy us time. The messengers saluted and ran off. Left alone, Amino stared into the black abyss, his thoughts darker still. Can the untouchables really hold off the shrine? Probably not. Some Kshatriyas will have to be sacrificed. But so be it. Clenching his jaw, he whispered, revenge will come. Then, without another word, he stepped into the abyss himself. Deep within the 20th layer of the demon abyss, darkness blanketed everything. A group of newly demonized blue elves wandered through the warped terrain, still adjusting to their transformation. One glanced at a status screen. My base stats jumped 4% after I transformed. Another grinned. 6% for me. This is insane. Someone laughed. Still haven't even seen an actual demon yet. Maybe there's a succubus waiting in Demon City, one of them joked. Despite the eerie surroundings, the mood among them was light, buzzing with power and the thrill of progress. They knew back in Dragongsia, people were watching, envying how fast they were leveling up. One elf clenched his fists. Once I'm strong enough, I'll strike back. Under the original Sin Monarch's banner, we'll crush everyone who looked down on us. Another nodded. I heard the Elf Kingdom favors Shiva Nation. Once they join forces, our rise will be unstoppable. Suddenly, a shadow stirred. Stepping out from the dark was Su Yang. The group of demonized elves froze, caught off guard. One of them asked sharply, "Who are you?" Yang gave a faint smile. "Why don't you guess?" One elf, startled and irritated, hurled a ball of mana toward him. The blast detonated in a flash of fire and smoke. But when the dust cleared, Yang stood untouched. Unbothered, he said, "Relax. No need to panic. I'm just a guide from the Demon City, assigned to escort new arrivals." The elves turned pale. A few whispered anxiously. They had just attacked a city-appointed guide, but Yang just chuckled. "It's fine. Really. I'm part of the first wave who joined the demon faction. They put me in charge of orienting the fresh blood like you." Relieved, the elves let out sighs and quickly agreed to follow. When they arrived at the base of the demon city, Yang pointed to a massive structure. As the demon faction expands, this will be our foundation. New cities will be built across this layer and beyond. Eventually, this place could rival even the Clash Change Shrine's holy city. He gestured to a dark, towering statue behind him. That's the demon saint statue. For now, it's the only resurrection point for all demon faction professionals. If you die, you come back here. The elves nodded, clearly impressed. This place is way more advanced than I imagined, one said. Another asked, "So, what country are you from?" Yang turned slightly. "Dragongsia." "Oh good," the elf said with a grin. "We've always had friendly ties with Dragongsia." Someone else piped up, "Are there laws in this demon city? Like, can people attack each other here like they do outside?" Yang nodded. "There are rules. If you attack anyone inside the city, the high priest's punishment will be swift and terrifying." One of the elves tensed. "What about outside the city?" Yang gave a slow smile. "Outside, there are no rules. It's survival of the fittest." The elves relaxed again, some even chuckled. But then one of them blinked, watching Yang casually pull out a cloth and begin cleaning his dagger. "What are you doing?" the elf asked, confused. Yang looked up, eyes cold, and answered flatly, "Preparing to kill you dogs." The elves stood frozen, unable to process what they had just heard. A cold, crawling dread swept through them. Then, in a flash of steel, Yang's dagger slit clean through one elf's neck. Blood sprayed. The others recoiled in horror. "What the hell is this bastard doing?" one of them screamed. But before the question could hang in the air, Yang's blade danced again. Another swift slash, another neck severed. The rest barely moved before dropping where they stood. Only one remained, scrambling backward, hands shaking. "You're insane," he cried. "Aren't you afraid of the demon high priest's punishment?" Yang's eyes didn't waver. "Any attack inside the demon city will be punished. The high priest enforces those rules." He stepped forward, voice turning cold. "But I make the rules." A strange, dark mana rippled from him, and with one final step he silenced the last elf. Elsewhere, a few demonized elves had seen the massacre and sprinted toward Lord Amino's location to report. But as they neared the edge of the abyssal valley, a shadow appeared in the sky. Floating above them, Su Yang. "You've come this far," he said softly. "Might as well stay." Before they could scream, before they could even turn, they were gone, cut down in a blur of motion. A system prompt appeared before him. All Demon Faction 5th Revolution professionals eliminated. Remaining objective: eliminate non-Demon Faction 5th Revolution professionals. Yang looked down at the bodies littering the stone, the quiet burn of mana still smoldering around them. "These fools from Shiva Nation alone were enough to fuel my progress. I'll finish the rest within the day." He turned, the firelight reflecting in his eyes. The 5th Revolution advancement quest wasn't just underway. It was already tilting in his favor. Sun was amazed. People from Shiva Nation were still flooding in nonstop. More than enough to wrap up my class change quest, he thought. Meanwhile, Yang was wasting no time. He burned through mana just to cremate corpses, then dove straight back into the hunt. His goal? To clear the 5th Revolution advanced quest in a single day. As he pushed further into enemy territory, Lucifer kept her gaze fixed on him. Watching closely, she thought, this proxy, chosen by the monarch? He's definitely not ordinary. He was still in the 4th Revolution, yet already capable of taking down opponents 2 tiers above him. But what was the monarch really after? Was Yang just a tool to quicken the monarch's return? Even if that was the case, could someone this week really carry the weight of that mission? Elsewhere, a different hero swiftly took down 10 5th Revolution demonstration professionals. Just like that, quest complete. Yang, however, was focused on his next target, unranked demons. While reviewing his quest list, a plan formed. There were still Brahmin nobles roaming the upper abyss, untransformed and vulnerable. Picking them off wouldn't be hard. The problem? They kept respawning under Shiva Nation's protection. That could throw everything off unless he made sure to secure the kills properly. He couldn't risk rumors or setbacks now. A sudden presence caught his attention. "Lucifer, so you were right there," he said. Surprised by his sharp reception, Lucifer gave a respectful nod. "What do you want from me?" she asked. Yang smirked. "As the proxy, I'm giving you a command. Issue a quest. Send every demon professional in Demon City to the shallow layers of the abyss. Their mission? Eliminate 10 untransformed 5th Revolution Brahmin nobles." As he spoke, he raised his sword toward her. Lucifer's eyes narrowed, not out of fear but irritation. She didn't like being ordered around, especially by someone like him. Still, a command from the monarch couldn't be ignored. Whether she liked it or not, this once she had to obey. Somewhere else, a squad of elves were going over their mission logs. One of them cracked a grin. "Looks like the boss isn't exactly welcoming these new Brahmins." Another laughed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go make them regret showing up." Without hesitation, they began hunting down the new recruits. The Brahmins panicked, screaming, "Wait, we're with the demon faction now." But the elves weren't listening. They cut them down without a second thought. The few who survived managed to break through the class change screen's defense and slip into the abyss. Finally free from those ruthless demon elves, they thought they were safe, but the danger wasn't over. This zone was definitely on lockdown now. The question was, how would they sneak past it? One Brahmin suggested, "Let's grab some sudras as shields." Another nodded. Yeah, the Shireen troops wouldn't dare hurt innocent bystanders. Before they could take another step, blades tore through them like paper. Their heads dropped in a blur. Yang had arrived. "At first, I hesitated," he said, "but now I get it. Killing you isn't murder. It's public service." He glanced at the rest. "We're just loitering around. All right, time to get back to grinding." An hour later, not a single one was left alive. Quest complete. Yang had officially cleared the 5th Revolution advancement, taking out both demon-aligned professionals and those outside the faction. Just then, a new quest notification hit. This time, he had to dive into a mysterious lair deep within the abyss. The mission: solo a native demon boss at star rank and claim its crystal core. Once obtained, he needed to fuse it with the power of wrath. Yang was pumped. A hidden quest, finally. This reminds me of that old hidden class change quest, he said. Back when I needed the essence blood from the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon, but I used Black Dragon blood instead. He looked at the new objective. Now it's the power of wrath. But what if I fused it with the Dark Origin power instead? What kind of monster would that create? After planning things out, Yang headed toward the abyssal roar. He passed by the remains of a colossal dragon skeleton. Suddenly, a rain of arrows tore through the air, scattering across the scene. Mounted on the dragon, Yang charged toward the lair of the star-rank native demon boss, a beast sitting at a monstrous level 150. The moment Yang laid eyes on the creature, the oppressive wave of demonic energy hit him like a wall. The towering boss let out a booming roar. You dare come here alone and challenge me? Do you even know who I am? Yang interrupted without missing a beat. Yeah, save the speech. I'm on a timer. Let's get this over with. He dropped from the sky, landing smoothly with his dragon soul beside him. The boss snarled, clearly ticked off. You arrogant little insect. You'll regret underestimating me. Suddenly, volleys of mana flew like guided missiles, all zeroing in on the boss. 5 minutes later, the once fearsome demon was nothing but a smoldering heap, eyes wide in disbelief. I lost. To a mere human, he gasped. Yang tilted his head, unimpressed. Bit tougher than the silver dragon, sure, but that's about all you had going. He glanced around. That's it? Kinda anticlimactic. But just as he turned away, the boss gathered his last breath and fired a massive burst of mana straight from his mouth. A surprise final strike, packed with pure damage that ignored all defenses. The boss coughed out a laugh. Bet you didn't see that coming. A guaranteed kill shot. You're done for. The blast lit up the entire area in smoke and chaos, until Yang's voice casually echoed through it. You finished with your tantrum? The boss froze. Yang emerged from the haze, completely fine. No injury, no drama. Guess that saying's wrong. My HP barely dipped by 2%. The demon boss looked like he was about to cry. What the hell? Who's the real boss here, you or me? Yang gave a short laugh, then in one clean move, sliced the boss down. Obviously me, he said. I'm the boss. As the battle wrapped up, the hero stepped forward, eyes locked on the glowing object ahead. Could this be the demon crystal core from that elusive hidden quest? Once, the thought of it would have thrilled him. Now, it barely held his interest. Just then, a burst of golden energy pulsed from the core. As the light flickered in his gaze, a realization struck. Only by entering the abyssal depths could one obtain the raw, ancient power of the Lord of Original Sins. Not far off, the dragon hovered with a low rumble. It couldn't follow just yet. The Lord's power had to be granted first. Only then could it be transferred. With a single powerful beat of its wings, the dragon lifted off into the sky, noting that the window for connection hadn't reopened. They would have to wait until tomorrow. The scene shifted, revealing a majestic demon city, Suyong's personal stronghold. Inside, Elf stood by the window, lost in thought. Then she saw him. Her eyes lit up with a mix of relief and uncertainty. She had waited so long. But where exactly were they? The hero stepped forward confidently. This was the demon lord's domain, hidden deep within the abyss. Elf's eyes widened. A place like this. How could a human even be here? But he simply smiled. The truth was complicated, and her safety mattered most. Rumors had reached him. Another probe had started in the Elf Kingdom. Bringing her here had been the only way to keep her out of harm's reach. He promised her she'd be safe and well cared for. She hesitated, then slowly sat down on the nearby couch. Her voice dropped as she admitted something that had been on her mind. Sometimes, she couldn't tell if Yang was even human. Everything he did felt too extraordinary, but she meant no offense. Human or not, it didn't matter to her. He let out a soft chuckle and called her a silly girl. Of course he was human, just one with the ability to go beyond what most people could ever imagine. Far away, the scene changed once more. In the towering elf royal court, the princess sat high upon her throne, her voice sharp and clear as she addressed the knight commander before her. She looked straight at Tassie and reminded him of his mission, to escort Prince Eric and the others to the human realm. Then, with narrowed eyes, she demanded an explanation. Why had he come back so soon? Tassie bowed deeply, his voice heavy as he delivered the news. Prince Eric hadn't made it out of the secret realm. The princess froze for a split second, then shot to her feet. Panic broke through her usually composed demeanor as she cried out her son's name. The fear in her voice said it all. Something had gone terribly wrong. Before Tassi could add more, the Minister of Forbidden Magic stepped forward, urging him to explain in full. He also asked about young Master Allen, whose fate was still unknown. Tassi's tone turned grim. He confessed that much remained unclear. He had been in talks with the humans just outside the secret realm when the Pride King launched a sudden assault. From what he gathered, only the humans held the truth about what had taken place inside. The princess's expression darkened. Her voice rose, sharp with fury, as she questioned what use Tassi was if he couldn't even protect her own son. The minister quickly intervened, attempting to calm her. Yes, the Knight Commander bore some responsibility, but now was not the time for blame. What needed their attention, he argued, was the human world's betrayal on a scale too great to ignore. Taking a shaky breath, the princess pulled herself together. She agreed. Turning to the minister, she ordered him to send a message to the humans, demanding answers. If they dared to ignore her words, she vowed, the elves would rise. Before demons could even bring destruction, the longbows and magic of her people would make the human world bow in chains. The minister bowed low, accepting her decree without a word. Meanwhile, deep within the holy city of the human realm, the high priest stood solemnly before Pandora's box. Her heart was heavy with dread. The Pandora's box of Shiva Nation has been opened, she thought bitterly. Now that the world sees the gains Shiva reaped by turning to the abyssal demon faction, what's to stop the others from doing the same? With sorrow clouding her thoughts, she feared the worst. If that happens, chaos will consume the world. And when the Red Moon begins its invasion, who will be left to stop it? As her mind raced with grim possibilities, a palace attendant approached in haste. High Priest, envoys from the Elf Kingdom have arrived outside the holy city. So soon? She murmured, just as the grand doors creaked open. Striding through them came Carl Lawrence, his presence sharp and commanding. Without wasting a breath, he declared, "Humans, are you prepared to face the consequences of your ignorance? I'm not here for pleasantries. Hand over the ones responsible for the deaths of Prince Eric and Alan, or prepare to be conquered. Aid will no longer be our approach." The court erupted in shocked whispers. What does that even mean? The high priest raised a hand, cutting through the murmurs. Mr. Carl Lawrence, I advise you to choose your words carefully. To my knowledge, though your elf temple has reopened the divine path of job transfer, no divine-level figure has emerged for over 2 centuries. For a godless race, don't you think you're showing too much arrogance? But Carl didn't flinch. Unfortunately for you, I am one of those divine-tier beings. The room went silent. Tension thickened in the air. Then, stepping forward was Tang, a representative from Longxia. His voice rang out strong. In his view, this was still just a matter of level suppression. So long as no one crossed the divine threshold, there was always a chance to turn the tide. Longxia had seen countless miracles, cases where the weak had overcome the strong. If the elves were thinking about abandoning their alliance and choosing invasion instead, they were welcome to try. Carl's eyes narrowed. If it were just a matter of levels, sure, maybe miracles could happen. But what if I told you we possess not 1, but 2 divine weapons, and they're ready to complete their fusion? What then? Silence fell again, heavier than before. After a long pause, one human representative finally spoke, his voice low and weary. It was clear. Carl had the upper hand, and he knew it. Carl didn't stop there. He mentioned the Knight Commander had referred to a nation named Shiva, supposedly more willing to cooperate. He turned to the court and asked plainly, "Which one of you represents Shiva Nation?" The high priest's face turned grim. Her voice cut through the room with finality. Shiva Nation is no longer part of the human world. They've fallen and chosen to serve the abyssal demons of their own free will. Carl let out a dry scoff at the mention of Shiva Nation's betrayal. He had assumed humanity stood united, but clearly that was far from the truth. With a sharp tone, he repeated his question. Who among them was truly sincere about an alliance, and who was ready to hand over the killer? From the crowd, Tokugawa rose slowly. His voice was calm but resolute. He claimed to know who the murderer was, Su Yang from Longxia. Tang's fury flared instantly. "How dare you accuse him?" he snapped. But Tokugawa remained composed. He pointed out that Su Yang held the highest rank among the humans present and was using that position to block their ability to surrender him to Carl's forces. Carl shifted his piercing gaze to Tang, his tone turning colder. "Where is Su Yang?" Tang didn't waver. "I cannot tell you that." Carl stepped closer, his aura thick with menace. "So you've chosen death." Before he could take another step, the high priest's voice rang out, sharp and unwavering. Try me first. Carl paused, then exhaled and backed off slightly, changing tack. He'd heard there were other survivors from the secret realm. Where are they? He demanded. Tokugawa gestured toward a group in the chamber. They're the ones who witnessed what happened. If you want the truth, start with them. Two figures stepped forward from the group, and one of them, Virilia, called out for Lord Augustus. But Carl cut in before Augustus could respond. No one here seems willing to cooperate, so I'll be taking these two back with me for questioning, he announced, turning toward the high priest without waiting for a debate. Her expression tightened, but in the end, she gave a reluctant nod. She had no grounds to object. Hidden among the crowd, Makiko clenched her fists, troubled by what lay ahead. Once in the Elf Kingdom, everything changes. Suyang, what should we do now? Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Livia stood atop a sacred platform, overlooking the vast holy city. Her voice was barely a whisper. So this is the human realm's holy city. Executors, always choosing when to kill and when to save. Just tools in someone else's game. As the scene shifted, the hero lounged confidently on his throne, a faint swirl of darkness lingering at its base. With cool indifference, he scoffed at the ridiculous notion that the Elf Queen intended to enslave humanity. Leaning forward, his voice sharpened. He made it clear. As the sovereign of the abyss, he'd never let that happen. He immediately summoned his loyal subordinate. Without a hint of hesitation, he gave Livia her orders. Deal with that arrogant elf and bring back the two girls. Livia gave a crisp nod and melted into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. The hero watched her vanish, murmuring to himself with growing interest. He was eager to see what the King of Jealousy was truly capable of. Back at the summit, the gathering began to dissolve. Nobles and delegates quietly made their exit, their expressions tight with unease. Among them, Tokugawa approached Makiko, his voice low and forceful. He told her to reveal everything about Suyang once she reached the Elf Royal Court. This, he said, was how she could repay her debt to their nation. He warned her sternly, cross Lord Carl or the Queen, and she'd be labeled a traitor to Sakura. Makiko clenched her fists, the sting of betrayal cutting deep. He used to speak to her with such respect. Now he stood there, cold, unrecognizable. Virilia couldn't stay silent. She stepped forward and called Tokugawa out, her voice firm with protest. The high priest's staff struck the ground, his irritation clear. He rebuked Tokugawa, reminding him that his conduct was unworthy of a ruler. But Tokugawa remained unmoved. His mind was already elsewhere, calculating. One side of him watched from a distance. The other whispered, there might be a way to benefit from this. If he played his cards right, maybe he could earn something legally. Before things spiraled, Carl's commanding voice rang out. He reminded them he still had a report to deliver to the Queen. Obedience, he said, was a trait he valued. As a reward, he allowed Tokugawa to join them on their journey to the Aleph world. There, he promised, he'd help him level up. Tokugawa bowed theatrically, overflowing with fake gratitude. At Carl's signal, two guards stepped forward. In a flash, glowing restraints snapped into place around the girls, their magic digging into flesh and forcing grimaces of pain. No one dared speak. Without wasting another moment, the group marched into the thick jungle ahead. As they navigated the shaded trail, Tokugawa sidled up to Carl. In a hushed tone, he asked what would happen if Tang still refused a hand over Prince Eric's killer. Carl didn't flinch. He said he'd kill Tang and put someone else on the throne. Tokugawa's eyes gleamed with malicious delight. In his mind, Tang was already out of the picture. But just as it seemed the path forward was clear, the sky shifted. Darkness swept across the treetops as a crushing presence dropped from above, bringing the procession to a halt. Livia descended from the clouds, her form wrapped in dark energy. Tokugawa froze, eyes wide, his mind racing. Who is that? Carl narrowed his eyes, trying to analyze her. But then confusion crept in. He couldn't see her panel. His instincts screamed in alarm. Without a second thought, he fired a massive burst of magic at her. This woman, she's dangerously strong. But Livia didn't flinch. She swatted the attack aside like it was nothing, her voice cold and commanding. Pointless. From here on, your powers belong to me. A storm of dark energy exploded from her, and the sin of jealousy activated. In a heartbeat, she began draining everything: strength, skills, mastery, leaving Carl and the others powerless. Her ability didn't just steal, It improved what it took. Carl crumpled to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief. My power, it's all gone. Livia glanced at the swirling energy she'd collected, unimpressed. These skills? Absolute trash. She crushed the sphere down, refining the power. Pages, witness how I perfect this garbage skill you all treated like treasure. Energy surged as the refined abilities evolved beyond their limits. Carl watched helplessly, voice shaking. That's my skill. How is it even stronger now? Livia didn't bother answering. She just stood tall, calm, and collected, her victory absolute. Carl, desperate, tried to trigger his forbidden skill. Nothing happened. Panic set in. No activation? What? The truth hit him hard. Everything was gone. Tokugawa, watching in horror, completely lost it. He stumbled back, screaming, "Monster! Somebody help me!" Floating high above, Livia looked down with disdain, her voice cold and cutting. Annoying pest. Let's see how you handle this. Without warning, she stretched out her arms and fired a massive surge of blazing red magic, layered like waves of fire crashing down. Tokugawa and Carl froze, speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer force she unleashed. Makiko instinctively stepped back, murmuring, "This is beyond terrifying." Virelia, just as shaken, whispered, "What are we supposed to do now?" They stood motionless on an open, barren field, the air thick with dread. Even Virelia, usually composed, couldn't hide the fear settling in. In a sudden blur, Livia appeared beside them. "Come with me," she ordered sharply. Without waiting, she turned and led the way out. Elsewhere, in a sacred chamber far from the chaos, a priestess stood still, her face grim. A violent force had erupted moments ago, and she felt it in her core. The powerful energies of Carl, Lawrence, and Tokugawa had completely vanished. At her feet, a man knelt, trembling uncontrollably, his head bowed low. He muttered, "That power, it was terrifying." She stepped forward, her gaze focused. "Tell me, what happened on page 8? Still rattled, page 8 drew in a shaky breath. He said they had barely left when they encountered a strange woman. She didn't just seal their powers. She turned Carl's own strength against them and ended them instantly. The priestess's eyes widened. That kind of force, even someone who's undergone 9 divine transfers shouldn't be capable of that. A dark thought crept in. Could it be? Another king of original sin has appeared in the human realm? Her eyes scanned the space. Where are Makiko and Virelia? Strange. I don't see them anywhere. The man slowly lifted his head. Both Lord Carl and I were eliminated instantly. There's no way those two could have made it out alive. Her expression hardened. Then why do they keep surviving? Her voice grew tight with suspicion. They lived through Lucifer's attack outside the Dragon Spirit's hidden realm too. Back then, we assumed Adder was using it to set up Lingxia while hiding his connection to the Abyss. She paused, eyes narrowing. But Adder's locked up in the Holy City now. And yet again, Makiko and Virelia are still alive after facing a king of original sin. He stared up at her, the weight of her words slowly sinking in. A trace of realization flickered in his eyes as he hesitantly asked if that was what she was implying. Yang's gaze turned steely. "There's only one answer," she said firmly. "Everything leads back to Su Yang." The priest's face went white. Her lips parted, but the words came out strained. "You think the king of original sin is following Su Yang's orders?" Livia stood still, her brows drawing together as questions swirled in her mind. She couldn't begin to guess what the Lord's proxy was thinking. Why bring all these women here? What was the goal? Makiko's eyes swept the strange, shadowy surroundings. As she took in the unfamiliar landscape, a chill ran through her. "Is this the demon city?" she murmured, voice barely above a whisper. Virelia spun around sharply, her voice rising. "Why are we here? What is this supposed to mean?" Before anyone could answer, a voice echoed through the eerie silence. Calm, almost teasing. Familiar. "Relax. There's no need to panic." The women froze in place. That voice, it couldn't be. Their eyes searched the darkness. "Su Yang," they gasped, disbelief flooding their faces. He stepped into view, speaking in that same composed tone. "Livia, go on ahead." As he walked toward them, his face gave nothing away. "I can't tell you why I'm here, not yet," he said. "But trust me, you're safe here." Makiko hesitated, taking a cautious step closer. Her mouth opened as if to speak, but no words came out. "What is it?" Su Yang asked gently, his gaze meeting hers. She looked down, then whispered, "It's nothing." Livia stood off to the side, saying nothing. But her thoughts were racing. Su Yang showing up in this place, it could only mean one thing. He was one of them, a demon. Just then, Su Yang's voice called out again, this time directly to Makiko. She stepped forward, unsure, her eyes fixed on him. "Why did you save me?" He looked at her, his voice steady. "Because back then, you chose to believe in me. You told me you could see it in my eyes, that I wasn't a bad person. Do you still feel the same?" Silence fell. Virilia opened her mouth, then stopped, words failing her. Makiko stepped forward once more, her voice soft but clear. "I want to believe in you. I really do. I'm sure there's a reason behind everything you've done." Su Yang gave a faint nod, a quiet smile forming. "Thank you." While the others talked, Virilia stood quietly off to the side, observing everything. From what she'd seen, they were probably safe, at least for now. Even the king of original sin seemed to heed Su Yang's words. Crossing him would be reckless. Still, she couldn't shake the doubt. Did Makiko really still believe in Su Yang? Even so, she reminded herself, he had saved them from the elves. That alone spoke volumes. Su Yang turned to her. "Stay here for now," he instructed. "Once things calm down outside, I'll send you back." Makiko nodded, a small smile on her face. All right. The scene shifted. Inside the mansion, in a quiet room bathed in warm candlelight, the elf sat on the floor, a trace of sadness in her voice. "Two more duties brought back. Are you building a harem here now?" Su Yang chuckled and shot back playfully. "Are you jealous?" She turned her head, avoiding his gaze as her face colored. "You can bring back whoever you like. That's not what I care about. I just want a little time that's only ours. Ever since we got here, you've been so busy." He sighed and smiled gently. All right. Since you said that much, how can I refuse?" As the door clicked softly shut, he added, "I'll give you the time you want today." Later, with the candlelight flickering quietly, Su Yang sat alone in a chair, lost in thought. After acquiring the dark source power from the king of original sin, the fifth transfer would be within reach tomorrow. And with the experience he'd piled up, he could likely jump straight to max level and begin his sixth transfer quest. His gaze drifted to the darkness beyond the window. Everything in the demon abyss was unfolding as he planned. But the elf world, that was still an unknown risk. He figured he'd wait until the king's authority cooled off, then bring Wrath back and send him to investigate. He stood and walked slowly to the window. If the elves weren't as strong as expected, then letting the kings of original sin take over their world first was completely viable. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes. Once he dealt with the Lord of original sin, he'd stand at the top of all three factions. Pressing a hand to the cold glass, he murmured to himself, humans and demons could coexist. But the elves? They'd have to bow their heads. Just then, a quiet voice echoed behind him, soft yet eerie, speaking of the surprise Su Yang would feel once he received the Abyss's gift. Su Yang stilled for a moment, his mind shifting gears. He had nearly forgotten the Shiva Nation's people. By now, those noble families had probably all been brought over, especially Amino. His expression hardened. Su Yang never let grudges slide. It was time Amino answered for everything. The scene cut to the sanctuary, where towering spires loomed above and silence hung heavy in the air. A group of high-ranking priests stood beneath them, unmoving. One figure stepped forward, cloaked in deep blue, her face tense with unease. She moved closer to the grand statue at the temple's center, placing a hand gently against its cold surface as if seeking a sign. Her thoughts were sharp. Every clue, she had pointed to one conclusion: Su Yang. Could he really be tied to the Lord of the Abyss? She looked up at the sacred emblem etched above the statue, lost in thought. A 5-star transfer. For most, that was an impossible feat. This would be a challenge for any genius, she finally said aloud. But in her mind, the thought continued. If Su Yang truly is the Abyss Lord's incarnation, then pulling off a 5-star transfer will be second nature to him. Her focus narrowed. The priest who oversaw Su Yang's last transfer, she might hold the answers. The scene shifted again, now in the glowing, marble-lined halls of Tianling City's job change temple. The atmosphere buzzed with tension. The floor vibrated faintly beneath their feet, and the massive holy statue at the room's center began to glow with a strange, radiant light. Bai Ling stepped into the temple just as the glow intensified. Her eyes locked onto the statue. She whispered, "Could this be the holy statue's summoning?" something that had never happened before. Before she could say more, a voice cut in. A figure approached, her presence commanding. Her robes shimmered like starlight trailing behind her. "I am Euphemia, third holy high priestess," she said with authority. "I've come in the name of the holy statue." Bai Ling's eyes widened. She instinctively stepped back, stunned. "Euphemia?" Euphemia's gaze didn't waver. "Tell me everything you know about Su Yang." Bai Ling repeated his name in disbelief, her voice barely steady. The question hit her like a wave, one she hadn't prepared to face. Bai Ling finally opened up to the high priestess, deciding it was time to lay it all out. Everything she knew about Su Yang. She had assumed the priestess already knew most of it, but now she wanted to go into detail about the man behind the miracles. The priestess was completely blindsided. None of this was what she'd expected. Bai Ling even got a little awkward as she recalled the first time they met. Back then, Su Yang had just been a regular fighter, nothing special. Who would have imagined he'd become the stuff of legends? She talked about the times they shared. Even the priestess had crossed paths with him once. According to Bai Ling, every jaw transplant he performed was textbook perfect, flawless like top-tier mastery. He took down Crimson Wither without breaking a sweat. He even brought the Black Dragon to heel. And the pavilion's young lady? She straight up fell for him. Literally. So yeah, that's everything I know about Su Yang. Happy now, Bai Ling said, still clearly tangled in her own feelings. She didn't have to say it. It was obvious. She repeated herself, saying she'd told the princess everything. But the princess didn't say a word. And in that moment, Bai Ling knew she wasn't the only one who had fallen for Su Yang. She'd underestimated her. Then the princess finally spoke up. "Is there still something you're not telling me about you and Su Yang?" They stood at the foot of the holy statue, a place where truth couldn't be twisted. With Su Yang's name so close, Bai Ling couldn't dodge the question. She hesitated, fumbling for the right words. The priestess exhaled softly and said, "It's all right. If you happen to see Su Yang again, tell him I'd like to speak with him." Bai Ling didn't want to carry that message, but she couldn't say no. She nodded. Still, the doubt lingered in her mind. Am I just reading too much into this? But the priestess had worries of her own. With Carl Lawrence gone, she hoped the elves might finally soften their stance. And yet, the future felt more uncertain than ever. "Oh Lord," she prayed, "please guide humanity through this darkness." Meanwhile, back in the elves' castle, the atmosphere had turned tense. A disturbing rumor was making the rounds. Demons from the abyss were targeting the Shiva people. One among them refused to believe it. There had to be more to the story. Without hesitation, they set off to confront the demon high priest directly. On their way to the demon high priest, the group suddenly found their path blocked by a towering squad of demons. One of them stepped forward, eyes narrowing as he singled out a young elf. "Are you a miner?" he asked. The elf answered respectfully, confirming he was, and offered to help in any way he could. That's when the massive demon lunged forward, clamping a hand around the elf's head like he was picking up a doll. Hoisting him into the air, the demon announced the verdict. By order of the demon high priest, Amino stands accused of insulting the great lord. His sentence is death. Amino froze, completely blindsided. His friend rushed to his defense, insisting there had to be some mistake. Amino would never speak ill of the great lord. Even Amino tried to explain himself, saying he had no idea what this was about and that he'd never said anything disrespectful. But the demon wasn't having it. This is the great lord's will. If you got a problem, take it up with him. With that, he ordered his men to drag Amino away. The others stood frozen, helpless, watching as their friend was taken. Back at the demon job transfer temple, Lady Livia stood tall, surrounded by power. Her voice rang out, demanding that the accused blasphemer be brought forward. Amino, desperate now, dropped to his knees and begged for mercy. He swore he'd never said anything against the Lord, pleaded for a chance to prove himself, and even declared his hatred for humans. Anything to stay alive. He promised to become the fiercest warrior the demons had ever seen. But his plea was met with a crushing blow. A demon slammed his head into the floor with a sickening thud, then announced his presence to Lady Livia. She turned, eyes cold, and sneered. So this was the insect who dared to speak against the Lord? Amino, still reeling, begged once more. He swore there was no offense, no intent to insult. But Livia silenced him immediately, questioning whether someone like him even deserved to be heard in her presence. Then came a slap. Violent, sudden, and brutal. Blood sprayed across the temple walls as Amino's body slammed into the stone behind him. That's when he walked in, calm and composed. Su Yang stepped forward and said to Amino, "If you're wondering why you're being punished for blasphemy, lift your head. The answer's right in front of you." Amino slowly raised his head, and the moment he saw the figure standing before him, his face went pale. His voice barely came out. "No way, it can't be." But it was. Su Yang stood there, composed and unreadable. His voice was steady as he introduced himself. "This is our first meeting. I'm Su Yang, born in Longxia, now acting Lord of the Abyss and representative of its will. That makes me Crown Prince of the Damned Abyss." He stepped forward and gripped Amino by the head, speaking quietly, but with weight. "Your brother, Alter, he tried to wipe out everyone in the Dragon Spirit's secret realm. That included me. And now, your nation's betrayal brought you straight to the damned faction. Bold, sure, but stupid." Amino trembled. How do you know all of this? Were you watching me this whole time?" Su Yang turned away, almost dismissively. People who plot always think they're safe, but they forget every move has a price. And now, go ahead and join your son. Alter will be down there soon, too. The chill in those words hit deep. Desperate, Amino let out a roar. His arms twisted into a writhing mass of serpents, which launched straight at Su Yang with lethal speed. But they never landed. A flicker of flame lit the air as the princess stepped in between. Fire danced on her fingertip as she shouted, "Attack the Lord's representative, and you add another sin to your name." She held up her hand, letting the fire grow. With a grin, she added, "This little power of yours, better suited for slow, painful sessions. Take your time enjoying it." No one even saw the strike, just heard it. Amino's scream tore through the halls, echoing all the way to the edge of the castle. The snakes he summoned didn't stand a chance. They disintegrated into ash midair. Su Yang didn't flinch. He looked down and said, "This is what it means to pay for your actions." Then, without looking back, he gave the order. "Take him away. Execute him. No delay." The guards moved fast. No hesitation. Amino was dragged off as his cries faded into silence. Turning to the room, Su Yang made his next decree. The incoming demon class from the Shiva Nation will be reclassified as a lower race. From now on, they'll serve as attendants. Lady Livia gave a crisp nod. Understood. As the tension lifted, Su Yang's focus shifted inward. The Shiva Nation was no longer a threat. Next on his list, the Elf Nation and that scheming fool, Tokugawa. Their reckoning was only a matter of time. The scene shifts to the majestic court of the Elf King, a towering fortress that radiates power. A battered figure limps toward the gates, bloodied and barely standing. The guards immediately recognize him. It's Lord Karl, finally back. His mind is in turmoil. Who was that woman? Her power wasn't something any human should be capable of. The way she moved, the aura around her, none of it felt normal. Could she have come from the abyss? But how? And now, he had no choice but to report this to the queen, and she would not take this lightly. Inside the court, the queen waited, composed, yet clearly anticipating news. As Karl entered, she greeted him coolly, noting his return. Without wasting a moment, she asked about the one responsible for Prince Erich's death. Karl dropped to his knees, crushed by the weight of his failure. With his head bowed, he confessed. The killer had been identified, a young man named Su Yang, a human from Longxia. But what shocked the court more, he had tamed the Black Dragon. Gasps rang out across the chamber. Murmurs erupted. The Black Dragon? That beast was said to bring ruin wherever it flew. One of the elves muttered darkly. It had to be destroyed. The atmosphere turned grim. All eyes turned to the queen, waiting for her verdict. In a flash, her rage exploded. She slammed her fist into a nearby stone column, shattering it instantly. Her voice rang out. Where was Su Yang? Karl stayed bowed, his voice strained. He explained that 2 survivors from the Dragon Spirit's hidden realm might have known Su Yang's whereabouts. But on the journey back, they were ambushed. The attacker, a demon of immense power, defeated him easily. The survivors vanished. Their fate was unknown. The queen's expression darkened. Karl's voice quivered as he continued. That demon, it was beyond terrifying. Its strength might rival the king of original sin himself. One of the elf lords gasped. The High Minister had fallen? Just how powerful was this creature? A chill swept through the court. If a demon tied to the king of original sin had managed to escape the abyss and infiltrate the human realm, then it might only be a matter of time before it reached the elf lands. Another elf lord stepped forward, his voice urgent. According to the High Minister's final report, the abyss demon's strength might be unimaginable. He urged the queen to not only pursue the investigation into Prince Erich's death, but also to accelerate negotiations with the humans to confront the looming threat together. The elf chiefs exchanged solemn nods, their agreement unanimous. The queen let out a long breath. If her ministers were all aligned, then so be it. In the name of the holy nature goddess, she declared her willingness to set aside her mourning, for now, and unite with the humans against the rising abyss threat. But she made one thing crystal clear. Prince Erich's death would not be forgotten. The one who took his life would be found, and their blood would honor the royal family. Her voice lingered in the hall as all eyes turned toward the massive gate embedded in the giant tree, the heart of their enchanted stronghold. One of the elf lords stepped forward, chanting solemnly. He called upon the holy nature goddess, praying that the queen's light would shine even beyond the mortal realm. Quietly, that same elf lord reflected on the ancient war between elves and black dragons. They'd wiped out 95 of the beasts over generations. In fact, black dragons no longer existed in the Dragon Kingdom. Not once had one appeared carrying the blood of the ancient devourer. Surely, he thought, the one that boy had tamed couldn't be of such rare lineage. If that were true, crushing it would be no more difficult than swatting a fly. The scene cuts to our hero, now seated on a throne, face to face with a demon lord. The ground beneath him hums with a powerful rhythm, pulsing with raw energy. He leans back, savoring the sensation of his long-lost strength returning piece by piece. Every surge brings that familiar rush, and soon, he knows it will all be his again. Power, once reclaimed, is no longer borrowed, it's owned. Dark energy dances across his fingertips as he extends his hand, testing it. His thoughts drift. With Lucifer and Livia now revealed, both humans and elves would be watching closely. But in the calm that follows such a storm, neither side would act rashly. That silence would be his chance to grow stronger. His gaze shifts to the semi-artifact before him. He sees it not as a barrier, but as a tool, something he can break through, bend to his will, and eventually wield as his own. Suddenly, a burst of energy whips across the chamber, striking the chained Lucifer. A notification flashes into existence. Semi-artifact Rage King's armor has been broken. Equipment and special restrictions removed. More data surged in. His stats skyrocketing, raw strength now radiating off him like heat. Every number was proof of how far he'd climbed. His mind raced ahead, assessing the battlefield. 100,000 diamond tier demons, 1,000 star tier, 100 crescent tier, and 10 solar tier elites. The kind of force that would bring even demigods to their knees. But with the might of the king of original sin coursing through him, they were nothing but fleeting shadows. All it would take was a moment. He exhaled sharply, so sharp it shattered the sound barrier. Then, with a simple flick of the wrist, a surge of energy rippled out from the tower like a shockwave. The creatures outside stirred. Whispers spread through the dark. They believed the demon lord had awakened. He raised his hand, calm and in full control. Energy formed tightly in his palm, dense and dangerous. Another notification lit up. Level 143, star tier, native demon slain. Experience gained, 1 million. His stats leapt again. Then more kills followed, his total experience exploding to 53 billion. He allowed himself a grin. This was efficiency at its finest. Unmatched, unstoppable, completely satisfying. Suddenly, glowing runes lit up the air above him. The chain monster was released. He called it flawless. Dark energy swirled lazily in his hand as he summoned Lucifer. She appeared instantly, kneeling before him, awaiting orders. He extended the black energy toward her and commanded her to pass it to his agent. She reached for it without hesitation. Understood, she replied. Curious, he asked her opinion of the one he'd chosen. She answered without pause. The choice was yours, my lord. It is not our place to question. He noticed it, how she never dared cross him, not like she did with the others. The difference was impossible to ignore. Then Livia stepped forward, requesting a private audience. Her tone was urgent. He didn't blink. Is it about the Red Moon invasion? She nodded. The intel had arrived without warning, and she confessed she wasn't sure how to handle it. Her voice wavered as she asked, what is the Red Moon truly? A blinding crimson light erupts from the Scarlet Gate, pulsing with dark energy. From within, a monstrous figure steps into view, and the air turns ice cold. His gaze cuts like knives, gleaming with menace. He is Crimson Wither, the whisperer of chaos, feared across realms. Lucifer watches him with narrowed eyes, completely unbothered. She scoffs under her breath, calling him nothing more than another insect. Without a second thought, she launches a massive surge of pink energy straight at him. The explosion rocks the field, but Crimson Wither strides through it untouched, like it was never there. Lucifer's eyes widen. That shouldn't be possible. Even Livia is stunned into silence. Annoyed, Livia steps forward and snaps at Lucifer. If you can't deal with this joke, I will. Energy flares from her hands, wild, blazing, and she fires without hesitation. But just like before, it's useless. The blast passes right through him. Crimson doesn't even flinch. Livia goes rigid. Her attack, it didn't land. It felt like he wasn't even there, like he exists on a different level entirely. Then it hits her. Not even Demon King magic can touch him. Could the legends be real? Is Crimson Wither truly invincible unless faced by a hero? But then another thought creeps in. What if the hero is possessed by a demon lord? As if summoned by the question, the Demon King rises from his throne. Darkness gathers in his palm, crackling with blood-red light. The very air vibrates under its weight. For the first time, Crimson Wither halts. The Demon King wastes no time. His attack erupts, pure, raw annihilation, tearing across the field. And this time it hits. Crimson Wither's form begins to crack, breaking into fragments of light and shadow. Lucifer watches in awe, whispering under her breath, stunned by her lord's power. But isn't over. Crimson's broken body shifts and reforms, revealing his true self. Crimson Eye. The Demon King clenches his fist, eyes locked on the creature. He remembers the last time, the hesitation, the failure. But not this time. He won't falter again. He will finish this. He looks around, suddenly unsure. This world, this battlefield, is it inside the gate? A spiritual illusion? There's no time to answer. The fight has already begun. The Red Lord stands firm before the Scarlet Gate. Crimson Eye beside him, and mutters internally. The weight in the air is crushing, enough to rattle even the Abyss Lord's will. Suddenly, beams of radiant light pour down from above. The red creature drops to his knees, stunned. He can't believe it. His strength completely suppressed. Is this illusion realm really tearing him apart? The Demon King raises a glowing palm, silent and calm. He thinks to himself that this was an unexpected gift. Something deeper than the King of Original Sin has awakened. Now it makes sense why the job transfer temper always hesitated before the Red Moon. There's a realm past the Crimson Gate, beyond the bleeding glow, that no one has ever touched. Nearby, Livia and Lucifer are on their knees. Livia's grip slips, and the chain in her hand drops to the ground. Lucifer glances toward the god and speaks softly. His soul has changed. Then she asks, "Has His Majesty been touched by Crimson?" Livia doesn't speak, only watches in silence, the same question in her mind. But the Demon King, still seated, waves it off like it's meaningless. "There's no issue," he says coolly. "Let's return to the matter at hand. It's time I taught you about the Red Moon." The name alone makes Lucifer pause. Red Moon invasion, and Crimson, fused with a Red Moon crystal core, she murmurs. Livia presses her hand to her face, overwhelmed. It's too much, all of it. The Demon King tells her not to get lost in thought. This isn't something to understand. It must be lived. He explains that he's scouted the abyss with his power. What he found confirms the worst. Crimson energy is starting to bleed into the shadows. Even demons who've completed their job transfers perfectly can now spark a Red Moon invasion. "What do you mean?" Livia asks, eyes narrowing. He turns to her. As the higher demon priestess, she will oversee all Red Moon matters. If a Crimson Gate appears, she is to destroy whatever heresy comes through and offer him its crystal core. Then he declares, "Those who bring me 1,000 Red Moon crystal cores will receive a fragment of my origin power." Livia bows her head. "As you will, my lord." Then, his gaze shifts beyond the gate, reaching into the unknown. He speaks quietly. This world stretches far beyond what they know. The Lord of Original Sins is not his final rival. One day, he will rise above even that crimson force and unravel the greatest mystery of all. The scene shifts to a sacred city bathed in golden light. The high priestess gazes skyward and murmurs, "It's been less than 2 weeks since the last Red Moon, and already another rises." And now, the abyss begins to stir. Far away, the drums of global conflict are starting to beat. A world-ending crisis is forming. Quietly, she pleads in her heart. Will the true savior arrive? The one who can pull them back from the brink. Just then, Suyang steps forward, announcing his return with quiet calm. Without warning, a girl rushes to him and throws her arms around him, holding on tightly. Caught off guard, Suyang blinks, feeling the sudden warmth press against him. She lifts her face, voice shaking. I had a nightmare. I saw a red moon, opening its jaws and devouring everything. Her grip tightens. I don't want that to happen. He listens quietly, then taps her gently on the head with a faint smile. You really don't believe in me that much? He asks. Why not picture me punching that red moon into dust instead? She says nothing, only clings to him more and whispers, I'm just scared, because you're all I have left. Before he can answer, Lucifer appears nearby, watching the scene unfold. She remarks dryly, the proxy seems quite preoccupied. Suyang glances her way. Yeah, he replies, and something tells me things are only going to get more hectic. Let me know if anything important happens. The girl instinctively hides behind him, cautious. Lucifer steps closer and offers him a glowing crystal shard. My lord entrusted this to me. It's yours now, protect it. Suyang takes the shard and holds it for a moment, eyes thoughtful. As he watches her walk away without hesitation, a quiet realization settles in. That kind of trust means she must think highly of him. The scene shifts once more, now to a volcanic wasteland, where monsters thrash in molten rivers and screams echo through burning air. A warped voice rises from the chaos, laced with madness and glee. The red moon crystal gold is mine, the voice howls. I'll trade it for origin power from my lord. Soon, I'll be a lord myself. Laughter, wild and frenzied, fills the sky. Above the burning battlefield, Lucifer glides silently, slicing through the sky like a shadow drawn across a canvas. Her voice, low and sharp, cuts through the air. How dare anyone challenge her lord's will? In her grasp, a red moon crystal core glows with ominous light. Her gaze sharpens with disdain. She speaks to no one in particular, questioning why her lord would place faith in that proxy. Weak, indulgent, unworthy. A decision that, in her eyes, tarnishes his divine name. But the decree is clear. 1,000 red moon crystals offered, and a piece of origin power shall be returned. Lucifer clenches the core tighter. Her eyes gleam, not with doubt, but with fierce determination. She whispers to herself, I must do more. I must be overflowing with my lord's power. Then, with a single motion, she raises her hand toward the heavens. A surge of pink energy detonates across the land, lighting the battlefield in violent hues. And through the chaos, her voice rings out, calm, unflinching. Let the slaughter begin. After the burst of pink energy collapses inward, the air sizzles with raw tension. Floating high above, Lucifer's crimson eyes gleam, and a twisted grin plays on her lips. From the flickering remnants of the blast, a voice rings out, ancient, cold, unwavering. Let the mistake be fed to the crimson moon. A skeletal figure steps forward through the smoke and dying light. His name, Crimson Wither. Class, Ancient Chanter, Divine Rank. Lucifer's dark wings stretch wide as she soars higher. Her voice cuts through the sky, sharp and commanding. A heretic dares to speak judgment to an original sin? Pathetic. Your decay is meaningless before my supremacy. She knocks an arrow, surging with raw energy, and fires. The shot lands dead center between the skeleton's ribs, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. Only a shallow dent remains. The figure plucks the arrow from his chest, unfazed. He stares at it with cold contempt. Empty pride, not even worth a mention. Then he crushes the arrow in his hand. His voice drops, low and ominous. You, in this crumbling world, will all fall beneath the crimson moon. Out of nowhere, a flood of blood-red energy explodes around Lucifer, blanketing the scene in a wave of scarlet. She hesitates, stunned. Her earlier confidence flickers. The skeletal figure lifts his gaze toward her. This is the fate of those who challenge the crimson moon. With jagged claws at the ready, the figure steps forward, prepared to strike. Lucifer reacts instantly, her arms outstretched as a massive domain erupts around her. Energy ripples, warping space as a colossal barrier forms. The claws come crashing down, only to be halted by the wall of force. Even the ancient figure falters. A spatial domain this wide? Even Crimson Wither seems taken aback. Lucifer's voice cuts in, laced with cruel amusement. Her opponent, bloated with pride, is about to witness true fear. She gathers her strength once more. So, you want to see terror? In one clean stroke, she slices the figure in half. His body disintegrates into radiant fragments of pink light. Still hovering, Lucifer lets out a short scoff. That's it, she mutters, then falls silent, thoughtful. Just like her lord warned. Enemies inside the Crimson Gate reflect the strength of their targets. That means they can hurt her. Still, was that really the level 100 monster, Talon? Could it have wandered into the thorns by accident? Suddenly, a glowing system notification appears. Crimson Wither defeated. Reward: 8,000 moon crystal core. Lucifer lets out a soft chuckle, eyes glinting with delight. 8,000. Just enough to trade for 8 fragments of her lord's core essence. Her breathing deepens, anticipation curling in her chest. This time, she's certain her lord will fill her more completely than ever before. A subtle warmth rises to her cheeks. Under her breath, she whispers, "I can't wait." But then she freezes. Something's wrong. Crimson energy has wrapped itself around her body. Tight, invasive. She can't recall when it latched on, only that it refuses to let go. It doesn't seem harmful, at least not yet, but she makes a mental note to bring it up at her next audience. The scene cuts to Suyang, who stands quietly, holding the Red Moon crystal core in his hands. He exhales calm and focused. "Begin," he mutters, ready to trigger the class change quest. As the ritual progresses, a faint figure lingers nearby, silently observing. A system prompt flashes across the screen, quest detected. Then, moments later, quest complete. Rewards start to list one after another. Suyang feels a spark ignite within him. It's subtle but clear. He's leveled up. Didn't even realize how much experience I'd stored up, he mutters. At this pace, next time, he might hit the max level all at once. More notifications scroll by. He smiles faintly. His spirit attribute now far exceeds the threshold needed to use Augustin's forbidden spellbook. With his current power, he figures even a basic strike is enough to crush most foes. Dark energy begins to swirl around him, thick and heavy. His eyes narrow. Something's changed. A new force is entering him. Purple light winds around his arms and legs as the fusion begins. To his surprise, there's no pain, nothing like what he endured during the third bestowal. The process feels seamless. He wonders if his deepening bond with the King of Original Sin is increasing his affinity. Then, without warning, a massive shockwave of evil energy erupts from his body. Darkness explodes outward, ripping through space like a blast wave. Suyang stumbles back, eyes wide, completely unprepared for the force of what just awakened. Outside the temple, every monster goes still, frozen mid-movement. One by one, their heads tilt skyward, eyes locked onto the storm of energy swirling above like a living force. In an instant, they all drop to their knees, heads bowed low in solemn devotion. Even Livia, standing in the ruined shadows, looks up. Her voice trembles as she murmurs, "Is it him? Has our Lord descended himself?" All around her, the monsters begin to chant in unison, "Long live the Lord." Inside the building, Varela and the green-eyed girl watch the scene unfold through the shattered walls of the demon temple. A wave of pressure crashes down around them, heavy and suffocating. The two exchange wary glances. Varela whispers, more to herself than anyone else. Something just awakened, something terrifying. Through the window, they see the thick current of evil energy rising like a storm cloud, and it's coming straight from the temple's core. She narrows her eyes. Who could hold that kind of power? Strong enough to bring every demon to their knees in an instant. Her voice drops lower. Could it be him? Has the King of Original Sin truly returned? Beside her, her sister suddenly collapses to her knees, visibly shaking. Another girl rushes to her side. What's wrong? Varela stares, her voice unsteady. I think she might have been part of some summoning ritual. Let's hope I'm wrong. Without a word, the green-eyed girl steps forward. Determined, she activates her magic and focuses on the swirling energy. The second her sight pierces through it, her eyes widen, utter disbelief written across her face. It's Suyang. In the heart of the storm, Suyang stands firm as power floods into him. He raises his gaze, calm and steady. So this is the peak of dark power, he says softly. A system alert appears. Hidden class change quest complete. He lets a quiet smile form. This power, it was only supposed to be unlocked by defeating a king of original sin. And yet, somehow, it's awakened early. Only 5 minutes of use, but 5 minutes is all he'll need. This is what a hidden class reward should feel like, he says, voice brimming with confidence. Absolute perfection. But then, a voice shatters the calm, crackling with fury. Lucifer steps forward, eyes blazing. Her energy rips through the air around her as she glares at him. She's furious, and she's not holding back. You're nothing more than a regent. Lucifer snaps, her voice burning with rage. You have no right to wield the Lord's power, let alone command the abyssal faithful to kneel. Don't forget, you're just a puppet. Suyang turns to face her, calm and smiling. Before she can say more, he cuts in. If that's what you think, then it's time to change your perspective. His power ignites, black energy swirling with pink streaks, distorting the air around him. With a slow raise of his hand, the energy sharpens into something crystalline and radiant. Let me show you exactly what this power feels like. In his palm, a small glowing projectile forms, then bursts forward. Lucifer and Livia barely dodge in time as the blast slices through the air, cracking the space it passes. Lucifer snarls, her anger deepening. Keep abusing the Lord's power like this, she warns, and I'll make sure you regret it. But before she can move, everything changes. The air shifts. A heavy pressure presses down out of nowhere, and both Lucifer and Livia suddenly go still. Lucifer's breath catches. My power, it's gone. Her voice shakes. So is my arrogance. Livia stares at her hands, stunned. I can't feel anything. What is this? Suyang remains still, gaze level. A regent doesn't just serve the Lord's will, he says quietly. A true regent wields it. Without meaning to, Lucifer drops to her knees. The weight of his presence crushes her. For a moment, she believes it's not the regent standing before her, but the Lord himself. She shakes off the thought and rises again, steadying herself. Your strength is clear. I'll follow your command for now, but cross the line again, and I won't forgive it. Suyang doesn't flinch. Hands still in his pockets, he answers coldly. Even without the Lord's blessing, you're nothing. Lucifer turns, silent. Her steps are slow and heavy with wounded pride. She leaves without another word, hoping, deep down, that he proves worthy of what he's claimed. The two figures fade into the distance. Suyang watches them go, a faint grin tugging at his lips. Lucifer's pride? It only makes her more entertaining. After all, he thinks, who in their right mind would reject such a powerful, beautiful, and fiercely loyal follower? Suyang stood alone before the looming demon statue, calmly navigating the glowing interface in front of him. His fingers swept across the screen with practiced ease. He muttered to himself, that should be enough dark origin power to trigger 4 activations. 3 left now, and even that's pushing it. My body's barely holding together with just a trace. His eyes narrowed. Maybe once I hit 6th tier, I can finally unleash more of it. He tapped on the screen again, bringing up the requirements for a 5-star quest, his path to the 6th tier. A new window slid into view, revealing the 5-star target. Suyang gave a short laugh. Going solo against a glorious moon tier enemy, while still at 5th tier? For most, that's a death sentence. But not for him. He raised one hand, emerald flames dancing into life in his palm. If I consume him with gluttony authority, how much stronger will I become? He paused, then smirked. Let's find out. The scene shifted. Far below the surface, deep within the 19th floor of the abyss, darkness blanketed the cavern. A colossal black dragon lay coiled across jagged stone, its wings so vast they draped across multiple platforms. Its scales shimmered with dark energy. Standing on the beast's back, Suyang looked ahead. The screen zoomed in, focusing on a terrifying figure approaching. A sharp, cold voice echoed across the floor. Under Lord Livia's newly established abyss law, the final 10 floors of each 100 are claimed for the rising Devon elite. From the shadows stepped a grotesque creature, limbs jagged like blades, towering with brutal presence. Demon Lord Lovick. Lovick snarled. Who sent you? You dare trespass? Aren't you afraid of Lord Livia's wrath? Suyang held his sword, its edge humming with divine malice. He answered, if this law really came from Livia, then she's clearly trying to revive the demon hierarchy, especially after Demon City rose to power. She's hungry for more. Lovick roared, a thunderous blast that shook the entire floor. I don't care who you answer to. In the abyss, there's only one rule. Eat or be eaten. As Lovick's attack surged forward, Suyang's form flickered, his humanity stripped away in an instant. He had become something else, something far beyond mortal. Now, he stood as a demon king. With a grin, he asked, "So tell me, ready to die?" Across the battlefield, a system alert flashed. Great Sin triggered. Lovick froze mid-strike. He sensed the change, but it was already far too late. Their weapons collided with a violent force, the air between them ripping apart as magic and metal clashed. Time seemed to stop, just for a breath, before the final blow landed. Lovick was slammed into the earth. His grotesque body cracked open, exposing his warped core. The arrogance in his face melted into fear and desperation. Staring up at his opponent, he gasped, "Regent Sama, please have mercy." Floating above with wings blazing, Suyang looked down coldly. "You're mine now. I'll be testing my power on you. No resistance. No refusal." Lovick instantly submitted. "Anything you ask. Even if you want me to die 10,000 times, I'll do it." Suyang lifted his gaze skyward, energy surging through him like wildfire. A single word echoed from his lips, arrogance confirmed. His body pulsed with new strength. The system flashed again. Great Sin unlocked, greed authority. Descending slowly through the thick air, Suyang landed in front of the trembling creature. He eyed him and asked, "You got any star-type gear?" Lovick stammered, "Yes. Everything I have. I even carry glorious moon-type items." Suyang raised his blade, the edge gleaming ominously. "Don't bother," he said. "My star-tier juggler's old anyway. Perfect for what I've got in mind." A swirling green light lit up in his palm. The power of greed was awakening. Suddenly, his dagger shattered into shards and reformed, morphing into a dazzling key, wrapped in an eerie glow. A system panel blinked onto the screen, revealing stats and descriptions for the shield class. Suyang exhaled slowly, reading it over. Not even an attack skill, and yet the utility's insane. Holding the key tight, he grinned. "This thing lets me strip my opponent's gear, star tier versus someone completely unarmed." Then, he turned toward Lovick again. "One more thing. I want to try out my final skill. Great Sin, Sloth, activation pending." Lovick stood frozen as the screen displayed the skill's details. Without hesitation, Suyang tossed him the equipment and ordered, "Use your abilities. All of them. Include the scroll." Lovick obeyed instantly, pouring his magic into the gear. A blazing red aura exploded outward, streaking straight towards Suyang. Before it hit, Lovick called out, "Be careful. That's a forbidden spell." But Suyang didn't move. He stayed aloft, perfectly still, as the crimson light shot at him. Then, just before impact, the energy vanished like smoke in the wind. Lovick blinked, unable to process what had just happened. The forbidden magic, completely neutralized. He stared in awe. Suyang gave a small nod. Not bad. But beneath his calm, his thoughts churned. That spell drained almost everything in seconds. Even with Reaper mode, I'd barely last 3 minutes. His expression stayed unreadable as he slowly exhaled. The final authority, Lust, still sealed. I won't be testing it today. Maybe later. Nearby, Lovick dropped to his knees, utterly spent. "Did I serve you well, Regent Sama?" Suyang landed softly beside him. "You did. I appreciate the effort." He took a step forward. "Now, just one last thing." Lovick slowly raised his head. "Command me." Suyang lifted his hand. Energy surged around his fingers, crackling with raw power. "Offer your head." In the blink of an eye, Lovick was gone, struck down instantly. The scene shifted. Far away, in the sacred palace temple, the high priestess sat on her elevated throne, surrounded by her inner circle. Her voice was low, solemn. "It seems Lilith has also fallen to Suyang." One subordinate stepped forward and gave a sharp nod. "We received confirmation from the human world. A scout from India reported seeing Princess Lilith enter a known residence belonging to Suyang. She vanished soon after, likely hidden again." The high priestess clenched her fists, her voice turning sharp and venomous. "This woman, this Suyang, has crossed every line. She didn't just enslave the Black Dragon, a harbinger of ruin. She slaughtered my son Erich, and now she's abducted my daughter." She rose from her seat, hands trembling as fury and heartbreak collided. "Her crimes are unforgivable. In the name of the sacred goddess of nature, by the honor of the elven royal bloodline, I issue this decree. Suyang is to be killed on sight. No mercy, no survivors, not a single trace left behind. The chamber erupted. Kill, 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 the subordinates chanted, their voices thundering in unison. The high priestess turned to the minister of arcana, eyes locked on his. Her voice held no hesitation. This time, you will descend into the human realm, not to observe, but to initiate an alliance. The date of our crusade against the abyss must be set. Then she held out a gleaming relic, an artifact glowing with ancient might. For this mission, I grant you temporary control of the royal artifact. This artifact has two purposes, the high priestess declared. First, to strike fear into the hearts of ignorant humans. Second, if another king of original sin from the abyss appears, destroy them instantly. The minister bowed low, then raised his chain-like staff, its shaft pulsing with golden mana. With unwavering resolve, he said, Your Majesty, I swear to spread the sacred goddess's glory across the human world. I will make them understand. Obedience is their only hope. The high priestess gave a single nod. The meeting is over. Walk with me. Within the palace halls, she pointed to the softly glowing staff in his hands. That mana, what is it? The minister offered a small bow. It uses the royal bloodline as a beacon to track the cursed princess. The high priestess's expression darkened. And you believe it's worth burning sacred blood for a girl who brought us nothing but shame? Without a word, the minister dropped to one knee and raised the staff toward her. She stared at it, voice low and heavy. No outsider can wield this relic. I've awakened it using primeval blood. Only through this can its true power be unlocked. Inside, she trembled. Just holding the artifact for an instant had nearly overwhelmed her. Its energy defied logic. Pure, violent, and uncontrollable. She placed her hand over the minister's head as mana threads spiraled around his form. Go, she commanded. Find Lilith. The primeval blood will guide you. The minister bowed his head. Yes, Your Majesty. Then vanished in a blink. Turning to another figure in the room, the high priestess asked coldly, Marita, what did you uncover? Why are you so set on retrieving my cursed daughter, even if it means draining the court's most sacred blood? Marita stepped forward, calm and unwavering. Sister, this is divine will. In time, you'll understand. Lilith may be the key to the entire court's survival. Elsewhere, back in the royal palace, a subordinate burst through the grand hall doors, breathless. Lord Carl, the death order against Suyang has been officially declared. We await your lead. Carl didn't miss a beat. Perfect. This is your one chance to make up for past failure. Take it seriously, and don't return until the task is finished. The subordinate bowed deeply. Yes, my lord. Far above, high in the skies, Suyang sat calmly atop his black dragon, the wind howling past them as they soared. A death sentence? He said, amused. So they're going all out now, huh? His fingers wrapped around the scarlet sword at his side. With a slow smirk, he murmured, I wonder, just how many Crimson Moon crystal cores does it take to wipe a demigod off the map? Our guy's cruising through the skies on his pitch-black dragon like it's just a regular day, eyes locked on the clouds, mind clearly racing. That classic deep-thinking main character vibe is in full swing. Why they bring up Lilith out of nowhere, he ponders. Did they actually track her down? Or are they bluffing with some tech trickery? His stare sharpens. If the elves leak where I'm hiding, he murmurs, this place will blow up in chaos. Might even be fun to watch. Old thoughts resurface like echoes from a past life. Will they call me a traitor now? A human siding with the Basils? A chill smirk tugs at his lips. He brushes it off. None of it matters. History only records who wins. And once he takes down the Lord of Original Sin, all the noise will disappear. Suddenly, glowing alerts start lighting up his interface. Notifications about clearing the 6th tier and claiming rewards. Cut to him standing in front of a towering demon statue, purple crystal pulsing in his palm like a rare drop. Suyang grins. 4th to 6th tier in just 2 days. Come on, system. Give me the best grinder title already. More messages pour in, bonuses, buffs, achievements. His whole body hums with power, like fire threading through his veins. These numbers, he mutters, clenching his fists. I'm actually catching up to Beelzebub, the king of gluttony. Might finally be hitting boss level myself. Then it happens. He feels something. A flicker. Eyes on him. He doesn't even look. You always creeping, Livia, he says coolly. You watching or just hanging back again? Behind a crumbling tower, Livia stiffens. She mutters that it's nothing, but inside she's shaken. How's he evolving this fast? He's not even the same person I saw yesterday. Quietly, she steps away, still watching him. He lets her go, hands stuffed in his pockets, impossible to read. Even the king of original sin gave her chills, he muses. Not the worst reputation to have. He turns, ready to move. Time to push forward. Scenes shift. Suddenly a sultry figure appears. A new screen flashes. A tribute panel. New data unlocked. Belial kneels before her king with elegant grace. Her voice is calm, reverent. I'm honored to receive your call, my king. What are your orders? The demon king reclines, eyes thoughtful. She's exactly what he expected from someone who cleared floor one of the 600th realm. Her stats already eclipse wrath. Belial lowers herself into a deep bow, and the demon king begins to speak. Belial, I offer you the long rest of death, with your life as the sacrifice, until I summon you again. Do you resist? She raises her head, voice unwavering. Sloth, she says, is the embodiment of stillness and constancy. Death is the purest form of peace. She touches her chest, her tone calm and resolute. I accept your will, my king. I submit without hesitation. The demon king lifts his hand. Your loyalty will be remembered. Sleep now in the void, until rebirth calls you again. Dark mana spirals around her, pulling her form into a vortex of shadows. The screen flashes, new experiences unlocked. Reclining once more, the demon king watches a glowing interface dance across the air. The items flashing before him were originally designed to empower those who would bring down the Lord of Original Sin. Boost for the final strike. But now, he chuckles. All those team buffs, all that support gear meant for the Abyss Crusades elites, it's mine now. Every bit of it. Then it hits, special drop acquired. His gaze sharpens. The Sin Reversal Divine Artifact, he murmurs. He goes quiet, then leans forward with a smirk. That makes 3. Another global announcement should hit any second now. The screen shifts, Sin Reversal Divine Artifacts. User data syncing. Cut to our protagonist, standing in the heart of a shattered battlefield. All around him are monsters wielding divine gear, each piece resonating with glowing pulses of mana. 7 artifacts, each one radiating waves of raw power. He surveys them. The structure of these 7 artifacts is mostly the same, he muses aloud. Their core purpose? To gather a crusade of elites with matching dominion. But if I can collect all 7, he smirks slightly, then I don't need an army. I'll be the army. Right then, a voice rings out. The demon king gives his next command. Lucifer, Livia, report your progress on gathering Crimson Moon crystal cores. Lucifer steps forward and bows deeply. Your call has been heard. Without delay, the demon king issues his next order. Continue collecting Crimson crystal cores. What's the current tally? Lucifer answers without hesitation. The demon temple has acquired 2,310 cores. Every subject gave them freely in service to their king. The demon king gives a curt nod, clearly satisfied. Well done. Good. Livia steps forward with a proud gesture toward the temple. It's my greatest honor to carry your burden, my king. She mutters to herself with a soft chuckle, pride quietly bubbling beneath her calm. Lucifer catches the moment with a sideways glance and smirks. Just wait, she thinks. This isn't over. And then, wings unfurl with flair. Lucifer takes to the skies in full protagonist mode. My king, under your guidance, I eliminated the heretic who emerged from the Crimson Portal. The result, 8,000 Crimson Moon crystal cores. She presents the glowing haul with both hands, her voice steady. I offer them to you. Livia's eyes widen as she stares at the massive temple Lucifer conjured just to house them. 8,000? She breathes, barely able to believe it. The demon king smiles, visibly impressed. Lucifer, your performance is exceptional. You've proven worthy of being the first of the 7 saints. Lucifer lands with the poise of royalty, cool and composed as she lets out a confident humph. Behind her, Livia seethes, fists clenched, jaw tight, muttering under her breath with thinly veiled frustration. The atmosphere is thick with competition now. This isn't just duty. It's a full-blown showdown to win the king's favor. In an instant, darkness stirs. Energy coils through the air and wraps around them, pulsing with greedy force. Livia and Lucifer stand before the crimson altar as black magic crawls across their skin. They gasp, breathless, glowing red from within. This ritual isn't just a power-up. It's surrender, and both of them give in without hesitation. Lucifer trembles, biting her lip as her mind floods with heat and fire. Ah, this feeling. I need him to fill me again, my king. While they reel from the ritual, the Demon King silently surveys the amassed crystal cores, dark energy flickering through his fingers as he calculates. 13,100 crimson moon crystal cores. He nods to himself. The Scarlet Sword's true might is starting to awaken, and with the pace picking up, he's curious to see just how high this number will rise. His gaze sharpens as he considers the totals. Lucifer with 6,210, Livia with a staggering 31,932. He murmurs that these figures are beyond anything he anticipated. Compared to what's needed to wipe out the crowns of the Elf Kingdom, these numbers are overkill, and he's thrilled by the thought. Grinning, he conjures a dense orb of dark, swirling energy, holding it steadily in his hand. Last time, Lucifer handled it, the Demon King says evenly. This time, Livia, I'll have you deliver this to my regent. Livia bows with practiced calm. As you command, my king. In perfect sync, both speak. Your subordinate takes her leave. But just as they turn, his voice cuts through the air again. Lucifer. She pauses. You were wounded during your fight with the Crimson Wither. Stay. Let me examine it. Lucifer lowers her head, her voice a soft murmur. Yes, my lord. She steps forward, a faint blush coloring her cheeks as the space between them shrinks. The atmosphere thickens. Her pulse races beneath his stare. Behind them, Livia stops mid-step. Her eyes narrow, fists curl at her sides. She always finds a way to stay close, Livia thinks, frustration simmering just below the surface. Every single time, Lucifer drops to her knees before the Demon King, eyes wide as she stares up at him. Wait, you actually came down from your throne? Is it to see the power that even made the Lord of Arrogance break a sweat? The Demon King takes a step forward, completely commanding the space. He looms over her, rests a hand on her head, then calmly lifts a finger to his lips. Quiet, he says. Don't move unless I say so. Lucifer instantly nods. Understood, my lord. Then the air shifts. She begins drawing in massive energy, the kind that feels like it's cracking the universe apart. The Demon King stands there, cold eyes analyzing every detail. In his mind, exactly as expected, the stronger the scarlet withering becomes, the more out of control it gets. Even Lucifer's feeling it. But if she's strong enough, she might be able to suppress it. Without a word, he reaches out and seizes all that raging red energy like it's nothing. Just takes it. His now. Lucifer's body jolts. She's shaking, her skin burning as corrupted energy rushes through her. Red light flashes, and her body starts forming glowing crimson crystals. They shatter and rain around her like a storm gone mad. She gasps, overwhelmed, trying to keep up, wondering if he's actually transforming all that chaos into red moon crystals. The Demon King picks up a crystal, glances at her, and says, if this ever happens again, don't face it alone. I'll take care of it. Effortless. Too effortless. He turns and walks back to his throne like it was no big deal. Lucifer, still catching her breath, lowers her head. Yes, my lord, she whispers. Inside, though, she's losing it. How is he this gentle and terrifying at the same time? Serving him, there's nothing greater. Back on his throne, the Demon King casually conjures a glowing greatsword, holding it like it weighs nothing. Energy hums around him. Nearly 13,000 red moon crystals now, he murmurs, then with a sly grin adds, let's see what this blade can really do. Scene shift, Holy City. The elven delegation struts into the Holy City like they own the cobblestones. At the front, decked out in perfection, is second Prince Andal Sevalea, looking like a fantasy prince straight off a fashion spread. The crowd stirs. Is that Karl Lorenz again? Someone grumbles. And now he's brought a royal with him? Ugh, another pampered, noble kid. But someone else cuts in fast. Hey, zip it. You want to get arrested for running your mouth? A well-dressed, noble hurries over, all polished smiles and formal gestures. Lord Karl, your highness, what an immense honor to have you both here. Prince Andal glances at Karl, voice calm. Who is he? Karl replies without missing a beat. Tokugawa Suno, sovereign of the Sakura nation. Tokugawa bows with perfect grace. Whatever you ask of us, Sakura stands ready to fulfill it. Andal gives him a small nod. The promises made by your ministers haven't been forgotten. Tokugawa bows again, outwardly composed. But inside, he's seething. Ever since that last summit, Longxia's been getting in our way nonstop. Just because they're ranked number 1, they think they're untouchable. His fists clench. Once Carl powers me up, I'm coming for them. Double payback. Suddenly, the atmosphere tightens. Heavy pressure rolls in. Lord Tangjean arrives. The tension is instant. Carl, still on horseback, lets out a dismissive smirk. What a joke. But hey, even a half-decent spy's better than nothing. The Elven King meets Tang's gaze directly. You must be Tangjean. Tang's reply is clipped and cold. What do you want? Then the king drops it like a hammer. We're asking Longxia's delegation to remove themselves from the summit. You dogs aren't welcome. The entire plaza goes dead silent. Then, you what? Lin Sanchong, vice guild leader, snaps. Say that again. I dare you. Carl doesn't even flinch. With one sharp motion, he releases a forceful burst of power and fires back. Mind your tone, worm. Who gave a lowly human the right to speak to the second prince like that? Lin barely manages to evade the blast. Okay, yeah. This guy's not bluffing. He's a monster. Tang cuts in immediately. Sanchong, stand down. Then to Carl, sharp and direct. What exactly is your kingdom trying to pull here? Carl doesn't even look his way. The second prince's presence here is a sign of peace. But the man who murdered Prince Eric and abducted Princess Lalith is a Longxia citizen. That alone justifies our request. Longxia must leave the summit. Enel speaks next, calm but firm. This isn't vengeance, it's mercy. Spare His Highness any further grief. Carl turns and bows, backing the prince's words with absolute submission. Tang doesn't buy it for a second. On paper, they're just pushing us out of the alliance. But underneath it all, they're targeting Su Yang. Over a kid who just hit level 4? They're really going this far? Carl's final words cut through the rising tension. The Elven delegation will not enter the temple or participate in the summit until every last Longxia representative is gone from the city. Inside the holy temple, the air is thick with tension until a divine presence floods the hall. The high priestess appears, glowing with sacred energy, standing before a grand statue. She lifts her hand and releases a wave of radiant light, healing Lin in an instant. Carl narrows his eyes, quietly watching. Just as the standoff is about to erupt again, boom. A holy blast crashes down like thunder, silencing the room. The high priestess steps forward, voice calm but commanding. Watch your words. Watch your actions. Carl bows with respectful grace. Your guidance is appreciated, high priestess. I confess, I lost my temper. But inside, he's rattled, matching the sacred 3 branches, or maybe even going beyond them. This temple's on another level. As he turns to leave, he tosses one last line over his shoulder. Best resolve this soon. Otherwise, a grieving second prince might refuse to sign the pact. Inside a private chamber, temple interior, Lord Tang sits opposite the high priestess. The air between them is heavy, the atmosphere tense. She breaks the silence. What do you think of the L's demands? Tang leans back, eyes narrowing. It's all about Su Yang. They're treating him like some doomsday boss. This kind of fixation? Honestly disturbing. A prince dying doesn't justify this level of madness. The high priestess gives a slight nod. I agree, but I have a theory. Tang looks at her sharply. A theory? She lowers her voice. I've seen a world announcement. His whole expression shifts. He shoots up from his seat. You knew. The high priestess meets his gaze. Yes, and I believe the one behind it is Su Yang. Tang just stands there stunned. Su Yang, what have you gotten yourself into now? With a wave of her hand, the high priestess conjured a glowing screen, revealing all the information they had gathered. No matter how the pieces fit together, every path led back to one figure. From the strange cases of mind manipulation to the sudden emergence of the king of original sin, Su Yang's name lingered behind it all. At first, she suspected Adder, but even after his seal, the chaos only grew worse. Su Yang had vanished since the clash within the dragon spirit's secret realm, and now Makiku and Verlia were missing as well. She wondered aloud if all these events were linked, and the more she thought, the clearer it seemed. Su Yang was at the center of it. Tang admitted he shared some doubts, but argued Su Yang was only a 4th-tier player. How could someone like him be behind such overwhelming forces? The priestess's gaze sharpened as she raised a chilling possibility. What if Su Yang was the Lord of the Abyss? Tang's eyes widened, and he slammed the table, refusing to accept such an idea. She explained she too had once dismissed it, yet her inquiries had almost, but not fully, ruled it out. Tang pleaded with her not to speak so recklessly, but she pressed forward. Su Yang, she reasoned, had undeniable ties with the abyssal demons. Perhaps he even held sway over the king of original sin itself. If that were true, then killing the creature and taking the sin reversal divine artifact would be within his grasp. The greater concern was the temple's reach across the world, and yet 3 of those sacred artifacts had already surfaced without them catching so much as a whisper. Calling further speculation pointless, she turned away. The priestess concluded that the one who claimed the divine reversal artifact might not even hail from this world. Tang challenged her. If that were the case, why did she believe Su Yang had the sin reversal artifact? And if he wasn't the Lord of the Abyss, how could he possibly command the king of original sin? She admitted her reasoning was incomplete, the evidence scattered, but emphasized that the elf kingdom's attitude confirmed her suspicions. Their treatment of Su Yang was far too weighty, as though he held a secret they desperately wanted. After a moment of silence, Tang declared that everything circled back to the dragon spirit's secret realm. The priestess corrected him. Everything began there. She believed Su Yang had obtained some form of inheritance within that place, one that connected him to the abyss and elevated him beyond ordinary limits. With such strength, he could control the king of original sin, take the sin reversal artifact, and direct the assaults on Toku, Gawa, and the others, all while shielding the 2 girls who carried his secret. Her reasoning, she said, fit perfectly. Tang let out a weary sigh. He admitted her reasoning was hard to refute, remembering how he himself had survived Lucifer's strike. Still, he questioned why, if all of this were true, Su Yang had never confided in them. The priestess replied that Su Yang must have his own motives, adding that she wished to meet him face to face. Deep within, she resolved that next time, she would uncover the truth. For now, however, the high priestess set her focus on advancing the world quest. To triumph over the abyss, the strength of their kingdom was essential. Tang stepped forward, his tone decisive. There was no need for further discussion. Longxia would withdraw from this doomed alliance. That didn't mean abandoning the fight. His warriors would continue honing their skills, growing stronger on their own. As he turned to leave, he declared that they would not depend on others. One day, by their own hands, they would slay a king of original sin and claim a sin reversal divine artifact. He gave the order, and the armored warriors marched out in silence. The priestess watched them depart, wondering if this resolve embodied the true spirit of Longxia. Quietly, she wished them luck in the battles ahead. When she turned and noticed her assistant still standing by, she asked why he hadn't left with the others. Flustered, he muttered that he would go right away and hurried out. Not long after, the priestess gathered with the elves. Prince Ander lounged back with arrogance, one boot propped on the table. He brushed aside pleasantries, calling them a waste of time, and told everyone to be quiet and hear his demands. Carl and a few others traded uneasy looks, muttering that without the princess present, their prince acted like nothing more than a spoiled child. The priestess urged him to speak clearly. What did the second prince want? Ander laid down his first demand. Since humans had sought elven aid, the spoils of war would be divided 60-40, with the 11 worlds taking the greater share. The priestess accepted without dispute. Then came his second condition. Of the 4 sin reversal weapons yet to appear, 3 must go to the elves. The chamber erupted in protest. The priestess was stunned, while several generals rose in anger. They accused the prince of trying to seize everything for himself. Those weapons were vital in the final confrontation. How could he demand nearly all of them? Ander brushed off their outrage. He claimed his demand was far from unreasonable. 3 sin reversal weapons had already been claimed. Adding those into the count, humanity still possessed 4, a tremendous advantage. A female general, her voice sharp, condemned the demand as nothing but shameless scheming. A goblin general followed, pointing out that no one even knew where the 3 existing weapons were, so treating them as humanity's advantage was pointless. The arrogant elf merely scoffed, saying it wasn't his concern. Those weapons were counted as human assets, and if they wanted them, they should search on their own. That cold dismissal only fueled the general's anger. Though the room fell into tense silence, frustration boiled beneath the surface. Whispers spread through the hall. They couldn't let the elves trample over them, but without elven support, Defeating the abyss was impossible. No matter how strong they were individually, none could shoulder the burden alone. And if the world quest failed, everything would crumble. After fierce arguments, the human side finally gave in. The alliance was struck, and the first joint abyssal crusade was set to begin in 1 month. The scene shifted to the capital of Longxia, where a glowing blue portal shimmered as crowds gathered in anticipation. From within, the elves emerged. Prince Ander looked around with disdain, muttering that even the city itself irritated him. In the crowd, voices rose in curiosity. A young girl spotted the newcomers and tugged at her mother's sleeve before running forward, calling the elf Big Brother with a bright smile. Ander's eyes narrowed. In the blink of an eye, one of his guards struck, tossing the child aside with brute force. She crashed to the ground, her mother rushing to cradle her in tears. The guard sneered, mocking the so-called courtesy of Longxia. This was supposed to be the most respectful human nation, and yet its commoners dared look directly at the second prince. The elves glared down coldly, demanding why these filthy mortals hadn't already fallen to their knees. In the crowd, Su Yang watched in silence. His gaze sharpened as he turned to Lucifer. Quietly, he told her it was time to move. Startled, she asked where he was headed. His hand tightened on his sword. His reply was cold and direct. He was going to Long Do to cut down those arrogant elf dogs. A human warrior could no longer hold back. He roared with fury, demanding to know what kind of relics of feudal arrogance dared to behave so brazenly in their city. It was the elves, he declared, who ought to be on their knees, begging forgiveness. The elf guard only sneered, dismissing him as conceited trash. With a swift, merciless strike, he slammed the warrior into the earth, grinding him deep into the ground. Coldly, he declared this was the fate of insects who dared to resist. Nearby, the mother collapsed to her knees, trembling as she begged for mercy. Her cries echoed through the square. Her daughter wasn't even level 5, and if slain, she could never be revived. Her voice cracked in desperation as she pleaded for the child's life. Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out from above, calling them insolent. The heavens split with light, a radiant barrier wrapping around mother and child as blazing power descended, scorching the ground beneath it. Human warriors rushed in, rallying their ranks and urging civilians to evacuate. Tang strode forward, his voice sharp as steel, demanding to know from the elf prince if it had been his guard who struck Longxia's people. Straining under the searing flames, the guard sneered and retorted. And what if it was? In an instant, Tang surged skyward, his body blazing. Channeling the extreme Dao inhalation technique, he drew in boundless energy, his fist erupting with a violent red aura. In one devastating blow, he shattered the elf guard's body, then unleashed a surge of golden mana directly at the prince. Carl stepped in, staff alight, raising a barrier that enveloped Ander. Tang's strike tore through the square, carving devastation in its path, but under Carl's protection, the elves emerged unharmed. Carl fixed his gaze on Tang, his voice sharp. Was this Longxia's way of welcoming guests? Tang's response was cold and clear. Respect, when given, was returned 100-fold. But the elves had shown none to his people. Prince Ander dismissed it all with disdain. Courtesy, he said, was the right of nobles. Those who had been struck were mere commoners. Why should Tang make such a spectacle over them? Tang's voice rang like a blade. In his city, there were no nobles or commoners. All stood as equals. Yet the elves had provoked them in the holy city, and now they stormed into Longxia without reason. He demanded to know what their true aim was. Carl let out a cold laugh and laid out their accusation. Su Yang, he declared, was guilty of 3 unforgivable crimes. First, he had subdued a black dragon without the permission of the elf royal family, a creature deemed a seed of disaster to be slain on sight. Second, he had slaughtered Prince Erich along with countless elven prodigies within the dragon spirit's secret realm. Third, he had abducted Princess Lilith. For these crimes, the elven queen herself had decreed Su Yang's death. That was the true purpose of their arrival. A human guard roared in defiance, denouncing the charges as shameless lies. Subduing the black dragon was Su Yang's own skill. Why should he seek the elves' approval? Carl's eyes narrowed as he snapped back. The dragon was an evil seed, marked for extermination, and what right did a mere guard have to even raise his voice before him? The guard trembled with rage, but Tang raised a hand to hold him back. His tone remained steady as he asked if the elves were here to find Su Yang. If so, he told them they would leave empty-handed. No one knew where Su Yang was. Carl dismissed his words. They didn't need Su Yang delivered to them, only free reign over the city. They would scour each district themselves, starting here. The red-haired warrior shot to his feet in outrage, declaring that the capital would never allow outsiders to trample through its streets. To accept such a demand would be to spit on the nation's pride. Carl lifted his staff, emerald light swirling around him like a poisonous fog. He warned them to think carefully. Did they even have the strength to stand in his way? Tang's fury erupted. A scholar might endure much, he shouted, but this was beyond endurance. If the elves sought war, then war they would have. He unleashed his extreme divine power, a cataclysmic surge of energy crashing down upon Carl. But Carl's staff turned with ease, channeling the might of his guardian tree. The wave of destruction split and scattered harmlessly aside. Smiling thinly, he mocked Tang, claiming he had overextended himself. With a single command, he called forth the sacred tree's punishment. From the staff erupted countless roots, lashing forward like spears. They pierced through Tang's body, riddling him in an instant. Blood sprayed across the stones as he fell, lifeless. The human ranks froze in horror. Their indomitable general, Tang, had been slain before their eyes. Carl raised his staff high, pride dripping from his voice as he declared that the might of a divine artifact was far beyond mortal reach. He urged the humans to abandon their futile resistance. Before Carl's words could even take hold, leaves began to drift from above. He froze, startled, then looked up. The skies split apart as a vast portal opened, and from its depths 2 figures descended slowly. Lucifer, the king of arrogance, and at her side, a cloaked hero. The generals gasped in disbelief, voices trembling as they whispered Lucifer's name. Prince Ander barked an order for Carl to shield him. Gripping his staff tightly, Carl assured his prince there was nothing to fear while the divine artifact was in his hands. Still, deep inside, he weighed the danger. Reports had warned him. Once a king of original sin stepped into the mortal world, their divine power would be suppressed to the level of a demon, with the artifact's might elevating him to a demigod. He believed even the strongest abyssal king could be struck down. Among Longxia's warriors, unease spread like wildfire. They whispered to each other. Why had Lucifer come now? Was her target the humans or the elves? Tang, his body battered yet unbroken, narrowed his eyes. The cloaked figure's identity was hidden by some strange power. Was it deliberate? Or was it an opportunity? Either way, it made his own choice clearer. High above, the hero surveyed the battlefield with precision. His calculations were exact. The margin for adjustment was barely a meter, the enemies far too vigilant, and a frontal strike risked failure. He turned to Lucifer, instructing her to pull every elf into her abyssal domain while he dealt with the second prince. Lucifer released her power, spreading the abyssal domain across the battlefield. Darkness swallowed everything, devouring sound and light until the world fell silent. In an instant, Prince Ander found himself alone, panic flashing across his face as he realized his guards had already been drawn into Lucifer's clash. The hero descended, looming over him. His voice cut cold, telling the prince his subordinates would not be returning. The prince stumbled back, stammering as he demanded to know the intruder's name. He shouted his own title, the second prince of the Elven Kingdom, and demanded to know what this man wanted. The hero gave no answer. He struck forward in silence. The prince's shield flared, layers of noble protection blazing to life, but they shattered like brittle glass beneath the hero's attack. The blow slammed across the prince's face, driving him hard into the ground. Before he could recover, the hero gripped his head and plunged a brutal fist into his stomach. Agonized, the prince writhed and coughed up blood. Yet even through the pain, he sneered. Death meant nothing. He spat. He would revive in the elf temple. And when he did, the elven army would descend upon Longxia until its people were nothing but ash. The hero raised his sword, his gaze unyielding as steel. His voice was cold and final. There would be no such chance. The blade cut through the air in a single merciless arc. Prince Ander's body split apart. His scream cut short as his form dissolved into nothingness. A violent surge of energy swept across the battlefield. Then came the system's decree. Prince Ander of the Elven Kingdom had fallen, his existence erased. The humans and warriors stood frozen, stunned that Prince Ander had vanished without leaving even a trace of his aura. Confusion spread in hushed whispers. What had just happened? Tang, his brow damp with sweat, realized he'd been so focused on Lucifer's sudden arrival that he hadn't noticed the cloaked figure at all. What disturbed him most was the absence of any overwhelming aura. That silence of power made him suspect the boy might be yet another king of original sin. As Tang's gaze lingered on the boy, he felt the Lucifer barrier weakening. Moments later, the darkness dissolved, the battlefield returning to its natural state. Lucifer let out a weary sigh. Carl, however, only laughed at the sight. He sneered that the so-called strongest king of sin was no more than a demigod. Against the might of 11 divine artifacts, such a being was laughable. With the artifact in his grasp, he boasted Prince Ander had nothing to fear. But when Carl turned to look, his words caught in his throat. Prince Ander's presence was gone, completely erased. His eyes narrowed sharply as he glared at the boy, demanding to know what he had done with the second prince. The cloaked figure, Io, answered without the slightest concern. He had merely killed a dog, he said, and there was no need for such noise. Carl was next. Carl burst into harsh laughter, his staff blazing with holy light. Beams of radiance erupted, striking down his own elves first as their energy was siphoned away, before the light twisted and spiraled outward. He declared that with Prince Ander dead, there was no longer any need for restraint. The elves who dared oppose the sacred would be offered as sacrifices to empower the divine artifact. Panic spread as human warriors scattered. Lucifer, however, only smiled faintly, reminding Carl their battle was far from finished. Carl's expression hardened with rage. He shouted that Lucifer had been his true target all along. Pressing a hand to his chest, he invoked the artifact's release authority. His staff flared with blinding brilliance, the light twisting into tentacles that lashed out and coiled tightly around Lucifer. The crimson energy seared her body as her cries rang through the air. Carl grinned with satisfaction, intent on feeding her to the sacred branch. But before he could deliver the final blow, a surge of pink energy tore across the field, forcing him back. His eyes snapped toward the hero, who lunged at him. Carl mocked the attempt, calling him arrogant for overestimating himself. With a snap, he vanished from the hero's strike and reappeared behind him, hurling spears of light. The hero twisted and leapt, cutting through the beams until they shattered, then charged forward, sword in hand. With a single powerful swing, he brought the blade crashing down toward Carl. Carl sneered even as death closed in, snarling that it was the boy who would die. But the hero only smirked, his reply sharp. No, it was Carl's time. The necklace at Carl's throat erupted with green light, releasing a guttural demonic roar immune to control. Their auras clashed, shaking the battlefield with violent force. Carl mocked him still, demanding to know what he thought he could possibly accomplish. In answer, the boy drew his demonic sword. The battlefield twisted instantly, swallowed by a bloody abyss as the weapon's power bled into reality. With a single decisive stroke, his blade carved through, and he pulled it back with a sly grin. He declared that the trip had not been wasted. After all, the artifact was now his. The bindings around Lucifer shattered, the tentacles disintegrating into ash. She stumbled free, gasping for breath, her eyes wide. Had the elf minister already fallen? The hero seized Carl's staff. Lucifer's voice trembled as she asked what he had done. His eyes narrowed, his answer cold. There were some things she didn't need to know. It was finished. Time to leave. Lucifer refused to accept it so easily. She reminded him that Carl, wielding the artifact, had already stood a step from godhood. Even she had struggled to hold her ground against him. Yet the hero only turned away. Carl had died in a single exchange. There was no reasoning that away. To her, it could mean only one thing. The boy before her was an envoy of the Lord himself, a figure even she could no longer see through. Just as they were about to depart, Tang's voice rang out, urging them to wait. He bowed with respect, thanking them, but then admitted his doubts. Even commanding the strongest king of sin did not explain the truth. His voice wavered as he asked, "Who exactly was this boy?" The hero gave no reply, standing in silence. Tang's thoughts spun in turmoil, suspicion burning at the edges of his mind. Could it truly be the one he feared to name? The scene shifted to the Elven Kingdom. Upon her throne, the queen suddenly froze, her eyes widening. Both Anders and Carl's auras had vanished. It was unthinkable. Unease tightened in her chest, a dread she could not shake as she wondered what kind of force could have wrought this. The queen's unease deepened with every passing moment. What unsettled her most was not just the loss of Ander and Carl, but that neither of them had revived in the elf temple. Rising sharply, she demanded answers. What was happening outside? Where were the rest of the envoy members? Her aide rushed to assure her that he would investigate at once, but she waved him off in fury, calling everyone around her useless. Her mind drifted back to the last time an envoy had been erased by Su Yang's hand. Could history truly be repeating itself? It seemed impossible. Carl had held a divine artifact. How could any human possess the strength to kill him? Her thoughts broke as several survivors staggered into the chamber. The queen immediately ordered them to speak, every detail laid bare. One elf, still trembling, recounted what had happened. After the Holy City Alliance, they had traveled to Longxia, where they unexpectedly encountered Lucifer, accompanied by a mysterious figure. Lord Carl had suppressed Lucifer, but the unknown figure had slain the second prince. After that, Carl had turned on his own, sacrificing the elves to release the artifact's full power. Beyond that point, the survivors knew nothing. The queen pressed harder. Who was this mysterious man? The survivor lowered his head, admitting that the figure had hidden his identity with a secret technique. They could not recognize him. Fury erupted from the queen as she rose from her throne, releasing an aura so crushing that the chamber itself seemed to bend under the pressure. The elves trembled, bowing low, too terrified to utter a word. She hissed that anyone who could appear at Lucifer's side could not possibly be weak. Again and again, the same thought turned in her mind. Who was he? At once, she ordered her servant, Marita, to ready the sacred tree for a divine oracle. Marita obeyed without hesitation. Raising her arms before the colossal tree, Marita called upon its power. At her invocation, a shoot extended, glowing faintly. With a solemn voice, the queen proclaimed that with the blood of 11 royal family members as sacrifice, she demanded the sacred tree reveal the truth of Carl's death. She cut her arm, letting her blood drip onto the shoot. The instant it touched, light surged. The earth shook violently, and the entire sanctuary quaked as though resonating with ancient fury. The queen's heart clenched with unease. What vision had the ancient spirit seen, that even the sacred tree itself would shudder? A violent explosion shook the chamber, rattling the walls as a massive, glowing circle bloomed before the sacred tree. Blinding light filled the air, accompanied by a crushing pressure that forced both the queen and Marita to brace themselves against the storm of wind and the unease radiating from the ancient tree. Then the circle shifted, warping into a vision. The queen's eyes widened in shock. A cloaked man swung with unstoppable might, and Carl was shown kneeling in defeat, his body riddled with holes. The image seared itself in her mind. For Carl to fall in such a way, how had he been killed so completely? The queen announced with solemn finality that this was the divine oracle of the sacred tree. Marita, trembling on the floor, nodded quickly. The meaning was plain, she said. Whoever that cloaked man was, he must be slain at all costs. Yet the queen remained unsettled. The man's face was hidden. No clear identity could be drawn from the vision. Even so, she steeled herself. It didn't matter. The oracle had already bound his aura into a spiritual imprint. Anyone carrying it would recognize him instantly. No disguise, no concealment, no twist of fate could escape the mark of the ancient tree. Her voice rang coldly as she declared the sacred trees will stood above all. From this day forward, hostilities with the human nations would cease. Every resource, every ounce of strength, would be directed toward waging war against the abyss. The stranger had to be found, and when he would die. Marita lowered her head, bowing in obedience. But even as the queen spoke, hatred burned within her. Though she yielded outwardly to the sacred tree's decree, in her heart she swore that the humans would not escape judgment. One day, she vowed, Ender and Carl's deaths would be avenged twice over. A system notification flickered into being, revealing the truth of Carl's artifact. Its restriction was absolute. It could only be wielded by those of elven royal blood. The staff carried immense spirit resistance, vast spirit points, and unmatched mana recovery. It granted the goddess's own protection, including an instant divine shield and the sacred tree punishment, branches that surged outward to pierce an enemy's body without mercy. The scene shifted to the hero's home. He studied the staff in silence, admitting it lived up to its reputation as the Elf Kingdom's most treasured divine artifact. Its effects were nothing less than god tier. No wonder even Lucifer had been unable to land a decisive blow on Carl. The restriction was troublesome, yes, but Carl's ability to wield it proved something crucial. A way to bypass it must exist. Seeking answers, the hero brought the staff to Lilith. The instant her eyes landed on it, she froze, struck by its brilliance and a haunting sense of familiarity. The hero remarked that she had never once laid eyes on her own family's divine artifact. Shock hit her, and she demanded to know if it truly was the relic of the Elf Kingdom. Her voice rose with accusation. Had he stolen it? The hero answered with a faint smile, calmly denying her claim. He had not stolen it, he said. He had taken it by force. Lilith stood speechless, realizing what that meant. He had killed Carl. Stunned, she admitted her disbelief, while the hero confirmed it without hesitation. Then he asked if she knew how to bypass the artifact's restrictions. Lilith searched her memory and recalled a line from an ancient text. Only those of royal blood could awaken the artifact's true power. Acting on that knowledge, she placed her hand against the staff's sharp edge. A few drops of blood slid onto its surface, the sting forcing tears into her eyes. Concerned, the hero asked if she was all right. Lilith nodded quickly, insisting she was fine. Then a violent shift rippled through the staff. The hero's eyes sharpened as a chilling thought struck him. This was the cursed bloodline's power, corrupting even a divine artifact. To his shock, the staff's attributes began to drop, nearly 10% erased in an instant. His chest tightened, sweat prickling at his skin. Such a loss was immense. Lilith lowered her head, apologizing softly, saying she never intended to cause harm. The hero only smiled, reaching out to pat her head. He told her it was fine. The divine artifact would protect her, no matter what. But inwardly, his eyes narrowed. The true method of unsealing the staff would have to wait, until the day he enslaved the Elf Kingdom and forced the answers from them. The scene shifted to the 99th floor of the Abyss. A massive explosion ripped through the air, and hordes of giant monsters swarmed forward, roaring as they charged. The hero's blade flashed, cleaving one beast cleanly in half. A notification flickered. His level had risen to 199. Amidst a field of corpses, he stood tall, declaring that at last he was about to reach 200. He noted grimly that enemies erased by the Scarlet Sword yielded no experience. Otherwise, Carl's death alone would have been enough to push him past that barrier. His gaze shifted toward a portal flickering with the image of the elves. Their queen had chosen to set aside her son's death to forge an alliance. That could mean only one thing. She possessed knowledge too important to ignore. The hero resolved then. He would keep a close eye on her. Just then, a massive beast hurled itself at him with crushing force. Even lost in thought, the hero's reflexes were sharp. He twisted, blade flashing in a smooth arc, and split the monster cleanly in two. A faint smirk touched his lips. This had been the last one. In that instant, his level surged, finally reaching 200. But before he could savor the milestone, the ground began to rumble violently. The cavern shook, stones crashing down around him as the air trembled with an ominous pulse. He frowned, wondering what could cause such upheaval. Then it came, a thunderous world announcement ringing across the skies. The voice proclaimed that the world-class boss, the king of original sin, had entered recovery progress. All were urged to hasten and complete the crusade. Across the world, every race fell into stunned silence. The revelation shook them all. The hero's body glowed with surging mana, his thoughts circling. Had the king of original sin already recovered by a third? Could his own leveling up be tied to the world quest? Each advancement accelerating the recovery itself. The questions gnawed at him, though his black dragon's looming presence reassured him. For now, he believed the situation remained within a range he could still control. He resolved to return and take on the famine tier quest first, even as he wondered just how powerful a one-third recovered king of original sin might be. The thought stirred a thrill of anticipation in him. But then the heavens split apart. Energy crackled wildly as a massive portal formed overhead. A blinding yellow beam shot outward, twisting into the shape of a celestial cross. It radiated brilliantly above the skeletal remains of dragons, waves of dark energy spilling from its edges. In the blink of an eye, it vanished, leaving no trace behind. The scene shifted to Long Via, within the Tang clan residence. Tang lay upon a bed, his body still aching from his wounds. Slowly, he sat up. Relief washed over the red-haired warrior at his side, who confessed he had feared Tang might never wake. At that moment, Tang's daughter rushed into the room, throwing herself at his bedside. Tang asked why she wasn't out on a dungeon run, but she quickly explained she had heard her father was in danger and returned right away. She expressed her gratitude that he was alive, confessing how deeply she had worried. Tang, his voice heavy, apologized for putting her through such fear. Tears welled in her eyes as she clung tightly to him. He then asked how long he had been unconscious and what had become of Lucifer and the cloaked stranger. The red-haired warrior answered. Tang had been unconscious for half a day, and during that time, the two had departed immediately. There had been no way to stop them. Tang sighed in regret. It was a pity they had failed to learn the man's identity. Yet in his heart, suspicion grew. He could not shake the thought that the figure who had slain Carl was none other than the vanished Su Yang. Just then, Deputy Chairman Chun entered with grave news. Two major events had occurred while Tang lay unconscious. Urgently, Tang pressed her to explain. Chun began with the first. The Alpha Royal family had sent a sudden declaration. They would temporarily halt their pursuit of Su Tang, set aside their feud with Arlongzia, and direct all efforts toward a united crusade against the Abyss. The second was even more shocking. A world announcement had revealed that the King of Original Sin had recovered 1/3 of its strength. Already, the strongest forces of the Eagle America Federation, the Sakura Nation, the Stick Nation, the Siberian Northland, and many others had begun moving into the 11th world. There, within the vast celestial dungeon, countless players gathered, preparing for the abyssal crusade by sharpening their power. The red-haired warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. A prince and a minister had both fallen. By all rights, the elves should have mobilized an overwhelming army. What could drive such a sudden shift? Shin replied cautiously. Perhaps it was tied to the King of Original Sin's recovery. Tang considered this with a furrowed brow. For the elves to make such a drastic turn, it couldn't be just that. There had to be a sharper conflict of interest hidden beneath. Chun continued, adding that to show their sincerity, the Alpha Royal family had even prepared 3 demigod-tier high-level secret realms for them, one more than the Eagle America Federation had received. Tang's daughter spoke up next, asking what their response should be. Silence fell heavy in the room. No one had an answer. Finally, she broke it with a firm voice. She would not go. She wanted nothing to do with such charity. The red-haired warrior nodded, agreeing with her. Those 11 mongrels had strutted arrogantly only because they possessed a divine artifact. Now that it was gone, they came crawling back, trying to curry favor. He urged Tang not to accept their terms. Tang's daughter helped him stand, but he shook his head. They could not think so narrowly now. The greater threat loomed ahead. He told her to prepare. They would go to the elf world. She protested bitterly, reminding him that he had only just been struck down by those very enemies. Tang clutched at his robe, his voice like steel. The elves were no longer the main target. The Abyss was. Once the Abyss was crushed, then, and only then, would they return to settle debts with the elves. Pulling his coat across his shoulders, he rose with the air of a hero reborn. The scene shifted to the colossal teleportation gate, where countless humans had gathered. Tang asked whether the gate was operational again. The red-haired warrior confirmed it had been repaired, the technical department working without rest. Other facilities, too, were already being restored. Tang nodded, approving. Good. His daughter gazed at the gate in awe, her eyes lingering on the scars it bore. She wondered aloud what terrifying power could have left such damage. Was a 9th-tier powerhouse? Or perhaps even a divine artifact? Tang turned to her with a half-smile. Speaking of such things, he once wanted her to meet Su Yang. Who could have guessed the boy would cause such a stir, only to vanish? Laughing softly, Tang added that Su Yang hadn't performed any grand deeds at all. He had merely defended himself. His daughter rolled her eyes, teasing him. He always spoke up for Su Yang, as though bewitched. Just what sort of ability did that man possess to make her father so taken with him? Tang's gaze lingered on the portal, his thoughts deep. Perhaps Su Yang truly was the one who could help them erase the hateful elves. His daughter dismissed the notion with a wave, walking away. Such a claim was far too unbelievable. No one would take it seriously. The scene opened with the hero standing before the towering demon archlord. A system notification rang out. Because he had refused his tier upgrade, he had triggered a class change quest. A 5-star, 7th-tier mission appeared before him. The Dragon Feast of the Demon Archlord. The objective was clear. The Demon Archlord, the 19th floor of the Abyss, was preparing a feast, and the hero alone must hunt a Sun-tier giant dragon, tear out its heart, and deliver it for the banquet. The hero chuckled. What a coincidence. The Devourer Dragon Greatsword also required the heart of a 7th-tier giant dragon for further unsealing. 2 goals, 1 strike. But his smile faded. Without Balan, there was no way to locate a giant dragon's secret realm in the human world. That left only one option, the Dragon Nation. And the only teleportation gate leading there was inside the 11 Kingdom, which meant, to reach it, he first had to pass through the human world's gate. He glanced at the damaged structure surrounded by other races. The 11 guards were strong, 6th or even 7th tier, but not beyond him. As he walked toward it, he paused, thoughts turning. Perhaps this was reason enough to scout the 11 Kingdom early. After all, it was destined to be enslaved sooner or later. His dragon landed heavily before him, wings folding in. The hero sighed. What a shame. He wanted his companion to feast well, but the dragon was far too conspicuous. If anyone recognized its true form, his identity would be exposed. He would have to leave the beast hidden until they reached the Dragon Nation. The dragon bowed its head obediently, earning a gentle pat. Suddenly, the dragon let out a low roar as energy crackled violently across its body. The hero frowned in surprise. What was happening? In the next instant, the aura melted and twisted strangely, the dragon's body shrinking until it condensed into a swirl of black energy resting in the hero's palm. Startled, he stared at it, then scowled. If the dragon could transform all along, why hadn't it said so earlier? Did it want a beating for keeping such a secret? The scene shifted abruptly to the depths of the demon abyss. There, upon a colossal throne, sat the king of original sin. Its body radiated overwhelming stats, its presence suffocating. With a deep voice, it mused aloud, just 1 tier of recovery, and its power had already surged this much. At its peak, its might would be unimaginable. But more than raw strength, what truly mattered now was authority. The system's update rang clear. The King of Original Sin effect had changed. By consuming a portion of the Dark Origin power, the boss could now be revived infinitely. The hero's eyes lit up. No time limit. So long as there was enough Dark Origin, the King of Original Sin could be called forth again and again. A massive buff, and for the battles ahead, it was nothing short of perfect. With a flick of his finger, Dark Origin energy surged. Light shimmered, then constricted tightly within a glowing inner circle. His voice rang with authority. He would now honor his earlier promise and summon the King of Wrath, Samel, once again. The system confirmed. Revival of the King of Wrath, Samel. Dark Origin consumed, 7 of 1. The green throne crackled with fierce energy, and from it erupted a towering wolf beast, its body brimming with overwhelming mana. It bowed low, its voice deep and loyal. By the grace of my king, Samel stands ready to die for you. The hero gave his command. Samel was to follow Regent Su Yang, obey his orders, and march against the 11 Kingdom in crusade. The beast's eyes blazed as it lowered its head. As you command, my king. The scene shifted to the human world connection gate of the Elf Kingdom. Elven guards stood watch as human troops pressed forward, seeking entry. One of the elves raised his spear, demanding to know their business. The human commander stepped forward, introducing himself. His men were from the Sakura Nation. He explained, personally invited by Lord Carl to enter the 11 secret realms and level up. He requested passage. The elf opened his status window, scanning carefully before replying that checks were required. The commander urged him to hurry, though his thoughts strayed. Why had the elves suddenly abandoned their tension with Longxia? Why had they opened the gates to outsiders for this so-called Abyss Crusade alliance? He smirked inwardly. Perhaps this was Sakura's chance to surpass Longxia and trample Tang's hard-earned reputation. But then the elf's spear leveled sharply, forcing the commander to rein in his horse with alarm. He shouted, demanding to know what they were doing. He was Lord Carl's guest. The elf's eyes hardened. It was not him they cared about, he said, but the figure standing behind. The commander turned, and his face drained of color. A cloaked man stood in the ranks, accompanied by a towering, muscular figure. At once, the humans parted, leaving the two exposed before the elven guards. The elves barked in order. Their monitors had detected unstable energy. The cloaked one was to stop immediately and reveal his identity. At his side, Samuel's deep voice rumbled, asking quietly for permission to act. The hero gave a smirk. He had hoped to slip in disguised as a human, but it seemed things would not be so simple. Very well. There was no point in playing games. He gave the order. Crush them. Samuel's body swelled, black fur bristling as he expanded into his berserk wolf form. In a flash, he was gone. The elves didn't even realize until one of their heads hit the ground. Alarms blared instantly. An urgent signal pulse from a guard's communicator, warning of combat. Samuel surged forward again, energy blazing as monitors screamed. Boss-class entity detected. Signature confirmed. King of Original Sin. Panic erupted among the humans. The commander's face turned pale as he shouted for his men to retreat. Assistants screamed in terror, demanding to know why a boss from the abyss had appeared here. But retreat was impossible. A blur of claws tore through the fleeing soldiers. No one was spared. Not women, not weaker fighters. Samuel's berserk frenzy shredded them mercilessly, bodies ripped apart in his wake. When the carnage settled, only the Sakura commander and his brother remained standing. His brother asked bitterly if they would abandon their men so easily. The commander sneered. They were nothing but fodder, disposable experience points. Their lives were meaningless compared to his own survival. The hero overheard and scoffed at such shameless cruelty. His voice rang cold as he commanded Samuel to finish it. Chase them down. In a blur, Samuel materialized before the two terrified brothers. They barely registered his movement before one of them was slammed into the ground, hurled skyward with brutal force. As the man plummeted, Samuel's maw split wide, and with a single snap, he was devoured whole. A system notification rang out. The King of Wrath has slain an 8th tier, level 276 player. The hero glanced at the update. 50,000 HP gained. Small on its own, perhaps, but countless small gains stacked into something far greater. Samuel raised a claw, condensing mana into a spear of pure energy. With a violent thrust, he hurled it toward the Sakura commander. The commander caught sight of the flash too late. His breath hitched. All or nothing. He wondered if this would be his end, or if his shield could hold. He extended his hand, summoning a barrier strong enough to withstand 100,000 points of damage. Yet the spear tore into it mercilessly, shredding the barrier into fragments before punching straight through. Smoke exploded outward in a deafening blast. From it, the commander staggered forth, pale and shaking. Calling upon shadow divinity, he gained a brief burst of divine power and slipped behind Samuel with blinding speed. His blade unfurled its ultimate art, Cherry Blossom Crescent. Energy crackled as his sword flashed, carving deep into Samuel's flank. Blood sprayed. The commander shouted in triumph. He had done it, but Samuel only roared louder. The commander froze as dread seized him. His victory cry had come too soon. Samuel's massive claws seized him, crushing into his body. The commander screamed as his blood spilled freely. With savage fury, Samuel slammed him left, then right, again and again, bellowing the word kill with each bone-snapping strike. The hero finally stepped forward. His tone was calm, but his words carried weight. Enough. There were more important matters at hand. No time to waste on this. Samuel paused, then bowed his head. As you command, my king. And with one final, merciless blow, Samuel tore the commander apart, ripping his body into bloody fragments. A system notification followed. Samuel has slain a 9th tier, level 302 human. HP increased by 600,000. The hero glanced over the figures. Including the trash already culled, Samuel's health pool now exceeded 70 million, an absurd, towering number. Without hesitation, he gave his next order. Hunt down all who still dared oppose the monarch within the royal city. Samuel's roar split the air as he stormed toward the teleportation gate, vanishing into the chaos. On the far side of the gate, inside the elf kingdom, the guards lingered at their posts. Whispers rippled through their ranks. Why hadn't the humans scheduled to enter the secret realm shown up yet? One elf scoffed, saying it was no surprise. Perhaps they were simply too insignificant to be worthy of coming at all. Before the words had even faded, a violent gust tore through the air. Wind howled out of the gate, shaking the ground beneath their feet. An elf muttered uneasily, "Speak of the devil." And then a true devil emerged. Samuel burst forth, his voice a thunderous roar. Those who defy the monarch must die. The elves froze where they stood, eyes wide with disbelief. None of them could comprehend the sight before them. What manner of beast had come crashing out of their own gate? That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.